Chapter 28. Jerusha left the empty rooms of her townhouse behind, left the bread and fruit of her unwanted evening meal half-eaten on the table, and went out and down into the maze. The twilight beyond the walls at the alley's ends marked the end of one more unbearable day that she had borne somehow, and the promise of another to be born tomorrow, and another and another. Her job had been her life, and now her whole life had become hell. Sleep was her only escape, but sleep only hastened the coming of the new morning. And so she walked, aimlessly, anonymously, through the dwindling crowds, past the shops, half of them empty now, half still clinging tenaciously to life and profit, hanging on until the bitter end. The bitter end. Why? Why bother? What's the point? She drew the hood of her coarsely woven, striped caftan further forward, shadowing her face, as she turned into the citron alley. Midway to twilight was a botanery she frequented, herbal remedies and spices, cluttered shelves full of household saints and charms against ill fortune, all imported from home, from New Haven. She had gone so far as to buy the most potent amulet she could find and wear it around her neck. She who had sneered at her elders back home for wasting blind faith and good money on superstitious nonsense. That was what this job had driven her to. But the damned charm hadn't done her any more good than anything else she had tried in all this time. Nothing had done any good, held any purpose, had any effect. And now the one person who had supported her, kept her from believing that she was a complete and utter failure, was gone. BZ. Damn you, BZ. How could you do this to me? How could you die? And so she had come here again, telling herself that she did not know why. But as she neared the shop, she caught sight of a familiar face, a familiar shock of flaming red hair. Sparks Dawn-Treader coming toward her, dressed like a sex holo. She had seen him only rarely over the past few years, during her infrequent official visits to the palace. It surprised her now, seeing him again, to realize that he didn't look a day older than the first time she had seen him sprawled in that alley almost 5 years ago. But then it had surprised her that Arian Road kept him, in every sense of the word, she supposed, at the palace. Had she kept him young as well? Her interest became self-interest as their trajectories closed. With guilty preoccupation she assumed that he would see her, assumed that he would recognize her even in this disguise, and read her hidden motives in her restless eyes. She slowed, trying to keep her destination obscure until he passed. Gods, am I skulking like a criminal now? Hello, Dawn-Treader. Defiantly she acknowledged him first, saw by his start of recognition that he would not have looked at her twice if she hadn't spoken. But the expression that showed next was none she would have expected, none that she deserved. A smile that held his flawless youth up like a mirror to show her how painfully she was aging, when every day passed like a year. His eyes were a disturbing echo of the Queen's, too knowing, too cynical for the face that held them. They moved to the display of god figures and charms in the botanery window, back to the amulet hanging at her throat. He pulled uneasily at the multiple collars of his skin-tight shirt. The gesture shouted hostility. Save your money, Commander Palathion. Your gods can't reach you here. All the gods of the hegemony couldn't stop what's happening to you, even if they cared. A mouthful of gall. Jerusha fell back a step as the words struck at her like vipers, poisoned with the venom of her own deepest fears. Does he want it? Even him? Why? Why, Dawn-Treader? Why you? Whispered. Hatred smoldered. I loved her, and she's gone. He dropped his gaze, pushed on by her, not looking back. Jerusha stood still in the street for a long moment before she realized that he had given her the reason why. And then she went on to the botanery entrance, dazed, like a woman caught in a spell. She stood in the cramped aisle before the dusty shelves that held what she had come for, blind to the bittersweet nostalgia of the place, the stubborn refusal of New Haven tradition to conform to the standards of a new age or another world. She ignored the clusters of dragon's foot, the festoons of garlanded herbs, the wild tangle of odors and caressing assault on her senses, was deaf to, "Were you speaking to me?" She became abruptly, resentfully aware that she was not standing there alone any longer. "Yes. They seem to have moved the powdered luge. Would you know where?" A dark-haired, fair-skinned, middle-aged woman, probably a local. Blind, Jerusha recognized the light sensor band she wore across her forehead. Jerusha glanced over the shelves, saw the shopkeeper caught up in animated gossip with some other New Haven expatriate. Looked back. "It's by the rear wall, I think." She stepped toward the shelves to let the blind woman pass. But the woman stayed aggravatingly in the aisle, her head bent slightly as though she was still listening. "Inspector Palathion, isn't it?" "Commander Palathion." She returned contempt with barely concealed contempt. "Of course. Forgive me. When the sun turns black." Jerusha looked away. "The last time I heard your voice you were still Inspector Palathion. I never forget a voice, but sometimes I forget my manners." She smiled in good-humored apology, radiated it, until, unwillingly, Jerusha felt her own habitual frown letting go. "It's been nearly 5 years. My shop is next door. I came to your station one time with Sparks' Dawn-Treader." "The mask-maker." Jerusha pinned an identity on the woman at last. "Yes, I remember. I remember all right. Saving that little bastard was the second biggest mistake of my life." "I saw you talking to him outside." "Saw?" Jerusha experienced a moment's disorientation as it registered, tried to conceal her obvious irritation. "He still comes to see me now and then, when he needs shelter. There aren't many people he can talk to any more, I think. I'm glad he talked to you." Jerusha said nothing. "Tell me, Commander, have you been as sorry to see the changes happening in him as I have?" She bridged the void of Jerusha's silence as though it did not exist. Jerusha refused to face the question, or the questioner, touched the hollows of her own changed face with morbid fingers. "He hasn't changed at all, as far as I can see. He doesn't look a day older." "And maybe he isn't, damn him." "But he is. He has," heavily. "He's aged 100 years since he came to Carbuncle." "Haven't we all?" Jerusha reached out and took a small, dark, plastic bottle of vitriol oil off of the shelf, hesitated, took another one. She thought suddenly of her mother. "Sleeping drops, aren't they?" Jerusha's hand knotted possessively, defensively over the bottles. "Yes." A nod. "I can smell them." The woman grimaced. "I've used them. I had insomnia terribly before I got my vision sensors. I tried everything. Without sight, I didn't have any guide to the pattern of day and night, and I'm not properly tuned to Tiamat's rhythms. I suppose none of us are, really. We're all aliens here in the end, or the beginning." Jerusha glanced up. "I suppose so. I never thought of it that way. Maybe that's my whole problem. Wherever I go, I'm an alien." She heard herself say aloud what she had only intended as thought, shook her head, past caring. "The more I want sleep, the less I get it. Sleep is my only pleasure in life. I could sleep forever." She turned, tried to move past the woman to the shopman at the door. "That isn't the way to solve your problems, Commander Palathion." The mask-maker blocked her path without seeming to. Jerusha stared, felt her legs turn to soft wood. "What?" "Sleeping drops. They only make the problem worse. They take away your dreams. We all have to dream sometime, or we suffer the consequences. She reached out. Her touch wavered toward the handful of bottles Jerusha held, pushed them away. Find a better answer. There must be one. This will pass. Everything passes, given enough time. It would take an eternity. But the pressure remained against her hand, against her will. She felt her hand give way and the bottles go back onto the shelf. A wise decision. The mask-maker smiled, looking through her, into her. Jerusha made no answer, not even certain how to answer. The woman stood aside, at last, somehow releasing her, as she had somehow held her prisoner, moved past her toward the shelves at the rear of the store. Jerusha went on to the door and out, without buying anything, or even speaking to the shopman. Why did I listen to her? Jerusha reclined, motionless, on an elbow on the low serpentine couch. She absorbed the sensation of cotton-wrapped twigs that crept inexorably from hand to wrist to elbow as her arm went to sleep. Each time she entered this place, a paralysis seemed to overcome her, destroying her ability to act or even react, to function, to think. She watched the seconds blink out on the sterile clock face embedded in crystal, in the sterile matrix of empty shelving that cobwebbed the room's far wall. Gods, how she hated the sight of this place, every lifeless centimeter of it. It was just as it had been when the Luskids departed, the same facade insulating its occupants from the timeless reality of the building and the city that had surrounded them. They had affected a Karamorgi lifestyle with excruciating dedication, a sophisticated, refined, and soulless imitation of a lifestyle she found obscure and unappealing to begin with. The patina of her own possessions scarcely altered it. She fantasized an overlay of ornate rococo frescoes and molding, the unashamed warmth of a palette of garish colors everywhere. Closed her eyes with her hand as the unrelenting subtlety of the truth seeped through like water, to make the colors blur and bleed. This place, hung with ugly memories, had been forced on her, a part of her burden, her punishment. She could have struck back, cleared this mausoleum of its morbid relics, and replaced them with things fresh and alive. She could even have gotten rid of it entirely, gone back to her old, cramped, comfortable set of rooms down in the maze. But always, when her day's work was through, she had returned here and done nothing one more time. Because what was the point? It was useless, hopeless, helpless. She lifted her locked hands to her mouth, pressed hard against her lips. "They're watching! Stop it!" She sat up, pulling her hands away, bowing her head so that the kaftan's hood fell forward about her face. The Queen's spies, the Queen's eyes, were everywhere, especially, she was sure, in this townhouse. She felt them touching her like unclean hands, everywhere she went, everything she did. In her old apartment she had been free to be human, free to be herself, and live her own heritage, free to strip off her chafing, puritanical uniform and go easily naked if she wanted to, the way she had been able to do on her own world, the way her people had done for centuries. But here she was always on display for the Queen's pleasure, afraid to expose herself, physically or mentally, to the white bitch's unseen scorn. She picked up the tape reader that had dropped to the floor, gazed at without seeing the manual on ultrasound analysis that she had been trying to study for a week, 2 weeks, forever. She had never been one to enjoy fiction in any form. She heard too many lies on the streets every day. She had no patience with people who made a living doing it. And now she could no longer concentrate on facts. But still she could not let go and allow herself to escape into fantasy, the way B.Z. had always done, so easily, so guiltlessly. But then, to be a Karamorgi tech was to live in a fantasy world anyway, one where everyone knew his place, and yours was always on top, where life functioned with perfect machinery. Only this time, the machinery had broken down, and the chaos that waited outside had rushed in to destroy him. She imagined the patrol craft vaporizing, releasing two spirits from this mortal plane into, what? Eternity? Limbo? An endless cycle of rebirth? Who could believe in any religion when there were so many, all claiming the only truth, and every truth different? There was only one way she would ever learn for herself, and a part of her own spirit had already passed over that dark water without a ticket, gone with the boatman, and with her only friend in all this world of enemies. Her only friend. Why the hell did I listen? Why did I leave those bottles on the shelf? She stood up, the tape reader falling from her lap to the floor again, unnoticed. She took one step, knowing that she was starting for the door. Stopped again, her body twitching with indecision. Motivation, Jerusha! Desperately. I wanted to leave those bottles there, or she'd never have changed my mind. Her muscles went slack. She slumped where she stood, her whole body cotton-wrapped with fatigue. But I can't sleep here. And there was no escape, no haven left, no one. Her searching eyes stopped on the dawn-colored shell that lay like an offering on the Empire replica shrine table beside the door. Engenit! Oh, gods, are you still a friend of mine? The solid peace of the plantation house, that inviolable calm in the storm's eye, crowded her inner sight. She had seen it last more than a year ago, had been both consciously and unconsciously separating herself from even the loose and superficial ties of their infrequent visits as her depression deepened, as her world shrank in and in around her. She had told herself she did not want him to see the knife-edged harridan she had become, and yet, perversely, at the same time she had begun to hate him for not seeing that she needed his safe haven more than ever. And now? Yes, now! What kind of blind masochism had made her wall herself into her own tomb? She crossed the room to the phone, punched in one code, and then another and another from memory, putting through the Outback radio call to his plantation. She marked the passing seconds with a beat of her fingertips against the pale, hard surface of the wall, until at last a videoless voice answered her summons, distorted by audio snow. Damn this place! Storm interference. There was always storm interference. Hello? Hello? Even through the interference, she knew that the voice was not the one she needed to hear. Hello! She leaned closer to the speaker, her raised voice echoing from room to silent room behind her. This is Commander Palathion calling from Carbuncle. Let me speak to Engenit. What? No, he isn't here, Commander. Out on his ship. When will he be back? Don't know. Didn't say. Leave a message? She cut off the phone with her fist, turned away from the wall, shaken with fury. No message. She crossed the room again to pick up the dawn-pink shell, held it against her while she traced its satin-rubbed convolutions with unsteady fingers. She touched the flawed place where one fragile spine had snapped off. Her fingers closed over the next spine, and broke it. She broke another, and another. The spines fell without a sound onto the carpet. Jerusha whimpered softly as they fell, as though she were breaking her own fingers. Chapter 29. Everything we do affects everything else. I know. Moon walked beside Engenet down the slope of the hill that lay ochre and silver with salt grass, rippling like the wind's harp below the plantation house. The house itself melted into the sere, burnished hills beyond. Its weathered stone and salt-bleached wood were as much a part of this land as he is. Moon studied his profile moodily from the side of her eye, remembering how strange it had seemed to her the last time she had seen it. 5 years ago. It was true. She could see 5 years of change in his face, but not in her own. And yet she had changed, aged, in the moment that she saw the life light go out of Elsevier's eyes. Death had let her pass, but death had not been denied. Grief lifted her and dropped her, the storm tide of mourning trapped in a bottle. If she had not willfully challenged death, this death would not be on her soul. If Elsevier hadn't brought me back to Tiamat, she'd still be alive. If I'd stayed on Karamoth with her, she would have been happy. Suddenly she was seeing not Elsevier, but Sparks. No one's dreams ever mattered as much as mine. Moon's legs trembled under her. But you wouldn't have been. Engenet looked down at her, steadying her with a firm hand as the slope steepened. And knowing that you were unhappy, she'd have been unhappy too. We can't spend our lives living a lie for someone else. It never works out. You have to be true to yourself. She knew that, or you wouldn't be here now. It was inevitable. Death is inevitable, deny it though we will. She glanced up at him sharply, seeing him distorted by her own grief, and away again. After T.J. died, she was never the same. My father used to say that she was a one-man woman, for better or worse. He pushed his hands into the pouch of his parka, gazing northward, following the coastline into the white-hazed distances where Carbuncle lay. Moon, everything affects everything else. I've lived this long without learning anything, if I haven't learned that. Never take all the credit or all the blame. You weren't to blame. I was. She shook her head disconsolately. Then stop thinking about what you can do to repay her. He waited for the question in her eyes. Don't let your grieving turn sour. Don't be so damn selfish about it. You said yourself a Sybil told you to return to Tiamat, and that your own mind told you to. To help Sparks. She followed the line of his northward gaze. A one-man woman. Only a circuit in a greater machinery. The Sybil mind doesn't send messages across half a galaxy to comfort a broken heart. There's more to your destiny than that. He stopped suddenly, facing her. I know. She moved her feet in the tangled grass, suddenly afraid. Watched her shadow like a cloud looking down on the face of the land. I understand that now, not really understanding or believing it. But I don't know why, if it's not to help Sparks. Something did tell me to come, but it didn't tell me enough. Maybe it has told you. What did you learn by going to Karamoth that you wouldn't have learned here? She glanced up, startled. I learned what it means to be a Sybil. I learned that there are things on Karamoth that we have a right to have here, but they keep them from us. She heard her voice turn cold like the wind. I understand what Elsevier believed in and why. All of that is part of me. No one can make me forget it. And I want to change it. Her mouth twitched, her hands tightened in her pockets. But I don't know how. Sparks. Maybe Sparks knows. You'll discover the way when you reach Carbuncle. She smiled. The last time we talked about that, you didn't want me to go at all. I still don't, gruffly. But I'm not talking to the same woman. Who am I to argue with destiny? My father taught me to believe in reincarnation, that what we are in this life is the reward or punishment for what we did in the last one. If I wanted to play philosopher, I'd tell you that when Elsevier died, her spirit was reborn into you, there in the sea. A sea change. I want to believe that. She closed her eyes, smiled at last, opening them again, as belief metastasized. Miraway, do you ever wonder who you were before? And whether, if we were born knowing what we had to make up for instead of crawling blindly through a penance, anything would be different? He laughed. That's the kind of question I should be asking you, Sybil. Sybil, I belong again. I am whole again. Wholer. Holy. The cold air burned in her lungs. She pressed the spot beneath her parka where the trefoil lay hidden, found herself looking to the north again, longing for a glimpse of what lay beyond sight. It was nearing the time of the final festival, when the Prime Minister came to Carbuncle for the last time. She felt a stirring of curiosity at the thought that he was following her here from Karamoth. But it would be another fortnight before a trader's ship put in here to take her to Carbuncle. Only a fortnight until she would know. She was suddenly aware of her heart beating hard in her chest, and did not know whether she was feeling anticipation or fear. They passed the outbuildings where he kept his peculiar workshops, kept going downhill toward the vast, flooded fields that embroidered the narrow coastal plain, north and southward to the limits of his land grant. In his workshops, Engenet tinkered with an incredible variety of obsolete engines and primitive tools, things that would have seemed marvelous to her short months ago, but that simply seemed pointless to her now. She had asked him why he bothered with them, when he had things from the city that could do everything they did and much better. He had only smiled, and asked her not to tell anyone else about his quirks. Winter laborers strolled past them on stilts through watery beds of sea hare, a staple crop for human and animal here in the harsher northern latitudes. The workers glanced up in respectful greeting. A man here, a woman there, gave Moon an extra, fleeting smile. Engenet had told his household staff only that she was a sailor saved from drowning by the Meuse. But the outback Winters, who lived with the sea, were not as far removed from belief in the sea-mother as she had always heard. They had nursed her with all the solicitude due the object of a small miracle. The field hands had taught her to walk on stilts one sunny afternoon, balancing precariously, taking awkward, stumbling strides on the dry land. She knew ruefully why they wore watertight suits when they worked in the tangle of inundated grasses. She followed Engenet along the raised stone walkways that netted the fields, passing through a tunnel of time, the sight and the smell of the sea harvest carrying her home to Neath, to Gran, to her mother, to Sparks, to the lost time. To the time when the future had been as certain as the past, and she knew that she would never have to face it alone. The lost time. Now she had heard the voice of the new future, and it called her from star to star, to the city in the north. Their boots rattled on the wooden pier that sat in the sheltered inlet which served as the plantation's harbor. The waters of the half-bay, held in safe arms away from the constant wind, lay blue and silver under the sky. She could still look at the sea without being swept back into the nightmare of the lady's ordeal by water. It had surprised her to find that she could. But stronger than the memory was the knowledge that the sea had spared her in the end. She had survived. The sea gave, and she took away, an elemental manifestation of a greater, universal indifference. And yet twice she had faced that indifference, with her mind and her body, and been spared. A nameless counterfeit was alive inside her, and while it lived in her she would not be afraid. The far blue surface of the water fountained white as a tandem of Meuse shattered its peace with the perfect arc of their bodies. She watched them rise and fall again and again through the surface of the bay, disappear once more into the watery underworld. Another track, less obtrusive, veered toward her across the water as she stood leaning on the splintery rail. Silky, who had spent most of his time since their arrival here in the bay. What's he going to do, Miraway? He doesn't have anyone, any home. She remembered how Elsevier and TJ had found him. He's welcome here. He knows that. And Gennett gestured across his land, smiled at her concern. She smiled back at him, looked out over the water again. The irony of Silky's presence among the Murs struck her deeply now, as she watched them together. The humans of the plantation hated and distrusted all his kind, not simply because they were alien, but because they were the Snow Queen's hounds who hunted and killed the Murs. And she had learned that not only did Gennett hate the slaughter and protect the Murs within his boundaries, but he had surrounded himself with workers who felt the same way. Gennett had known Silky as a comrade of Elsevier for years enough to trust him. His people had not. But the Murs, who should have been the most mistrustful, accepted him, and so he spent his time mainly in the sea. She could glimpse his emotions only through the narrow window where his perception and her own looked out briefly on the same world. He was more taciturn and less communicative than ever, and it was only from her memory of the last moments on the LB that she could guess that he mourned. He joined them now on the hinged, sighing dock, pulling himself fluidly up and over the rail to stand dripping beside them. His wet, sexless body was bare of any trappings of the world of air, beaded with the ephemeral jewels of the water world. It had seemed odd to her that Elsevier and the others regarded him as male, when to her mind his smooth body could as easily have been female. His eyes turned back their own merging reflections, keeping them from any penetration of his inner thoughts. He nodded to them and leaned on the rail, tentacles trailing. She looked past him at the bay, where 3 more Murs had joined the first pair in a flashing ballet, an outward image of their selfless inner beauty. Every afternoon when she walked down this way, the Murs performed a new quicksilver dance on the water, almost as though they celebrated her return to life. Their grace caught her up in a sudden passion to be as they were, as Silky was, a true child of the sea, and not forever a foster daughter. Silky, look at them. If I could change my skin for yours for even an hour, you're wanting to go back into the sea? After I fished you out of it ice blue and rattling only a fortnight ago? And Gennett looked down at her with disbelief or indignation. I think you suffered some mental impairment after all. She shook her head. No, not that way. Lady, not ever again. She winced, rubbing the muscles of her arms through her heavy parka. The spasms of her hypothermia had wrenched every muscle in her body and left her disoriented and crippled. Now that she could think and move again, she walked longer every day in Gennett's patient company, stretching the knots out of her body, trying to remember what it felt like to move without hurting all over. All my life my people have belonged to the sea, but to really belong to the sea, like they do, for even a little while, long enough to know... She broke off. The Murs had ended their dance and disappeared beneath the waters again. Now, abruptly, 3 slender heads with runneled fur emerged in the half-shadow below her. Their sinuous necks bent back like seagrass flowing. The eyes of polished jet looked up at her together. Protective membranes slid smoothly over the obsidian surfaces. The ridge of feather-tipped bristles above their eyes stiffened upright, giving them a look of amazement. The one in the middle was the Mur who had held her like its own child when she was lost at sea. Moon hung over the rail, stretching down with her hand. Thank you. Thank you. Her voice was strong with feeling. One by one, the Murs rose in the water, butted briefly against her down-reaching hand, and submerged again. It's almost like they know. She straightened away from the railing, feeling cold bite her dripping hand. She pushed it back into her glove and into a pocket. Maybe they do. And Gennett smiled at her. Maybe they even realize somehow that they've rescued a Sybil, and not just another unlucky sailor. I've never seen them dance like that for a stranger, or linger here the way they've done. They're remarkable beings, answering the question in her eyes. Beings. She realized how much he had said and denied in one word. Since her rescue, she had learned many things about Gennett, about his relationship to the Murs, his respect for them, his concern for their safety. There was even a rudimentary communication of sign and sound that passed between Mur and human, that had sent them searching for her, and led Gennett to the crash site in time. But she had not suspected. You mean human beings? She blushed, shook her head. I mean intelligent beings, like Silky. She glanced from face to face, and back. Would that be so hard for you to believe? Half a question, half a challenge. His voice held her with an odd intensity. No, but I never thought. Never thought I'd meet a stranger from another world. Never thought he might not be human. Never thought a Sybil would have to answer any question like this one. You're asking me to answer? Her voice was high and strained. She felt herself slipping. Moon? Slipping away. Input. Chapter 30. What did I say? She had asked him afterwards. You told me about the Murs. And Gennett had smiled. Moon repeated the words in her mind as she moved through the blue-green water world with sinuous undulations. The liquid atmosphere resisted and yielded to the pressure of her hands. This was Gennett's gift to her, for answering his unspoken question, for affirming his belief. She knew at last what it was like to be of the sea, wholly, exuberantly, not forever balanced on the precarious tightrope between sea and sky, on the thin edge between worlds. She listened to the rhythmic, reassuring hush of air that answered every demand for breath, savored its warm, faintly staleness feeding in through the regulator valve. In the distance, the boundless spaces of the sea were curtained by a mist of sand in suspension. But here, in this shallow bay, she could see clearly enough, see the flawless beauty of the Murs and Silky, her companions, their streamlined forms suspended by unseen hands. This is why you sing! Her voice went out to them on a cloud of laughter through the mouthpiece speaker, undistorted, although it meant no more to them than a cloud of bubbles. Because you can't hold in your joy. In the spaces between her breaths, the Mur songs reached her, the siren songs she had heard only in legends and dreams, a tapestry of whistles and wails and bell-like chimings, sighs and cries, forlorn, abandoned sounds heard separately, but weaving together into a choir that sang hymns of praise to the Sea-Mother. Their songs continued sometimes for hours, and they were songs in the truest sense, songs that were sung again and again by their ageless creators, unchanging over centuries. She knew that, although their complexity was beyond her ability to separate one song from another, although she was not sure they had any meaning in the sense that a human song did. She knew because she had told herself so. When she had come out of her unexpected transfer, she had found Gennett pinioning her hands, his bronze face crumpled with emotion. When she knew him again, he had raised her gloved hands and kissed them. I always believed, hoped, prayed. His voice broke. But I never would have dared to ask you. And it's true. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. What is? Shaking herself out, mentally, physically. The Murs, Moon, the Murs! an intelligent, oxygen-utilizing mammalian life form, artificially created through genetic manipulation, designed to serve as host for experimental virusoid longevity factor, special class 4. The old Empire biological specifications had run on endlessly, all but meaningless to her, but Angenet had made her listen to every detail that had been burned into his memory, the words rough-edged with feeling. Intelligent life form! Intelligent! Moon felt her arms wrapped by Silky's tentacles as he drew her up and over in a somersault, into the pattern of spiraling bodies, caught her up in creating the moment's image. She saw the blue-shafted ceiling of the bay slide by far overhead, and the shadowed sandy bottom, latticed with colonies of brachyform crenolids, polka-dotted with lurid crustaceans. On every side of her slow-motion helix was life, singly or in schools, familiar and unknown, hunters and hunted. She passed freely among them all in the company of Murs, whose ancestral territory she had traveled to this place to see. The Murs, who were a threat to few and feared none, here in the ocean depths, who feared nothing except the hunt. Stunned, she had asked Mirroway how the off-worlders could justify the water of life if they knew that the Murs were more than just animals. They must know it, if the Sybils know. Human beings have been treating each other like animals forever. If they can't recognize an intelligent being in the mirror, it's not so damn surprising that they treat non-humans even worse. Angenet had glanced down at Silky, crouched pensively by the rail, watching the water surge and retreat. And even if the Murs were no more than animals, what right does that give us to murder them for our vanity? The Murs were genetically synthetic. They must have been meant as a test case. The old Empire must have collapsed before anyone could generalize their benign infection to give perfect immortality to a human being. But killing Murs for the water of life goes back into the chaos at the Empire's end, when the ones who took immortality for themselves didn't care what it cost in lives. The truth was probably suppressed a millennium ago, when the Hedge first rediscovered this world. So now they only have to worry about what it costs, period. But why did the old Empire make Murs intelligent at all? I don't know, and neither do you. He had shaken his head. There must have been a reason, but why? I only know that they weren't given intelligence in order to become victims of the hunt. He had told her then about why he had had use for a smuggler's services, and his father before him. A tradition had been passed down from his grandfather, the first native-born ancestor, who had come to love the Murs as he loved this world, and made his lands a sanctuary. But later generations had not been satisfied with a passive role as protector, and had begun secret hostilities against the exploiters, with warnings, interference, sabotage, until that day the blues burst in on you at the inn and tore a hole in all our lives. And he had looked northward again, with a quizzical frown that had nothing to do with the words. But now, after another 150 years of exploitation, the off-worlders were about to leave Tiamat again. The injustice he had tried to stop was almost at an end, and the time of regression and ignorance almost returned. Another half-revolution on an endless wheel of futility. At least summer would give the Murs an inviolate space in time to replenish their numbers with painful slowness, inevitably righting the hideous wrong their creators had done them. But wrong and right, time itself, meant nothing to the Murs, formed no concept that Moon could recognize in their scheme of things. Unmolested, they lived for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. A different set of parameters took precedence in their brain. They lived for the moment, for the ephemeral beauty of a bubble rising into the light and vanishing, for the act of creation, of becoming. There was no need and no purpose to a lasting artifact, for the song, the dance, the act was in itself a work of art, like a flower or a life, made more beautiful by its impermanence. the tangible, the material, were of no more use or consequence to them than time itself. Their lives were endless by human standards, and they lived them hedonistically, absorbed in the sensuous caress of their passage through the supple water, the flow of heat and cold, current and surge, the stunning schism between water and air, the fluid heat of desire, the soothing pressure of a clinging child. There was little she could have shared in words with them, even if there had been a translator to cross the barrier of incomprehension. And yet, here and now, among them, even enclosed in the insensate skin of her diver's dry suit, she could feel the rigid mind skin of her perceptions, values, goals, dissolving. She could put aside the memories of what had just passed and the uncertainty ahead, letting now become forever, and the future melt into foam. She saw the Mer who had been a mother to her, circling her exuberantly, knew them all as friends, family, lovers, felt herself become a part of their timeless world. Softly, tentatively at first, she began to blend her voice into the harmony of the Mer song. She felt Silky come up close behind her, felt his tentacles slide over her slick-suited shoulders, circle the air hose of her oxygen pack, pull. "Silky!" The angry protest garbled as she sank her teeth into the regulator to keep him from jerking it out of her mouth. She brought up her hands, felt more tentacles twine around them as she tried to protect her air supply, pulled her thin, awkward feet up to kick him away. And then she realized that two Silkies struggled beside her, saw the sheathed knife come free from behind the false one's shoulder, swaying among tentacles like a fanged snake caught between victims. She kicked out, thrusting him away with her feet, but not before the blade chose a victim, and she saw the dark cloud of blood at Silky's shoulder. She caught Silky in her arms, trying to swing them both out of reach of the killer. But the quiet waters suddenly boiled with forms as the Mers from the shore colony poured into the sea, were herded together with the rest into a panic-stricken mass. They thrashed around her, crowded her heavily, flipper, head, body, banging and bruising. She clung grimly to Silky's sluggish, grasping tentacles, struggling upward through the chaos. But the brightening water above showed her the silhouette of the heavy net settling toward them, the black stain of a strange ship's double hull breaking the surface of the bay. More figures that should have been Silky, but were not, guided the net's fall as it settled on her like a shroud, dragging her back down in wild claustrophobia. The hunt! No, it can't be! Not here! Not here! But it was useless to deny that the impossible had its fingers at her throat, that the Mers below her were maddened by the pain and disorientation of alien sonics, that they would all die. She let go of Silky, keeping close by him, saw him nod and weave his tentacles through the netting as she bent double and pulled the diver's knife from the sheath on her leg. She began to slash with all her strength at the strands of the net. It tore under the angry attack of her blade, left her a space wide enough for them to slip through. She swam through the gap, drawing Silky after her, just as the net forced them down into the maddened Mers. But she clung to the opening, still slashing, ripping, widening the gap. "Here! Here! Get out! Get out! Get out!" shouting into the ululation of their cries, half sobbing with furious rage. But the Mers' panic was deaf to coherent thought, and the handful who tumbled through were only driven out by the heaving turmoil beneath them. She searched them for her Mer mother, but did not find her. She went on slashing, cursing, gasping with the effort of pulling in air. But the Mers were drowning, helplessly drowning themselves for their murderers, and she could not save them. Silky hung at the net beside her, moving clumsily, stunned by his wound or by the sonics that had dazzled the Mers. Looking up at him, she saw two of the hounds fall out of the heights and bind him in tentacles, breaking his hold on the netting as more tentacles wrapped her from behind, half blinding her, wrenched the knife from her grasp as she tried to turn it on her attacker. Like flailing snakes, they covered her face mask, found her air hose again, tore the regulator out of her mouth. Icy water squirted in through the mask's seal, and panic gave her the strength of two. But the hound's bonds of flesh gave her no leverage, and it was only the strength of two women drowning. Not until her head broke the surface, not until her bursting lungs opened at last to pull in air and not the final, agonizing, liquid breath, did she realize that they had not held her under to drown, that they were not finished with her yet. She stumbled incredulously as her fins caught in bottom weeds. She squeezed the ocean's fiery tears out of her eyes, saw the lapping water's edge and the shore rising ahead. Two hounds propelled her out onto firm ground, half dragged, half carried her up the stony beach of the Mer rookery. There were no Mers left on it now, and the hounds let her fall untended, to lie coughing and choking. She heard another body drop beside her on the hard stones, saw Silky sprawled next to her. She levered up on her elbows to reach him, tried to see his wound, but could not, squeezed his nearer shoulder with feeble encouragement. She sat up, every breath crawling down her raw throat into her congested lungs, pulled off her fogging mask, and felt the bitter wind stun her face. After a time more figures emerged from the water down the beach, hauling an unwieldy harvest of mer corpses into the shallows for the final processing. Moon ground her fists into the beach cinders, whimpering softly, but not for herself. Standing nearer, on the shore, watching them work, was a strange apparition in black, with a man's form and the spiny head of a totem creature. She saw him wave and gesture. His toneless voice came to her half inaudibly over the wind. A human voice. The first Mers were dragged up onto the shore. She watched a hound kneel by each, saw the knife flash, and the blood spill over the fur as soft as sighs, into the collecting bucket. And then, its grace gone, its life stolen, its joy and beauty torn away, the hound left the body to rot on its ancestral beach and make a feast for the carrion birds. Moon's eyes swam, refusing to see more. Sickness rose in her, and a murderous hatred. Her hand closed over a heavy cobble, tightening and tightening. She got to her knees. Beside her, Silky pulled himself up, climbed to his feet in one abrupt motion, leaning on her shoulder. She heard him speak, not understanding the words, but feeling the deeper wound he had taken to watch his brothers slaughtering his friends. He went forward, staggering a little before she could follow. He started toward the inhuman being in black and the cluster of hounds around him. "Silky!" She struggled to her feet, kicking off her fins, cradling the stone as she started after him. The man in black barely glanced their way. "Stop them!" He gestured indifferently, and three of the hounds left his side to block Silky's advance, surrounding him without hesitation. There was a burst of alien speech and a muttering, and then she saw them struggle. Tentacles whipped at heads and silvered eyes. She saw a silvery knife bared again. "No! Silky!" She ran forward. The third hound broke away and caught at her, threw her aside, as she saw the serrated blade sink home. She screamed, as though she had taken the blow herself. Silky fell like a stone among the stones. The man in black turned at her scream, but even as he did, she struck the third hound with all her strength, clubbing him down. The others grabbed her, held her struggling between them as the third staggered, bleeding, to his feet, and ripped off the hood of her suit, baring her throat. Her hair spilled loose over her shoulders, tentacles tangled in it, jerking back her head. "Stop!" Someone shouted the word, but she had no voice and no time at all, only a last kaleidoscope of clouds and sky as the dripping blade bit her throat. A shock of violent motion hurled the hounds away from her, knocked her to the ground. "Get away from her! What the hell do you think you're doing?" The heavy boots of the man in black straddled her, sheltering her like a tree in the face of a storm. She looked up and up, seeing only his shadow silhouette against the desolate stone-washed shore. "Because she's a Sybil, goddammit, that's why! What are you trying to do, contaminate me?" Get the hell away and throw that knife into the sea. He waved them off, stepped clear of her as they left, and squatted down beside her. Moon pushed herself up warily, felt a thin, warm necklace of blood trickle down over the tattoo in the hollow of her throat, creep on into the neck of her suit and down between her breasts. The man in black, she was sure it was a man now, hidden behind a mask. His eyes were all that she could see of him, and they were gray-green. He stretched an uncertain glove toward her throat. She cringed back, startled, but he wiped the blood from her tattoo with a sudden sweep of his hand. She saw him shudder at the sign of the trefoil. He rubbed his gloved hand convulsively on the stones. Gods! Am I going crazy? He looked away, searching the shore for a denial, an affirmation. You aren't real. You can't be. What are you? His hand rose again, caught her chin to hold her face in front of him. Let it go, slipping across her cheek, along her hair, almost like a caress. Not her. It was almost a plea. She lifted her own gloved hand to her throat, where pain was spreading from ear to ear, chin to breastbone, shielding her wound, shielding the trefoil from his gaze. Moon, she whispered, not sure why she gave her name, but grateful that she still had a voice left to speak it. Sybil! Her voice roughened. Yes, I am. And I tell you that you've committed murder. You have no right to hunt these lands, and no man has the right to murder an intelligent being. She swept a hand toward the carnage on the beach, not following it with her eyes. It's murder! Murder! His eyes followed, came back as green and hard as emerald. Shut up, damn you! But they stayed on her face, incredulous, demanding, and his hands knotted on his knees. Damn you! Damn you! What are you doing here? How could you come here to see me like this? After you left me, I could kill you for this. He twisted his head, wrenching his eyes away, throwing the words into the wind. Yes, yes, kill me too. Myrrh-slayer, Sybil-slayer, coward, and damn yourself. She bared her throat to him again, grimacing with emotion. Spill my blood, and take its curse on you. She stretched out her bloody fingers, trying to reach him, wound him, infect him. But her hand lost its strength, fell from the air forgotten as she saw at last the symbol that gleamed on his black suit. The circle sign crossed and recrossed, the sign of the hegemony, the metal that she had seen every day of her life in summer. Her hand rose again, and he did not stop her from touching it. Slowly, slowly she lifted her eyes, knowing that in another moment she would— No! His fist came at her without warning and crushed her into blackness. Chapter 31. Hello, Miraway. Jerusha climbed out of the patrol craft, wearing her uniform and her best imitation smile. The wind clapped its chill hands on her shoulders, tried to jerk her half-sealed coat open for ruder intimacies. Damn this weather! Her smile struggled. Jerusha? And Gennett came striding down the slope from the outbuildings, summoned by field hands who had seen her coming in. His own widening smile of welcome looked real to her, and hers began to warm. But she read ambivalence in the glance that took in her uniform before it met her eyes. It's been a long time. Yes, she nodded, an excuse to look down, wondering if time was all that lay behind his hesitation. I know. How have you been, Miraway? About the same. Everything's about the same. He pushed his hands into his parka pockets, shrugged. It usually is. Is this official business or strictly a social call? He peered past her into the empty patrol craft. A little of both, I guess, trying to make it sound casual. She saw his mouth tighten, ever so slightly, twitching his mustache. That is, we had a report on a tech runner downed near here fully 2 or 3 weeks ago. And since I was in the area checking it out, the commander of police chasing down strays in the outback? Since when? Amused. Well, I was the only one they could spare. She grinned ruefully, stretching the unused muscles in her cheeks. Laughter. Damn it, Jerusha, you know you don't need an official excuse to come by here. You're welcome any time. As a friend. Thank you. She understood the qualification and was grateful for it. It's nice to be singled out as a human being for a change, and not as a blue. She plucked at her coat, suddenly embarrassed by it. My shield, my armor. What will I do when they take it away from me? I tried to call you a couple of weeks ago, but you were gone. It occurred to her suddenly to wonder why he hadn't returned the call. Gods, who could blame him, when I never returned any of his? I'm sorry, I couldn't... He seemed to reach the same question without finding an answer either. You've been busy, I suppose? Busy? Oh, hell and devils, it's been... sheer hell and devils. She leaned against the patrol craft, pulled down the door and slammed it. VZ is gone, Miraway. Dead. Killed by bandits outside the city. And I just can't... I can't stand it anymore. Her head bowed in invisible bondage. I don't know how I'll be able to stand going back to Carbuncle again, when all I can think of is how much better it would be for everyone, how glad everyone would be if I never came back at all, how much better it would be if I'd been the one who'd been lost. By all the gods, Jerusha, why didn't you tell me? She turned away from his outstretched hand, leaning on the hood, looking desperately out to sea. I didn't come here to use you for a garbage can, damn it. Of course you did. What are friends for? She heard his smile. I did not. All right. Then why not? Why not? He pulled at her elbow. Don't touch me. Please, Miraway, don't. She felt his hand release her, felt her arm still tingling with the contact. I can handle it. I'll be all right. I can handle it alone. Her control hung by a thread. And you feel like dying is the way to do it? No! She brought her fist down on the cold metal. No. That's why I had to get away. I had to find some other way. She turned back slowly, but with her eyes shut. He was silent for a moment, waiting. Jerusha, I know the kind of screws they've been putting to you all this time. You can't handle that kind of pressure by holding it all back. You can't do it alone. Suddenly, almost angry, why did you stop calling? Why did you stop answering? Didn't you trust me? Too much. She pressed her mouth together, stopping an absurd giggle. Oh, God, I trust you too much. Look at me. I haven't been here 5 minutes, and already I've spilled my guts to you. Just seeing you breaks me down. She shook her head, keeping her eyes closed. You see, I can't lean on you without becoming a cripple. We're all cripples, Jerusha. We're born crippled. Slowly she opened her eyes. Are we? He stood with hands locked behind him, looking out toward the sea. The wind stiffened, whipping his raven feather hair. She shrank down inside her heavy coat. You know the answer, or you wouldn't have come. Let's go up to the house. He looked back at her. She nodded. She followed him up the hill, making hesitant small talk about crops and weather, letting all her resistance flow out of her and down to the sea. They passed the creaking windmill that stood like a lonely sentinel over the outbuildings. He used it to pump water from his well. It occurred to her again, as it had occurred to her before, that it was an absurd anachronism on a plantation that functioned on imported power units. Miraway, I've always wondered why you use that thing to power your pump. He glanced back at her, away at the windmill, said good-naturedly, Well, you took away my hovercraft, Jerusha. You can never tell when I might lose my generators. It was not the answer she had been expecting, but she only shook her head. They reached the main house, went in through the storm-shuttered porch, into the room she still remembered perfectly from the first time, and from the handful of stolen evenings in the years since then that she had spent cross-legged before the fire, wrapped in warmth and golden light, caught up in a game of 3D Chama, or feeding Miraway's quiet fascination with her reminiscences about another world. She pulled off her helmet, shook out her dark curls. She let her eyes wander over the comfortable junk-shop homeliness of the room, where relics of his off-worlder ancestors, heirlooms by default, kept uneasy truce with rough-hewn native furniture. Moving to the broad stone hearth, she turned to face him, letting her back begin to thaw. "You know, after all this time, I feel like I haven't even been away. Funny, isn't it, how some places are like that?" He looked up at her from halfway across the room, didn't answer, but smiled. "Why don't you take your things upstairs? I'll get us something to eat." She picked up the shoulder bag she had half filled with a change of clothing, climbed the worn staircase to the second story. It was a large house, filled with echoes of children and laughter, filled with memories. The banister under her hand was worn smooth by the polishing of countless hands, but the halls, the rooms, were empty and silent now. Only Miraway, the last of his line, alone. Alone even among the Winters who worked for him here. She sensed the bond of trust and respect that seemed to exist between them, a stronger bond than she would have expected between owner and workers, natives and off-worlder. But there was always an intangible field of reserve surrounding him, keeping him separate, self-contained. She felt it sometimes striking sparks against her own. She entered the room she had always taken, threw her bag and her helmet down on the rumpled bed, watched them sink into the comforters. The wooden-framed bed itself was as hard as a board, was a board for all she knew, but she had never lain awake here for half the night, praying for sleep, while her eyes burned a hole through her lids in the dark. She unfastened her coat, took it off, started toward the massive wardrobe with it, stopped as her gaze landed on the eye-stunning Chartreuse flight suit lying in a heap on the wardrobe's floor. She hung her coat on a hook mechanically, picked up the jumpsuit and held it against herself, held it at arm's length again, studying the contours. Then, slowly, she took her coat back and hung the flight suit in its place. She went back to the bed, looked again at the rumpled covers, picked up the brush lying on a stool at bedside, fingered the strands of long, fair hair. She put it down again. She stood silently, suddenly in her mind seeing a small, solitary, curly-haired child in threadbare underpants and sandals who crouched to watch silvery wogs flit in a dying pool. The sunlight poured over her like hot honey, suffocating all sound, and the stone-studded, blistered moraine of the dry riverbed stretched away forever. Jerusha took back her helmet and her bag from the bed and went quickly down the stairs. "Jerusha?" Miraway straightened away from the low planked table near the fire, frowning his lack of comprehension. "I thought you didn't tell me you had other guests." The word took on meaning she hadn't intended. "I won't stay." His face changed, like the face of a man who had just been caught in a terrible oversight. Her own face seemed to have frozen to death. He said quietly, "Aren't you ever off duty? Your morals are no concern of mine, even on duty." "What?" Another expression entirely. "You mean, is that what you thought?" His relief burst out in deep laughter. "I thought you were looking for smugglers." Her mouth opened. "Jerusha," he picked his way across the cluttered room to her. "Ye gods, I didn't mean it like that. It isn't what you think. She's only a friend, not a romance. She's young enough to be my daughter. She's out on a boat right now." Jerusha looked away, down. "I didn't want to intrude." He cleared his throat. I'm not a plastic effigy, gods no. He picked up a flabby, faded cushion, put it down. I didn't expect you were. She knew she was saying it badly. You said once that I wasn't a stupid man, but in all this time, all the visits you've made here, I never realized. His hand rose to touch her in a way he had never touched her, that you wanted something more. I didn't want you to. Didn't want to admit it, even to myself. She tried to move, tried to step away from his hand, tried, trembling like a wild bird. He took his hand away. Is there someone else? In the city, back on your world? Another? No. Her face burning. Never. Never? He held a long breath. Never? No one has ever touched you like this? Along the nape of her neck, her earlobe, the line of her jaw, or like this, tracing the seal of her tunic down over her breast, or done this, slowly surrounding her with his arms, tightening her against him until she felt the lines of his body melt into hers, and his mouth was on her mouth, like nectar, murmuring, yes, now, as his kiss released her. She found his lips again, demanding, "Beg your pardon, sir." Jerusha gasped, breaking his hold in reflex, saw the ancient cook with back turned to them in the doorway. "What is it?" Miraway's voice was frayed around the edges. "Midday, sir. Midday meal is ready. But it'll keep until you are, sir." Jerusha heard the knowing smile as the cook shuffled back into the pantry. Miraway sighed heavily, his face trying to smile and frown, but only managing to look aggrieved. He reached for her hand, but she slipped it through his fingers before they closed. He looked at her. She saw his surprise. "You asked the question eloquently." Her own smile wavered with the static of her emotions. "But you should have asked it another time, Miraway." She shook her head, pressing her hands to her lips for a moment. "It's too close to the end for me now. Or not close enough." "I understand." He nodded, suddenly non-committal, as though the moment that had just been between them, the moment she had waited so long for, meant nothing to him. Disappointment and sudden shame pinched her chest. "Is that all it would have meant to you? I'd better be getting back to the city, so you can tell your winter doxies how you almost had the commander of police for lunch." "You don't have to go. We can pretend it didn't happen." "Maybe you can, but I can't pretend any more. Reality is too loud." She pulled on her coat, began a crooked course to the door. "Jerusha, will you be all right?" The concern caught at her. She stopped, turned back, under control. "Yes. Even a day outside Carbuncle is like a transfusion. Maybe... Will I see you again? At the festival? Before the final departure?" She hated herself for asking when he would not. "No, I don't think so. I think this is one festival I want to miss. And I'm not leaving Tiamat. This is my home." "Of course." She felt an artificial smile starting again, like a muscle cramp. "Well, maybe I'll call before I go." "Go to pieces. Go to hell." "I'll walk you out. Don't bother." She shook her head, settled her helmet on, pulling the strap down under her chin. "No need." She opened the dark, iron-hinged door and went out, putting it between them as quickly as she could. She was halfway down the hill when she heard him calling her name. She looked back to see him come running down the slope after her. She stopped, her hands making awkward fists inside her gloves. "Yes? There's a storm coming." No, there isn't. I checked the weather bulletin before I left Carbuncle. The hell with the forecasts. If those bastards would get off their simulators and look up at the sky. He swept a hand from horizon to zenith. It'll be here by daybreak tomorrow. She looked up, seeing nothing but scattered clouds, a pallid double sundog, haloing the eclipsing twins. Don't worry. I'll be home by dark. It's not you I'm worried about. His eyes were still on the northward horizon. Oh. She felt her face lose all expression. The girl who's staying here. She's up the coast in a small boat. She's not due back before late tomorrow. He faced her grimly. I've fished her out of the sea half frozen once already. I might not be so lucky again. I'll never reach her in time unless... She nodded. All right, Miroway. Let's go find her. He hesitated. I don't know how to ask you for this kind of favor. I have no right to ask you, but it's all right. It's my duty to help. No, I'm trying to ask you to be off duty when you do this. To forget that you ever met whoever you meet. He smiled, or grimaced. You see, I trust you far too much, too. He began to rub his arms. She realized he had come after her without a coat. And she remembered his unease at her arrival, and understood it, at last. She isn't a mass murderer or anything. He laughed. Far from it. Then I've got a terrible memory. Come on, let's go before you freeze. You can fill me in on the conspiracy charges on the way. They went on down the hill, into the wind's teeth. Jerusha took them up in the patroller, heading north along the sere ribbon of the coast. All right, I guess I can let myself put the parts together now. You did have something to do with that tech runner they zapped out here a fortnight or so ago. Your guest is a smuggler. She slid back with a kind of relief into familiar patterns, familiar habits, their old uncomplicated relationship. Half right. Half? She glanced at him. Then explain. You remember the circumstances of our first meeting? Yes. With a sudden image of Gundalinu's face, full of righteous indignation. He really had you nailed. Your sergeant. She felt him smile, and then remember. I'm sorry about what happened, for your sake. At least it was quick, and that's all the mercy we can hope for in this life. The girl, with a growing prescience, is the summer girl who broke your arm, the one who went off-world with the smugglers. She's back. How? They brought her back with them. Jerusha felt the patrol craft buck and swoop in a strong downdraft, reset the controls. Which means she's an illegal returnee. And maybe a whole lot more. Where's she been in the meantime? Karamov. She grunted. Wouldn't you know? Tell me, Miroway, are you sure her being taken off-world was an accident? His brows tightened. 100%. What do you mean? Hasn't it ever struck you that Moon Dawn Treader Summer bears a remarkable resemblance to the Snow Queen? No. Utter blankness. I haven't even seen the Snow Queen in years. What would you say if I told you the Queen knew who she was furious over her disappearance? If I told you all my trouble started because I let her get away? What would you say if I told you that Moon Dawn Treader is the Queen's clone? He stared. You have proof? No, I don't have proof, but I know it. I know Aryan Road had plans for that girl, plans for making her other self the Summer Queen. And if she finds out that Moon is back, they aren't the same person. They can't be. Miroway frowned out at the sea. You've forgotten something about Moon. What? She's a Sibyl. Jerusha started, as memory doubled the words. So she is. But that still doesn't mean I'm wrong, or that she isn't a danger to the hegemony. What are you going to do about it? Miroway twisted in his seat until he was facing her. She shook her head. I don't know. I won't know until I get there. Get those hides stripped off, there. Hurry up. A white one coming. Shelter by dark. Dogs barking. Moon felt the words ebb and flow like the cold tongue of the tide licking her feet, her ankles, her legs. She opened her eyes to the memory that she did not want to open her eyes and see. But all she saw was the sky, meaningless cloud flotsam drifting. She did not move, afraid to. This one's dead. His luck, praise the mother. Never found so many hides. Praise the Snow Queen. Laughter. This one's not. A face blotted out the sky, shrouded in white. It knelt, dragged her up to sitting. Black. Moon heard her own voice mumbling like a madwoman's. In black? Where? Where? She reached out, dug her fingers into the thick white shoulder for support, as she saw the body that lay beside her own. Silky! The figure in white shoved her away, getting to its feet. One of those myrrh-loving bleeders, I guess. Must have killed the hound. Hound's left the job half done on her. The voice was male, young. Silky, Silky. Moon stretched to reach the ends of inert tentacles. Finish it! A harsh, time-worn voice. Moon struggled back onto her side as the youth squatted, picking up a rock. She clawed at the fastening of her suit, jerked it open halfway down her stomach as the rock arced over her head. Sybil! She threw the word up like a shield. The boy dropped the stone from twitching fingers, pushed back his hood. She saw his face lose its inhumanity, saw his confusion follow the track of dried blood upward to her wounded throat. Sybil! She pointed at the tattoo, praying that it was clear enough and that he would understand. Ma! The boy sat back on his heels, shouted over his shoulder. Look at this! Other ghost-white figures materialized around her like a spirit tribunal, doubling and shining in her uncertain focus. A Sybil, Ma! A slight female figure danced with eagerness beside her. We can't kill her. I'm not afraid of Sybil's blood. Moon identified the crone's voice among the glaring whites as the old woman struck herself on the chest. I'm holy! I'm going to live forever! Oh, the hell you are! The girl shoved her brother aside, bending over to peer down at Moon's throat. She giggled nervously, straightening up again. Can you talk? Yes. Moon sat up, put a hand to her throat, one against her swollen face, hoarse with trying not to swallow. She looked across Silky's sprawled body, saw beyond it more white figures using their skinning knives, mutilating the bodies of the dead Murs. She swayed forward, clutching her knees, hiding from the sight of them. I didn't see him. I didn't. It was someone else. She moaned. Her voice was the desolate mourning of a lone Mur song. Then I want her. The girl turned back to the old woman. I want her for my zoo. She can answer any question. No! The old woman slapped at her. She ducked her head. Sybils are diseased. The off-worlders say they're diseased. They're all deceivers. No more pets, Bloodwood. You stink the place up with them already. I'm getting rid of those. You just try! Bloodwood kicked her viciously. The old woman howled and stumbled back. You just try! You want to live forever, you old drooler. You better leave my pets alone. All right, the crone whined. Don't talk to your mother like that, you ungrateful brat. Don't I let you have anything you want? That's more like it. Bloodwood put her hands on her hips, looked down at Moon's huddled grief again, grinning. I think you're going to be just what I need. Gods! Oh, my gods! More a curse than a prayer. Jerusha stood silently beside Miroway on the lifeless beach, listened to the far, high squealing of the displaced scavenger birds. Her eyes swept the death-littered field of stones restlessly, not wanting to settle anywhere, register any detail of the scene, but unable to look back at Miroway, ashen-faced beside her, unable to speak a word or even touch him, ashamed to intrude further on a grief past comprehending. This was the hunt, the Mer sacrifice, this stinking abattoir on the barren shore. This was the thing she had resented in principle, without ever trying to approach its reality. But this man had hated the reality. Miroway moved away from the patrol craft, began a path through the mutilated corpses of the Mers, inspecting each hide-stripped, bloody form with masochistic thoroughness. Jerusha followed him, keeping her distance, felt her jaws tightening until she wondered whether she would ever be able to open her mouth again. She saw him stop and kneel down by one of the bodies. Moving closer, she saw that it was not a Mer, and not human. A dead hound? A dead friend. He picked the Dillip's limp body up like a sleeping child. She saw the dark stain that it left behind on the beach. She watched uncomprehendingly as he carried the body to the edge of the water, entered it without hesitation, wading further and further out until the frigid sea lapped his chest, and then he let the exile go quietly home. As he came out of the water again, Jerusha took off her coat and threw it around his shoulders. He nodded absently. She almost thought that the cold did not reach him. She remembered suddenly that one of the tech runners 5 years ago had been a Dillip. She must be dead, too. His voice was like steel. She realized that there was no sign of Moon Dawntreader. Starbuck, the hounds did this. He gestured. The word was a curse. The last hunt. On my land. His hands coiled into fists. And leaving them like this. Mutilating them. This flaunting. Why? Aryan Road ordered it. The simple statement seared her like a beam of light, as she saw the only conceivable reason that Aryan Road might have for lashing out at an off-worlder, a total stranger. Because of me? No, not because of me. Miroway turned as though her guilt shone out like a beacon. This is a crime against a citizen of the hegemony, on his granted land. His voice accused her without needing to say the words. You've seen it with your own eyes. You have the jurisdiction. Do you have the control to charge Starbuck with murder? Commander? She stiffened. I don't know. I don't know any more, Miroway. Touching the badges on her coat collar. She took a deep breath. But I swear to you, before your gods and mine, that I will do anything in my power to make it happen, seeing the ruined bodies. She destroys everything she touches, God damn her. Beezy's life gone up in a ball of flame, and I'll make her pay, if I have to die to do it. She won't get away with it. Luskid's life ruined. She thinks she's untouchable. She thinks she'll be queen forever, but she won't get away with it. Her own life ruined. If I have to drown her myself. I believe you, Jerusha, Miroway said, unsmiling. She heard the cold accusation fade from his voice. But there isn't much time. I know. She looked away, deliberately imprinting her mind with the gaping ruin of a creature whose only crime was life. I've never seen a Mer. She pressed her lips together. You haven't seen one here, either. His voice was unsteady. Not those mounds of dead flesh. Those are nothing at all. You haven't seen the Mers until you've seen them dance on the water, or heard their song. You haven't understood the real crime until you know the truth about what they are. They're not just animals, Jerusha. What? She turned back. What are you saying? No, Don't tell me this. I don't want to know. They're intelligent beings. There weren't 2 murders on this beach today. There were 100. And over the last millennium. She swayed, shaken by the wind. No, Miraway, they're not. They can't be. They're a synthetic life form. The old empire gave them intelligence as well as immortality. Moon Dawntreader told me the truth about them. But why? Why would they be intelligent? And how could the hedge not know? Her voice faded. I don't know why, but I know the hegemony has to have known the truth for a millennium. I told Moon when I heard it that I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Muscles twitched in his face. I do now. He turned his back on her. Jerusha stood without words, without motion, waiting for the brittle bowl of the sky to crack open and fall, waiting for the weight of injustice to crush this eggshell world of lies and bring it crashing down on her. But there was no change in the sea, in the air, no difference in the profile of the cliffs, or the suffocating awareness of death, waste, mourning. Miraway, come back to the patroller. You'll catch your death. He nodded. Yes. The survivors will return, in time. I have to leave them to their own. I can't help them. I can't help my own any more. He looked toward the small outrigger beached at the water's edge, its sail flapping mournfully. She gave me the most important gift anyone could have given me, Jerusha. The truth. She said she was told to come back here. She had had a Sybil sending. I don't understand. I can't believe it was meant to end like this for her. What does it all mean? I don't know. Nothing. Jerusha shook her head. Maybe everything we do is meaningless. But we have to try, don't we? We have to go on looking for justice and settling for revenge. She started back toward the patrol craft, her arms wrapped around her. As they passed the abandoned outrigger, it occurred to her that Arian Rhodes' hounds had destroyed Arian Rhodes' clone child, and Arian Rhodes would never know it. Chapter 32. I was worried about you when they reported the storm. It was nothing. We just rode it out, listlessly. Soft laughter. How many of my Starbucks could say that without lying? Sparks did not answer, lying motionless on the bed, watching himself in the mirrors, watching her watch him watch into infinity. Arian Rhodes lay beside him. The curving lines of her body were the folds of a continent rising from the sea, cloaked in the snowfields of her hair. Strands of thread-fine silver chains spilled down from her waist like a river of light. She massaged the fragrant oil into his skin with slow, exploratory fingers. But his body did not respond, would not respond, to her most intimate touch, her most knowing suggestions. Like a corpse. God's help me, I'm buried alive. Arian Rhodes' hand slipped from his thigh as his muscles hardened. Rigor mortis. She rolled onto her stomach, resting across his chest as she looked down at him with concern in her agate-colored eyes. The wrong eyes. As he saw the shadows that lay just below the surface, the depths of wisdom without mercy. The eyes of a changeling who had made him a prisoner locked in his own mind. He closed his own eyes. But I did it all for you, Arian Rhodes. Are you so tired, then, after all? She lifted the off-worlder medal from his chest, turning it idly between her fingers. He heard the undercurrent of cool resentment below the shallows of her solicitude. Or so bored? Shall I make it a threesome? No. He put his arms around her and pulled her down on him. filling his hands with the silken cloth of her hair, kissing her lips, her eyes, the hollow of her throat, and feeling nothing. Nothing. The ghost girl who had come to him out of the sea would lie between them whenever they lay together from now on, and he would see her eyes, the right eyes, the only eyes. They would accuse him, weeping tears of blood, forever. Arian Road, despairingly. Damn it, you know I love you. You know you're everything to me, everything she ever was, and more. But the word was a moan. His hands fell away from her. Arian Road turned rigid on top of him. She? What are you talking about, my love? Our moon? Her voice was soft and clouded over. Does she still come back to haunt you, after so long? She's gone. We lost her a long time ago. You have to put her out of your mind. She stroked his temples with her fingers in slow, circling motions. By all the gods, I thought I had. He rolled his head from side to side, trying to look away from his own reflection, but it followed him inexorably. Then why? Why think about her now? Are you afraid of the change coming? I promised you it would never come. I don't care about that. About killing my people. Then I don't care about anything at all. He shifted her carefully off of him, rolled over onto his stomach, and propped his head in his hands. She sat up beside him, the girdle of silver threads whispering over her skin. Then what a wildness in it! Her hands closed over his shoulders. You're mine, Starbuck. You're all that I love in this world. I won't share you with a summer dream. I won't lose you to a ghost, even my own. She wasn't a ghost. She was real. He bit down on his fist. Arian Road's fingernails bit his flesh in turn. Who? Knowing who. Moon. Something shook him, close to a sob. Moon! 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 She was there, at the hunt. She came out of the sea with the Murs. A dream. She frowned. No dream, Arian Road. He threw himself onto his back, feeling her nails rake him. I touched her. I saw the sign on her throat. And the blood. I touched her blood. She cursed me. Death to kill a Sybil. Death to love a Sybil. You fool! But not for his foolhardiness. Why didn't you tell me about this immediately? He shook his head. I couldn't. She slapped him. He fell back on the pillows in disbelief. Where is she? What happened to her? He rubbed his hand across his mouth. The hounds would have killed her. I stopped them. I left her there on the beach. Why? A world of loss in one whispered word. Because she would have recognized me. He tore the words out by the roots. She would have known. She would have seen what I am. His reflection pinwheeled him around and around and around. So you're ashamed to be my lover and the most powerful man on this planet? She tossed back her hair. Yes, ashamed to look at her, too, as he said it. When I was with her, I was ashamed. But you left her alone on the shore with a blizzard coming, and you're not ashamed of that. Arian Road wrapped herself in her arms, shivered as though it was herself he had abandoned. Damn it, I didn't know about the storm. There wasn't any report. You only needed to look up at the sky to know. But he had shut himself into his cabin to hide his trembling loss of control from the hounds, and he had come out again only when the storm was already sweeping down on them, when it was too late to think of anything but their own survival. And afterward, it was too late for anything at all. He looked up angrily into Arian Road's anger. I don't understand you. Why does she matter so much to you? Even if she is your kinswoman, you were never close to her. Not like I was. No one in this world is closer to her than I am. Arian Road leaned toward him. "Haven't you realized that? Haven't you seen by now? I am Moon." "No." He pulled away from her. She caught the chain of his medal and held him tethered. "Moon is my clone. I had her raised as a summer to take my place as queen. We're identical in every way. Every way." She took his hands and ran them down along her body. "And we both love you above all others." "It isn't possible." He touched her face and knew that it was. They were night and day, iron and air, gall and honey. "Then why do I love you both?" He bowed his head. "Because I do love you both. God's help me. Anything is possible, even that she's come back to me." Arian Road looked through him, through time. "But do I still need her? Do I still want her?" Her focus narrowed to him again. "And do you, my love?" He sagged against her, felt her arms circle him, her hands stroke him lovingly, possessively. "No, no more than I ever wanted her, only her. Only you, Arian Road. You made me everything I am. You're all I need, and you're all I deserve." Chapter 33. "Come on, Sybil. Come meet my other pets." Blodwed's sharp, high voice pricked Moon like a goad, started her through the crowd of gawkers gathered at the entrance of the cavern. They had all come forward to stare at her, pointing and muttering, calling out vulgar questions that she ignored with all the restraint left in her dazed body. A prize fish dangling on the pier. But none of the nomads would get close enough to touch her, and they parted before her stumbling progress like grasses before the wind. Even Blodwed had never actually touched her, but Moon recognized the stunner hanging from the girl's belt. And even if she dared to break free from her captors, there was nowhere to go. They had traveled for 2 days on snow skimmers, climbing into the ice-bound highlands of the interior to get to this isolated nomads' camp. She had no strength left to carry her alone through the winter wilderness, barely the strength to carry her on across the immense floor of the rock shelter. Dogs barked and bayed at her passing, chained among the bright-colored synthetic tents, the patterned gray and brown ones made from hides. The tents dotted the cavern like grotesque fungal growths. Dozens of perpetual radiance heaters and lanterns filled the looming space with warmth and light, as the voices of the booty-haggling kinsmen behind her filled and refilled it with echoing noise. Moon slowed, holding out her mittened hands to one of the heaters as she passed. But Blodwed's impatience radiated like heat. "Come on, hurry up!" And she moved on, too numb with exhaustion and cold to protest. Blodwed herded her into a narrow, downsloping passage, half in shadows, at the rear of the cave. She saw light dimly on ahead. A miasma of strange smells prickled like smoke inside her head as she went forward, to find her way barred by a gate of wood and twisted wire. Blodwed pushed past her, pressed a thumb into the bottom of the heavy lock. The lock opened, and she waved Moon through. Moon went ahead, hearing Blodwed come through behind her, stood still in place as she took in the details of her new prison. The rock chamber was 20 or 30 feet in diameter, with a ceiling almost as high, and an incandescent heater sat in its center like a sun. Around the perimeter, locked in cages, tethered by rope or chain, were creatures of half a dozen unidentifiable species, furred, feathered, covered with scales, or masses of naked wrinkles. She covered her nose and mouth with her hand, as the smell of their squalid misery struck her full force. She saw them cringe, saw them snarl, saw the ones that lay sullenly apathetic, with no response at all, saw the human being lying on a bare cot by the far wall, as far from the gate, as far from the rest, as possible. "Damn her! Damn her!" Bloodwood shouted suddenly. Moon jerked around. The menagerie hissed and yowled and clamored as Bloodwood turned and ran back up the passage. The gate banged shut behind her. Moon turned back, looking across the room toward the figure still lying unresponsive on the cot. She went forward slowly, limping as sensation began to burn in the soles of her feet again. The frightened animals cowered back from her. She reached the stranger's side without waking him, seeing as she approached that it was a man, an off-worlder, a blue. His heavy uniform coat was splattered with dark stains, and he wore the dingy white leggings and boots of the nomads. Looking down at his face, she saw the finely drawn features she had seen so often on aristocratic Karamorgis. But this face was like cut crystal, the skin strained over the hollow bones. And still he did not wake. His breathing was labored, wrong. She put out a hand uncertainly, touched his face, pulled it back from the burn of fever. She let her quivering legs go out from under her, sank down beside his cot on the cold floor. The animals had grown quiet, but she felt their frightened eyes still on her, and their misery overwhelming her, until her own cup of misery overflowed. She let her head fall against the cot's edge, hard, dry sobs shaking her apart. "Help me, lady, help me. Everything I touch, I destroy." "What's wrong?" A feverish hand ruffled her hair. She jerked upright, swallowed her sobs. "Are you for me crying?" The words were in Sundhi. The sick man struggled to lift his head. His eyes were red and crusted. She thought he barely saw her. "Yes." Her answer was scarcely louder than his question. "No need." A fit of coughing knocked the breath and the words out of him. "Look at this! Look at it!" Moon stiffened back and around as Bloodwood burst into the chamber again, dragging a larger girl after her. "Smell it! I told you to keep them right while I was gone." "I did," the older girl cried out as Bloodwood caught her by the braid and yanked. "I ought to rub your face in it, Fossil. But I won't if you get this place clean before—" "All right, all right." The older girl backed toward the gate, wiping away pain tears. "You snotty little wart." "Wait! What's wrong with him?" Bloodwood pointed past Moon at the off-worlder. "He's sick. He tried to get away when we let him out to take a piss. He ran right into the blizzard, you know. He went in circles, and we found him right outside." She made the crazy sign and shook her head, backing up the passageway. Bloodwood came on across the chamber, crouched down beside Moon, looking at the sick man's face. "Ugh!" She clamped his jaw roughly in her hand as he tried to turn his head away. "What did you do that for?" His eyes closed. "I don't think he hears you." Moon put a hand over his, squeezed his fingers lightly before she let go. "He needs a healer, Bloodwood." Tentatively. "Is he going to die?" Bloodwood sat back on her knees, the truculence unexpectedly melting out of her voice. "There's no healer here. Ma used to do it, but she's not right in the head. She never taught anybody else. Can't you help him?" Moon glanced up at her. "Maybe I can." She began to put her hair into braids. "Do you have any off-worlder medical supplies?" Bloodwood shook her head. "How about herbs? Anything?" "I can steal Ma's. They're old." Bloodwood stood up, expectantly. "Just get them." Moon watched her go, confused by her willingness. She lifted the off-worlder's hand again, feeling for the pulse in his wrist, caught her breath, as she saw the inside of his arm crisscrossed with ragged scars. She stared in silent disbelief, lowered his arm again carefully, wrist down. She kept her hold on his hand as she sat waiting, and kept her mind empty. "Here they are!" Blodwedd came back through the gate at last, carrying a skin-wrapped bundle beaded with tiny bones and bits of metal. She opened it, spread it out on the floor between them. "Neutron activation," she said, waving her hands. "Ma always says power words. Do you say power words, Sybil?" There was no taunt in it. "I suppose so." Moon picked over the leafy bundles of dried plants, sniffing at clear plastic bags of seeds and flower heads. Her hope faded. "I don't know any of these." "Well, that one's—" She shook her head. I don't know how to use these." K.R. Aspunt had told her about the old Empire's exploration service, that before they opened new worlds for human colonists, they had seeded them with a panacea of medicinal plants, different series for different ecosystems. "In the islands, we used a lot of sea plants for curing, and called them the Lady's Gifts. I'll have to ask. You'll have to ask for me. Input me. Will you?" Blodwedd nodded eagerly. "Ask me their uses," Moon gestured. "Remember what I say. Exactly, or it won't do any good. Can you?" "Sure." Blodwedd grinned arrogantly. "I can sing all the landmarks of the trail song. Nobody else can, anymore. I can sing any song I ever heard on the radio, even once." Moon managed half a smile, stopped by the stiff bruise on her cheek. "Then prove it. Ask, and I will answer. Input." Blodwedd cleared her throat, sat up straighter. "Oh, Sybil, tell me, how to use these magic plants." Moon took up a bundle of herbs in her hand, felt herself begin to fall backwards down the well of absence. Clavally! She came into the light again to find a face she knew, Clavally's flushed and startled face, tousled hair, bare shoulders, as close to her as Danakil Lou. She saw Clavally pull a blanket up to cover herself hastily. She thought, uselessly, "Danakil Lou, I'm sorry. Clavally, it's only Moon." But she could not affect their lives even when she intruded on them so profoundly, to share her apologies, or her happiness at even this reunion, to ask their help, or to communicate in any way at all. But a tentative smile formed at the corners of Clavally's wide mouth, as though she saw a message fill the window of Danakil Lou's eyes. She touched his cheek tenderly, still smiling, and with knowing patience lay back on the bed to wait. "No further analysis." Moon slumped forward, drained, felt Blodwedd's quick hands catch her and keep her upright. "You did it! You're not a fake!" Blodwedd propped her against the cot and took her hands away, suddenly leery. "Wake up! Are you awake? Where did you go?" Moon nodded, let her forehead rest on her knees. "I visited old friends." She wrapped her arms around her shins, holding on to the memory, the only warmth, the only happiness she could remember. "I know all the herbs now, Sybil." Blodwedd's voice poured at her. "I'll show you. Are you going to cure him?" "No." Moon raised her unwilling head, opened her eyes. "I'm going to bring a real healer to use the herbs. But you'll have to help me. Give me whatever I need." A nod. Moon readied herself, knowing that if she simply had the strength to begin, the transfer would take her through to the end. Her body rebelled, refusing to gather for another ordeal, but she knew that if she surrendered to exhaustion now, it might be too late for the off-worlder by the time she could start again, and she was not going to watch another person die because of her. She focused her attention on his face. "All right, Ask me how to treat him. Input. And she flung herself through into a white-walled anti-gravity chamber, where she watched a cluster of men clad in pastel and transparent suits drift weightless, tethered to a table, arguing an incomprehensible medical procedure. Beyond them, beyond the reinforced glass of a wide window, she saw thick fingers of ice depending beneath an eave, and floodlights illuminating a field of drifted snow. Analysis. She came back into herself, barely hearing the dry rattle of the end sign inside her head. She smelled the pungent reek of half a dozen strange herbs on her hands and clothing as she crumpled forward. Mind fog haloed her view of Blodwedd's peering face and the inert blanket bundle of the sick off-worlder, turning them to a holy vision. Reassured, she found her hands and knees and crawled toward the heater in the room's center. When the cloud of energy became so intense that her body could not endure more, she let herself down at last and slept. Moon came awake with the urgency of terror, stared at the unexpected walls that closed her in. Stone walls! Not the endless desolation of sky above a lifeless, stony beach, where an executioner in black wore a metal as familiar as the face of her only love. She hid from the phantom behind a wall of fingers, pressing the swollen soreness of her face. No, it isn't true. A soft trilling intruded on her, expanding her awareness, pulling her back into the stone-walled chamber. She lowered her hands, seeing the cluster of cages across the room, and felt time's flood sweep her into the present. Someone had moved her to a pad of blankets. The animal stench had cleared, as though someone had cleaned the cages out as well, and the air was strong with the smell of herbs. No sound reached her from beyond the locked gate. She guessed that it must be far into the night. The animals stirred and rustled, tending to their own lives, watching her with only half an eye now. You know I'm just another pet. She climbed uncertainly to her feet, swayed a moment, seeing stars, before she could cross the room. The off-worlder lay under a half-tent of blanket, wrapped like a swaddled infant in more covers. A pot of pungent herb brew steamed on a hot plate by his head. She kneeled down by the cot, put her hand against his face. Cooler, not really sure that he was. Please, come back. Prove I have a right to be alive and be a Sybil. She bowed her head, pressed her forehead against the hard frame of the cot. Have you back for me come, then? She looked up, saw the off-worlder struggling to open his eyes. I never left you. He frowned, shook his head as though it didn't make sense. I've never away gone. She repeated it in Sandhi. Ah. He watched her through his slitted eyes. Then I'm not afraid. When will we go? When? Soon. She smoothed his wiry hair and saw him smile. Not knowing what he was asking, she said, When thou art stronger. She used the familiar form unthinkingly. I didn't think you so fair would be. Stay by me. Until then, I will. Glancing down, she saw the untouched mug of thick medicine broth on the floor by her knee. She picked it up. Thou must this drink. She put her arm under his shoulders, rolled him onto his side. He worked a hand free obediently, but it could not hold the cup. She saw the livid scars along the inside of his wrist again. She held the cup for him, helped him drink it down. Coughing took him as he finished it, rattling in his chest like stones. The plastic mug slipped from her hand and rolled under the cot. She held him tightly in her arms, sharing her own strength with him until the attack passed, and then a little longer. Thou feel so real, he sighed against her shoulder. So kind. She let him slip back onto the cot, already asleep. She sat for a long moment watching him, before she settled against the cot frame, resting her head on her arm, and closed her eyes again. You are real. The words greeted her like old friends as she woke again, slowly raised her head from her sleep-deadened arm. She sat back, disconcerted, blinking. The off-worlder slumped against the wall, propped into place by a knot of blankets. Did I dream? Or did you to me in Sandi speak? I did, in Sandi. Moon worked her fingers, felt the needles starting, as circulation stirred in her arm. I cannot it believe. You were so sick. She felt a shining warmth fill her. But the power came through me, and I healed you. I thought you the child-stealer were. When I was young, my nurse said she as pale as aurora glow is. He leaned more heavily on the heaped blankets. But you're no ghost. Are you? As though he still half doubted his senses. No. She massaged her twisted neck muscles with her other hand, wincing. Or I wouldn't so much hurt. You're a prisoner too, then? He leaned forward slightly, squinting. His eyes were still inflamed. She nodded. Your face. They didn't molest? She shook her head. No, they haven't me hurt. They fear me, so far. Fear you? He glanced toward the gate and what lay beyond it. The distant sounds of a new day out in the camp reached them like an echo of another world. She lifted her chin, saw him grimace at the wound on her throat before his face went slack. Sybil? She lowered her head again. Gods, this moves too fast. He lay down again, resting on his side through another attack of coughing. Something out of place caught the corner of her eye. She twisted, found a pile of blue-black cloth trimmed with braid behind her, a jug, and a bowl of dried meat. Someone brought us food. Her hands were reaching for it even as she spoke. Food, not even knowing how long it had been since she had eaten anything. Bloodwood, hours back. I pretended to sleep. Moon took a long drink from the pitcher, a creamy blue-white liquid that slid down her parched throat into her shriveled stomach like ambrosia. Oh! Suddenly ashamed, she lowered the pitcher, pushed up onto her knees. Here. She filled the plastic mug, held it up to him. No. He put an arm across his eyes. I don't want. You must. To heal, you need strength. No, I don't. The arm came down from his eyes. He lifted his head to look at her. Yes, I guess I do. He took the drink in his good hand. She saw scars on that wrist, too. He caught her looking at him, raised the mug to his mouth without comment, and sipped slowly. Moon chewed a mouthful from a strip of dried meat, swallowed it whole before she asked, Who are you? How did you here get? Who am I? He looked down at his uniform coat, touched it. His face changed with a kind of wonder, like a man coming out of a coma. Gundolinu, Sybil. Police Inspector B.Z. Gundolinu. He grimaced. From Karamov. They shot down my patroller and took me. How long have you here been? Forever. He opened his eyes again. And you? Did they you from the Starport kidnap? Where are you from? Big Blue or Samath? No, Tiamat. Here? But you're a Sybil. He lowered the cup from his lips. The winters don't. I'm a summer. Moon, Dawn Treader, summer. Where did you Sandi learn? Something darker than curiosity shadowed it. Moon frowned uncertainly. On Karamov. You're proscribed, then. How did you back here get? His voice broke, too feeble to support the weight of an authoritarian demand. The same way I left, with tech runners. She slipped into her own speech without realizing it, taken by surprise, indignant at his indignation. What are you going to do about it, Blue? Arrest me? Deport me? She put her hands on her hips, clenched with resentment. I'd do both, if I were in any position to. He followed her doggedly from language to language, but the righteousness drained out of him and left him limp on the cot. He laughed, a hoarse, hating sound. But don't worry. Flat on my face, with the cosmic crud, and living in a kennel. I'm not in any position. He finished the liquid in the mug, let it hang empty from a finger over the cot's edge. Moon refilled the mug and put it into his hand again. A smuggling Sybil. He sipped carefully, watching her. I thought you were supposed to be serving humanity, not yourself. Or did you have that tattoo put on purely for business reasons? Moon flushed with fresh anger. That isn't allowed. Neither is smuggling, but it's done. He sneezed violently, spilling his drink on himself, on her. I'm not a smuggler. She flinched, brushed droplets from her parka. But not because I think it's wrong. You're the ones who are wrong, Gundalinu. You Blues, letting your people come here and take what they want and give us nothing in return. He smiled mirthlessly. So, you've swallowed that simplistic line, bait and hook, have you? If you wanted to see real greed and exploitation, try a world that didn't have our police force to keep the peace, or to keep people like you from coming back to make trouble once you've been off-world. Moon settled back on her heels, saying nothing, holding the words prisoner. Gundalinu matched her silence. She sat listening to the breath wheeze in his throat. This is my world. I have the right to be here. I am a Sybil, Gundalinu, and I'll serve Tiamat any way I can. Something harsher than pride filled her voice. I can prove my claim any time you ask. Ask, and I will answer. No need, Sybil. A whisper of apology. You already have. I ought to hate you for curing me. He rolled onto his stomach, looking down at her. She blinked at his expression. Her hands closed over her own wrists. But knowing I'm alive and not alone, seeing your face, hearing you speak a civilized language, my own language. Gods, I never thought I'd ever hear it again. I thank you. His voice broke. How long were you on Karamov? Almost a month. She put another piece of dried meat into her mouth, let the juices begin to dissolve, easing a throat closed by sudden empathy. But I might have stayed longer, maybe all my life, if things had been different. Then you liked it there? There was no sarcasm now, only a hunger. Where were you? What did you see? The thieves' market, mostly, and the starport city. She sat cross-legged, pulling her feet into place, and let her mind see only the days that had feasted her eyes, see Elsevier and Silky and Cress alive and sharing her feast, the journey down to the planet's surface, and K.R. Aspunt's ornamental gardens, and we drank lith and ate sugared fruits. Oh, and on the screen we saw Singaloo raised to tech. What? Gundalinu sat against the wall, gasping with incredulous delight. She noticed that he was missing a tooth. Gods, I don't believe it! Old Singaloo? You're making that up, aren't you? Laughter was the best medicine. She shook her head. No, really. It was an accident, but even K.R. was glad. And she remembered tears welling in Elsevier's eyes, in her own. Tears rose again, suddenly. Tears of grief, this time. Dropped in on K.R. Aspunt. He shook his head, wiped his own eyes, still grinning. Even my father didn't just drop in on K.R. Asplund. Well, go on. What next? Moon swallowed. We talked. He asked me to stay a few days. He's a Sibyl, you know. She broke off. And I know there are a lot of things you're not telling me, Gandalinu said quietly. He shook his head. No, I don't want to know. I don't even want to know why the hell K.R. Asplund has tech runners to tea. But you could have had anything you wanted there. The life, all the things you couldn't have here. Why? Why did you leave all that and risk everything to come back here? I can see it in your eyes. You wish you hadn't. I thought I had to. She felt her broken nails dig into her palms. I never wanted to go off-world in the first place. I was going to Carbuncle to find my cousin. But when I got to Shotover Bay, I met Elsevier, and then the Blues tried to arrest us. Shotover Bay? A peculiarly chagrined expression settled over his face. It's a small universe. No wonder I keep thinking I've seen your face somewhere. She leaned forward with a smile starting, studied his face in turn. No, I guess I was too busy running. He twitched his mouth. No one's ever called it memorable. So you were going to Carbuncle. But after 5 years, you aren't still going there. Whatever happened to your kinsman is ancient history by now. It's not. She shook her head. While I was on Karamuff, I asked, and the transfer told me I had to return, that it wasn't finished yet. The cold silence of the void grew loud inside her, squeezed her breath away. But ever since I've come, everyone I've cared about, I've destroyed or hurt. She hunched over, pulled herself into a hiding place. You? I don't understand. Because I came back. She let the words come, making him see her for what she was. Every act and every retribution that had brought her relentlessly to this place. I made it happen. I made them do it. It was all for me. I'm a curse. None of it would have happened without me. None of it. You wouldn't have seen it happen, that's all. Nobody rules anyone else's fate. We don't even control our own. She felt his hand hesitantly on her shoulder. We wouldn't be prisoners here. I wouldn't be alive now to say you're wrong to blame yourself, if we did. Would I? She raised her head. But the Murs, lady, even the Murs, they were safe on Engenet's land until I came. If Starbuck and the hounds were poaching, it was no fault of yours. It was nobody's doing but the Queen's. I'd say you must be thrice blessed, not cursed, if all you got out of an encounter with Starbuck was a sore throat. He began to cough, pressing his own throat. Starbuck? Slowly she uncoiled, stretching her legs, gathering the courage to ask, was he the man in black? What is he? Not asking, who is he? Gandalinu raised his eyebrows, took his hand away from her softening shoulder. You've never heard of Starbuck? He's the Queen's consort, her hunter, her henchman, her chief adviser when she deals with us, her lover. He saved my life. She traced the scab of the healing wound across her neck, finding the strength to ask, Who is he, Gandalinu? No one knows. His identity is kept secret. He loved you once, but he loves her now. The words of the transfer reverberated. Now I understand. I understand everything. It's true. She looked away and away, but the emerald eyes behind the black executioner's mask followed her. Followed. What is? My cousin is Starbuck, whispered. Gandalinu said calmly, He can't be. Starbuck is an off-worlder. Sparks is one, too. His father was one. He always wanted to be like them, like the Winters. And now he is a monster. How could he do this to me? You're jumping to conclusions. Just because Starbuck was afraid to kill a Sybil, he knew I was a Sybil before he ever saw my sign. She struck back at his insufferable conviction. He knew me. I know he did. And he was wearing the medal that was Sparks's. And he was killing Murs. She pressed her knotted fist against her mouth. How could he? How could he change into that? Gundolino lay down again, uncomfortably silent. Carbuncle does that to people. But if it's true, at least he had enough humanity left to spare your life. Now you can forget about him. Forget about one problem, at least. He sighed, staring up into shadows. No. She pushed herself to her feet, moving in a stiff circle beside the cot. I want to get to Carbuncle more than ever. There has to be a reason for what he's done. If he's changed, there's a way to change him back. Win him back. I won't lose. Not after I've come so far. I love him, Gundolino. No matter what he's done, no matter how he's changed, I can't just stop loving him, or needing him, or wanting him back. He's mine. He's always been mine. I won't give him up, no matter whose he is, or what she's made him into. Appalled by the truth, made helpless by it. We pledged our lives to each other, and if he doesn't want that any more, he's going to have to prove it to me. One hand made a fist, the other clung to it. I see. He smiled, but there was uncertainty behind it. And I always thought you natives led dull, uncomplicated lives. Unwitting condescension crept back, making him comfortable. At least on Karamoth, love has the courtesy to know its place, and not tear our hearts out of us. Then you've never been in love, resentfully. She crouched down by the pile of bright and dark cloth Blodwood had left them, picked up a piece distractedly. It was a tunic, sewn with wide bands of woven braid. If you mean all-consuming, sense-clouding, lightning-struck love, no. I've read about it. His voice softened at the edges. But I've never seen it. I don't think it exists in the real universe. Karamorgis don't exist in the real universe. She took off her parka, pulled open the seal of her dry suit, and climbed out of it, rubbing her skin-sore, abraded arms, scratching her back. Letting him watch, aware that he tried not to, taking perverse pleasure in his discomfiture. She pulled the soft, heavy tunic on over her skimpy undersuit, struggled into the leggings and fur-lined boots, buckled the wide, painted leather belt around her hips. She touched the hand-woven braid that ran down the tunic front, along the hem. All the colors of sunset against the night-blue wool. This is beautiful. Astonishment pushed up through her darker preoccupation. She realized suddenly that the braid, the garment, were very old. Yes. Gundolino's expression was not the one she had expected, but she saw the embarrassment lying below it, and felt a pinprick shame at his shame. Gundolino, make it BZ. He shrugged away his self-consciousness. We're all on a first-name basis here. He gestured at the animals. She nodded. BZ, we've got to find... She broke off again, hearing someone enter the passageway. The lock rattled, and the gate swung back. Blodwood came through it, trailed by a small, rosy-cheeked child, and carrying a box. She pulled the gate shut with her foot. The animals stirred and peered out at her all along the walls. Tension made their movements furtive. The toddler wandered toward the cages, sat down unexpectedly on the floor in front of one. Blodwood ignored him, coming on across the room. Moon glanced at Gundolino, saw the life go out of his eyes, and the animation out of his face, leaving bleak resignation. But Blodwood beamed as she dropped the box, stood before him, inspecting him like an inquisitor. I don't believe it. He's all right. See? She caught his sleeve, tugged on his arm. I got a real Sybil just to keep you alive, Blue Boy. He pulled free, sitting up. Now you can finish reading to me. Leave me alone. He put his feet over the cot's edge, propped his head on his hands. He began to cough, sullenly. Bloodwood shrugged, looked back at Moon, scratching her beaky nose. You okay, too? I thought you were both dead this morning. A bare hint of deference crept into her voice. Moon nodded, controlling her own voice, picking the words cautiously. I'm all right. Thank you for bringing me clothes to wear. She touched the front of the tunic. This is very beautiful. She couldn't keep the incredulity out of it. Bloodwed's sky-blue eyes were full of pride for an instant. She glanced down. They're just old stuff. They belong to my great-grandmother. Nobody wears those things anymore. Nobody here even knows how to make them. She tugged at the hem of her dirty white parka as though she really preferred it. She rummaged in the carton, pulled out a fist-sized cube of plastic. Unintelligible noise filled the air like rain. Bloodwood began to hum a tune, and Moon realized that she was picking it out of the radio static. Reception really stinks back in this cave. Of course, it didn't help that old Blue Boy here tried to take this apart and make a transmitter. She made a face at him. Here's your dinner, tossing a can onto the cot. A sudden shriek behind them jerked Moon around. The toddler stood wailing, waving his hands by the cages. Well, don't stick your fingers in there, damn it! Here's yours. Moon caught the can as it arced into her hands, sat down and pulled the lid up. It vaguely resembled stew. She watched Gundalinu open his own can, with a twinge of relief. Is he your brother? To Bloodwood. No. Bloodwood moved away, carrying handfuls of meat, and a box with an animal's picture on it. She made the circuit from tethered creature to caged one, giving them each their evening meal. Moon watched them flutter up or cringe away from her rough movements, slink forward again after she passed. Bloodwood came back, scowling, sat down with her own can. The little boy appeared beside her, pulling at her jacket and whining. Not now. She pushed a spoonful of stew into his mouth. You know anything about animals? She glanced at Moon, looked back over her shoulder at the cages. Not these. Moon looked away from the boy, whose face was as perfectly pink and white as a porcelain figurine. Then you're going to do what you did yesterday again. Only this time tell me about the animals. She glared, expecting a refusal. I think some of them are sick, too. I don't know how to take care of them, either. Her gaze broke. I want to know how. Moon nodded, swallowing the last of her stew, and got slowly to her feet. Where did you get all these animals? Stole them from the spaceport, or got them from traders, or out trapping. The elf fox and the gray birds there, and the conies. But I don't even know the names of the rest. Moon felt Gundalinu's eyes trail her with dark accusation, ignored it as she walked toward the closest of the animals, the hardest one to face, the shivering pouch of wrinkles that squatted on a nest of dried grass. It blubbered obscenely, showing her a wide sucker mouth as she opened the cage door. Biting back her disgust, she crouched before it, offered it a handful of food pellets at arm's length, holding very still. Its burbling hysteria gradually died away, and after another endless moment it floundered forward, inch by inch, to touch her hand tentatively with its mouth. She shuddered. It scuttled back, worked its way forward again. It took the pellets one by one from her palm with great delicacy. She dared to stroke it with her free hand. Its brain-like convolutions were smooth and cool to her touch, like the surface of a smocked satin pillow. It settled contentedly under her hand, making a sound like bubbles popping. She left it slowly, went on to the pair of lithe, pacing carnivores in the next cage, their ears flattened, Their tusks showed white against the black-on-black patterning of their fur. There was something feline about them, and so she began to whistle softly, creating the overtones that had made cats come purring into her lap at home. The long tufted ears flicked, swiveled, tuned like radar. The animals came toward her almost reluctantly, drawn by the sound. She offered them her fingers to sniff, felt a thrill of pleasure when an ebony cheek brushed her hand in a gesture of acceptance. The cat creatures sidled along the bars, demanding her touch with guttural cries. She moved on more confidently to the leather-winged reptile with a head like a pickaxe, the feather-soft oblongs with no heads at all, the bird with emerald plumage and ruby crest that lay listlessly in the bottom of its cage. She lost track of time or any purpose beyond the need to communicate, even to the smallest degree, with every creature, and earn for herself the reward of its embryonic trust, until she reached the end of the circuit at last, found the little boy lying asleep on Blodwed's knee, and Blodwed staring up at her in silent envy. Moon glanced away, understanding the look in one final moment of empathy. I'm ready to begin transfer, Blodwed, whenever you say. How did you do that? Blodwed's words struck her like blows. Why do they come to you and not to me? They're my pets. They're supposed to love me. The boy woke at the sound of her anger and began to cry. That should be obvious, Gundalinu muttered sourly. She treats animals like human beings, and you treat human beings like animals. Blodwed stood up furiously, and Gundalinu stiffened, but no words came out of her, and she did not bring up her white-knuckled fists to strike him. Blodwed, they're afraid of you, because— Moon struggled, fitting reluctant words to her thoughts. Because you're afraid of them. I'm not afraid of them. You are afraid of them. Moon shook her head. Not that way. I mean, I'm not afraid to let them see I care about them. She twisted a braid. Blodwed's mouth worked. Her scowl faded. Well, I feed them. I do everything for them. What else am I supposed to do? Learn to be gentle with them. Learn that gentleness isn't weakness. The little boy clung to Blodwed's leg, still crying. She looked down at him, put her hand on his head hesitantly, before she followed Moon back to the cages. Moon began the circuit again with the brain creature, luring it into her hands, making it the focus of her senses. Ask me about them. Input. She heard Blodwed's question and carried it down. Analysis. She found herself sitting on the floor, exhausted, with the snub-nosed elf-fox cub suckling her braid. She smoothed its thick white crest, removed the braid from its mouth and its pin-prick claws from her tunic with great care, held it out to Blodwed in both hands. Here, faintly, take him. Blodwed reached out, uncertainty slowing her movements. The cub did not struggle or protest as Moon slipped it into her waiting hands. Blodwed settled it against her stomach, held it there almost timidly. She giggled as it worked its way in through the opening of her parka and settled against her side. The toddler sat at her feet, reaching up after it with one hand, his thumb in his mouth. Did I tell you enough? Moon glanced away, along the circle of bare cages, still overlaid by the shadowy green and gold of an imported pet shop somewhere on another world. So far away. All of us so far away from home. Lissop, Starls, Batwing. Blodwed named them all. I guess I even know what's wrong with those, pointing. I don't have the right food. Her face pulled down. But you did good, encouraging again. She held the cub close. Didn't she, Blue? Gundalinu smiled, grudgingly, and made a salute. A noble— He broke off. 3 pairs of eyes looked up together at the sound of someone else entering the passageway. The gate swung open, and a bearded, heavy-faced man entered. The animal shrank back along the walls. "What do you want, Tarrid Row?" The surliness was back in Blodwed's voice. "The shaman wants this fixed." He held out a fragile-looking instrument that Moon did not recognize. "Tell the tech there to get started earning his keep." "He's too sick." Blodwed stuck out her chin. "He's alive," Tarrid Row grinned, swiveling his gaze to Moon. "And this pretty little doll you brought him would put life back in the dead. How'd you like to visit my tent, little Sybil?" A rough hand brushed her bruised cheek, hurting her. Moon backed away, filled with disgust. He laughed and went on past her. "Listen, turd," Blodwed said. "You keep away from her. She really has the power." He sneered. "Then what's she doing here? You don't believe that superstitious crap, do you, Tech?" He set the broken instrument down in front of Gundalinu, and a set of tools. "Just don't have too much fun, because if this isn't working by tomorrow, I'll make you eat it." He flicked the tarnished insignia on Gundalinu's collar. Moon saw Gundalinu's thin face go gray and slack. Tarrid Row turned away from him, strolled back across the chamber to the gate like a killer school moving through a fish trap. Blodwed threw an obscene hand sign after his retreating back. "Gods, I hate him! That bastard!" She winced as the elf fox pup woke inside her jacket, squirming and scratching. "He thinks he's the Prime Minister or something, just because he's Ma's favorite. He's been to Carbuncle, and he's crazy, too. That's why she likes him so much." Moon watched Gundalinu stretch out on the cot, moving like an aged cripple, and turn his face to the wall. She said nothing. Blodwed pulled the wriggling pup out of her parka and thrust it back into its cage almost angrily. Moon felt Blodwed search the room with her eyes for something that had disappeared. She kept her own eyes on Gundalinu. Blodwed dragged the babbling baby to his feet and went out the gate, leaving them to smother in silence. Moon made her way through the heaviness of the air to Gundalinu's side, kneeled down. "Busy?" Knowing that he did not want her to ask, knowing that she had to. She touched his shoulder. She felt the trembling of his body even through his heavy coat. "Busy." "Leave me alone." "No." "I'm not one of her animals, for God's sakes." "Neither am I. Don't shut me away." Her fingers dug into his arm, forcing him to acknowledge her. He rolled onto his back, lay staring up at her with bleak eyes. "And I didn't think things could get any worse." Moon looked down, nodded. "Then maybe they'll start getting better." "Don't." He shook his head. "Don't tell me there's going to be a future. Just facing tomorrow is all I can stand." She saw the broken instrument that Tarrid Row had left for him on the ground beside her knee. "You can't fix this?" Blindfolded, with a broken smile. He lifted his hand. "If I had 2 good hands, but I don't." "You have 3. Moon clasped his hand like a pledge. He brought his other hand up, laid it clumsily over hers. "I thank you." He took a long breath and sat up. Tarrid Row... He swallowed. Tarrid Row caught me recircuiting Blodwed's radio. After he'd finished working me over, I couldn't walk for 2 days. And gods, he enjoyed it. He ran his hand through his hair. Moon saw it tremble again. I don't know what he did while he was in the city, but he was good at it. Moon shuddered, wiped the memory of Tarrid Row's touch from her face. "Is that why?" She glanced at his hands, his scarred wrists. Everything was why." He shook his head. "I'm a highborn, a tech, a Karamorgi. To be treated like a slave by these savages, worse than a slave. No one with any pride would go on living that way, without honor, without hope. So I tried to do the only honorable thing. He said it with perfect evenness. But Blodwedd found me before it was finished. She saved you. Of course. Moon heard hatred in it. What's the point in humiliating a corpse? He looked down at his useless hand. A cripple, though. I stopped eating until she told me she'd let Tarried Row feed me. 15 minutes, and he could have me eating shit. He tried to get up, fell back onto the cot, coughing until his eyes ran. And then there was the storm. He spread his hands helplessly, as though he wanted her to know how hard he had tried to do the right thing. Afraid that she did understand, she only said, "And now?" "And now everything's changed. I have to think about someone besides myself again." She didn't know whether he was glad or only resentful. "I'm glad you failed." She looked down. "We'll get out of here, Beezy. I know we will." "It isn't finished." Suddenly certain of it again. He shook his head. "It doesn't matter to me anymore. It's too late. I've been here too long." He lifted her chin with his fingers. "But for your sake, I'll hope." "It isn't too late." "You don't understand." He pulled at the seal of his uniform coat. "I've been here for months. It's all over. The festival, the change, the final departure. Everyone's gone off-world by now. They've left me behind. Forever." His gaunt face twitched. "In dreams I hear my homeland to me call, and I cannot answer." "But they haven't! It hasn't happened yet!" He gaped as though she had struck him. He pulled her up onto the cot beside him, almost shaking her. "Truly? How long? How long? Oh, gods, tell me it's true." "It is," breathlessly, stumbling, "but I don't know how long. I mean, I'm not sure. A week or two, I think, until the celebrations." "A week?" He let her go, slumping back against the wall. "Moon, damn you. I don't know whether you're heaven or hell. A week." He rubbed his hand across his mouth. "But I think you're heaven." He embraced her, briefly, chastely, his face averted. She lifted her hands as he pulled away, clung to him with sudden gratitude. "No, don't. A little longer. Please, Beezy. I need a little longer. Hold me, just for now. Until everything isn't drowning in ugliness. Until I believe in hope and feel his arms holding me again." Gundalinu stiffened with surprise and a strange reluctance, but his arms circled her, almost mechanically, and pulled her to him again, sheltering her, answering her. So long, remembering Sparks's tender hands as though it had been only yesterday. It's been so long. She rested her head on his shoulder, let herself dissolve, mindless, timeless, against the solidness of his flesh. Let it give substance to the phantom of another flesh, and strike the chains of bitter knowledge from the future. After a time she felt Gundalinu's arms tighten, felt his breathing change, felt her own heartbeat quicken unexpectedly, with answering emotion. "Wilt thou, to me in Sandi, sometimes talk?" hesitantly. "Yes." She smiled against his sleeve. "Though I do not it well speak." "I know. Thy accent is terrible." He laughed softly. "So is thine." She felt his head rest on her own shoulder. She rubbed his back with slow, peaceful motions, heard him sigh. Gradually his arms loosened and fell away from her. She felt his breathing change again. She lifted her head, saw his face half smiling, asleep beside her own. She lowered him carefully onto the cot, lifted his legs up, and covered him with blankets. She kissed him gently on the mouth, and went to her own pad on the floor. "You fixed it, huh?" Lucky for you, Blue Boy. Bloodwed stooped down as she entered the chamber, picked up the broken distance finder, which Gundolino and Moon had repaired working together through the new morning. Her voice barely disguised relief, but Gundolino heard only the threat and frowned. Hey, what did you do that for? White birds fluttered up from Moon's shoulders. The pair of starls slunk under the cot at the sound of her voice. To give them a little freedom, Moon said, more confidently than she felt. They'll get out! That's what I keep them in cages for! They'd run away if I didn't, the stupid things. No, they won't. Moon held out her palm, filled with bits of bread. The birds circled down again onto her arm, jostling for position. She stroked their curling feathers. Look, this is all they really want. Keeping them in a cage won't make them yours. Not if you know you can't ever open the door. Bloodwed came toward her across the room. The birds flew up again. Moon put the crumbs into Bloodwed's hand, but the hand made a fist, and she dropped them onto the floor. Screw that, I don't want that. I want a story, Blue. She moved on across the room to Gundolino, sat down on the cot beside him. About the old empire, some more. He moved away from her pointedly. I don't know any more stories. You know them all. I don't care. Just do it. She shook his arm. Read that book again. Read it to her. She's a Sybil, too. Moon glanced up from watching the birds peck at crumbs around her feet. Sit, Sybil. Bloodwed gestured imperiously. You'll like this. It's all about the first Sybil that ever was, and the end of the old empire. It's got space pirates and whole artificial planets and aliens and superweapons. Zap! She disintegrated Moon with her finger, laughing. Really? Moon said, looking at Gundolino. Do they really know about the first Sybil? He shrugged. He said it was all true. Bloodwed's enthusiasm and her voice rose. Come on, Blue! Read the part where she saves her true lover from the pirates. He saved her. Gundolino coughed his indignation. Look, just read it. She leaned over. The starl scuttled out with clicking claws as she groped under the cot. She found the battered book, tossed it at Gundolino. And in the end, she thinks he's dying, and he thinks she's dead. It's so sad. She grinned ghoulishly. Bloodwed, I'll tell you a story, Moon said suddenly, clutching inspiration's key. She sat down cross-legged. The starls came to her, scattering the birds, and laid their pointy muzzles in her lap. About me and my true lover, and tech runners, and carbuncle. And you will listen and understand. She felt the strength of the inspiration suddenly take hold of her, almost as though she were compelled. She told the story again, letting down the barriers that kept her emotions back, letting herself see Sparks's face laughing in sunlight, hear his music drifting over the sea, feel the fire-bright nearness of him, feel his going away as it wrenched a part of her soul out of her, and she left nothing out of the things she had seen and done. You mean you didn't even know it'd take 5 years to go to Karamorph? You were really stupid. I'm learning. The people who had tried to help her, the price they had paid for it. And then, on the man in black who was killing the Murs, I saw the medal. His medal. It was Sparks. I finally found him. She looked down, pressing a hand against her purple cheek, remembering only his caress. You mean he's Starbuck? Bloodwed whispered, awed. Holy shit! Your own true lover killed the Murs. And you still love him? Moon nodded silently. Her mouth trembled. Damn everything I do. She held a long breath, fighting for control, struggling back into the present to measure Bloodwed's reaction. Bloodwed wiped her eyes surreptitiously, scratched her head, her cropped-off hair standing out like straw. Oh, it's not fair. Now he's going to die, and he'll never even know. What? Moon stiffened. "The change," Gundalinu said. "The last festival, the end of winter, the end of the Snow Queen, and Starbuck. They drowned together." He looked back at her with unspoken understanding. "It's the end of everything." Moon rose up on her knees, pushed the Starls away, breaking the spell that had held her holding Bloodwed. "Mother of us all! There's hardly any time left! Bloodwed, you have to let us go. I have to find him. I have to get to Carbuncle before the change." Bloodwed stood up, her face turning hard. "I don't have to do anything. You just made all that up, so I'd let you go." "Well, I won't." "It's not a lie. Starbuck is Sparks, and he'll die. I can't have come all this way just for that." She struggled to keep panic from taking the rest of her voice. "If I can get to Carbuncle, BZ can help me find Sparks in time. And if he doesn't get back there in time, his own people will go off-world and leave him behind. There's not even a fortnight left. Then in a fortnight it'll all be over, and you won't even care about it anymore, either of you. So you can stay here with me forever." Bloodwed folded her arms, her eyes fierce with betrayal. "In a fortnight my life will be meaningless." Moon got up, feeling the walls of stone close in on her. "Please, please, Bloodwed, help us." "I don't care if it's all true. You don't care about me. Why should I care about you?" Bloodwed caught the sleeve of Moon's tunic and jerked at it, ripping the fragile cloth halfway up her arm. She went out, slamming the gate behind her. "I don't understand it," BZ murmured, between irony and despair. "The stories I read always have happy endings." Lying sleepless far into the night, she felt the Starls wake suddenly beside her, listening. Listening with them, she heard the covert sound of footsteps coming back from the silent camp beyond. She sat up, blinking in the heater's glow. BZ sat up on his cot. She realized that he must have lain awake with her in silent misery half the night. "Oh, lady, she's changed her mind." But the gate swung open, and the figure that took form in the light was not Bloodwed. Moon heard Gundalinu's indrawn breath. She sat as still as death, paralyzed. "Wake up, little Sybil. I've come for a few of your tricks, and to teach you a few of mine." Tarrid Rowe came on across the chamber, shrugging off his parka. Moon struggled to her feet, moving in slow motion. "He doesn't believe. Mother, please, Mother, let me wake up." She stumbled back as the dream did not dissolve, and her prayers flew up unheeded. She felt Gundalinu's hands grip her shoulders and pull her to him. "Leave her alone, you son of a bitch, unless you want to lose what mind you have." Tarrid Rowe laughed. "You don't believe that any more than I do. Keep out of it, Blue, or this time I'll show you what real pain is." BZ's grip lost all strength on her shoulders. His arms dropped. He backed away. Moon clenched her teeth on a cry. But as Tarrid Rowe lunged across the gap between them, Gundalinu moved forward, struck at Tarrid Rowe's throat with a well-trained blow. But there was no strength behind it, and Tarrid Rowe blocked his arm, twisted it, threw him aside into the cages. Gundalinu pushed away from the wall, but before he could recover his balance, Tarrid Rowe's heavy fist clubbed him to his knees, and a boot knocked him sprawling. And then Tarrid Rowe had reached her again. His arms were around her. His mouth covered hers. Moon twisted her face frantically until she found his lip. She sank her teeth into it, tasted his blood mingling with her saliva. He knocked her away with a shout of pain. She half fell, staggering up again, as she tried to keep beyond his reach. "You're cursed, Tarrid Rowe! You have the Sybil madness now, motherless, and there's no hope for you!" Her voice shrilled like the screech of the white birds beating above her head. But he still came after her, blood shining on his face, and another kind of madness in his eyes. Moon clung to the wire of the locked gate, screaming, "Bloodwed! Bloodwed!" His hand closed on her neck. She gasped and lost her voice as pain leaped out along her arms, paralyzing her. He jerked her away. A starl attacked his leg, sinking its thick claws into the cloth of his legging and on into his flesh. Tusks locked in his calf. He dragged her around, kicking viciously until he threw it off into its circling mate. But as his hands closed around her throat again, he suddenly staggered back, losing all his strength. "You bitch!" Thick with fear. He put his hands to his head, swaying, toppled and fell, sprawled motionless on the floor. Moon stood over him, her voice raw. "I'll teach you some tricks, unbeliever!" She stepped across his unconscious body, ran back to where Gundalinu was getting to his feet uncertainly. She tried to steady him with tingling, heavy hands, saw the livid bruise swelling on his forehead. "Beezy, are you all right?" He looked at her incredulously. "Am I all right?" He cupped her face in his hands for a long moment, before his arms went around her, holding her close to his heart. She pressed her face against his neck. Thank the gods, we both are." "All right, what do you think you're doing?" Blodwedd burst in through the gate, stopped short at the sight of Tarid Rose's body on the floor. The starls circled it like hunters over prey, growling threats. She looked up at Moon and Gundalinu together across the room. Moon saw the question that came into her eyes, and the answer she got without asking. "Did you do that to him?" Half afraid. "I did." Moon nodded, surprised at the calmness of the words. "I infected him." Blodwedd's mouth fell open. "Is he dead?" "No. But when he wakes up tomorrow, he'll start to go mad. Madder." Moon swallowed suddenly. Blodwedd looked down into Tarid Rose's slack face. She glanced up again, her own face filling with a strange mixture of emotions, anger slowly separating and rising. She reached inside her parka, took out her stunner, and adjusted the dial. She leaned down and put the muzzle close to his temple. "No, he won't." She pressed the stud. His body jerked. Moon flinched, felt Gundalinu stiffen beside her. But she felt no pity or remorse. "Good riddance." Blodwedd stuck the gun away. "I told him he'd be sorry if he tried to hurt you." She lifted her head, looked back at them with something deeper than possessiveness, and stronger than frustration. "Damn you, now you really did it. When Ma finds out what happened, she'll want you skinned alive. And she gets what she wants around here. I can't stop it. Everybody thinks she's holy, but really she's just crazy." She wiped her nose. All right, don't look at me like that. I'm going to let you go." Moon swayed as reaction caught her and slid down to her knees. The carnivorous pre-dawn cold gnawed Moon, even through the insulated clothing, the gray-brown woolen mask pulled down over her face. The stars crackled on the black dome of sky. The snow lay silvered under a gibbous moon beyond the gaping cavern mouth. "I never saw such a beautiful night." "Nor I. Not on any world." Gundalinu shifted beneath the thermal blankets, among the lashed-on supplies at the front of the loaded snow skimmer. "And I never will again, if I live until the new millennium." He took a deep breath, coughed rackingly, as the frigid air assaulted his healing lungs. "Shut up, will you?" Blodwedd reappeared beside them for a last time. "You want to wake up the whole camp? Here." She thrust something into Gundalinu's lap. Moon recognized 3 small carrying cages. "Take these back to the starport. They're sick. I can't keep them here." Her voice was as tight as a clenched fist. Gundalinu worked the cages in under the blankets beside him. Blodwedd moved away to the other animal cages she had piled by the cave entrance. She picked up the first one, unfastening the lock. "And I'm dumping all these damn wild ones. They don't even like you." defiantly. Gray-winged birds fluttered out, tumbled astonished to the ground. They picked themselves up from the snow and flew away, crying their freedom. She jerked open a second cage. White-furred conies leaped out in a mass, tumbling over their snowshoe feet, and bounded into the moonlight, making no sound at all. She opened the last cage, shook it. The elf fox cub rolled out, spitting its indignation. She pushed it with her foot out into the snow. "Go on, damn it!" The cub sat bleating in confusion, its silver-limbed fur standing on end, picked itself up again, shuddering, and struggled back toward warmth and shelter. It found Bloodwed's foot in its way, crawled up onto the fur and leather of her boot, whimpering. Bloodwed swore, bent down to pick it up. "All right, then." Her voice cracked. "I'm keeping the rest." She looked back at Moon. "But I know how to keep them better now. They'll want to stay with me." Moon nodded, not trusting her own voice. "I guess you got everything." Bloodwed stroked the cub's head self-consciously. "Even the distance finder. You better hope you fixed it right, Blue." "What are you going to do now?" Gundalinu said, "when you don't have anybody to fix these things, or any way to get more? You've forgotten how to live like real herders and hunters anymore, like anything besides parasites." "I haven't." Bloodwed tossed her head. "I know the old ways, too. Ma's not going to live forever, no matter what she thinks. I can take care of myself and everybody else once I'm in charge. I don't need you, foreigner." She rubbed her eyes. "Or you." She threw her arms around Moon suddenly. "So you better get out of here. You better go find him before it's too late." Moon hugged her, all wrongs forgotten, all forgiven, felt the elf fox squirm between them. "I will." Together they pushed the sledge out onto the open snow, and Moon settled behind the controls. She started the power unit, following Gundalinu's grudgingly surrendered instructions. "Hey, Bloodwed!" Gundalinu twisted to look over his shoulder at her. "Here!" He tossed her the battered novel. "I don't expect I'll ever want to read that again." He didn't smile. "I can't read it either. It's in your language." "That's never stopped you before." "Get out of here, damn you!" She waved the book like a threat, but Moon saw her smile. Moon switched on the headlamp, and they began the final journey northward. Chapter 34. Arian Rhodes sat enthroned in the audience hall, where before another fortnight had passed she would be receiving the Prime Minister of the entire hegemony on his last official visit. She wondered idly whether he would pity her. But today it was merely the commander of police, and it did not require much imagination to guess the reason for her visit. It must be a sign of how well Starbuck had succeeded, that Palathion had come here herself. Palathion left her escort among the gossiping nobles at the far side of the hall, presumably so the two men would not be required to kneel. She was no longer willing to kneel herself, now that she had become commander. A small victory she had won, the only one. Arian Rhodes smiled to herself as Palathion removed her helmet and bowed formally before her. "Your Majesty?" "Commander Palathion. You look terrible, Commander. You must be working too hard. Your people's departure from Tiamat isn't the end of the world, you know. You should take care of yourself, or you'll be old before your time." Palathion looked up at her with ill-concealed hatred and barely detectable despair. "There are worse things than growing old, Your Majesty." "I can't imagine one." She leaned back. "To what do I owe this visit, Commander?" "Two things which I consider worse, Your Majesty. Murder and the illegal slaughter of Murs." She sounded as though she believed there shouldn't be any distinction. "I've come with a warrant for the arrest of Starbuck, on charges of murder and of killing Murs on land belonging to an off-worlder named Engenet. He has forbidden the hunt on his plantation, as you know." Her eyes snapped with accusation. Arianrode raised her eyebrows, not entirely feigning surprise. Murder? There must be some mistake, some other explanation. I saw one body myself, and the bodies of the Murs. Palathion blinked as the memory came back to her, and her mouth pulled down. There was no mistake, and there's no other explanation. I want Starbuck, and I want him now. Your Majesty. Of course, Commander. I want to question him about the charges myself. She had not learned any more about Moon's fleeting reappearance in the short time since it had happened, but now— Sparks! She looked away across the whiteness of the room to where he stood among the nobles who had been displaying their festival costumes for her perusal. With the resourcefulness of the rich, they had already managed to claim the most beautiful and elaborate specimens of the mask-maker's art, and had costumes designed to match. They stood together like a gathering of beautifully misbegotten beasts, their mutant totem faces gazing at her impassively, creatures out of a drug fantasy. Sparks came quickly at her call. She watched him move, seeing how his blue sleeveless jerkin and tight-fitting pants accentuated the litheness of his movement. But his expression was a false face. His listless mourning made him as much of a stranger as any festival mask. He kneeled before her with silent subservience, ignoring Palathion utterly. She was not certain whether his rudeness was calculated or only guilty, knowing that he felt guilt toward the woman, but never understanding why. Yes, Your Majesty. He looked up. She gestured for him to rise. Where is Starbuck, Sparks? He gaped at her, recovered himself hastily. I don't know, Your Majesty. He's left the palace. He didn't tell me when he'd be back. He showed her a sardonic, hidden smile and his curiosity. He doesn't talk to me. Commander Palathion has come to arrest him for murder. For murder? Sparks turned to Palathion. Poison showed in Palathion's eyes as she looked back at him. The poison was still there as she lifted her head again. How very well he timed that. Come now, Commander, irritably. Do you think I'm a mind-reader? And I don't condone murder among my subjects. Palathion's expression said that she wouldn't be surprised at either one. I want to know more about this. You said you saw the bodies yourself. Whose bodies? I saw one body, if you don't include the corpses of the Murs. Palathion swallowed, as though it was more to her than simply an unpleasant memory. Sparks toyed with the agates at his belt ends, striking them against his thigh like a whip, grimacing at each blow. It was the body of a dillip. A hound! She couldn't keep the disdain out of her relief. No, Your Majesty, coldly. A dillip, a free citizen of the hegemony, a guest of Citizen Engenet. He had been stabbed. According to Engenet, another of his guests was missing, and she is also presumed to be dead. She was a citizen of this world, a summer woman named Moon Dawntreader. The Mer bodies had been mutilated. She made it as ugly as she could. Mutilated? Sparks said, too loudly. Arianrode felt the spotlight of Palathion's gaze on her as she spoke Moon's name. She suspects. But she was prepared for this, and she kept her polite disgust unchanging. The name is vaguely familiar to me. Is she a relative of yours, Sparks? Yes, Your Majesty. One hand closed over his other wrist. Arianrode saw his nails bite into his flesh. If you remember, she was my cousin. You have my condolences. She gave him no warmth. Palathion was watching her with something that was neither amazement nor disappointment, but some of both. She was an illegal returnee. She disappeared about 5 years ago. Something grated. I think I recall the incident, and I thought it was the end of everything. But it wasn't. What do you mean, the Murs were mutilated? Sparks said again. Mutilated how? I have a filmed record of it at headquarters, if you enjoy that sort of thing, Dawn Treader. God damn it, I didn't mean... I want to know what happened to Moon. Sparks. Arian Road leaned forward in quiet warning. It's his cousin, after all, Commander. Of course he's concerned about what happened. Damn him, seeing just how concerned he was. They had been skinned, Your Majesty. Palathion still frowned tightly. Skinned? She glanced at Sparks with veiled disbelief, saw incomprehension in his eyes. Starbuck would never do something like that. Why should he? You'd know his reasons better than I would, since he's your man. Palathion toyed with her weapons belt, coming treacherously close to arrogance. Who else would have the resources to drown so many Murs at once? I don't like this. I can't see far enough into it. Arian Road probed the transparent convolutions of the throne's arm. Well, frankly, Commander, even if he did do it, I don't see why you're so concerned. He'll be dead soon enough, when the change comes. She shrugged with fatalistic acceptance, and a trace of smile. The law can't count on that, Your Majesty. Palathion looked at her pointedly. And besides, that would be too easy on him. Sparks turned back, stopped himself, running a hand through his hair. Arian Road felt the blood sing unexpectedly in her ears. Speak for yourself, off-worlder. I suggest you concern yourself with your own fate after the change and leave ours to us. Your fate and mine are bound together, Your Majesty, since Tiamat belongs to the hegemony. Arian Road thought there was a subtle emphasis on belongs, but Palathion's confidence cracked even as she made the bluff, and drove her back into her place. Palathion knew, yes, knew, that Winter had plans, but she knew just as surely that she was helpless to stop them. In any case, I want Starbuck for questioning, and I expect that you will cooperate. Expecting nothing of the kind. I'll do what I can to get this unpleasantness straightened out, of course. Arian Road untangled the free-falling collar of crystal beads that cascaded down her silver shirt. But Starbuck is his own man. He comes and goes as he pleases. I don't know when I'll see him next. Palathion's mouth twisted skeptically. My men will be looking for him, too. But of course it would help me more if you'd tell me his name. Arian Road gestured Sparks up onto the dais, stroked his bare arm with her hand. She felt it quiver, as though her touch burned him with cold fire. I'm sorry, Commander. I can't reveal his identity to anyone. That would be a violation of trust, of the whole concept of his position. But I will keep my eyes open for him. She reached up to touch a lock of Sparks's hair, curled it around her finger. He only looked at her with sudden apprehension. She smiled, and he smiled, uncertain. I can find it out for myself, and when I do, I'll get him. Palathion bowed with all the appearance of propriety, and strode away. Sparks laughed tightly, a release of tension. Right in front of her eyes. Arian Road allowed herself to join him, without any real pleasure, remembering a time when laughter was a simple thing, with its roots in joy, not pain. What a shame she'll never appreciate what she missed. But I need to make certain of that. Starbuck will have to wear the mask of every man for a while. Sparks nodded, suddenly sober. That's all right with me. As suddenly bitter. What happened on that beach? She leaned toward him, holding him with her eyes. I told you everything I know, everything I saw. We killed the Murs in the usual way, and we left them for Engenet to find. We didn't do anything else. He folded his arms in front of him. I don't know what happened after that. By Our Lady, I wish I did. A miserable prayer of loss and longing. She looked away from him, feeling her face pinch with an unnamable emotion. "Do you? Then by all the gods, I hope you never find out." Chapter 35. Ladies' eyes! The snow skimmer slewed to a halt. Gundalinu echoed the muffled curse of Moon's exasperation silently. A new stretch of bare, stony ground blocked their path up the exposed face of another hillside. He had never seen or expected to see the land beyond the spaceport when it was not covered by meters of drifted snow. But Tiamat had reached orbital summer again, while he had been held a prisoner, and it was entering the high summer of the change as well, when the twins reached the periapsis of their path around the Black Gate. The gate's gravitational influence was increasing the solar activity of the twin suns, slowly thawing this frozen world, gradually turning the equatorial regions insufferably hot. In the past few days, as they made their way down out of the black and silver wilderness where the bandits camped, the weather had smiled on them. The vast, shining solitude had stretched a pristine carpet below the glacier-bitten volcanic peaks, beneath the flawless purity of the sky, day after day. And with every passing day, although they journeyed northward, the temperature edged up and up toward freezing, and passed it at the sun's zenith. Their gratitude had turned to curses of frustration as more and more patches of naked stone and tundra blocked the snow skimmer's way. He crawled out from under the pile of skins and blankets, trudged to the front of the sledge, and leaned down to lift the runners and the fragile underside clear. Moon threw her weight against the rear of it, and together they dragged it up the endless slope. He watched the sun-cast giants that mimicked their stumbling progress, trying to ignore the bands of red-hot metal tightening in his chest, and the awareness that his weakness forced a girl to do all the heavy work. The awareness that she did it quite adequately alone, and without complaint. They reached the crest of the hill, the snowy downslope, at last. He let out the breath he had been holding, and the spasm of deep coughing he had held in with it. He felt Moon come up beside him, pulling him back to his seat on the sledge. "How much longer, BZ?" She frowned, pulling furs up under his chin again like a fretful nanny. She had no herbal medicines now, and he knew that she knew the cough was worse again. He smiled briefly, shook his head. "Soon, maybe another day, we'll be there. The starport, salvation, heaven." He didn't admit that he couldn't remember now whether it had been 5 or 6 days that they had been journeying. He never let himself believe that it had been too long, or that his calculations might be wrong. "I think we should make camp down there." Moon pointed. He saw her shiver as an ice-barbed lash of wind struck the spine of the hill. "The suns are setting already." She looked out across the infinity of hills falling toward the distant sea, looked up into the deepening indigo sky. "It's getting too cold for you to travel." He heard her sudden indrawn breath, louder than the wind's sigh. "BZ!" He looked up, following her hand, not knowing what he expected, but only that it was not what he found. Out of the blue-black zenith, stars were falling, but not the broken glass stars of this winter world. These were the stars that shone in dreams, stars that a man would die for, the stars of empire, grandeur, glory, the impossible made real. What are they? He heard in Moon's voice the awe and the dread of countless natives on 7 separate worlds down through a millennium, as they witnessed what she was witnessing now. The 5 starships grew against the sky with every heartbeat, the harmonies of color and intensity shifting and reordering as parallaxes changed, building complexity on complexity like light poured through prisms of flowing water. He watched the 5 ships slowly realigning, moving into a cross pattern, saw the lightning play of their cold fire spreading, coalescing into one immense star, the sign of the hegemony. The colors blazed with a music he could almost hear, filling the sky with all the hues, all the impossible permutations of an aurora-filled night sky on his home world. The Prime Minister! Is it the Prime Minister? Moon's words came to him muffled by her protective face mask and her upraised hand. He swallowed, and swallowed again, unable to answer. "They're ships," she went on, answering her own questions. "They're only ships. How can they be real and be so beautiful?" "They're Karamorgi." He might have said the Empire. He might have said gods. He did not say that they were only coin ships wrapped in cloaks of hologramic projection to astound a subject world. He looked back at her, glory blind, and took her smile at face value. "Are they?" She touched his cheek, turned back to the sky as the formation split apart again, the flames died away, and embers fell to earth. Behind the hills, scarcely 2 ridges away. "Look!" She shook off her wonder. "That must be the starport. BZ, we're almost there. We could reach it tonight." Frost clouds feathered around her cheeks. "We're on time." Yes. He took a deep breath. Plenty of time. Thank the gods. He watched the last of the ships snuff out behind the snowy hills. Tonight. "There's no need to push on tonight. One more day won't matter. Tomorrow is soon enough." She glanced at him, surprised. "It's only a couple of hours. It's as easy as if I set up camp." He shrugged, still looking into the distance. "Maybe so." He began to cough, smothered it behind his hand. She put a mitten to his forehead, as though she were feeling for a fever. "The sooner you see a healer, a medic, the better," firmly. "Yes, Nanny." She poked him. He grinned, eagerness coming back into him, as she started the power unit. The snow skimmer slipped quietly over the ridge and into the valley, blotting out even the afterglow of the ship's landing. Hours, only hours, until he would rejoin the living, regain the life he had almost lost forever, the only life worth living. Gods, yes, he wanted to reach the starport tonight. Then why had he said tomorrow to her? Tomorrow is soon enough. He moved his hands under the blankets, shifting bloodweds, caged pets that shared the warmth of his body. Only 2 of them now. The green bird had died 3 or 4 nights ago. In the morning they had made a small grave in the crusted snow. "There but for you go I." He had spoken those words aloud to her, kneeling in the snow beneath the silent witness of heaven. And he had spoken them with his eyes at every new dawn's light, when he woke to find himself a free man, and see her beside him in the bubble tent, close enough to touch, but never touching, since that one night. He had watched her unguarded sleep, the dreams that moved across her face, the fair face and the snowy, tumbled hair, the wild, unnatural paleness of her, more familiar to him now than his own darkness, suddenly grown beautiful and right. In his mind he had held her again, kissed her lips to wake her to the day, and in this timeless wilderness he was free in a way that he had never been free, from his past and his future, the rigid codes that defined his existence. Here he drifted formlessly, an embryo, and he felt no shame at his yearning for a barbarian girl with eyes like mist and agate. And he had seen her wake from troubled dreams to his imaginary kiss, lie looking back at him with a drowsy smile. He had seen the awareness fill her eyes, knew the hesitant, answering desire that filled her, too. But only his eyes had asked, and only her eyes had answered him. And now there would never be one more morning. They crested a final hill, cold and aching, and the starport's muted dawn glow opened out before them like a midnight sun rising. The low dome of the subterranean complex was a vast bruise on the seaward plain, almost a city in its own right. Unearthly light suffused its curving surface. There was no sign now of the starship's landing. The dome's impervious surface was unbroken by any opening. Away on the sea's horizon he saw the winking shell form of unsleeping carbuncle. Gundalinu sighed, easing the painful tightness in his chest. Moon sat silently behind the controls. He wondered whether awe at the sight of the first starport she had ever seen had put her into stasis, until he remembered that it was not her first starport. Her hand reached out suddenly and pressed his shoulder in a gesture that asked reassurance more than offered it. He lifted his own hand to cover hers, found that it would not close. He dropped it again. "Don't worry." Woodenly, inadequately. "We'd better angle left, make the approach toward the main entrance. Security will be up to Mag for the state visit. I don't want to be a casualty to caution." She obeyed, still without answering him. Caught in his own sudden inability to reach her, to reassure her, or even himself, he watched the dome grow ahead. They were still 100 meters out from the main surface entrance when light flooded around them, and a disembodied voice ordered them to a halt. 4 men wearing the blue uniform he had almost forgotten the look of approached cautiously. He knew that more were observing the snow skimmer from inside. The face shields on their helmets were down. He couldn't recognize any of them. But the knowledge that they were his own people did not comfort or reassure him. Instead, he sat frozen with guilty unease, as though he had been a criminal and not a victim. "You're trespassing in a restricted area." He recognized a sergeant's insignia, but not the voice. "Clear out, mother lovers, and if you brought more of your thieving clan along, take 'em with you, before we use you for target practice." Gundalinu stiffened. "Who the hell taught you procedure, Sergeant?" The sergeant drew back in mock surprise. "Who the hell wants to know?" He gestured with his hand. 2 of his men closed in around Moon. The third dragged Gundalinu up from his place on the sledge. His legs gave way, and he sat down unceremoniously in the snow. "Leave him alone, damn you! Get your hands off her!" His own angry protest overran Moon's as she started toward him, and the 2 men jerked her back. He pushed down his hood, peeled off the scratchy weather mask that disguised his face. He spoke deliberately in Clostan, the primary language of New Haven. "I tell you who wants to know, Sergeant. Police Inspector Gundalinu wants to know." The sergeant pushed back his helmet shield, staring. "Ye gods!" "Gundalinu's dead." The third patrolman looked down into his face. "Millennium, come, it is him!" Moon pulled free, came forward, and helped him up. Gundalinu brushed off his leggings, straightened with slow dignity. "The reports of my death were premature." He put his arm around her, leaning heavily on her shoulder. "Inspector!" The sergeant jerked to attention. Gundalinu put a name to his face. "Tesrabardi." "We thought the bandits got you, sir." "Give him a hand there." "I'm fine." Gundalinu shook his head as Moon's grip tightened protectively, defensively, refusing to separate herself from him. "I'm just fine now." Suddenly oblivious to cold and fatigue, warm and strong with relief. "Welcome back, Inspector. You made it just in time." One of the men gripped his hand, peered curiously at Moon. Gundalinu felt implications forming. "Who's your mother-loving friend?" "It's good to be back. You can't imagine how good." He glanced at Moon's unmasked face, saw the frightened question on it, and understood at last that a part of her silent uncertainty had centered on him. He smiled a promise, felt her grip on him ease. "My companion was a prisoner along with me, and before I say anything more about either of us," postponing the moment when he knew he would have to lie, "we could use a hot meal and a chance to sit down." He coughed rackingly, making his point. "Inspector, as you know, sir," he heard Tesrabardi's emphasis, "the, locals aren't permitted in the complex." "By all the gods, Sergeant!" He had no patience left. If winter bandits weren't getting into the goddamn complex, I wouldn't be standing here half dead. And if it wasn't for this woman, I wouldn't be standing here at all. He started toward the tunnel entrance, Moon supporting him. Bring our sledge. There were no more objections. Jerusha rubbed her eyes, stifled a yawn with a quick shifting of her hand. The drone of 100 conversations rolled over and around her, rose to the ceiling, and were deflected back in a numbing assault. She had been awake for 20 hours already today, after another night of broken sleep. Even this position of honor, seated at the head table in the hall among the demigods of the hegemonic assembly, had turned into just one more test of endurance. By the shipboard time of the Prime Minister and the Assembly, this was the middle of the day, and not the middle of the night, and so it became for everyone delegated to welcome them as well. She had shaken hands with Prime Minister Ashwini himself tonight, wearing the dress uniform of a commander of police, weighted down by enough glorious braid and brass to give the sun competition. Or so she had thought, until she had seen his own state garments, gem-brocaded, exquisitely tailored to show every line of his still youthful body. How old was he in real time? 400? 500? Even Aryan Road must feel a jealous twinge at the sight of all he represented. It filled her with secret pleasure that Aryan Road was not permitted to attend this banquet. Prime Minister for life, he had succeeded his father as a hegemonic showpiece in the centuries after Karamov's dreams of dominating its fellow worlds had been laid low by the ultimate indifference of galactic space-time. He had greeted her with polite gallantry, in which she had read his private incredulity at finding her to be a woman. Chief Justice Hovhaness was seated beside him now, but she was almost indifferent to the sort of reports he was hearing about her. A servo eased in beside her, deftly removed the 6th or 7th untouched course of her meal, and put down another in front of her. She sipped at her tea, watching the oils eddy on its steaming reddish-black surface. It had steeped until the spoon must be ready to dissolve, and she hoped that it would be enough to keep her awake. "Be we keeping you from an honest night's sleep, Commander?" Jerusha turned guiltily to look at the man on her right, the first secretary, Temon Ashwini Sirus, a natural son of the Prime Minister. He was a handsome man, fair-skinned and large-boned for a Karamorgi, and just about entering middle age. The latter surprised her, because the Prime Minister himself looked younger. But it was hardly as surprising as finding a half-breed among the members of the Assembly, that ultimate repository of Karamorgi arrogance. Apparently he had earned considerable fame as a warrior statesman on his home world, and that had moved the Prime Minister to break with tradition and elect him to a vacant assembly post. She had made banal conversation with him for the first hour or so, and with the royally dressed speaker on her left, whose heavy cologne had started her sneezing. But the talk had died a self-conscious death, and she had been grateful when they let their attention be drawn elsewhere. "No, of course not, Secretary Sirus," remembering her manners at last. She ran a finger along under the braid-rough edge of her high collar. "You hardly touch your meal, and after all the trouble your finest chefs go to please us. This can overrind be excellent." He spoke Clostan easily, an accomplished linguist, like most Karamorgi techs. But what else has he got to do with his time? She smiled insipidly. "Gods, get me out of here. I not eat many 12-course dinners in my line of work." Her own language felt more foreign on her tongue than Tiamattan, after so many years. "I guess I not be up to the challenge. Any challenge. Any more." "Try the melon, Commander." He nodded as she picked up her serrated spoon obediently. "To enjoy good food be the only way to survive the excruciating boredom of these state affairs, I say. And to drink good liquors. So that's what loosened your tongue." She ate another spoonful of melon, suddenly realizing that against her will she had enjoyed it. Oh, what the hell. Live in a dream world for an hour. It'll have to last you a lifetime. Pretend that it's all turned out the way you wanted it to, that it won't all end with the final departure. She looked out across the windowed hall, into the awesome red-gold pit of the landing field, where the ships of the assembly had come to rest like dim cinders, like 1,000 other battered coin ships, after the fiery splendor of their descent. The energized grids of the field and its peripheral bays were crusted with light, like the congealing surface of a lava flow. And for a moment she felt a surge of pride and pleasure at the sight of humanity's most incredible accomplishments, at her presence among its first citizens, at the ever more glorious future that lay ahead. The siren promise that had lured her away from her home world. And for what? She looked back again along the tree form of the banquet tables, the faces like animate leaves shifting in a wind, to Cyrus's face, thinking suddenly, painfully, BZ, this moment should have belonged to you, not me. Tell me, Commander, how happened you to— Excuse me, Commander. The sergeant of the guard intruded on their space with apologetic effrontery. Excuse me, sir, to the first secretary. What is it, Tetrabardi? Jerusha couldn't recognize the peculiar urgency in his tone. I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but I thought you'd want to know. We just got Inspector Gundolinu back. Jerusha's spoon clattered on the petals of her flower-formed dish. He's dead. No, ma'am, I saw him myself. Some native woman brought him in. We've got a medic checking him over now, down in the hospital. Where is he? Jerusha threw the question at the nearest technician as she entered the examining room from the hall of the hospital wing. She had left Tetrabardi to make an explanation to the first secretary, hoping but not really caring if her apologies had been sufficient. Inspector Gundolinu. In there, Commander. The woman pointed with her chin, hands full of equipment. Jerusha went on through the second doorway without stopping, still only half believing that the room would not be empty. Gundolinu! It was not empty, and his name burst out of her with more feeling than she had intended. He turned to look at her from where he sat, feet hanging over the edge of the examining table, stripped to the waist, while a blue-clad med-tech ran a diagnosticator down his chest. She counted each and every rib standing out like staves along his side. She saw his face, felt disbelief as it registered. Gaunt, unshaven, gap-toothed. She saw him grope for a shirt that wasn't there as she came to a stop before him. He waved the medic away, moved his hands in the air, and finally folded them across his chest like an embarrassed little boy. Commander! Yes, by all the gods, it is you, BZ. She controlled the urge to ruin his dignity and her own completely by embracing him like a mother. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes, Gundolinu, grinning until she thought she couldn't stand it. Gods! Excuse me, Commander. I didn't mean to see you looking like this. That is, I meant presentably. BZ, all I give a damn about is whether that body's the real thing. If it is, then this celebration upstairs isn't pointless after all. His face fumbled with a smile. As real as they come. He slouched forward, putting up a hand to catch an ugly cough. Are you all right? What's wrong with him, medic? Jerusha turned to the technician, realized for the first time that there was a fourth person in the room, sitting quietly in the corner. The medic shrugged. Exhaustion, walking nothing a couple of antibiotic lozenges can't take care of, Gundolinu said abruptly, cutting him off. And a hot meal for my friend and me. He glanced at the silent fourth party with a quick smile. Focused official disapproval on the medic like a gun. I'll see what I can do, Inspector. The technician left the room, his face utterly expressionless. Jerusha wondered whether he was hiding irritation or simply laughter. If I'd known, I would have brought you my leftovers. The first half of my state dinner would have fed the starving masses of a planet. Curiosity pulled her around even as she spoke, looking past sinks and shelves filled with medical obscurities, to study their silent observer. A fair-skinned girl draped in a white parka with a yellowing bruise on her face. A native? Jerusha frowned. The girl looked back at her, not with the cowed timidity she had expected, but with a measuring stare. And there was something familiar. Gundalinu followed her gaze, said almost too quickly, "Commander, this is the summer woman who saved my life, who got me back in time for the final departure. Moon, come and meet Commander Pelathion. If there's anyone on this planet who can help you reach your cousin, she can." He looked back. "I was taken prisoner by bandits, ma'am, and so was she, but she—" Jerusha let his words roll over her unheeded. Moon, summer. Moon, dawn-treader, summer. The kidnapped innocent. Engenet's murdered guest. The Queen's lost clone. The Queen's clone. Yes, she knew that face now that she saw it clearly at last. A cold tremor fell through her. What is she doing here? How can she be here? How can she be the one who brought him back, not her? The girl came to stand beside Gundalinu. His hand closed over hers protectively. Doesn't he know she's proscribed? Doesn't he remember her? Commander Pelathion? Moon smiled with subtle anxiety. What are you doing? Commander, I take responsibility for bringing her... Gundalinu broke off as a crowd of voices filled the outer room. Jerusha saw his face light up and then flash panic as he realized what language they spoke. Sainted! Commander! Moon! Jerking the parka off her back. I need your coat. Moon let him take it, even helped him struggle into the sleeves as though she somehow understood his embarrassment. He slid to his feet alongside the table, sealing the jacket up the front as the first secretary and the speaker entered, trailing an exquisite wake of half a dozen banquet guests and their companions. Jerusha saluted them, saw Gundalinu salute in a rictus of pride. Commander? First Secretary Cirrus acknowledged them with a nod. When we learned that the lost officer was one of our own people, we decided that we ought to come and congratulate him ourselves on his safe return. He looked at Gundalinu and at Moon, back at Gundalinu again, as though he couldn't believe a Karamorgi had ever looked like that. Inspector B.C. Gundalinu, Sadhu. Gundalinu saluted again, as though he had to prove it. Jerusha was suddenly glad that she had spent the last month of sleepless nights listlessly learning spoken Sandhi for this occasion. She still could not sort out the convolutions of the rank forms. Technician of the second rank, Sadhanhu Bahai. I thank you all for coming. This is the greatest honor, the highest moment of my life. Gundalinu Eshgrad. Cirrus's expression eased at the compliment, and at the reassurance that they were, at least, in the presence of a highborn. You bring your class and family prestige, at such a young age already an inspector to be. Thank you, Sadhu. Gundalinu's freckles reddened. He tried to hold back a fit of thick coughing, failed. They waited with polite sympathy. He has my best officer been. I've him sorely missed. Jerusha took pleasure in Gundalinu's swift glance filled with surprise at the tribute, at hearing it in Sandhi. Moon stood silent between them, with a private smile on her face. Jerusha noticed for the first time the tunic the girl was wearing. Its colors heightened the alienness of her pale skin and light silvered hair. It was the traditional costume of the winter nomads. She had seen one once displayed as a rarity in the window of an antique shop in the maze. Who are you, girl? But she heard only Secretary Cirrus introducing himself, holding up a palm for the Karamorgi equivalent of a handshake. Moon went unexpectedly rigid at the sound of his name. Gundalinu stepped forward, raising his own hand. A second of discomfort passed like an electric spark between them before their palms met. She saw that Gundalinu's hand would not open fully. The fingers were drawn up like claws. She saw the pink-white scars ridging his inner wrist next. Oh, gods, busy. Cyrus went on with the introductions. Gundolino kept a straight face as the perfumed speaker refused to touch his hand. Does he think it's catching? Jerusha frowned. She knew a slashed wrist when she saw one, knew the Karamorgis, being what they were, would recognize it too. You must terrible hardships have suffered, lost in the wilderness, after your patrol craft crashed, Inspector Gundolino. Cyrus's words were a springboard for an explanation. I wasn't in the wilderness lost, Secretary Cyrus, Gundolino said woodenly. I was by bandits prisoner made. They treated me badly. He looked down under the weight of their combined gaze, pressed his wrists together. If not for this woman here, I would never back have gotten. She saved my life. He reached out, caught Moon's elbow, and drew her forward. This is Moon Dawntreader Summer. His expression as he glanced at her told her the honor she was being paid. She smiled at him, looked back at Cyrus with sudden intentness. A native? The speaker said, loud with drink. An ignorant barbarian girl has a Karamorgi inspector rescued? It doesn't me amuse, Gundolino Eshkrad, not at all. No humor was intended. Gundolino raised his head, his own voice suddenly soft and cold. Jerusha looked a warning at him, but he didn't see it. She's no ignorant savage. She's the wisest, the noblest human being in this room. She is a Sibyl. He pulled aside the collar of her tunic carefully. She lifted her chin with pride to expose a half-healed knife wound and a trefoil tattoo. Jerusha grimaced. By the boatman, now you've done it. Caught off guard, instinctive reaction filled their watching faces. But the speaker was too deeply in his cups for respect or even good manners. What does that on this world mean? Put her in a robe and call her Eshkrad, but that won't her a technician make. A Sibyl on this world! He choked off as someone seized him from behind, muttered sharp, unintelligible words at his ear. But Jerusha was watching the girl, and saw her cheeks color as if she had understood every word. She stepped away from Gundolino, her arms stiffly at her sides, and said in stilted Sandhi, I am only a cup that knowledge holds. It does not to knowledge matter how poor the cup is. It is the wisdom of those who drink of me that me wise makes. Fools make a Sibyl foolish wherever she is. Jerusha flinched at the irony. The Karamorgi expressions rippled with astonishment. We meant you no offense, Cyrus said swiftly, placatingly. Since you are a holy woman to your own people, you deserve our respect as well, Sibyl. A small, self-deprecating smile. But where did she Sandhi learn, Commander? I taught it to her, Gundolino said, before Jerusha could fill her mouth with the obvious response. Gundolino put his arm around Moon's shoulders, drew her back to him, closed her in. And with due respect to the honorable speaker, I wish to say that if I her Gundolino Eshkrad maid, if she my wife were, she would the honor of my entire class raise. The astonishment verged on horror this time. Jerusha stared with the rest. Appalled! A woman's voice from somewhere in the rear among them. Gundolino Eshkrad. Cyrus shifted position uncomfortably. You have a great hardship endured. We understand that. Gundolino faltered under the unanimity of their censure. His arms loosened, but his hand still rested on Moon's shoulders. Yes, Sadhu, apologetically, but I will not her insulted here. She saved my life. Of course, Cyrus smiled again, but you don't her intend to marry. He glanced from side to side. She loves another, almost sadly. Moon turned under his hands to look at him. Then you would her marry? The speaker said indignantly. Have you no pride left? Are you so degenerate? To say such a thing without shame. You're already a failed suicide. The word also meant coward. Gundolino sucked in a breath, coughing. I attempted the honorable thing. It isn't my fault if I failed. He held out his hands. It is always the fault of a truly superior man when he fails. Another official, one Jerusha didn't recognize. A failed suicide doesn't deserve to live. Gundolino's battered shield of self-worth fell apart entirely. He stumbled back the few steps to the examining table, clung there as though the very words were a mortal blow. Forgive me, Sadhanu, Baha'i, for disgracing my class and my family. He could not even look at them. I never deserved the honor of your respect, or even your presence, but I deserve your scorn and your execration fully. I am no better than a slave, a crawling animal. His arms trembled. Jerusha moved quickly to support him before he collapsed. What's the matter with you people? She threw the accusation over her shoulder, heedless. What do you want from him? Do you want him to slash his wrists again? Do you want to watch his honor drain into the sink? She waved a hand. One of your own people, a brave, decent officer, has gone through hell and was strong enough to survive, and all you can say to him is drop dead. You're not one of us, Commander, Cirrus said quietly. Gundolino understands, but you never could. Thank the gods for that! Jerusha helped Gundolino up onto the table, not acknowledging their departure as the muttering officials began to leave the room. She heard the speaker's voice rise to the surface of sound deliberately to call Gundolino by a form of address reserved for the lowest unclassified. Gundolino's mouth quivered. He swallowed convulsively. Citizen Cirrus! Jerusha found Moon's voice an excuse to turn away while Gundolino got control of himself. She saw Cirrus hesitate in the doorway, and the girl struggled to curb her own white anger as she looked at him. It was successful. Jerusha saw the anger submerged by another, more urgent emotion. I must to you speak. Cirrus raised his eyebrows, glanced toward Gundolino. I think that too many words already have been said. She shook her head with stubborn resolution, her lank, pale hair flopping. About someone else. Do you as a Sibyl ask? Another shake. I ask as your niece. His limbs stopped trying to move him through the doorway. The rear guard of the departing Karamorgis looked back, tittered scandal as they went on out into the hallway. Jerusha blinked, felt Gundolino straighten up beside her. About your son, from the last festival. Cirrus's eyes looked briefly into the past. He nodded once, and with another glance their way, beckoned Moon into the other room. She went after him, looking back. Gundolino's eyes followed her, as though to lose sight of her now would be more than he could endure, but his face was hopeless. BZ. Inspector Gundolino. Jerusha demanded his attention with a sharpened voice. Ma'am. His head swung back obediently, but his attention did not come with it. Jerusha hesitated, suddenly unsure of what she was about to do. BZ, you aren't really in love with that girl, are you? His throat worked. And what if I am, Commander? Too evenly. It may be a scandal, but it's not a crime. BZ, don't you realize who she is? He glanced up, and she read his guilt. He didn't answer. She's the girl we lost to the tech runners 5 years ago. Telling him what he already knew, hoping that would be enough. She's proscribed, an illegal returnee. She'll have to be deported. Commander, I can't. His good hand tightened on the padded tabletop. If you're really in love with her, BZ, then it doesn't have to be a problem. She smiled encouragingly. Marry her. Take her off as your wife. I can't. He picked up a spine-sharp probe from the tray at the end of the table, tested it against his palm. She said hastily, "You're not going to let those hypocritical snobs—" "It's not that." He stiffened. "And you will not speak of the hegemony's leaders in such a manner. They had every right to criticize me." Jerusha opened her mouth, closed it again. "Moon wouldn't marry me." He put the probe down again. "She's pledged," as though that unofficial bond was still improper in some part of his mind. "To her cousin, First Secretary Cyrus's son." He looked toward the doorway again, incredulously. "She's in love with him. She's been trying all this time to get to Carbuncle to look for him." He spoke the facts flatly, like someone reading a report. "His name is Sparks Dawn-Treader." "Sparks? You know him?" "Yes, and so do you. We saved him from slavers once, the day of your last visit to the palace. After that, Aryan Road picked him up. He's been one of her favorites at court ever since, and it's turned him rotten." Gundolino frowned. "Then it's possible." "What is?" "Moon thinks he's become Starbuck." "Starbuck?" Jerusha put a hand to her forehead. Yes, it does fit. Thank you, gods. And thank you." She turned back to him grimly. "I've been trying to learn who Starbuck is so I can nail him for murder and illegally killing Murs." "Murder?" Gundolino started. She nodded. "He murdered a Dillop, or let his hounds do it. And I thought he'd murdered Moon, too. But it's still enough. This time I'll sting Aryan Road where it hurts." "So you've gone rottener than I ever dreamed, Dawn-Treader." She saw in her mind a battered boy with a smashed flute, a killer in black against the image of a corpse-strewn shore. "Never in my wildest nightmares did I imagine you'd fall so high." "I promised Moon that we'd find him, help him if we could. The change will get him anyway, if we can't." "Don't be so sure of that." "So Moon still wants him back, even after what she must have seen him do on that beach?" Jerusha was struck by the sudden, disconcerting realization that Sparks had belonged to both Aryan Road and Moon, and still did. Aryan Road's clone. "How did you know about that?" Gundolino said. "Never mind." Jerusha reached out, touched a conical metal device attached to sensor pads. "She says she still loves him. You don't simply stop after years. She only wants to know whether he feels the same way about her." A glimmer of lost hope surfaced. "Is that really all she wants?" "I can't let her loose in the city, BZ." Jerusha shook her head, fingering brass on her collar. "I'm sorry, but I can't risk it." "I don't understand. She's not going to contaminate anyone. I'll stay with her until we find him." "And then what?" He lifted his hands, dropped them again. "I don't know. Commander, the change is almost here, and when it happens, it's not going to matter whether she's been off-world or not. The Summers hate the whole idea. She was only on Karamov a few weeks. What harm can she do?" "You're asking me what harm a Sybil can do here, when she knows the reason for her existence?" Almost angrily. "If we manage to pick up Starbuck, she can share a cell with him. But otherwise, believe me, it's better for all concerned if she never sees him again, and he never sees her." "I can't believe I'm hearing that from you." The words were heavy with sullen accusation. "And I can't believe I'm hearing you say she's no threat, Gundolino. What the hell's gotten into you?" "Don't push me, BZ. Be a good blue and accept it. Don't make me hurt you now." "I care about her. It seems to me that ought to mean something." He began to cough, pressing his chest. "More than your duty to the law? She's just one innocent summer girl. Why the hell can't we leave it alone?" It had the sound of a man in torment. Jerusha realized that he was his own most unforgiving inquisitor. "She's not Just another summer, Beezy, she said with heavy reluctance. Haven't you ever noticed how much she resembles Aryan Road? His expression said that she was out of her mind. I'm serious, Gundalinu. I have every reason to believe the Queen got herself cloned somehow, and the only reason she could possibly have for that would be that she doesn't want winter to end. She told him everything, every detail of the circumstantial evidence. So you see, Moon is a Sybil. I can't risk letting Aryan Road get her hands on herself, carrying a deadly weapon like that. She's doing all she can to hold on to her power and go on corrupting everything she touches on this world. But I'm doing anything I can to make sure she doesn't get away with it, and that includes keeping Moon out of her hands. I can't believe that. Gundalinu shook his head, and she realized that he couldn't. Moon is like no one I ever met. She's nothing like Aryan Road. She cares about everyone, everything, and they feel it in her. If there's a spark of decency in a man or woman, she makes it catch fire. They fall in love with her. They can't help it. An inane smile turned up the corners of his mouth. Jerusha grimaced. For God's sakes, BZ, nobody's that wonderful. She is. Just talk to her. I'd better not even look at her if she's all you claim. No wonder they say love is blind, gently. She felt her own apologetic smile grow as healthy resentment turned his mouth into a line. Your perspective is out of sync, BZ, that's all. You need a good meal and a lot of sleep, and time to believe you're back in the world you belong to. Don't patronize me! He hit the instrument tray. Things leaped and glittered. Jerusha winced. I know where I am, and I don't belong here anymore. I'm not fit to be a police inspector. I'm not fit to belong to the human race. All I want is to keep the one promise I'm still capable of keeping, to the one person who doesn't give a damn what I've become. And now you're trying to tell me she's a monster, and that I have to keep her from the one thing she wants when it's almost in her hands. I'm telling you it's your duty as a police officer to protect the hegemony. That has to come first. You can't start bending the law to fit your personal tastes. It doesn't work that way. I should know. Then I resign. I don't accept your resignation. You're in no state to offer it, and you're too valuable to me. I need every man I've got until that final ship goes up. She knew as she spoke that there was infinitely more at stake. A career, a man's self-respect, maybe even his life. Listen to me, please, BZ. You know I wouldn't have told you all this unless I believed it. Aryan Road is a threat, and a monster, and a disease. She's a danger to the hegemony, and that makes Moon a danger, whatever she is. And Starbuck is a vicious murderer who's killed whatever Sparks Dawntreader once was as surely as he's killed 1,000 Murs. Think, Gundalinu, think about it. You're still a good officer. You can't deny that you're neglecting your duty, and you're not doing Moon a favor to turn her over to them. Reason began to seep back into Gundalinu's eyes, and a dark resolve. Stay with me, BZ. Moon reappeared in the doorway, looking back over her shoulder, her face pinched with frustration and disappointment. Beyond her, Cirrus was leaving the outer room. Damn! Not when I've almost won! Jerusha turned back to Gundalinu, saw with abrupt relief that his expression had not changed. BZ, she whispered, you don't have to be the one. I'll have her taken in by someone else. Stay here until they've treated you. You need rest, and I'll do it. He spoke as though she did not exist. He pushed himself off of the table, stood down unsteadily, gathering himself to his duty. They've already treated me, Commander. I'm fine. Absently. I have to do this, have to do it now before I change my mind. His freckles stood out like stars, anemic white against the darkness of his skin. Moon looked at him, stopped where she was across the room. BZ? Gundalinu said quietly, Moon, you're under arrest. Chapter 36. Moon huddled at the very edge of the seat, pressed against the curving window, as the shuttle car began to move soundlessly out of the Starport station. There was a handful of other people in the car, mainly technicians going off duty, going to join the festival crowds in the city. Carbuncle! She had reached the end of the journey that had taken so long and cost so much. She looked ahead into the sucking blackness through a progression of pulsing golden rings, blinking each time the car threaded a ring like a silent needle, blinking and blinking to keep her vision clear. Betrayed. Betrayed! She twisted her hands again with impotent fury, feeling the cold, unyielding binders bite into her wrists. Gundolinu sat beside her, separated from her by an unbridgeable gap of betrayal and duty. What had that woman said to him? Or had he always meant to do it? She glanced at him, looked away again abruptly when she found him still watching her. Misery was in his eyes now, soft and yielding, not the unforgiving iron of Inspector Gundolinu that she could beat against with honest rage. She could not look at his misery, afraid of becoming lost in it, drawn down into the memory of those all-too-human eyes touching her face in the dawn light, needing her, wanting her, asking but never demanding. The memory of how she had almost answered them. Almost. Let him suffer. Damn you, you liar, you bastard. I trusted you. How could you do this to me? Her head bumped the window in rhythmic frustration. He was taking her to jail, and in a few more days his people would take her from this world again forever, abandon her to a lifelong exile on some other planet. He had even lied to Palathion, telling her that the medics had treated him, so that she would let him do this job himself. And she had heard him volunteer, to bring in Sparks as well, to do his penance by letting her lover be charged with murder and sent away to some hell-world prison colony for the rest of his life, if he could be found in time. And if he couldn't be found... She had told First Secretary Cirrus everything, trying not to hate him, and she had seen the light echo from a distant time in this same place shine out in him, as she told him of the medal that bore his name, and his son. He always wore it. He always wanted to be like you, to learn the secrets of the universe. He had laughed with startled pleasure, wanting to know where his son was now, and whether they could meet. She had told him, hesitantly, that he could and would see Sparks at the Snow Queen's court. Cirrus had been born, like Sparks, after the celebration of an official visit by the Assembly on Samath. At the Prime Minister's next visit, he had taken his nearly middle-aged son with him, on a whim. She saw the possibilities for his own son registering in Cirrus's mind, and with suddenly tangling hope and fear, she had told him the rest. And Starbuck will be sacrificed with the Queen at the end of the festival, unless someone saves him. She had waited for the shock to register, and then, turning all her willpower on him, "You can save him. He's the Prime Minister's grandson, your son. No one would dare execute him if you ordered them to let him live." But Cirrus had stepped back from her with a smile of grief. "I'm sorry, Moon. Niece. Truly I am. But I can't help you. As much as I want to." His fingers twitched. "There's nothing I can do. We're figureheads, Moon. Images, idols, toys. We don't run the hegemony. We simply decorate it. You'd have to change the change itself, and the ritual of the change is far too important to be disrupted at my whim." He looked down. "But I'm sorry." He sighed and shrugged, hands empty. "If there's anything I can do to help that's within my power, I'll do it. Just contact me and let me know. But I can't perform miracles. I wouldn't even know how to try. I wish you'd never told me this." He had turned away and left her standing alone. Alone. In all her life she had never felt so alone. The shuttle car slowed, coming into the light at the tunnel's end, and brought them to a sighing stop. Looking out, she could see an immense man-made cavern, a wide, harshly lit platform. Its walls were painted with lurid stripes, a heartless, futile attempt at celebration. The platform was deserted except for 3 well-armed security guards. Access to the starport was even more strictly limited tonight than usual. They had reached Carbuncle, but she had no impression at all of its real identity. The technicians left the car in a laughing, elbowing knot. 1 or 2 glanced back briefly before they went on across the platform. Gundolinu stood up, coughing heavily, and gestured her to her feet, still without speaking to her. She followed the technician's path, head down, lost in the silence of questions without answers. At the far side of the platform were elevators of various sizes. The technicians had already disappeared into one. Gundolinu still wore his blood-stained coat and a borrowed helmet. The guards studied his own identification more closely than they looked at his prisoner. The lift took them up and up and up until Moon felt her empty stomach turn over in protest. There were no stops along the way. The elevator shaft rose through the hollow core of one of Carbuncle's supporting pylons, into the heart of the lower city, where goods had come from and gone to the entire hegemony, but would no longer. The doors slid open as they reached the city level. Noise and color and raucous celebration rushed in to overwhelm them like a joyous madman. Men and women danced past them to the glaring music of an unseen band, locals and off-worlders together, filling the bare, littered loading docks with motion and every imaginable contrast of clothing and being. Moon shrank back, felt Gundolinu recoil beside her, as the cacophony shattered senses attuned to the fragile silence of the snow. Gundolinu swore in Sandi, breaking his own silence in self-defense. But he took her arm, pushed her out of the elevator before the doors could close again. He led her along the edges of the mauling crowd, navigating the interminable gauntlet to the warehouses where the crowded street began. At last he stopped her, finding shelter in a pool of quiet, the corner space between 2 buildings. He backed her resolutely up to the wall. Moon, she turned her face away, drowning his face in images. Don't tell me you're sorry. Don't! I'm sorry. I had to do it. He took her hands in his. His thumb pressed the hollow lock on the crosspiece of the binders. They snapped open. He took them off and tossed them away. She looked down at her wrists in disbelief, shook them, looked up into his face again. I thought it was the only way I could get us here to the city, past security, once the commander recognized you. He shook his head, wiped his face with the back of a hand. Holy Mother! B.Z. She took a deep breath, clenching her hands. You lie too well. His mouth quirked. So much for good blue, Gundolinu. He reached up and took off his borrowed helmet, patted it almost reverently. Nobody understands that it doesn't fit anymore. His voice turned harsh with self-recrimination. He bent over and set the helmet down on the pavement. Beezy, no one needs to know. She pulled at his arm with sudden understanding. Can't you say I slipped away in the crowd? He straightened up, his mouth like a knife cut, his eyes like cinders, and she saw that this was not the catalyst, but only the precipitate of his change. The commander told me what she knows about your cousin. We can't get at him in the palace, but she said he visits a woman named Ravenglass sometimes, in the Citron Alley. That's as good a starting place as any. He stood away from her, and away from himself, retreating onto safe ground. I guess we can go as we are. Nobody will look at us twice in this mob. He frowned abruptly, looking at her. Braid your hair. It's too much like... It's too obvious. She obeyed, not understanding. Hold on to me. And whatever you do, don't get separated in this crowd. We've got half a city to go, and it's all uphill." He put out his good hand. She clasped it tightly in her own. They made their way up the street, assaulted by the appalling intensity of Carbuncle's high spirits. The Winters celebrated with a kind of uninhibited desperation because it was the last festival they would ever know. The Summers celebrated the coming of the change that would set their world right. The sight of cleeskin boots and slickers, the weather-burned faces of the countless islanders who had made this pilgrimage, filled Moon's eyes and clogged her throat with longing. She found herself searching the faces for one she knew, always disappointed, until she glimpsed a red head bobbing, a youth in a slicker moving away. She struggled to break Gundolinu's grip, but he would not let her go. Shaking his head, he towed her up the street, until she realized for herself that there were 100 red-headed Summers adrift in this sea of faces. Vendors cried their wares, people danced in human chains, performers and musicians climbed boxes and stairs to win the fickle worship of the passing crowd. It was the middle of the night, but no one seemed to know it from the middle of the day, Moon the least among them. The Prime Minister had arrived, and from now until the night of masks, the revels would only grow wilder. Off-worlder storekeepers sold the last of their stock for near nothing, or gave it away, piled clothes and food and unrecognizable exotica in their doorways. Take it away! Winters, wrapped in yards of family totem creatures, paraded along the street center, alight with hologramic coal fire. Moon yelped as a firecracker burst beside her, wrote her name in the air with an incandescent sparkler she found unexpectedly in her hand. Fistfights and worse fights broke out along the alleys as the electric tensions that lay beneath this festival's melting valences exploded in sudden, petty violence. Moon had to struggle to keep her own hold on Gundolinu as a fight broke out beside them and his instincts started him toward it. But a regulation blue in a shining helmet had claimed it for his own, and Gundolinu changed direction again with wrenching urgency. As they went on up the street, Moon felt the crowd spirit infect her with giddy optimism, pummeling her with the absolute awareness that she was here at last. This was the city, this was Carbuncle, and it was a place of unimaginable delight. She had come in time. She had come in the time of change, when probabilities broke down and anything became possible. She had come to find sparks, to change the change, and she would. But more and more she found herself leading Gundolinu, pulling him against the current of humanity, his own senses and endurance failing him as hers heightened. She looked back at his sweating face, falling from the heights as she heard him cough, and remembered that he had thrown away rest and treatment to help her. But he shook his head as she slowed, pushed her on again. Almost there. They reached the Citron Alley, at last. Moon found a store that was still opened, asked the shopman eagerly for Fate Ravenglass. He looked at her face with peculiar surprise. She drew the neck of her tunic together over her tattoo. "Fate's right next door, little lady, but you won't find her in. She's seeing to her masks all around the city. Come back tomorrow. Maybe you'll have better luck." "She has to be in. How can she be gone?" Moon nodded, speechless with disappointment. Gundolinu leaned against the peeling building wall. "Do you have anything for a cough?" The shopman shrugged. "Not much now. An amulet for good health." Gundolinu gave a grunt of disgust and pushed away from the wall. "Come on, let's ask around the hills." "No." Moon shook her head, caught his arm, stopping him. We'll find somewhere to sleep first, and come back here tomorrow." He hesitated. "You're sure?" She nodded, lying, but knowing that she would be utterly lost here in the city if she lost him now. They found refuge at last with his former landlady, a pillowed, mothering woman who took pity on him once she believed that he was more than a ghost. She put them in the rooms that belonged to her grown son. "I know you won't steal anything, Inspector Gundolinu." Gundolinu grimaced wryly as the door clicked shut. granting them privacy at last. She doesn't seem to care whether I brought you here for immoral purposes. Moon bent her head. What does that mean? Blankly. His smile grew wryer. Nothing, I suppose, in this town. Gods, I want to see hot, running water again. I want to feel clean again. He turned away and went into the bathroom. After a moment, she heard water running. Moon ate her share of the fisherman's pie they had panhandled on the street, sitting by the window with her back to the room's self-conscious schizophrenia. A room like all of winter, caught between the sea and the stars. The rooms were on the second floor, and she looked down on the festival from above, watching humanity course like blood through the arteries of the city. So many. There were so many. Cut off from the life support of its artificial vitality, she felt her endurance break down again, lost her confidence that she would ever find that one face in the thousands. The Sybil machinery had brought her to Carbuncle, but what did it expect of her now? Aspunt had not been able to tell her anything about the way in which it acted, only that it was the most unpredictable and least understood of the things a Sybil might experience. She had believed that it guided her, but now that she had come to the city, there was no blinding revelation to help her. Had it abandoned her, forgotten her, left her to count grains of sand on the endless shore? How would she find sparks without its help? And what if she did find him? What had he become? A cold-blooded killer, doing the dirty work of winter's queen, even sharing her bed? What would she say to him if she found him? What could he say to her? He had rejected her twice already, on Neath and on that hideous shore. How often did he have to tell her that she was no longer his love? Had she really gone through so much just to hear him say it to her face? Her hand rose to her cheek. Why can't I let go? Why can't I admit it? The curtain at the bathroom doorway pushed back, and Gundolinu came out, clean and freshly shaven, but modestly redressed in the same filthy clothes. He stretched out on the bed sofa with a sigh, as though it had taken the last bit of his strength. Moon shut herself into the tiny washroom in turn, to hide from him the doubts that she could not speak and could not disguise. She showered. The steaming water soothed her crippling tension, but it could not wash her guilt away. She came out into the larger room again, wearing only her tunic, drying her hair and her eyes, expecting to find Gundolinu asleep. But he stood at the window as she had stood. She joined him. They stood side by side, not touching, in silent communion, before the diamond panes, watching the street below, listening as the festival rattled against the glass. Why did I come here? Why did it make me come, when there wasn't any reason? Gundolinu glanced at her, frowning in surprise. What am I going to do, even if I find him? I've already lost him. He doesn't want me any more. He has a queen. She pressed her hand against her mouth. And he's willing to die for her. Maybe he only wants Arian Road because he doesn't have you. Again Gundolinu searched her face, looking for something she didn't understand. How can you say that? She's a queen. But she'll never be you. Hesitantly, he touched her fingers. And maybe that's why he doesn't want to go on living. She caught his hand in hers, pressed it to her cheek, kissed it. Thou makest me valued feel, when I wind-drift am, when I lost have been for so long. She felt her face burn. He freed his hand. Don't speak, Sandy. I never want to hear it again. He pulled clumsily at the sleeve of his rough shirt. I'm not fit to hear it. Windrift, that's what I am, not what you are. Spume on the sea, dust in the wind, dirt under the feet of my people. Stop it. She stopped his words, aching with his pain. "Stop it! Stop it! I won't let you believe that. It's a lie. You're the finest, gentlest, kindest man I ever knew. I won't let you believe." As he turned to her, his dark eyes drawing her, and his hands pressing her back, and his need, he bent his head slowly, almost in disbelief, as her mouth rose to his kiss. Moon shut her eyes, kissing him again with tremulous hunger, feeling his astonished hands begin to caress her as she answered his unspoken question at last. "How did I come to this place?" he murmured. "Is it real? How can you—" I don't know. Don't ask me. Because there is no answer. Because I have no right to love you. I never meant to. And I do. BZ, this may be all there is. This could end tomorrow. Because you give me the strength to go on searching." "I know." His kisses grew more reckless. "It doesn't matter. I'm not asking forever of you. Just let me love you now." Chapter 37. "Starbuck!" Arian Road called his name again when he did not look up from his work table. He raised his head slowly, his face elusive and shadowed, as he acknowledged her at last. He pushed aside contraband tools, the half-disassembled piece of hardware he had been peeling down layer upon fragile layer. His workroom was choked with technological storm rack, some of which he actually claimed to understand. His native technical ability had always pleased her, until now. Since he had returned from the final, fateful hunt, he had lost himself in this sterile fantasy of machinery, to hide from himself and from her. "What do you want?" His voice was neither curious nor hostile. It was nothing at all, and nothing showed on his face as he spoke. She tried to curb her irritation, knowing that only patience and time would bring him out of his despondent brooding. But it had been weeks since he had acted like a man, since he had tried to make love to her, touched her, even smiled at her. Her resentment smoldered, leaving her with no stomach for cuddling his sullen bad temper. "I want to know when you'll be finishing your duty as hunter." "My duty?" He shifted in the swivel seat, his eyes leaping like a hart, searching for cover in the wilderness of electronics gear. "I've done it all," bitterly. "You haven't made the payment. The source is waiting for the water of life. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that unless he gets it, winter will end, and so will our lives. And half of summer will die. Summer will end forever." His green eyes met hers again, dull with anguish. "So I hope." She forced her gaze past the barriers and into his unwilling mind. "You aren't pretending this is the first time that's occurred to you, are you?" "No." He shook his head. His red hair brushed the links of silvered chain that caught the shoulders of his loose-hanging shirt. "I've thought about it every day, and dreamed it." "Pleasant dreams," she said sardonically. "No!" She remembered the nightmares, the ones that he had refused to discuss with her. "Get someone else to make the delivery. I've done my duty. I'm choking on Winter's dirty work. I draw the line at giving that rotting off-worlder slug eternal life for destroying my own people. You're no Summer, and you're paying for your own life and mine." Arian Road leaned across the work table, reaching out. "You can't crawl back into a summer shell. You outgrew that long ago. You've killed your sacred myrrhs. You've left your summer love dead with their corpses. You abandoned your people and your goddess years ago for something better. Remember that. You are an off-worlder now, and my lover. And like it or not, you will be until you die." Starbuck pushed to his feet, sweeping the clatter and blink off of the table with his fist. Arian Road stepped back as she realized he had only just kept that rage from striking out at her. then I'd just as soon die now." He clenched his hands on the table edge, leaning forward with his head down. "And finish what I've started." Sparks! His name rose out of her deepest heart, where the hot pain of his suffering reached her dimly. But he did not respond. She could not reach him any more. He had shut her out. "Starbuck!" The suffering became her own, and the pain became her anger. He did look up this time, with his face hard and clenched. There was nothing of Sparks in the look, only a ghost lying behind it, the ghost of lost Moon, her own lost otherness. Moon, whose death was his fault, and who had taken his love for the both of them with her into the grave. Arion Road felt his reality, shrouded by the ghost of Moon, become the focus for Failure's burning glass. Failure. The word left a smoking track across her inner sight. "You will deliver the water of life, and I want it done soon. Your queen commands it." His mouth thinned. It was the first time she had ever commanded him, the first time he had ever forced her to. "And if I refuse?" "Then I'll give you to the off-worlders." Refusing to let him defy her, she pulled at the sliding reins of her control. "And you'll spend the rest of your life in a penal colony wishing that you had died at the change." Starbuck's mouth dropped open. His eyes felt her face like a blind man's hands, until at last he knew that she meant every word. He bowed his head in surrender, helpless under the weight of his own self-hatred. She knew then that she could make him do anything, and that in winning this victory, she had lost him forever. Chapter 38. Moon woke suddenly with a sigh in the warm embrace of someone's arms. "Sparky, I had such a strange dream." She opened her eyes, jerked at the unexpectedness of the room opening out before her, and, remembering, she looked down along her side to find a warm brown arm freckled with pink secure beneath her own. For just a moment pain caught inside her, but then she smiled, without guilt or regret, twining her fingers in his. She shifted carefully on the narrow bed sofa to study Beezy's sleeping face, remembering how he had watched over her in the silent dawns, remembering the poems of his heart that he spoke to her wondering ears as he gave himself to her at last. "My star, white bird, wildflower garden," until she had cried out the words that she had no right to say, and no power to deny. "I love you, I love you." She stroked his cheek, but he did not stir, rested her head on his shoulder. Here in this room, this space apart from their separate lives, they had shared love, and they had given each other something else as precious, an affirmation of their own value. The sounds of the festival still reached her, muted but unchanging. The level of light flowing in through the window had not changed either. "I've never done this in the light," he had murmured. "We're so beautiful. Why was I ashamed?" She had no feel for whether it was night or day, or how long they had slept. Her body was sluggish and unwilling, telling her it had not been long enough. But she couldn't afford any more time. Beezy still slept like the dead, and she moved out from under his arm as quietly as she could, without trying to wake him, certain that she could find her way as far as the mask-maker's alley alone. She dressed and slipped out the door. The crowd seemed as vibrant, as endless as before, as though one shift of revelers merged imperceptibly into the next, an infinite wheel. She kept as close to the building walls as she could, forcing her way through the eddying backwaters around vendors' booths and outdoor cafes. She grabbed a piece of spiced meat from a table as she passed, choked it down, her throat tight and her mind sparking with the feedback of sheer energy from every side. At last she broke through into the citron alley, where the crowd current slowed and grew less deep. She found her way to the botanery entrance, went one more shop to the mask-maker's. Its yellow-green double door was firmly shut. She beat on the upper half with her fist, throwing all her frustration and energy into it. "Open up! Open up!" The top half of the door opened, catching her in mid-cry. She ended with a laugh of triumph. A middle-aged woman with dark hair and a heavy plait looked out at her, through her, with eyes sleep-reddened, with eyes that did not see her. "Yes, who is it?" Wearily, a little impatiently. Are you Fate Ravenglass, the mask-maker?" She wondered what she had been expecting, relieved that this woman wasn't it. "Yes," the woman rubbed her face, "but all my masks are gone. You'll have to go to one of the displays to look at them. There are warehouses and vacant stores full of them all over the city." "No, I don't want a mask. I want to ask you about Sparks. Sparks Dawn-Treader." "Sparks?" The reaction she had waited for, prayed for, filled the woman's face. She opened the bottom of the door. "Come in, then. Come in." Moon entered the shop, blinked with the dimming of light. As her eyes readjusted, she saw boxes and baskets piled in precisely ordered confusion in the room's four corners, remnants of cloth, face forms, feathers, bangles, beads. Her foot skidded on a bead as she moved forward. She picked it up carefully and held it in her hand. The walls of the room were empty now, but they bristled with hooks where 100 masks must have hung like rare flowers until only 2 or 3 days ago. The last wall space was not empty. On it hung one mask, all alone, and she stood staring, transfixed by the shimmering vision of a summer's day. Mist rainbows reflecting in pied pools, emerald velvet moss underfoot, and the green-gold silk of new grasses springing up on the hillsides. Hordes of wildflowers, fragrant with life, berries and birds' wings dappled with shadow, and in their midst a face of radiant innocence, captive to wonder, crowned by the rays of the twin suns. "Is that the Summer Queen?" she whispered, awed. The woman turned to face it instinctively. That is her mask. Who she will be, herself, is still a mystery known only to the gods. "To the lady," Moon said without thinking. "Yes, of course." The mask-maker smiled a little sadly. Moon realized all the things this mask would mean to a winter, and that none of them were the same things that moved her. "You've made her so beautiful when she's come to take your life away." "Thank you." The woman smiled again, proudly this time. "But that's the price any artist pays, to lose a part of herself each time she creates something she hopes will live on after her. And perhaps if I make her fair and kind, the Summer Queen will fulfill the prophecy and be those things to us." "She will," Moon murmured. "But she won't understand you, so how can she be?" "Now tell me, Summer Girl," Moon glanced around in half surprise, "why you've come asking about Sparks Dawn-Treader." "I'm his cousin, Moon Dawn-Treader." "Moon!" The mask-maker frowned at nothing. Wait just a minute." She went surely through a doorway into another room, and was back in a moment wearing a peculiar headband. "He told me so much about you, the two of you. Come over by the door, where I can see you better with my third eye." Moon obeyed. The woman held her with her face to the light, slowly grew rigid. "Sparks said that you were like her." "Like her?" She seemed to shiver suddenly. "Like who?" Moon forced the words out through stiff lips. "Like Arianrode, like the Snow Queen. But I've seen you another time, in another place, somewhere." She lifted her hand to map Moon's face with sensitive fingertips, keeping her from asking another question. Fate led her back inside to the one round, glue-dribbled table with chairs that was all the room's real furniture. "Where have I seen you, Moon?" A large gray cat appeared out of nowhere on the tabletop, came to sniff questioningly at Moon's hands. Moon scratched him absently under the chin. I don't think you have." Moon sat down, following Fate's motion, unclenched her fist, and laid the single red bead on the table. Fate's breath caught. "Yes, you're a Sybil." Moon's hands flew to her throat. "No, your cousin told me. It's all right." Fate shook her head reassuringly. "Your secret is safe, and it means I can trust you with mine now." She pulled down the high neckline of her sleeping gown, exposing her throat. Moon felt her own breath stop. "You're a Sybil? Here? But how? How do you dare?" She remembered Danakil Lou and the scars he wore as a warning. "I have a very select clientele." Fate turned her face away. "Maybe that's selfish of me. Maybe I'm not doing all I can with the gift, but I feel that there is a need for me to be here somehow, as an outlet, if nothing else." Her hands found a stray feather on the tabletop. She picked it up, running it between her fingers. The cat watched her, its ears flicking. "I have strange ideas about Sybils, you see. Maybe they're absurd, but—" Her shoulders twitched. Moon leaned forward. "You mean you think there might be Sybils on other worlds than this one?" The feather fluttered down. The cat pounced. "Yes! Oh, by the gods, have you felt it too?" Fate reached out for reassurance. "I've seen it." Moon touched her hand. "I met a Sybil on another world. There are Sybils everywhere, part of an information network the old empire left to help us now. The hegemony lies to us." "I thought as much. I knew there was something more." "Yes, it makes so much sense." Her smile was a candle being lit in darkness. "Is that where I saw you, then? On another world?" "Asking about him?" "I did ask about him. That's why I came back. Then it was you who told me about him." "That he loved someone else?" "That it wasn't finished yet. That he needed me," raising her voice to drown out doubts. "But how do you know that? Can we remember what we say and see? I've never been called." "Yes, you remember it. Clearly." Fate smiled at the memory of clear sight. "It happens to me rather often, and that's why I feel I'm needed here. I may be the only answer there is to questions about Carbuncle, and that's why I began to suspect there was more to us than anyone pretended to know. How could the hedge not know what we did was real? There are a lot of things they lie about." "The Mers. Is that the real reason they don't want us in Carbuncle? So no one can prove that they've lied about the Mers, and about how many other things?" "But we could change that, now that we know the truth. When the off-worlders go, then summer will reign, and they won't listen." "I listened." Moon felt her gaze drawn away to the mask on the wall. Would they listen to a Sybil queen? A tingling excitement ran along her nerves from spine to fingertips. "Fate, in transfer you said I could be the queen. What did it mean?" "That was years ago." Fate pressed a hand over her sensor eye. "I suppose I meant that you looked like Aryan Road." She took her hand away, looking toward the mask on the wall. "But maybe not. I called you back. It seemed important. If you ran the race with the others on the day of choosing, who can say? You could be chosen queen. How long is it until they choose?" "It's the day that leads into the mask night. The day after tomorrow." Moon wove her tingling hands together, completing the circuit, felt the current of terrifying certainty surge through her. This is the reason. This is why I've come. To make this a real change. To open the circle. Yes, I can. I know I can. I was meant to. Possibilities exploded inside her eyes. But it won't save Sparks. The fire of revelation drowned in the cold waters of truth. There could be no rebirth without death. She would have no power until the Snow Queen died. But that's why I came. She shook her head angrily. Fate's face turned quizzical, listening. Fate, I came to find Sparks. I want to help him if I can. If he still needs me. If he even wants me. She faltered. You know what he's become. Yes, I know. I know everything. She pulled on a braid, hurting herself. Starbuck. Fate nodded, her face drawing down. She pulled the cat into her lap. He isn't the boy you knew anymore. But you aren't the girl he left in summer, either. And he does need you, Moon. He needs you desperately. He always has, or he would never have turned to Aryan Road. Find him, and save him if you can. It matters very much to me. And to me. Moon jarred the table. But I don't know how to find him. That's why I came to you. Can you help me find him? Can you bring him here? There's hardly any time. Today and 2 more days, until he dies. 3 days to search a whole city. I know. Fate shook her head, looking down. But he comes here at his whim, not mine. And I don't know... Wait. Searching, she found the red bead, picked it up. There is someone else who sees him more than I do. Her name is Tor Starhiker, and she runs the casino called Persiphone's. She calls herself Persephone. Ask for her by that name. Are you here alone? No, Moon smiled. I have someone. Realizing that she had been away from him far longer than she had meant to be. I'd better get back and tell him what I've learned. She stood up, hesitated. Thank you for helping me. And thank you for being Sparks's friend when I couldn't be. She longed for the time to hear all that had passed between them through that long, brief gap of years. May the lady smile on you, shyly. May she smile on us all, but especially on you now. Fate smiled. Moon looked a last time at the mask of the Summer Queen before she went out the door. She reached the rooming house where she had left BZ at last, burst in through the windowed door, breathless with elation and relief. Moon! BZ stood in the narrow hallway, the tail of his ragged shirt half tucked in. His landlady stood beside him, overpowering his frail official presence with her own, midway through a shrug of denial. BZ pushed past her, ran to catch Moon in his arms, lifting her off her feet. Gods, where the hell have you been? I went to the mask maker's. She laughed her surprise as he set her down again. Stop! You shouldn't... The mask maker's? Alone? Why? He frowned disapproval, but his face showed her only concern. I knew the way. You needed the rest. She smiled until he smiled with her. I found her, and BC, you won't believe this... She broke off, remembering the landlady still listening intently behind his back. BZ glanced over his shoulder, cleared his throat. All right, Inspector. The woman raised her hands in good-natured surrender. I can take a hint. She eased past them toward her own apartment door. You had him worried. She winked unsubtly. Keep him worried, and he won't go off-world without you, child. She opened her door and went in. It closed behind her. BZ glanced ceilingward, away from Moon's embarrassment and his own. He moved them further down the hall. Now, tell me, you found her? Yes, and BZ, when K.R. Aspunt went into transfer, she was the one who told me to come back. It took a moment to register. She's a Sybil? Here? Moon nodded, missing the undertones of his incredulity. The only one for the whole galaxy. What did you tell her? He was suddenly angry. This time she understood. Old resentment and fresh disappointment darkened her eyes. She stepped back, away from him. I told her I wanted to find Sparks, and that's all you have the right to know. I didn't mean that. He muffled a cough, muzzling his bad temper. I was afraid you'd left me, ashamed and awkward, without even saying goodbye. Knowing that he knew it wasn't the whole truth, she accepted it, because she knew that he wished it were. Beezy, how could I ever? Not to you. Not to you. She took his hands in hers, in promise, and kissed him with gentle grief. He let her go reluctantly, suddenly obsessed with the disorder of his shirt. So what did you find out? Has she seen him? Fate doesn't know how to reach him. Moon saw his head come up. But she told me about somebody who might. Her name is Persephone. She runs a casino. She thought he was disappointed, but he nodded. Right. I know the place. Uptown. One of the biggest. We'll try it next. He glanced toward the spidery stairway that helixed to the upper floors and to the room that had been theirs for a night. Just let me get my coat. Chapter 39. Hi there. Hello, sexy. Welcome to hell, big spender. Tor leaned languidly against a pillar, greeting the faceless mob that poured through the wall of tinkling mirrors with soulless monotony. She bit down on a yawn, her mouth crinkling with the effort, trying to keep her makeup intact. They had just reopened after being closed for a few hours of rest and recovery, and they would not be closed again until the night of masks was over and the day of change had come. She had been gulping uppers until they barely gave her a jolt, and her flower-lidded eyes were ready to sink into her skull. Like somebody about to begin a life of unwilling asceticism, the festival crowd was insatiable in all its appetites, and the sauce wanted them squeezed to the last drop. And whatever the sauce wanted, she meant to give him. He had touched the bureaucratic mountain of permission forms with his omnipotent, distorted finger, and it had melted into an unobstructed plain. He had given his blessing for her marriage to Oryazabal, her escape from this world before the off-worlders slammed the lid on Winter's coffin and nailed it down tight. In just a few more interminable hours, this casino would close forever. Well, forever as far as she was concerned. It struck her that she was going to miss this place, and that surprised her. But this casino had been filled with people who lived, people who weren't afraid to take chances, people from a collection of worlds so diverse she could barely begin to fathom them, worlds she wanted to get her hands on, and would, thanks to Oryazabal and the sauce. She experienced a moment of fleeting doubt at the thought that she would actually be Oryazabal's wife. The off-worlder's legal marriage seemed as heavy and ugly as a length of chain. To be chained to Oryazabal forever. Oryazabal, who was in lust with Persephone, not Tor Starhiker. Would she have to wear this damned wig, this painted, phony shell forever, until it became the reality? Oh, the hell with it. If she got sick of Oryazabal, she could lose him fast enough. Chains were made to be broken. You look like a real winner. Hello there. She stopped in mid-drone, her mouth hanging. Your Majesty? The white-braided girl in a nomad's tunic looked at her in strange confusion, and the look was enough to convince her that she was wrong. But the girl stayed put in front of her, oblivious to the crowd's jostling as it eddied past. Are you Persephone? She smiled garishly. Only a cheap imitation, kid. But by the gods, you're a high-priced copy of the Queen. The girl didn't seem very flattered at the comparison. Fate sent me. Tor laughed nervously. Gods, I hope not. Oh, You mean Fate Ravenglass. The girl nodded. My name is Moon Dawntreader. She said you know my cousin, Sparks. Sparks? Yeah, I certainly do. She felt an irrational relief rush her, pushed away from the pillow. Hell and devils, I'm way too high tonight. Come on, let's get out of the stampede. She realized for the first time that the girl wasn't alone. A scarecrow Karamorgi stood behind her like a shadow, wearing a blues jacket with inspector's insignia. Her heart leaped into her throat irrationally again, before she saw that the rest of him was strictly non-regulation, saw the stains on his jacket front. The stains looked like dried blood. The possibility did not reassure her. Don't ask, just don't ask. She pointed, led them on through the casino. Moon Dawntreader gawked like a rube at the game effects drifting through her in the air, at the astounding extremes of clothing and the extremes of behavior that went with them, at the blaring, mind-battering totality of a gambling hell being experienced by a virgin soul. She heard the girl's half-shout, thinned by the throbbing music. Look at us! They were passing through the spillover of a hologramic black gate, engulfed in flaming flotsam. I never saw anything like this on Karamoth, not even in the thieves' market. Tor looked back in surprise. The fallen blue said feelingly, And you never will. Tor shook her head and went on. She led them through into the dim, gossamer-draped hallway where the prostitutes took their clients, the quietest, most private place she could think of offhand. Looking fruitlessly for an unoccupied room, she saw that Hearn had still not come out of his own room and gone on duty at the bar. She pounded on his door with the flat of her hand. Hey, beautiful! Your fans are waiting for you. Let's go! The door opened. Hearn's corroding, pretty boy face glared at her and past her with undifferentiated loathing. Why don't you take a... His gaze landed on Moon. His expression changed, and changed, and changed again. My gods! The final change was pure fury. What are you doing here? You bitch! You goddamn backstabbing bitch! I knew you'd come someday. You couldn't enjoy destroying me unless you saw it for yourself. Hearn! Tor blocked him as he would have gone for the girl. What the hell's wrong with you? Are you skywheeling? She's a total stranger. You think I don't know Aryan Road when I see her? I know you're Snow Queen. I slept with her for years. Didn't I, you white whore? I'm not the queen, Moon said feebly. She's not, Hearn. Tor cut him off before he could start again. Shut up and use your bloodshot eyes, you jerk. She's only a summer, come looking for her cousin. You never saw her before. I bet my life you never saw the queen either, let alone later. She's got better taste. What do you know about it? Hearn said. You don't know a damn thing about her or me. He straightened up against the door frame, smoothed the wrinkles out of his garish overshirt, trying to stand with some dignity. I was Starbuck until she sold me out for that weakling, Dawntreader. Dawntreader? Tor gaped at Hearn. I don't believe it. That punk extortionist? Had he been bleeding information out of her for 5 years to stay in good with the Snow Queen? Was it possible? Was it possible Hearn wasn't lying about himself either? Had Dawntreader been using her just to use him? She rubbed her face, dislodging a sequin, smearing the tendrils painted on her cheek. Sparks Dawntreader is my cousin, Moon said, ignoring Hearn's fierce scrutiny. I know he's become Starbuck. I want to find him before it's too late. Your cousin? Hearn frowned, ignoring the rest. Yeah, there's something about you. You disappeared. He scratched his side as if he could scratch the memory loose. The drugs he used for the boredom and pain were turning his brain soft. And you're like her. His eyes held hungry demons. Just like her. Don't waste your breath on that drug-soaked liar, the renegade blue said impatiently. He's insane. No Karamorgi lowborn has enough talent to make himself Starbuck. Hearn seemed to notice him for the first time, stared at him, while an ugly grin spread wider. "I remember the day I taught you how to kneel to your betters at the Queen's Court, Blue." The other man jerked with recognition. "You were too good for her. For me, then. Weren't you, Gundalinu Mekru? And look at you now." He waved a hand at the Blue's disreputable clothing. "You must have been crawling on your belly, Macrito. You're not fit to speak to me." The Blue struggled to keep the words in, but they got past him. "I'm still a better man than you'll ever be, you dung-heap bastard. You're still a bigger ass. Thank the gods for that." Hearn spat, just as the next door down the hall opened. "Hey, watch it!" The prostitute led her aggrieved client past them quickly, glaring. "Well, are you going to get to work or not?" Tor put her hands on her hips, feeling them slide on the silky cloth of her body wrap, adding her own withering stare. Not till I hear more about this." He bent his head at Moon. "Why, Aryan Road's double has come looking for Aryan Road's lover." He backed clumsily into his room, a travesty of gracious invitation. Tor followed with the others. She had never seen the inside of his room before, and she had the feeling that she still wasn't seeing it. The room held a bed and a storage cupboard, like any other room on this hall, and that was all. A few dirty clothes thrown into a corner. Nothing more. No picture on the wall, no books or tapes, no radio or 3D. It was a room for a night. Worse, a prison cell. Hearn collapsed onto the bed, his steel-wrapped legs protruding. No one made a move to join him there. Moon and Gundalinu looked at his legs while trying not to. "So what do you want with Sparks Dawn-Treader after so long, pretty cousin?" "We're pledged." Moon faced down the dark insinuation in his eyes. "I love him. I don't want him to die." Hearn laughed. "Oh, yeah. Aryan Road found his vows of faithfulness a real challenge. You ought to be proud. But she always gets what she wants in the end. How about you?" Moon stiffened, clutching her belt. "I'll get my way, but I have to find him first. Fate said maybe you'd know how." She turned back to Tor. Tor shrugged, apologetic. "You just missed him. He came to see the source." And I wondered why. Why would Starbuck come? Why would the Queen— "Her plot gets thicker and thicker." Hearn grinned obscurely. And he knew Sparks was Starbuck. Tor frowned inside her thoughts. What else does he know that he never told me? "What do you mean, I just missed him?" She refocused on Moon's frustrated face. "He came from the palace with a message, about an hour ago." "And he left again with a couple of blues on his tail," Hearn said smugly. "What?" Tor raised her silver-dusted eyebrows. "The commander," Gundalinu said. "She must have put out an alert on him, now that she knows who he is." "What happened to him?" Moon's fists twisted the painted belt leather. "Did they catch him?" Hearn grunted, amused. "Huh! Those suckers couldn't catch cold," for Gundalinu. "He got away into the crowd. But if he's a smart boy, he'll stick to the palace where Aryan Road can protect him from now until the change." "He can't! He can't do that! Damn her!" Tor saw the Blue try to comfort Moon, saw her twitch his arm off her shoulders, and the look on his face. Hearn saw it too, and smiled. Skeptical, Tor said, "Listen, if you were so devoted to him, kid, why did it take you 5 years to get around to this in the first place?" "It hasn't been years, just months." Moon shut her eyes, head back. "Why couldn't it have been the other way around? Why does it just keep getting harder?" "Because you're approaching Aryan Road," Hearn muttered. "And she's the speed of light." "She was kidnapped off-world by smugglers 5 years ago." Gundalinu ran over Hearn's words irritably. "She just got back. She nearly died trying to get to Carbuncle to find him. Is that devoted enough for you?" Tor quirked her mouth, softening against her will. It seems to be good enough for you, off-worlder. You poor lovesick bleeder. And good enough for Fate. But she's going to have to go to the palace if she wants to find him now. She can't, Gundalinu said. Why not? Moon looked at him. I can slip into the palace and find him. If that's what I have to do, I'll do it. Her eyes changed, grew dim and unseeing, as though she were having a seizure. When they cleared again, resolution glittered. It's right. I will go there. I have to. I'm not afraid of Aryan Road. And why should you be? Hearn stared at her, not really seeing her, but something else. Shut up, pervert! I'll tell you why. Gundalinu caught Moon's arm. Because Aryan Road... Because she's dangerous. Stupidly. Tor wondered, and Moon half frowned. She's got guards all over the palace, and if she caught you trying to come between her and Starbuck, damn it, she'd stop you. How the hell are you even going to find him? You can't just go asking who's seen him. Why can't she? Hearn grinned, hell's advocate. She's got the best disguise anybody could ask for. Aryan Road's face. She can do anything, and nobody'll question it. What about the real queen? Tor said. She'll be entertaining the High Lords of the Hedge, if you time it right. And I've got the thing that'll make you perfect in the part. What is it? Moon moved forward, bright with hope. Gundalinu looked knives over her shoulder. But Hearn's gaze never left her. It moved slowly down her body and rose again to her face. Tor felt the static charge building between opposite poles inside him. Spend an hour alone with me, Aryan Road, and it's yours. Moon paled into an alabaster statue. Gundalinu's freckles turned scarlet with outrage. What are you going to do, Starbuck? Tor jabbed vindictively. Teach her how to play cards? Hearn's head swung toward her. When she saw what had happened to his face, she came closer to pitying him than she had ever come. For God's sakes, Hearn, don't be a crud for once in your life. Do something to prove you've got a right to be alive. Hearn's upper body quivered with pent emotion, but she saw it drain away, and he looked back at Moon again. In there. He pointed to the storage cupboard. Open it. Moon went to the cupboard and pulled open the door. Tor saw clothes and drugs and half-empty bottles, and one shelf that was entirely empty except for a small black object. That's it. Bring it here. Moon took it to him, handed it over, keeping her distance. He held it in the palm of his hand almost as if it were alive, stroking its surfaces with uncertain fingers. He touched a colored key, and then another, and another. 3 changing notes sounded, loud in the cramped room's silence. What does it control? Gundalinu asked. The wind. Hearn looked up at them all with defiant pride. In the Hall of the Winds at Aryan Road's palace. She has the only other one of these there is now. You'll be able to get into the heart of the palace this way without anybody suspecting anything. Watching Moon again. I'll teach you how to use it, and where to look for Starbuck. In return for what? Moon's hands closed over the desire to hold the box again, but her face was set for refusal. Hearn's mouth twisted. No strings. It's yours by right. And when could I ever refuse you anything you wanted? Or give you anything you wouldn't have, no matter how hard I tried? Gods, he really thinks it's the Queen. Tor shook her head. But a trace of sympathy crept into the mock Queen's eyes, and she said quietly, If there's ever anything else I can give you. Hearn glanced down at his atrophying legs. No human being can give me that. Well, look, if you're going to the palace, you can't go looking like a refugee. Tor pointed. Come with me. I'll find you some royal rags. Or at least something that'll cover up those. Moon, you can't go to the palace. I forbid it. Gundalinu blocked her way as she turned, desperately officious. Beezy, I have to. I have to, undaunted. You're wasting your time. You're risking your soul if you go there. He's gone rotten. Let him go. Forget about him. Gundalinu held out his hands to her. Just this once, listen to me. You're obsessed by a dream, a nightmare. Wake up, for God's sakes. Believe me, I'm not asking this out of selfishness, Moon. You're all I care about. Your safety. She shook her head, looking away. Don't try to stop me, Beezy, because you can't. She went past him, and he made no move to hold her. Tor led her out of the room. Gundalinu stood looking after her, sealing his coat against a sudden chill, feeling Hearn's eyes boring into his skull, with no strength to turn back and face them. You know the truth about her, don't you? Hearn's voice pulled at him. You know they're the same, Aryan Road and her. They're not the same. Gundalinu turned back, stung by his own guilty knowledge. Hearn smiled, believing the answer his eyes gave away. That's what I figured. She's the Queen's clone. It's the only thing she could be. Are you sure? He asked the question compulsively, not wanting to, not even meaning to. Hearn shrugged. Aryan Road's the only one who's sure. But I'm sure enough. It's not her daughter. She never misses taking the water of life, and she'd never let a man get that hold on her. It makes you sterile? Gundalinu blinked, taken by surprise. While you use it? Maybe forever, after 150 years. Who knows? That's a joke, isn't it? It makes you slow to heal, too. It's even killed a few people. Hearn chuckled, pleased at the idea. Makes some people go a little crazy, too. Personality distortion, or some crap like that. That's what the whiners claim, anyhow. The have-nots. It's the power that warps you, not the drug. How's it feel to be a have-not, Gundalinu Eshkrad? Gundalinu ignored him. An image of Sparks Dawntreader in a helmet of spines, suddenly blotting out his sight. He started forward. Give me the control box, Hearn. You aren't sending Moon into that snake pit. Hearn moved slightly, and there was a stunner in his hand. Hold it, Blue. Suppose you just stand up against the wall, unless you really want what you're asking for. Gundalinu backed away again, his own forgotten stunner weighing like lead on his hip under his coat. He leaned against the wall, coughed with grueling helplessness, until his head swam. Do you mind if I sit? He slid down the wall without waiting for an answer, sat on the floor. You ought to see a medic, Hearn said unsympathetically. When a tech sits on the floor, he's as good as dead. I can't. Gundalinu pulled open his coat again, abruptly, too hot. Not until this is finished. You mean they're hunting you, too? A statement, not a question. All your true blue buddies. You're on the run with a proscribed mother-lover. You don't have a friend in the world. You've thrown away your job and your position and dragged your high-born honor in the gutters. And all for love. Gundalinu looked up, his face burning, opened his mouth. I can 2 and 2 add. Hearn grinned, dripping vitriol. I'm a Karamorgi. He shook his head, leaning back on an elbow. She's really sticking it to you, boy. What did she promise you? Her body? Nothing, Mekru. Nothing? Hearn leered. You're a bigger ass than I thought. Anything that's happened to me, I've done to myself. Gundalinu sat up straighter, struggling against his fury, against the galling truth that roused it. It was my decision. I accept the consequences of a rational act. Hearn burst out laughing. Sure, she can make you believe that. That's her power. She could make you believe you can breathe vacuum. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, you rational brainwipe? You want her so much, nothing else matters. You could have her under your thumb, a deportee, but instead you're helping her find another lover. Gosh, that's Aryan Road down to the ground. And they want the same man, the only one she'll ever want enough to make her hate herself. The ultimate incest. If that isn't enough proof they're the same, if that isn't the hell of it. He sat forward, his fingers lacing in the mesh of his caged legs, his head down. Gundolino felt disgust rise in his throat. That's what I'd expect of you, that you'd drag everything down to your own level and smear it with filth. You're incapable of anything better, of even understanding what it is you degrade and destroy. How would you know? Hearn raised his head. Gundolino frowned. Because you can't see why I want to help Moon more than I want to help myself. Because you can't feel what it is about her. He closed his eyes, looking back. Yes, she made me love her, but she didn't mean to. She took by giving, and that makes all the difference. Hearn held up the control box, a challenge. Why do you think I'm giving her this? Revenge? Hearn looked down again, without an answer. No clone ever made is a perfect image of the original. Even identical twins aren't the same, and they're not created by a middleman. The control in cloning isn't nearly that precise. All you ever have is an imperfect recreation. A flawed copy, Hearn said harshly. Yes, Gundolino pressed his mouth together. But why couldn't it be better for the things that were changed, lost or gained inadvertently? Hearn seemed to consider the possibility. Maybe. He scratched his jaw. If you're so sure Moon's not the same, why don't you tell her the truth? Gundolino shook his head. I tried to. He looked down at his wrists, traced the scarring with unresponsive fingers. How can I tell her a thing like that? Failed suicide, Hearn whispered. Gundolino stiffened, pushed up onto his knees. But then he saw that Hearn was not trying to bait him. Did she drive you to that? With bald curiosity, without rancor. Hearn plucked at his braces like a harpist. No, Gundolino shook his head, sinking back again. She made me see that there might be some reason to go on living. It struck him as strange that it did not seem stranger to be telling this to an unclassified, sitting on the floor in a brothel. All my life I never imagined it was possible to survive without the armor of one's honor intact. And yet, here I am, not quite a laugh, naked to the universe, and it hurts like hell. But maybe that's only because now I feel everything more clearly. And I don't know yet whether I want it like this or not. You'll get used to it, Hearn said sourly. You know, I never used to be able to figure that at all. How you techs swallowed poison any time life gave you a kick in the butt. You'd be dead 100 times over if you had been through my life. 1,000 times. You're right. Gundolino cringed at the idea of being trapped inside Hearn's mind. Gosh, that would be a fate worse than death. Hearn looked at him with bleak disgust, with the unrelenting hatred of half his world's people, until he felt his brittle arrogance crumble, and his gaze broke. Yes, death before dishonor is a rich man's privilege, just like the water of life. But nobody really owns life or death. I used to think there was nothing more important to me than my life. There was nothing that could ever make me understand weaklings like you who'd throw it away. Survival was all that was important. It didn't matter how you survived. Was? Gundolino rested his head against the wall, catching the past tense. His tongue absently explored the place where a tooth had been. He followed Hearn's glance down the exoskeleton that encased his lower body, realizing all that it implied the loss of, all that had made Hearn a man in his own eyes, in the eyes of the world he belonged to. You don't have to stay here, you know. You could get that fixed on Karamov. After 5 years? Hearn's voice rose, ready with all the arguments, all the answers he must have gone over and over endlessly in his own mind. Nobody has that kind of money. I sure as hell don't. I don't even have enough to get off this goddamn spitball. Go to the authorities. They aren't going to leave any off-worlder behind who doesn't want to stay. Yeah, sure. Hearn pulled a bottle out from under his bed, unstoppered it, and drank without offering to share it. You have any idea, Blue, of how many outstanding charges I got against me back home? And a lot of other places. If you think I'm going to sweat blood in some penal colony for the rest of my life, you're crazy. He drank again, deeply. Then it doesn't look like you've got much in the way of open options. And you probably don't deserve any. But he felt an unexpected prick of empathy. Sainted ancestors! What if I had been born in his body, and he in mine? I'm sorry. Are you? Hearn wiped his mouth. What about you? Are you going to go back? Let them bust you off the force, throw you in prison for this? No. Hell no, you'll probably plead insanity. A crime of passion. You did it for love. Love. Love is a disease. His hand trembled around the bottleneck. Death to love a Sybil. Death not to. Gundolinu let himself cough, postponing the need to answer. What am I going to do? I don't know. The future opened like an infinite sea. Ask me tomorrow. He glanced toward the doorway as someone entered the room, Persephone, and a second figure, cloaked and hooded. Persephone moved aside to let the others step forward, drew the hood carefully back from her face. Moon? Gundolino got to his knees, pulled himself up the wall, staring. Moon stood before him, her face subtly altered by cosmetic art, not painted with the tasteless gaud of Persephone's, but heightened to a luminous, mother-of-pearl beauty that blinded his memory of the plain, pale, open face of an outback native girl. Her upswept hair was caught in a net of silver braids interwoven with golden beads, convolutions his eyes couldn't follow. Tor pulled the cloak from her shoulders, revealing a honey-hued gown that flowed along her body like a field of wind-rippled grasses, that clung to her everywhere without seeming to, falling away from a bodice of ivory lace melting sensually against her skin. A collar of opalescent beadwork hid the secret sign at her throat. Beezy stood speechless, watched her radiance shine as she absorbed his admiration. Beezy, I feel like a fool. She shook her head, but she brightened still. My lady. Like a star-lord of the empire, he took her hand, bent above it, touched it briefly to his forehead. And every centimetre a queen. To thee would I gladly kneel. Moon smiled freely, not understanding. Her own smile, and not Aryan Road's. What do you think, Hearn? Persephone beamed, carrying Moon's nomad tunic under her arm. Will she pass? Did you do that to her? Hearn asked. She twitched a shoulder modestly. Well, Pollux gave me a hand. He's got good taste for a machine. Aryan Road doesn't like that color. Hearn set the bottle on the floor. But she'll pass. Gods, yes, she'll pass. Come here, Your Majesty. He held out his hands. Gundolinu frowned, kept his own hold on Moon's hand, felt her grip tighten as she looked back at Hearn. Don't call her that. Warning. She'd better get used to it. I won't hurt you, damn it. I won't even touch you. Hearn let his hands drop. Just let me look at you a while. Moon let go of Gundalinu, went to stand before him. She turned slowly, uncertain of her skirts, but no longer uncertain under his gaze. He devoured her with his eyes, consumed her, but she stood with patient dignity, without censure, allowing, not enduring. Gundalinu watched her watch Hearn through the endless moment, his own feelings unanalyzable. He tensed as Hearn pushed himself abruptly to his feet, swaying, stayed where he was, as Hearn dropped clumsily, jarringly, onto one knee before Moon. "Aryan Road." He murmured something inaudible to any ears but hers. Gundalinu glanced at Persephone. Her flower-lidded eyes widened, answering his amazement with her own. She made a crazy sign in the air, shook her head. "I know, Starbuck." Moon nodded, hiding pity. She helped Hearn up onto the bed again with an unqueenly hoist. Hearn glanced away from her, suddenly remembering that he had an audience, let his face harden over again. "Your mistake, Dawn Treader. When I was down, you should have kicked me. Aryan Road hates losers." He leaned on the rowelled word with masochistic pleasure. "Now listen good while I tell you the rest." "You still mean to help her try this?" Gundalinu said, indignant. Hearn smiled cryptically. "The prey is safest at the hunter's door. You ought to know that, Blue." Moon turned back, caught between expressions. "Or is it just that you're afraid to refuse her?" Gundalinu sighed. It hurt his chest. "Then it'll be because I'm the doorkeeper." Moon smiled, and was all that he could see. Chapter 40. "Oh, my aching back!" Tor stretched to her limits in the privacy of the casino's storeroom. The words rebounded from the exposed walls. The room was almost empty of supplies, and the patrons were doing their best to finish the job. "Come on, Pollux. Get this last container of Tlaloc out front for me before their tongues turn black." She yawned, hearing the crack of her jaw echo inside her head. "Empty?" "Lost my mind at last." "Whatever you say, Tor." Pollux moved stolidly across the room, following her point like a faithful hound. She giggled, giddy with exhaustion. "I swear you do that on purpose. Don't you? You can tell me." "Whatever you say, Tor." Pollux connected with the crate. Her mouth fell, her emotions avalanched from the heights. "Oh, hell, Polly. What am I going to do without you? I'm really going to miss you, you greasy hunk of junk." She straightened her wig. "There's only two things Oriozable can do for me that you can't, and once I get off this rock it'll be down to one. And I can get that from any man. No wonder he's jealous." She laughed glumly. Oriozable had told her that she would become his wife only if she agreed to get rid of Pollux first. She had agreed, and felt another link soldered onto the chain he was forging to turn her into his slave. He wants what I am, so why does he try to change it? She pushed her wig crooked, straightened it again. "Damn it, who's going to keep me neat, anyway? Hauling crates and turning summer fish-eaters into queens, all in a day's work for you, isn't it? Don't you ever wonder about yourself, Pollux? Can you really do all that and not ask yourself how or why?" She trailed him back across the room. "Or whether the kid's going to save her lover from the queen, or whether she's crazy to want a crud like Sparks Dawn Treader at all." His faceless head regarded her with imitation attention, but he said nothing. "Ah," she shook a hand at him. "I really must be sold out of brains. You don't even know I'm here. How are you going to give a damn when I'm not? So why should I worry?" She kicked an empty carton spitefully out of their path. "When you finish with this, come back and get the last barrel of that fermented sap and hook it up for Hearn." "For Starbuck. Old Starbuck and new Starbuck. I know them both. And the Queen's twin. Thank the gods I'm leaving Carbuncle soon, before I meet myself walking backwards." She reached the doorway, heard voices drifting out of the room across the hall, the one with a door that was unobtrusively as secure as the vault of the Bank of New Haven, the one she had never seen unlocked before. But just now its seals were green. It stood unguarded and ever so slightly ajar, and she recognized one of the voices from behind it as Oryazabel's. Pollux clanked away down the hall toward the casino, oblivious, but she crossed to the door impulsively and pushed it open. Half a dozen heads turned to look at her, all male, all off-worlders. 3 she recognized immediately as the Source's lieutenants. Oryazabel came toward her, annoyance and subtle panic showing in every move. "I told you to secure that door," one of the strangers said murderously. "It's all right. She runs the place. She knows everything," Oryazabel called back. "What the hell are you doing here?" whispered. She threw her arms around his neck, smothered his protests under a wet kiss. "I'm hungry for my man, that's all. And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a locked door." "Hell, Persephone!" He pulled away. "Not now. We've got a big job to take care of for the Source here in the city. Later, something for the Queen?" His hands brushed her bare upper arms. "How did you know that?" Wild guess. "Well, you just said I know everything." She mugged a hidden face at him. "I don't want to make a liar of you. I saw Starbuck come to see the Source today, and I figured the Queen must have sent him," scoring another point. "You know who Starbuck is, too?" "Sure. I'm a Winter, aren't I? And I do the Source's business, just like you." She looked him brazenly in the eye. "So what's the rest of it, huh? What's the Queen buying? One last surprise for her farewell party? You can tell me. I'm your wife, almost." She stood higher on her platform shoes, peering over his shoulder at the knot of gesturing men around a sterile slab of table. Looking past them, she realized that the place was a fully equipped laboratory. She had always wondered how the Source managed to keep such a variety of illegal pleasures stocked here, even when they couldn't be gotten from the regular suppliers. Glancing back, she saw on the flawless surface of their meeting table a single heavy metal carrying case. On the lid, on its sides, "Warning," and the barbed trefoil of a sibyl. Her skin began to prickle. "Well, yeah, you could say she's planning kind of a surprise for the Summers," he grinned. "But you don't need to worry your pretty head about it. You've had your shots, and you're going off-world with me anyway. You don't care what happens here after you're gone, do you?" She twisted uncomfortably in his grasp. "What do you mean? Hey, why is there a Sybil sign on that box, huh? That means contamination. Biological contamination?" As the fine print suddenly slid into focus. "What's in that? Germs? Disease? Poison?" Her voice rose. "Hey, shut up, will you? Keep your voice down." He shook her ungently. "What are you going to do?" She struggled, her panic rising now. "You're going to kill people. You're going to kill my people. Just the Summers, goddammit, Perce. Not the Winters. They'll be safe. The Queen wants it this way." "No, you're lying. It's going to kill Winters, too. The Queen wouldn't let you kill us. You're crazy, or ya. Let me go. Pollux! Help me, Pollux!" The other men were up from the table, coming toward her, and Oryazabel's heavy hand still held her prisoner. Desperately, she brought up her knee. He doubled over with a howl, and she was abruptly free to... The stunner beam caught her from behind, and she fell against the door, knocking it shut as she slid helplessly down to the floor. Chapter 41. "You'd better wait for me here, Beezy." Moon stopped in the middle of the courtyard that formed a wellspring for the street at the palace entrance. It was night again beyond the city storm walls, but even here there were revelers laughing and dancing, musicians playing. The people at this high end of the street were more dazzling and exotic, crusted with jewels, dusted with powder of gold. The imported splendors of half a dozen worlds clamored for her wonder. Her own imitation royalty seemed almost drab, and she kept it hidden along with her face. BZ's disreputable clothes were more and more grotesquely out of place, but he clung to his uniform coat with irrational stubbornness. "I'm not letting you go in there without me." He shook his head, his breath rasping after their climb up the long spiral to Street's End. "The Queen! I am the Queen." She looked at him with mock disdain. "You forget yourself, Inspector." "Fire a lady! What's she going to do, chop off my head?" She grinned, trying for whimsy, but not getting any feedback. "BZ, how could I explain you in there?" She glanced toward the guarded palace entrance, feeling her chest tighten. "I've got these." He held out his identification and his stunner. "They make me look considerably more regulation." He sealed the open collar of his coat. "No." She felt the tightness turn to pain. "I'm going in there to find Sparks, BZ." She forced his shadowed brown eyes to keep hers when they tried to slip away. "However it turns out, I have to do that alone. I can't do it in front of another lover." Her mouth quivered. "I know that." He did look away now, and I couldn't watch it happen. "Moon, I want the best for you, believe me. I want whatever happens to be what will make you happy. But damn it, that doesn't make it any easier." "Harder," she nodded. "It makes it harder." "The entrance. Let me take you that far. The guards would ask questions if you didn't have some kind of escort. And I'll stay here at Street's End until you come out of there. Or I'll learn the reason why." She nodded again, not trying for words. They waded the whirlpool of the circle dance. She felt her hopes and her regrets sucked down into a vortex of agonizing anticipation. "You are the Queen. Be the Queen. Stop shaking." She held her breath as the guards at the massive doors focused on their approach. The guards wore stunners, as Gundolino had predicted. "Oh, lady, do you hear me?" Remembering that it was not a goddess who would guide her now, but only a machine that had told her she must come. At the moment she was certain the guards would challenge her, she threw back her hood, keeping her head high, trying to believe strongly enough to make them believe. "Your Majesty, how did you—" The man on the left remembered himself, brought his hand up to his chest, bowing his head. The woman on the right joined him, their off-worlder-style helmets gleaming whitely. The immense, age-darkened doors began to open. Moon turned quickly, as her face began to fall apart, to Gundolino's face taut with dutiful respect, with a frustrated loss that only she could see. "Thank you for your cooperation, Inspector Gundolino." He bent his head stiffly. "My pleasure, Your Majesty. If you need me again, call me," emphasizing each word. His hands twitched uncertainly in front of him. He saluted and turned away to lose himself in the crowd. "BZ!" she almost called after him. Didn't, as she looked back toward the open doors, the darkly shining hallway beyond, beckoning her on to journey's end. The guards glanced surreptitiously past her at Gundolino's seedy, retreating back. Wrapping her cloak close around her, Moon entered the palace. She moved like a ghost along the empty hall, her soft shoes' passage belying her substantiality. She put blinders on her senses, afraid of stopping, of losing herself in the crystalline, hypnotic wilderness of purple-black peaks and snow-burdened valleys, winter's domain that muraled the endless walls of the corridor. And ahead of her, gradually, her straining senses caught the murmur of the Hall of the Winds. Her hand gripped the control box Hearn had given her. Her palm was moist and cold. Hearn had broken out in a sweat, and his own hands had shaken while he told her what she would find there. The captive wind, the billowing cloud forms, the single vaulting strand of walkway above the pit. The pit that he had almost made the grave of Sparks, his challenger. The pit that had destroyed him instead. Because of Aryan Road. Aryan Road had defied her own laws to intervene. to save Sparks, and left Hearn a prisoner in a broken body, while pitiless love, hatred, ate away his soul. Moon reached the end of the hall, where it opened out on the air, vast moaning reaches of restless air above her, pale cloud wraiths swelling and shuddering under the caress of an unearthly lover. She felt herself dwindle and diminish as the frigid backflow of the outer air discovered her solitary intrusion, swept hungrily around her, pulling at her cloak. Beyond the breached walls, the thousand stars lay white-hot on the ruddy forge of night. But there was no warmth here, no light, except the haunted green glow of the gaping service shaft below her. No mercy. She took one step forward, and then another, toward the thin span of utter blackness silhouetted above the abyss. He didn't tell me it would be dark. Fear made her falter, her fingers playing over the sequence of buttons on the control box at her wrist, the sequence Hearn claimed would unlock a safe tunnel through the air. Did he lie about everything? But she wasn't the object of Hearn's twisted passion, only its surrogate. If her presence here was anything to him, it was only as a tool for his revenge. She took another step, and another, until she came shivering to the brink of the pit. The sudden damp updraft rising out of the shaft caught her by surprise, butting her back on the platform. And with it came the smell of the sea, pungently sweet-sour, fish and salt and mouldering pilings. Moon cried out in amazement, her voice swallowed by the wind. "Lady!" The breath of the sea blew her back again, stumbling over her unaccustomed skirts. She caught her balance instinctively, a sailor on a pitching deck. Only a sailor, not a queen. She lifted her head, saw the shuddering ghostly curtains not as clouds now, capricious and uncontrollable, but as flapping sails untended under the sea wind. And in her hand, in this palm-sized box, were rudder and line to set a course across this well of the sea. The updrafts beat her back again, in final warning. "I will go." She touched the first button, heard the first tone in the sequence, felt the air grow quiet around her. And with the skill of 100 generations before her, a people who had dared the sea and the stars before that, she stepped out onto the rimless span and began to walk. Every third step she sounded a new note, being sure each step was neither too short nor too long, holding her concentration locked into the sequence, the pattern, the rhythm. And as she passed over the center of the bridge, the greenish glow intensified, and she felt a nameless presence, a soundless voice, an echo from a distant time and place, the song the Sibyl cave had sung to her. She moved more slowly, until she could not move at all, mesmerized by its inhuman beauty, imprisoned in the moment. Her fingers relaxed on the control box. Its shrill, intruding tone grew thin and faded. A sudden clout of wind knocked her to her knees. The sound of her own scream shattered the prism of spell and set her free. She scrambled up again, recapturing the control note with frantic hands. She hurried on, reckless with panic, feeling the call still tendriling through her mind, but ever fainter. She reached the far rim, stood sobbing for breath on solid ground, dazed and uncomprehending. This wasn't a choosing place. How could it know her? She remembered dimly that somewhere in this city Danakil had been called by the Sibyl machine. Was this the same well of the sea that had sung to him? She shook out her cloak, backing away from its rim in silence, turned away from the sight of the abyss, and left the hall. She chose another corridor, tracing the arteries of the palace diagram Hearn had drawn on paper and graved into her memory. She began to hear music again, mortal music this time, the sounds of a graceful Karamorgi art song played by a string quintet. She saw in her mind's eye Aspent's gardens, the shimmering splendor of the aurora dancing into dawn across a velvet sky. She reached the wide, carpeted stairway leading to the vast hall that was half the palace's second story, met the music drifting sedately down it, and 2 startled servants who bowed their heads and hurried on past her. She hurried on, too, climbing past the landing that gave entrance to the grand hall, where tonight the Queen was holding a reception for the Prime Minister and the Assembly members. She went on to the 3rd level, where Hearn had told her Starbuck's chambers were, knowing that he would probably still be in the crowded hall below, but knowing that she did not dare enter the place where Arian Road herself was the center of attention. But as she left the stairway, she heard the music beckon unexpectedly, found a tiny, half-hidden alcove overlooking the hall below. She wondered whether it was a watchman's perch, but there was no one watching from it now. She tiptoed forward to the railing, looked down out of the shadows, her skin crawling with the certainty that all eyes would be on her like searchlights. But as the hall opened out under her gaze, she forgot herself, no more than an insect on the wall to the mass of royal guests below. Pale winter nobles and dark-skinned Karamorgis mingled freely, the eye-dazzling spectrum of their dress diminishing the contrasts of their origins. They feasted desultorily at buffet tables spread with the last of winter's culinary art, the eclectic delights of native and imported cuisines. Moon swallowed, her mouth suddenly full of saliva, remembering the one inadequate meal she had eaten in the casino hours ago. Mirror-faceted balls suspended in the air above her eye level turned silently, perpetually, sending a snowfall of fractured light down over the crowd. Moon let her eyes rove, noticing the security force of off-world police stationed unobtrusively around the perimeters of the hall. She wondered whether the police commander was here tonight, thought a curse at her for what the woman's untempered justice had done to BZ, what it would have done to her own life, and Sparks's. Once she thought she glimpsed First Secretary Cirrus, but lost the face again as a cluster of guests gathered for a toast. But nowhere in the vast hall could she see a woman who looked like a queen, or one who looked like her. And nowhere a man in black who masked his face like an executioner, or a red-haired boy whose face she would know anywhere, no matter how it had changed. Wasn't he here, then? Had he left the hall already? Would she find him in his chambers? She moved back from the balustrade, her heart beating like a caged bird's wings. "I will find you. I will." "So there you are. Can't you resist spying on your guests even tonight?" A man's voice directly behind her, slurred and full of teasing hostility. Moon froze, feeling her face turn crimson with betraying guilt. She pulled her mouth into a line, clenched her teeth to hold it there, hoping her blush would seem to be anger. She turned, picking up her skirts, holding her head high. "How dare you speak to—" Her gown slipped through senseless fingers. "Sparks!" She swayed. "Who else?" He shrugged and hiccuped. "Your faithful shadow of a man," bowing precariously. "Sparks!" She brought her hands up, locked them together to still them, to keep from reaching out. "It's me." He frowned, like someone hearing a tasteless joke. "I hope to hell so, Arian Road, or I'm not drunk enough to save me from real-time nightmares." He peered at her, bleary-eyed, rubbing his arms through his slitted shirt sleeves. "Not Arian Road." She struggled to pry words out of her dust-dry mouth. "Moon! It's Moon, Sparky." She touched him at last, felt the contact climb her arm like a shock. He wrenched free, as if the contact burned him. "Damn you, Arian Road! Leave me alone. It isn't funny. It never was." He turned away down the hall. "Sparks!" She followed him into the light, struggling with the clasp of her necklace. "Look at me!" It came undone. She caught it in her hands. "Look at me!" He swung around truculently. She raised her hand to touch her throat, lifted her head higher. He came back to her, squinting, She saw all the color go out of his flushed face at once. No! Gods, no! She's dead! You're dead! I killed you. He pointed at her, accusing himself. No, Sparks! I'm alive. She seized his hand in both of hers this time, pulled it to her against his resistance, ran it along her shoulder. I'm alive! Touch me. Believe me. You've never hurt me. Or if you have, I can't remember now. His muscles stopped fighting her grip. His hand closed slowly over her shoulder, slid down her sleeve to her wrist. His head fell forward. Oh, my 1,000 gods! Why did you come here, Moon? Why? Fiercely, in anguish. To find you, because you needed me, because I need you, because I love you. Oh, I love you. She let her arms go around him, buried her face against his chest. Don't touch me! He pried at her arms, pushed her roughly back. Don't touch me. Moon stumbled, shook her head. Sparks, She rubbed her face, felt the pain of his bruise stir dimly in her cheek. Because I'm a Sybil? But that doesn't matter. Sparks, I've been off-world since then. I learned the truth about Sybils. I won't contaminate you. You don't have to be afraid to touch me. We can be together the way we always were. He stared at her. The way we were, flatly, disbelievingly. Just two simple summer folk, stinking of fish, with our nets drying in the sun? She nodded, faltering, feeling her neck resist the lying motion. And I don't have to be afraid of you contaminating me. A shake, sincere. Well, what about my contaminating you? He struck his chest with his open hand, forcing her to see him as he demanded. The shirt of flame-shaded satin tatters, showing ribbons of flesh between ribbons of cloth. The heavy jewelry that hung like golden chains of bondage from his neck and wrists. The skin-tight breeches that left nothing to her imagination. You're even more beautiful than I remembered. She told the truth, felt a sudden rush of desire, was frightened by it. He put his hand up, covering his eyes. Don't you know? Why won't you understand, damn it? That was me you saw on that beach, killing the Murs. I'm Starbuck. Don't you know what that means? What that makes me? I know, catching at the fragments of her breaking voice. A murderer, a liar, a stranger. I know what it means, Sparks, but I don't care. Because the price she had paid for this moment was too high a price for ruins and ashes. Can't you see that? It doesn't matter to me what you've seen or done or been. Now that I've found you, it doesn't matter to me any more. There is no time or death or past unless I let them come between us. It doesn't matter? You don't care if I've been another woman's lover for 5 years? You don't care how many of the lady's sacred Murs I've butchered just so I can stay young with her forever? You won't care when you find out where I went today with the take from our last hunt, or what's going to happen to your fish-stinking kin and mine in a few more hours because of it? He grabbed her by the wrist, twisting her arm. It still doesn't matter that I'm Starbuck. She pulled back, half in revulsion, half in anger, unable to answer or even struggle, as he began to lead her down the hall. He reached a door, hit the lock with his palm, and kicked it open, dragging her after him into a room. Light flared, hurting her eyes, as he shut the door again behind her and sealed them in with his fingerprints. Moon found her own reflection gaping at her in every wall. She looked up at the ceiling to find herself looking down, looked down again too quickly, and staggered sideways into Sparks's waiting arms. He smiled at her, but it was no smile she had ever seen on his face, and it turned her cold inside. Sparks, What is this place? What do you think it is, cuz? He twisted her in his arms until she saw the wide bed in the center of the room. His arms locked around her as she began to squirm. His hand groped her breast. It's been a long time for you, hasn't it, sweeting? I could tell when you looked at me out there. So you've come all this way to be Starbuck's lover, huh? Well, any way you like it, honey. He jerked open his shirt front. She saw scars like thin white worms along his ribs. I can oblige you. Oh, lady, no. Her hand covered his side, shutting them away from her eyes. No? Then we'll make it fast and uncomplicated, the way summer girls are used to it. He hauled her to the bed and threw her down across it, pinning her there with his body. She kept her mouth clamped tight against his rough kisses, bit back her cry as his hand squeezed her breast hard enough for pain. It shouldn't take long. He fumbled with his pants, his eyes never leaving her face. Sparks, don't do this. She worked a hand free, stroked his face with desperate gentleness. You don't want it to happen, and I don't. Then why don't you fight back, damn it? He shook her with a kind of wildness in it. Contaminate me, Sybil. Prove you're something I can never be. Kick me, bite me, make me bleed. Make me crazy. I don't want to hurt you. Staring up at her own face in the ceiling, Sparks's fiery hair, his body obliterating hers. She saw only the image of Parid Rose's face going slack and mindless. The image of Sparks's the same way. Too easy, too easy. She sucked in a harsh breath. I can. Believe me, I can do it. I can make you mad. But I don't want to hurt you. She shut her eyes, turned her face away, feeling the weight of his breathing body press the air out of her lungs. She's hurt you enough because of me. His eyes were a wall. Don't waste your pity on me, Sybil, because you won't get any back. He gripped her jaw with his hand, turned her face to him. You're with Starbuck. You wanted Starbuck, and there's nothing lower on this world than he is. But it was his gaze that broke under hers this time, and she realized suddenly that even if he had wanted to go on with it, his body had refused him. I wanted Sparks, and I found him. There's no crown of spines on you, no black hood, no blood on your hands. You aren't Starbuck. Throw them away, Sparks. You don't have to wear them any more. I'm not Sparks, and you're not even Moon. He shook his head. She felt a tremor flow through their bodies. We're ghosts, echoes, lost souls, caught in limbo, damned in hell. He let her face go. Sparks, I love you. I love you. I've always loved you. Wincing, murmuring the breathless words like a charm to bring calm seas. I know what you've done, but I'm here, because I know you. I know it was meant to be. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe we could make up for the time and the wrongs between us. If you don't believe it's true, then send me away. But first, look at yourself. Look in the mirror. It's only you there, only me beside you. We're the waking, not the nightmare. He rolled off of her slowly, staring at her. What happened to your cheek? Did I do that to you? She lifted a hand to the smudged yellow remains of the bruise, nodded. He got up from the bed, his face pale and expressionless, went toward his reflection, waiting impassively in the wall. Their hands met at the interface. He pressed his forehead against its image, and Moon saw his body tighten like a coiled spring. Sparks? His hands turned into fists, and he smashed them into the mirror, sent his reflection clamoring down in a hail of splintered ice. He backed away, turned. She saw blood trickling down his hand like zigzag lightning. She pushed herself up and went to him, closing his hand in hers, staunching the wound. "No, don't!" he cried. "Leave it! Let it bleed!" Eagerly, almost joyfully. She looked up at him, sickened, but he shook his head. "Don't you see? I'm alive! I'm alive, Moon!" He made a sound that was like laughter, but wasn't. She saw his eyes become the color of emeralds, and tears overflowed with the flicker of the lids. He raised his wet hand to his wet face. "Moon! My Moon!" His arms went around her again, but this time there was nothing hurting about his embrace, except the pain of rebirth and release. Alive! Alive again! She felt sudden fire pass into her through her skin and kindle at his nearness. She reached up to unfasten her cloak, let it fall, pressing herself even closer. Her fingers found the slashes of his shirt. She felt his flesh, warm and smooth, his muscles sliding under her touch. His own hand slipped down along her sides, rose again, tracing the line of her back. He began to lead her to the bed, moving with her, drawing her down beside him on the cool sheets, this time with infinite tenderness. "No, let me. Just let me." He kissed her softly. He slipped her dress down over her shoulders, along her body to the floor, with hands that sang against her skin. He removed his own clothes, self-consciously. She tried not to see the scars on his body. They lay back together, and now, looking up, she saw nothing but the moment reflected, and her heart's desire. They began to touch each other again, slowly, almost shyly, rediscovering the secret joys that had been theirs in summer. Time began to spiral toward infinity, and her body became the source point of the universe as he brought every part of his own body to the realization of her pleasure. He took her to the brink of ecstasy with a skill that had never been his before, holding her there, circling in the air, with emotion letting her fall in glorious flames, to rise again like a phoenix, again and again, swept out beyond the depths of her anticipation, lost in time. She answered him as best she could, murmuring the breathless love words that could not tell him enough about her joy, filling her own instinctive response with the passionate energy of her pent-up longings set free. And at last they fell together, consumed in fire, lay as soft as ashes in each other's arms, complete in their love, complete in each other. They slept. Chapter 42. Moon, Moon, wake up. Moon sighed, dreaming in the warm embers. Not yet. She kept her eyes closed, half afraid to open them. Yes, you have to. Sparks's voice stirred her gently, insistently. We can't stay here much longer. The reception will be over soon. We've got to leave the palace before Aryan Road comes looking for me. Fear closed the words in. But the police are looking for me, too. I know, she nodded. We'll find a place where you can stay until after the change. The change! He turned rigid under her hand. Oh, my gods! Oh, my lady! He sat up, his fists clenched. What is it? Moon sat up beside him, abruptly awake and afraid. He faced her, pale with anguish. There won't be any change if Aryan Road has her way. She's going to start a plague that'll kill most of the summers here in the city. Moon shook her head. How? Why? She's hired an off-worlder to do it, a man called the Source. He does a lot of her dirty work. He even had the old commander of police poisoned. I paid him today with the water of life. He bit his lips. She wants to stay queen and keep winter here forever. That's why. Moon shut her eyes, concentrating on the enormity of horror, so that she would not see his hand in it. We've got to stop it. I know. He threw the covers back. Go to the Blues, Moon, and tell them everything. They can stop it if it isn't too late already. He twisted the covers between his hands. Mother's eyes! How could I? Moon felt panic clog her throat as she remembered why she could not go to them either. Sparks, I've been off-world, and they know that, too. He looked up sharply. They'll deport you. She nodded, pushing back her hair. But they have to be told. Then we'll both go. Maybe they'll let us stay together. He let his hand fall along her back. She felt her skin turn to goose-flesh. Yes. She pushed herself up and off the bed, knowing that if she hesitated, she would never be able to separate herself from him again. We'd better go now. She remembered abruptly that Beezy would be waiting. She closed her eyes again, blotting out their reflections. They dressed in silence and left the mirrored chamber. She glanced back one last time through the closing door as the mirror light winked out. They moved along the empty corridor quickly and still silently, in their silence discovering that the reception hall below had grown dim and silent too. She watched Sparks's face turn tense and furtive. Sparks, remember that we belong here. She pulled her hood up, half covering the ruin of her disheveled hairdo, and made her movements regal. He looked at her. He nodded, but his expression was equally troubled. They went on down the stairs, slipping unobtrusively past the reception hall where weary servants circled, clearing away the remains of the banquet. They reached the Hall of the Winds at last, shadowy and moaning as she remembered it, with the ghost ships eternally adrift. "How did you cross the pit?" He whispered it, and she could not help whispering her answer. "With this." She held up her wrist, letting him see the control box. He started. "Only Aryan Road. Hearn showed me how to use it." "Hearn?" Disbelief. "How?" She shook her head. "I'll tell you everything later." The memory of the calling spell as she crossed the bridge came back to her vividly. "Just help me cross back now. Don't let me stop, whatever happens." She took a deep breath. "All right." Worry touched his dim face again, without any understanding of why she was afraid. They started toward the lip of the pit, toward the bridge. Moon felt the sea breathe, cold and damp against her flushed face, raised her hand to press the first tone of the calming sequence. But Sparks turned back for one last look into the dark past. She reached out, her doubt quickening as he turned. And then the rattling air filled with light. The hall was transformed. They shrank together, blinking, uncomprehending, shielded their eyes. They were not alone. "Aryan Road!" Sparks gasped. Moon saw a woman standing where they had stood at the entrance to the hall. Around her, a gathering of richly dressed nobles and palace guards. Glancing back over her shoulder, she saw more figures waiting across the bridge. The Queen. The woman Sparks had named Aryan Road came toward them slowly, slowly coming into focus. Moon saw the hair, milk-white like her own, twisted into an elaborate sculpture and crowned with a diadem. Saw Aryan Road's face, her own face, as though she were moving into her own reflection. "It's true." Sparks didn't answer, not looking ahead, but only from side to side, searching for an escape. Aryan Road stopped in front of them, and Moon lost track of everything but the fascination that locked the moss-agate eyes of the Queen with her own. But there was none of her own amazement in the Queen's gaze. She almost thought that Aryan Road had been waiting for this moment forever. "So you've come at last, Moon. I should have known you would survive. I should have known you wouldn't let anything keep you from your goal." She smiled, and there was pride in it, but curiously wrapped with envy. Moon met the gaze steadily, expressionless. not understanding its implications. But at a deeper level she felt their vibration like a sonic field, disorienting her. She expected me. How could she know that I had to come? Yes, Your Majesty, I've come for Sparks. She made it a challenge, knowing instinctively that it was something this woman would appreciate. The Queen laughed, a high, sharp sound like wind rattling ice-coated leaves, but with disconcerting echoes of her own laughter. You've come to take my Starbuck away from me? Sparks glanced up at her, and past her at the waiting nobles as she let his secret out. But they were too far away to hear what was said over the sighing of the pit. Well, you're the only one who can. Again Moon heard the ache of secret envy. But you wouldn't keep him long. You saw him hesitate. You don't really believe that he could be content in summer after he's belonged to Carbuncle, do you? You don't really believe he'll be satisfied with you when he's belonged to me? Almost sadly. No, child of my mind. You're still only a child, an incomplete woman, a pitifully inadequate lover. Arian Road! Sparks cried out, his voice raw with anguish. No! Yes, my love. I was moved. You were very tender with her. She smiled. Moon felt her face flush, felt outrage and humiliation throb like poison in her blood. You see, I do know everything that happens in my city. The words glinted. I'm disappointed in you, Starbuck, although I can't say that I'm surprised. But I'm willing to forgive you. She reached out to him with the words, softly, without sarcasm. You'll realize this was a mistake when you've had time to think it over. She raised a hand, and the guards came toward them, semicircled them at the pit's edge. Escort Starbuck to his chambers, and see that he stays there. Sparks stiffened. It's finished, Arian Road. You know that. I'm free, no matter what you do to keep me here. I'll never change back. You'll never touch me again. He took a long, unsteady breath. Unless you let Moon go. Let her go away now, and I'll do anything you want. Moon opened her mouth, starting forward, but he froze her with a look. She followed his urgent glance across the bridge, to warn them. After we've talked together, alone. If she still wants to go, then I promise you I won't stop her. Arian Road held out her hands to them, empty of deceit. Whatever she says, don't listen to it. Promise me you won't believe what she'll tell you. Guards closed in on Sparks. Moon felt her own hands try to reach him, but Arian Road stood watching, as she had watched. Sparks reached out, but the same unspoken knowledge stopped him, and his hands dropped to his sides. The guards took him away. Moon stood alone between the Queen and the abyss. The wind lapped her. Her shivering loss intensified. She kept it hidden under her cloak. I have nothing to say to you. The words fell from her mouth like stones. She turned her back on the Queen, took a step toward the bridge's beginning. Don't think about it. You have no choice. Moon, my child, wait! The Queen's voice caught her like a fishhook. Yes, I saw you. But you no more need to feel ashamed of that than you would of seeing your own reflection. Moon turned furiously. We aren't the same. We are. And how often does a woman have the chance to watch herself make love? Arian Road held out her hands again, with a kind of longing. Didn't he tell you, Moon? Couldn't he? Moon stared, uncomprehending, saw Arian Road begin to smile. Well, it's better this way, if I explain to you myself. You're mine, Moon. You're of me. I've known about you since the day of your conception, watched over you all your life. I wanted to bring you here to me years ago. That's why I sent you that message about Sparks. Then you disappeared, and I thought I'd lost you forever. But you've come at last." Moon stepped back from Arian Rhodes' intensity, felt the wind warn her. "Lady, is she insane?" She tugged the cloth of her cloak. "How do you know so much about me? Why would you even care? I'm no one." "Moon Dawn-Treader is no one," Arian Rhodes said softly. "But you are the most important woman on this planet. Do you know what a clone is, Moon?" Trying to remember, Moon shook her head. A twin." She felt a peculiar prickling begin just under the surface of her skin. "But you've been the queen forever." "More than a twin. Closer than a twin. An ovum, a set of genes, taken from my body and stimulated to reproduce an identical person." "From your body?" Moon whispered, touching her own, looking down at it as though it had suddenly become a stranger's. "No!" raising her head again. "I have a mother. My grandmother saw me born. I'm a Summer." "Of course," Arian Rhodes said. "You are a Summer. I wanted you to be raised as one. I had you implanted in your mother's womb at the last festival, along with other clones in other hosts. But you were the only one who survived and was perfect. Come away from the edge." She moved forward to take Moon's arm and draw her away from the brink of the pit. Moon tried to pull free, but her body belonged to the Queen, and she felt it obey, stiffly, liquidly, a thing made of technology and magic. "We're so alike. Everyone sees it, everyone. Why did you want so many copies? Summers, not winters." Refusing to include herself. "I only needed one. It was my dream then to replace myself with you when I died at the change. With myself, but raised to understand the Summer mentality and how to manipulate it. I would have brought you here, explained it all to you years ago, so that you would have had time to adjust to your true heritage. But then I thought you were lost to me, and I found Sparks instead." Moon grew rigid, but Arian Rhodes was looking inward. "And I decided that I didn't have to die, that I could live on, myself, and let winter live on with me. I made another plan to let me do that. I didn't need you any more, but I still want you. I've always wanted you here by me, my own fair child, and no one else's." She lifted Moon's face, with fingers under her chin. "No one else's." Moon felt her eyes lock with Arian Rhodes, her mind to shifting heights. The voice that spoke to her like a mother, the face of a girl, the face in the mirror, the eyes that call her down the endless spiral of time. Who am I? Who am I? "I'm a Summer, and you're trying to kill my people." Arian Rhodes recoiled, the moment shattered. "He told you that. He's a fool. He can't see that they're not his people or yours. Moon, myself, you are a winter in your heart, just as Sparks is an off-worlder." She gestured at the stars. "You've been off-world. You know how the hegemony oppresses us. You've seen what they keep from us and keep for themselves while they exploit us. Haven't you?" Demanding an answer. Moon stood looking up. "Yes, I know it, and I hate it." She saw the death of countless Murs among the countless stars. "The change has to be changed. Then you understand how the absurd, tech-hating superstition of the Summers keeps us in chains while the off-worlders are gone. We'll never break free from their control unless we have the time to start developing a technological base of our own. How else can we keep even what little the off-worlders leave to us unless we destroy the change pattern? Not by destroying our people. My people. They are my people. blotting out Arian Rhode's mirror image with the memories of her family, her childhood, her island world. Then how? Arian Rhode's voice lost its patience. How else will you ever convince them or convert them? But she stood as though she were actually listening, expecting a genuine alternative. I'm a Sibyl. Her heart lurched as she confessed it to the Queen of Winter, but she knew that Arian Rhode must already know it, too. When I tell them the truth about what I am, when I prove it, they'll listen. Arian Rhode frowned her disappointment. I thought you'd have lost your obsession with that religious mummery after what you've seen off-world. There's no sea-mother filling your mouth with holy drivel any more than the other 10,000 gods of the hegemony exist in any way except as straw men for the off-worlders to curse at. A gust of wind poured out of the pit, smelling of seaweed. Moon shivered inside her cloak, in spite of herself. But Arian Rhode, wrapped in fog layers of filmy cloth, laughed at her mirror's reflection of fear. Sibyls aren't a... But Moon broke off again. She doesn't know the truth. She can't know. Suddenly aware that she held a hidden weapon, and that she had almost given it away. She felt her broken confidence begin to mend itself, tried to keep the knowledge from showing in her eyes, afraid that in some way Arian Rhode would be able to read her every secret. But Arian Rhode was caught in the machinery of her own design. I know why you wanted to be a Sibyl, because you couldn't be a queen. But you can be now. A light behind the agate translucency of her eyes. Forget summer. You can share a whole world with me, a winter world, forever. Throw away your trefoil and wear a crown. Cut the strings that tie you to those narrow-minded bigots, and be free to think freely, and dream. She cast an invisible sign into the abyss. Moon felt the wind's blade at her back. They'll never accept you as one of them, or trust what you are now. It's too late to save them anyway. The wheels have been set in motion. You can't stop their fate. You can't change it. Accept it. Rule with me, as you would have ruled after me. We'll build our dream of a new world together. We can do it together. We'll share it all. She held out her hands, shining with passion. Moon lifted her own hands, spellbound by the nearness, the undeniable reality of her own self, her original self, formed in the image of her Creator. Arian Rhode, Arian Rhode said. Moon pulled back, smarting, realizing that Arian Rhode did not see her at all, had no understanding of why words meant to win and seduce, battered and bruised her other self like stones. Arian Rhode's egotism saw only the things she longed to see, only Arian Rhode. And you're wrong. A deep and unshakable certainty that was more than her own relief moved in Moon, as though she had somehow been tested without knowing it, and had proven her worth. What about Sparks? She heard her own question, brittle ice to match Arian Rhode's expectations. Will we share him, too? Arian Rhode's placid face flickered, but she nodded. Why not? Could I really be jealous of myself? Could I refuse myself anything? He loves us both. How could he help it? Why should he have to deny it? As though she had to make herself believe it. No. Arian Rhode's head gave a curious twist. No? No what? No more. Moon drew herself up, feeling the limitless strength the word released in her. I'm not Arian Rhode. Of course you are, Arian Rhode said placatingly, as to a stubborn child. We share the same chromosomes, the same body. The same man, and the same dream. I know this must be difficult for you to accept when you never suspected. I would never have had it happen like this. But how can you deny the truth?" Moon wavered, felt a deeper certainty harden her resolve. "Because I know that what you plan to do is wrong. It's wrong. It's not the way." "Why is it wrong to change the world for the better when you had the power to do it? The power of change, of birth, of creation. You can't separate those things from death and destruction. That's the way of nature, and the nature of power. It's inexorability, it's amorality, it's indifference. Real power," Moon lifted her hand to the sign at her throat, "is control, knowing that you can do anything, and not doing it only because you can. Thousands of Murs have died so that you could keep your power while the off-worlders were here. And now thousands of human beings are going to die so that you can keep it when they're gone. I'm not worth 1,000 lives, 100, 10, 2. And neither are you." She shook her head, seeing the face before her, seeing herself. "If I have to believe that being what I am means I'd destroy Sparks and destroy the people who gave me everything, then I should never have been born. But I don't believe it. I don't feel it," fiercely. "I'm not what you are, or what you think I am, or what you want me to be. I don't want your power. I have my own." She touched her throat again. Arian frowned. Moon felt her anger like sleet. "So they were all imperfect, failures, even you. I always believed I could supply the thing you lacked, but no one can give you that. You're a gutless weakling. Thank the gods I don't have to depend on you now to achieve my goals." Moon looked down at her hands, at white fists. "Then we really have nothing to say to each other after all. You told me I could go." She took a step toward the bridge, her heart leaping ahead. "Wait, Moon!" Arian caught up to her again, drawing her back and around. "Can you really leave me like this, so soon, so easily? Isn't there some way for us to share something more than our stubborn pride? You, above all, should have been the one, the only one, who would understand the things no one else could ever reach in me, the things that I've never been able to give to anyone else." Her voice, her touch softened. "Give me time, and perhaps I can learn to reach what lies unreachable in you." Moon swayed, a fatherless, motherless child hearing her own voice crying a lifelong loneliness, reaching out to embrace her own strength and redouble it, parent and child in one. But her inner eyes showed her Sparks, scarred in body and mind, and what his final silence had sworn her to. No, we can't." Her gaze fell. "There's no time left." Arian flushed. Softness fell away from her face, left unforgiving iron. Her hand rose as if to strike Moon's face, but it caught the beaded choker instead and jerked, breaking the threads. "You think you can stop me? Then leave, if you can. My Winters know that you're a summer Sibyl." She waved at the Winters still standing patiently beyond the bridge and behind them. "And they know that you came here disguised as me to commit some treachery. If you can make them believe you're not those things, then you deserve to go free, and to be a part of me." She turned away abruptly, striding back toward the palace halls alone. As she went toward them, the waiting nobles advanced, bowing as they passed her, and ringed Moon in at the foot of the bridge. Moon watched Arian go on, never turning back, until she lost sight of her beyond the shifting wall of vengeful faces. Chapter 43. "Well, Commander, I hope you enjoyed the Queen's banquet." Chief Inspector Montagnes broke off his conversation with the sergeant, hoping nothing of the kind, as Jerusha entered the hollow quiet of headquarters from the clamoring streets. Virtually everyone on the force was out, either protecting the Prime Minister or patrolling the festivities. The two men made a desultory salute. She returned it perfunctorily. Montagnes eyed her dress uniform enviously. She knew that he must have spent the evening brooding because he wasn't at the reception in her place, strutting in front of his fellow Karamorgis in the position that was rightfully his. "I don't enjoy wasting my time when there's still so much work to be done." She looked pointedly at the two of them, pulled off her scarlet cloak, opening her collar. "You're relieved as acting commander, Inspector?" "Yes, ma'am." He saluted again, his eyes reminding her that she wouldn't be hearing that for much longer. "Yes, you son of a bitch, you'll have your turn." The Chief Justice's damning, unfavorable report on her, and Montagnes's own ambitious backbiting, would ensure the record of her command here was painted as black as the void. Her career would be finished with this post, her seniority and rank swept under the carpet of official censure. She would never have a chance at a command again. She would be shipped off to some God-forsaken outpost on the backside of nowhere, acknowledging grimly that there were worse places than Carbuncle. And there she would rot for the rest of her natural life. Gods, I'm sick of Karamorgi arrogance. She bunched her cape between her hands as she started toward her office. If I have to see one more damned supercilious technocrat face— Vinge Gundolinu's face came suddenly into her mind, slowing her. One more face. That face she would give anything to see, right now, right here. But he had never arrived with his prisoner. She should have known, but how the hell could she know that Gundolinu, of all men, would run off with the girl instead? Because it was obvious. She had put into her report that he was ill, unaccountable for his actions, and the guards knew it was probably truer than she wanted to admit. And tonight she had seen Sparks Dawntreader openly flaunting his sanctuary there at the banquet, drinking himself into a stupor. And Arian Road, serenely beautiful as always, serenely unconcerned about her upcoming fate as she moved among her subjects and her supposed masters. Far too unconcerned. Damn it! What's she planning? Damn it, what's this doing here? She stopped, glancing away at Montagnes, and back at the pole-rob standing as immobile as a tree in front of her office. "Why aren't you on duty?" addressing it directly. It made no response, and she realized that its power was off. "It's malfunctioning," Montagnes said irritably. "Came in here a while ago with some garbled story about its winter lessor being mugged by the Queen's men. Probably just maudlin with lease-lapse syndrome. Needs a complete system wiping. Letting ignorant natives do even partial maintenance on sophisticated hardware like that is absurd." Even ignorant natives would wonder if they had to bring their brainless servo-mechs to the police for every loose screw. She threw the power switch on the pole-rob's chest, more out of aggravation than interest, watched the light sensors brighten inside its steel and plastic skull. She glanced at its identification plate. "Unit Pollux. Who's your lessor?" "Thank you, Commander." She stepped back, startled. "Please hear me, Commander. It is urgent, and I cannot—" Yeah, just answer the questions. She would never get used to their voices. "My lessor is one Tor Starhiker Winter, Tiamattan female, titular owner of Persepone's Hell." It radiated impatience. "You said she was attacked by the Queen's Guard? That's no business of ours." "No, Commander. By off-worlders, by her fiancé. A lover's quarrel, one Oriazabal, a casino employee, and his companions. She called to me for help and was stun-shot by them. I could not reach her because the door was locked, so I came here for help." "You know why they attacked her?" Jerusha felt her interest stirring. "Not clear, Commander. Perhaps she interfered with an illegal activity." "Who controls that casino?" "One Thanin Jaakola, male, native of Big Blue." "The source?" She felt even Mantegnes begin to listen behind her. "Yes, Commander?" "Repeat everything you heard them say." "Oriazable. Just the summers, goddammit, Perse. Not the winters. They'll be safe. The Queen wants it this way. Star Hiker. No, you're lying. It's going to kill Winters, too. The Queen wouldn't let you kill us. You're crazy, Oria. Let me go. Pollux, help me. Pollux." Jerusha listened, her skin crawling at the nasal dirge of words, until their meaning coalesced in her mind, catalyzed by two. The Queen. "Holy gods, I've found it! I've found it! Sergeant!" Shouting as she turned, she found him already standing at her elbow. "Contact the dozen men closest to Persepones. Tell them to get over there immediately and seal that place off. Mantegnes. What's this all about, Commander?" She couldn't decide whether he was indignant or frightened. "It's about life and death." She dropped her cloak on the floor, reaching to check her stunner. "It's about Aryan Road buying her own life with the death of half this city, or I'm not the commander of police." She watched his jaw fall. "Unit Pollux, your prayers and mine have been answered." She clapped its metallic shoulder. "Gods, just let it be in time. Please help Tor, Commander. I have grown attached to her." She nodded, not quite believing she'd heard that. "Mantegnes, you're always bitching about how you want more action. Let's go find it." "You're going up there yourself, Commander?" More astonished than critical. Grinning now, she said, "I wouldn't miss this for sainthood." Chapter 44. "So, Sybil, you've threatened our queen." A man spoke at last. Moon felt the group stare of the angry nobles burn the tattoo into her throat like a brand. "And you're forbidden to come into the city. We have been given the privilege of seeing that you never do either of those things again." Moon backed toward the bridge span, fighting the memory of what had happened here in the city to Danakil Lu. "I'm going to leave the palace. If you touch me, I'll contaminate you. Don't try to stop me." Her voice slid. "We won't try to stop you, Sybil," he said, his voice hungry and blurred. "Cross the bridge. Go ahead." He grinned, and it turned his thin face into a death's head. They were all smiling, suddenly, with drug-drunken, heedless malice. People who had been celebrating the end of their world and knew who to blame for it. He took something out of a hidden place in his long outer robe and held it up. It looked like a dark finger. "Cross the pit." Moon covered her control box with her hand, staring at the thing he held, not sure what it was, but only that it was a threat to her. But she had to cross the bridge. She had to try. There was no other way. With clumsy hands she reached up to unfasten her gold-stitched velvet cloak. She folded it in 3s, which was the lady's sacred number, and stepped toward the windy lip of the abyss in a defiant ritual. The cape was only a hindrance on her back, but it was a worthy gift to the Sea-Mother if she lay hungry below, hungry for tribute or hungry for sacrifice. "Lady, guide me." Moon pitched the cloak outward with a prayer, heard the laughter of the nobles behind her. It bellied out in the cross-drafts, drifted and circled like a plummeting fisher-bird into the shaft's green darkness. Moon pressed the first button in the sequence at her wrist and started out onto the bridge. The Winters watched and muttered, but did nothing. Moon sounded another note, walked on, not even breathing. At the far end of the bridge, more nobles waited. She tried not to see them clearly, not to look down, not to listen to the demon dirge around her, or the clamoring of fears inside her head. But as she neared the center of the span, the catch spell of the Sybil song invaded her again, slowing her, lulling her fears, dulling her instinct for survival. "No!" She froze, letting her terror rise up and counterattack before the song could snare her mind again. But even as she stopped moving, she saw the Winters ahead all holding the same hollow fingers, raising them to their lips. Whistles! To control the winds! And now at last she understood. They were turning the winds against her. This was how she would die, without a human hand shedding her blood. Moon threw herself flat on the bridge span as the choir voice of the whistles collided and smashed her circle of quiet air. The wind swept over her, tearing at her. But in the middle of the wind lay the Sibyl song, like the clear air in a hurricane's eye, the clarity of a strange madness filling her mind. Hypnotized, paralyzed, she plunged through into a refuge that lay in some other plane of existence. Why? Why does it call me here? What's the answer? She heard her own voice screaming wildly. What's the answer? You can answer any question except one, Elsevier had told her. Not what is life, not is there a God. The one question she was forbidden to answer was, where is your source point? And in this moment, teetering at the eternity's edge of insanity or death, she knew that at last it had been answered, that she had been chosen again by the power that lived in her mind. Source point, fountainhead, wellspring, here, here, here. Below this shaft that plunged into the sea, below this pinpoint city driven into a map of time, as secret as stone beneath the guardian sea-skin of this water world, lay the Sibyl machine. And she alone would know. She felt her mind give way under the final assault of knowledge, and fall into the well of truth, cried out as she felt her body lose control to follow it down. Like a startled dreamer, she came into herself again, lying on the bridge span, gasping loudly in the quiet air. The quiet air. She pressed her hand over her mouth, pushed up slowly onto her knees. There was no wind at all, only a peaceful stirring and sighing around her. The winters stood gape-faced on the far edge of the abyss, their whistles dangling from strengthless fingers. She dared to look away, past the wind curtains hanging slack in a becalmed sea, to the storm walls beyond. The walls were closed, shutting off the flow of the cold crosswinds from the outer world, sealing off their only access to the well at Carbuncle's heart and to her. She sank forward again, pressing her forehead against the surface of the span in silent gratitude. She climbed unsteadily to her feet, made her way on across the bridge. She moved slowly, for the sake of the watchers, for the sake of her uncertain legs. The winter's expressions mixed awe and terror now. She set her face in grim defiance, willing them to let her pass. And some fell back, but there were some who turned angrier, more hate-filled and reckless at the sight of a summer wearing the face of their queen, wielding the power of a goddess. And among them she saw the iron pole crowned with a halo of metal thorns, the witch collar that had torn open Danakil Lu's throat. The collar came forward to meet her and keep her from stepping off the bridge. "Kneel down, Sibyl, or go into the pit." The jewel-turbaned woman who held it thrust it at her. She took a step back, her hands knotting at her sides. "Let me past, or I'll—" As she spoke, she saw them turn, heard the precessing echoes of many footsteps coming down the entry corridor toward the hall. And as suddenly the crescent of space behind the nobles began to fill with human figures. But this time they wore homespun and cleeskin. Summers! Their faces were as murderous as any winter face had been until a second before. They carried knives and harpoons, and the faces looked at her, alone on the bridge, without changing. "There she is! It's the Queen!" Moon saw the one face that didn't belong with the rest, one man working his way forward among them with desperate determination. "BZ! She shouted over the rising noise as the mobs met, caught his searching gaze, and felt it embrace her. Gundolino elbowed aside a final summer, making himself a space to draw his weapon and let the crowd see it clearly. "Hold it! Hold it!" He jerked the thin-mouthed woman holding the spined collar half around and wrenched it out of her startled hands. He hurled it over the edge into the pit. "That's gone far enough, Winter. Get back. Clear away, all of you." "What right have you got to interfere with us, foreigner? This is Winter business, Winter law." "That's for damn sure," Beezy muttered, his eyes coming back to Moon even as he cleared a path for her through the human wall. "This woman's under arrest. She's mine." Moon caught the wink of an eye in it, and smiled in spite of herself. "That's the Queen, Inspector Gundolino," one of the Summers said angrily, "and she's ours. She's not going anywhere until the change." The words were as deadly as frost. "She isn't Aryan Road. She's a Summer, a Sybil. Look at her throat." Beezy waved a hand. "If you want Aryan Road, you'll have to cross that." Following his own gesture, he looked out across the windless hall for the first time, and his face turned blank. What business do you have with our Queen, fish farmers?" The jewel-turbaned woman who had lost control when she lost the Sybil collar tried to take it back again. "You're not welcome in this palace while it still belongs to Winter." "Your Queen has business with us," a Summer shouted. "She's trying to kill us all, and we've come to make sure she doesn't get away with it, and to make sure she goes down to the lady for the third time." Moon listened without moving, overwhelmed with aching, irrelevant joy at hearing a voice speak with a Summer burr. "I'm Moon Dawn-Treader Summer." Her voice was in rags. "The Queen is inside. Cross the bridge now. As long as I stand on it, you'll be safe." She waved them forward, felt BZ's astounded eyes on her. The mob came more confidently as they saw her trefoil and put their trust in it. Her own belief wavered as the first of them joined her on the bridge, but the air lay resting, and the Summer smiled briefly and bent his head as he passed. One by one the others followed, treading nervously, but driven by the furious need to reach their goal. Moon waited until the last Summer had stepped safely onto the ledge at the far side of the hall before she took the final steps onto solid ground. The Winters backed away, sullenly watching her and Gundolino. She turned as she reached his side, hearing a tremulous sigh behind her. She saw the storm walls open like languorous wings spreading, felt the chill winds rise again, the curtains shudder into life. The pit groaned and stirred, reeking of the sea. "Gods, father of all my grandfathers," Beezy whispered. "It was you, holding back the wind. How did you do it?" He kept distance between them. "I can't tell you," hugging herself. "That it's carbuncle. I can never tell anyone, never. I don't even know. Must never let anyone know." She followed the pit down in her mind, down, down to the sea and below it, into the timeless bedrock of the planet itself, where the ultimate receptacle of human wisdom lay in secret omniscience. "Take me away from here, Beezy. This is no place for a Sybil. The Winters are right. It's too dangerous." She felt the hostile, disbelieving stares of the nobles crawl over her. Beezy led her from the Hall of the Winds with regulation propriety, back down the corridor past the scenes of Winter's reign. No one followed them. Beezy still kept a small distance between them as they walked. Shaking out her mind, she picked through the dazzling fragments of her last hours for the terrible secret that had been uppermost until she stepped out onto the bridge. What were they doing here, the Summers? Did they tell you what Aryan Road... who almost killed me? She was suddenly dizzy. What she had done? He shook his head, his concentration fixed on the motion of his feet. "I couldn't make anything of it. They were in too much of a hurry. I don't think they even knew. All a mob needs is a crazy rumor. It's not a rumor, it's true. And they won't stop it by holding her prisoner. She's hired off-worlders to start a plague. Moon threw the words out at him heedlessly. What? He stopped, stopping her. How do you know? Breaking off, as the possibilities registered. Sparks told me. Sparks. He looked down again, nodding to himself. So you found him, then? And you and he, still? Yes. Her hands locked in front of her. I see. Well. He sagged against the wall, kept his face averted for a long moment, with his coughing as an excuse. She realized that his reluctance to touch her wasn't all because of what he had seen in the Hall of the Winds. He didn't come out with you. The Aryan road caught us. She took him back. She looked back along the hall, felt herself tearing inside. But the spur of alien prescience goaded her again. Leave him, leave him, leave now. He'll be all right, now that the Summers have come to guard the Queen. They don't know him, trusting the power that protected her to guard him, too. I have to stop the plague. I know who's behind it. Sparks told me everything. I've got to tell someone, the police. He didn't turn you over to the Sybil baiters, then? Beezy said, as though his mind couldn't leave the idea alone. He wiped his forehead on his sleeve, pulled open his coat. No, Aryan Road did it. Aryan Road? But I thought she... He didn't finish it, didn't need to. She felt his wordless compassion reach out to her. She wrapped a strand of hair around her finger, looked at it, pulled on it. There were 9 of us, Beezy, and none of us suited her. We weren't what she wanted us to be, so she abandoned us. She threw us away. Moon lifted a hand, a farewell to her own lost soul. But sudden sun shafts penetrated her clouded sight. You knew. You knew about me, too. Why did you trust me here if you knew all along? I knew all along that she'd never make you into her image. Do you think I could spend so much time with you and not feel the difference between you? He shook his head. His smile grew stronger. And it won't be long now before she'll damn her haste in getting rid of you. Come on, and tell me what you know about this plot. Moon walked with him again, holding the healing warmth of his trust against the scars of grief as they went on toward the looming palace entrance, moving toward the end of winter. She told him everything she knew, forcing herself to keep her mind on the narrow path through wildlands. The doors opened, letting in the life force of the city, sucking them back into its vortex of vitality. There were no royal guards at the entrance now, but instead a knot of belligerent Summers squatting in a watch of their own. Moon stayed close in Beezy's shadow, until she realized that they had no more idea of what the Queen looked like than she had had. She saw 1 or 2 spot her trefoil tattoo instead, and looked their surprise at her. Beezy, how did you know to come after me? How did you know I needed you? I didn't. When the Summers showed up, I decided I'd waited long enough. So I flashed my ID and made myself into a police escort. He nodded left and right as the Summers let them by. I'm going to miss that badge. There was nothing to support the lightness in his tone, and it collapsed. He began to cough again, the ugly coagulation rattling deep in his chest. He stopped moving as they reached the no-man's land between the summer guards and the milling onlookers. Now, listen, Moon. He wiped at his eyes, struggled for a breath. I've got to face charges, sooner or later, anyway. I've got to go back. I might as well get it over with now. I'll report everything you've told me to the first patrolman I see. There's no need for you to risk turning yourself in. Your people are here. Tell them about you and Sparks before they learn he's Starbuck. They can help you where I can't. his mouth pulled into a tight line, as though he couldn't trust himself to say more. "Easy." She covered her mouth with her hand. "How can I?" "You can't. Don't try." He shook his head. "Just let me go." He began to turn away, but she saw his knees turn to water. He collapsed in slow motion and lay senseless on the white stones. Chapter 45. Tor sat in the corner, propped against the wall like a spineless rag doll. The laboratory's white, formless light drove spears into her watering eyes. Beyond the wall, behind her back, she knew there was a whole city full of people oblivious to her folly or her doom, oblivious to their own doom. But no sound of the celebration reached into this sterile room. No laughter, no music, no shouting. The wall was sound-sealed, and no sound of hers would ever escape it, if she had even had the power to make one. She struggled futilely, silently, against the invisible bondage of her paralysis. It would be nearly an hour before her voluntary nervous system would have the control to move even a finger again, and she was sure there wasn't that much time left in the rest of her life. Oh, gods, if I could only scream! The scream echoed inside her head until she thought her eyes would explode, and she whimpered, a thin, miserable thread of sound, the most beautiful noise she had ever made. Oryozabal glanced over at her from the table where he sat in the hot glare of disfavor's spotlight. His broad face, with its leonine brush of side whiskers, showed discomfort approaching her own. He looked away again, hastily. The casually surreal debate about the most effective means of starting an epidemic here in the city droned on. The buzzing of a ghoulish hive. One of the others had gone to talk to the source. "Oryozabal, you lousy bastard, do something! Do something!" Oryozabal suggested that they pollute the water supply. It was rejected as ineffective. Hanud, who had gone to the source half an eternity ago, came back into the room, relocking the door behind him with exaggerated care. The insect drone fell silent. Tor watched heads turn to the judge's verdict, not even able to roll her own eyes. "Well?" one of the men she didn't know asked her. "He says get rid of her, naturally." Hanud bent his head in her direction. "Dump her body into the sea. Nobody'll be able to figure out where she disappeared to in all this." He waved a hand toward the unreachable reality beyond the wall. "They say the sea never forgets, but Carbuncle will." Tor moaned, but the sound stayed trapped inside her. "No, damn it, I don't believe it!" Oryozabal stood up to a confrontation. "I'm going to marry her. I'm going to take her away. He knows that. He wouldn't say to get rid of her." "Are you questioning my orders, Oryozabal?" The source's hoarse, disembodied voice descended on him from the air. All of them looked up, involuntarily. Oryozabal hunched under the weight of it, but his resolution held. "You don't need to kill Persephone. I can't just stand here and let that happen." His eyes searched the walls, the corners of the ceiling, uncertainly. "There's got to be some other way." "Are you suggesting I should have them kill you, too? Your incompetence caused this situation, after all, didn't it?" Oryozabal's hand slid toward his gun under the tail of his long leather vest. But it was 5-1 against him, and Oryozabal never took suicidal odds. "No, master, no, but she's going to be my wife. I'll make sure she's not going to talk." "You think now that Persephone knows what you're doing here, she'll still want to marry you?" The voice turned colder. "Amoral animal that she is, she still hates you for this. You'll never be able to trust her." "Oh, gods! Oh, Source, just let me talk. I'll promise him anything." Sweat trickled maddeningly down her ribs. "And I'll never be able to trust you again,
Oriazable, unless you prove your loyalty is still to me."
The voice paused, seemed to smile. Tor shuddered inside.
"But I'm not totally unsympathetic to your position, so I'll give you two choices. Either Persephone dies, or she lives. But if she lives, you'll have to take measures to make sure she can never testify against us."
Oriazable's sudden hope went behind clouds. "What do you mean?" He dared to glance at her, looked away again.
"I mean, I want her unable to tell what she knows to anybody, no matter what they do to her. I think an injection of Zatadil would be effective enough."
"The hell! You mean turn her into a zombie?" Oriazable swore. "She won't have any brain left." One of the others laughed. "What's wrong with that? Mindless and yours. Since when did a woman need a brain anyhow?" "Oh, lady, help me, help me, help me." Tor called on the faith of her ancestors, abandoned by the 1,000 uncaring gods of the betraying offworlders. "I'd rather die. I'd rather die."
"You see the trouble women cause when they take too much freedom on themselves, Oriazable. See the trouble this stupid female's curiosity has brought on you. And think of the trouble her queen is about to cause her own world."
The source's voice was a rasp wearing down metal.
"Then make your choice, dead or brain-wiped, and choose for yourself when you choose for her."
Oriazable's hands clenched and opened at his sides as he swept the room and the 5 other faces, seeing what was obvious. "All right, but I don't want her killed. I don't want to watch her killed. I want her alive." Tor whimpered again, felt a dribble of saliva ooze out at the corner of her mouth. A tremor ran up her legs, out of her toes. "Move, move!" But no further. "Then I can take care of the lady's needs." The spokesman for the group of technicians, a man she had finally recognized as Kassun, a biochemist, an expert on drugs, stood up from the table and moved to one of the sealed cabinets beyond her cone of sight. She listened to him sorting bottles and utensils, listened to the hissing cloud inside her head begin to drown out every other sound. Oriazable shifted from foot to foot, his head down, as though he hadn't expected things to happen so suddenly, so irrevocably. Tor murdered him with her eyes. "Shall I go ahead and inject her, Master?" The biochemist came back into her line of sight, holding a syringe.
"Yes, take care of it, Kassun," the voice said softly. "You see, Persephone, you never win. It always turns out the same."
Tor watched Kassun come toward her, watched everything within her sight turn golden. The static in her head deafened her. Oriazable watched him too, watched her, his hands at his sides, his eyes glazing. A heavy pounding sounded through the sealed door. The chemist froze in mid-step as a muffled voice shouted, "Open up! Police!" The men at the table leaped to their feet, looking at each other and up into the air in disbelief. "Blues! Master, there's blues in the casino! What'll we do?" But no answer came, and sensation too excruciatingly high to register as sound drilled into Tor's brain. The men covered their ears with their hands. "They're canceling the seals! Do something, for God's sake! Finish her, Kassun!" The chemist came toward her again, his face contorted with pain, the thin plastic cylinder still in his hand. Oriazable went after him abruptly, grabbed his arm. But then the others were on Oriazable, and Kassun was bending over her. "No!" Tor gasped the word, her last. The door burst open, and her vision filled with fluid blue, the room filling with 6 uniformed police. "Hold it!" weapons trained everywhere. 2 or 3 found Kassun's back and face. He straightened slowly away from her. "Drop it!" The blue stared him down. He let the syringe fall. She cringed as it landed centimeters from her unprotected leg. "Dr. Kassun, as I live and breathe!" Tor saw the commander of police herself materialize out of the amorphous wall of blue tunics. "You've been in our files for as long as I can remember. It's a real pleasure to finally meet you in the flesh." She grinned with the pleasure of it and clamped binders on him. Her men were doing the same for Oryazabal and the rest. She leaned over, searching Tor's face, glancing aside at the fallen syringe. She smiled again. "Well, Tor Starhiker, you look like you've got something you just can't wait to tell us. And I can't wait to hear it. Hey, Woldantus, get over here and give this woman a shot. The right kind." She winked reassurance as one of the patrolmen appeared at her side and kneeled down. Tor barely registered the burn of the antidote as the commander's face was filled by an even more unexpected face. "Pollux!" The word didn't quite form, but control was coming back to her. She felt it climb through the levels in her mind like a drug rush. "Tor, are you all right?" What did you say?" She gulped and gasped. "Tor, are you all right?" he repeated, as tonelessly as before. He bent forward, offering her his arm as she tried to get her feet under her. She took the arm gratefully, hauling herself up. "Ooh!" She put a hand to her head, dizzy with relief, leaning heavily against him. Her fingers sank into the soft frizz of her skewed wig. She pushed at it absently, hearing again the last words the source had spoken to her. She closed her hand, jerked the wig off her head, and threw it down. "Since when have you had a vocabulary, you can of bolts?" She leaned back, staring into Pollux's inscrutable non-face, felt a grin of triumph spread across her own. "Hellfire, I was right about you, you old fraud! Why didn't you ever talk to me before, damn it?" "Just a little joke, Tor." Deadpan. "Ha! That's the kind of laugh you'd expect from a machine. How long have you been able to talk like that?" "Since I was programmed at the police academy on Karamov." "The what?" "Cancel that, Pollux." The commander reappeared on his other side, frowning. "You really do need work. You can thank Pollux for your timely rescue, Starhiker. And I think I can thank him for a lot more, if you'll tell me I'm right in what I figure was going on here." She pointed a thumb at the lab and the captives behind her. "Thanks, Pollux." Tor burnished his chest softly with her hand. They were going to start a plague. She felt her legs weave under her again. "And kill all the summers with it." Palathion nodded, as if it was what she'd expected to hear. "Who put them up to it?" Tor looked down. "The Snow Queen?" Startled, she nodded, feeling inexplicable shame at admitting it to an off-worlder. "That's what they said." "That's what I thought." Palathion smiled cold-bloodedly, no longer seeing her. "I've beaten her at last. Unless—" She shook her head, glancing away as another blue entered the room, an inspector this time. "Mantagnes?" she said eagerly, but the inspector shook his head grimly. "We missed him, Commander." "Dracula? How the hell could you possibly—" "I don't know." He met her anger with his own. "When we broke into his office, he was gone. We searched everywhere. A fly couldn't have hidden in there. They're still searching. But he had a way out, and we haven't traced it yet." "He won't get off planet." Palathion pulled at the Empire sign on her belt buckle. "We'll get him." "Don't bet on it." Mantagnes studied his feet, disgusted. "Then let him try finding a hiding place from charges of attempted genocide." She waved a hand. "Woldantus, let's put these other beautiful people in the bottle where they belong. At least we've got all the evidence. And a witness. Starhiker, I'll need your testimony." "Count on it, Blue," Tor nodded, feeling her urge for revenge blaze up as Kassun was led past her. 2 of the others followed him before she saw Oryazabal. Persephone? He pulled his guard to a stop. I guess I won't be taking you with me after all. Not where I'm bound now. You wanted to make me into a vegetable, you lousy bastard. That's all you ever wanted. She pushed past Palathion to stand in front of him. I hope you stay there until you rot. I hope you never even see another woman. She remembered suddenly that he had tried to stop it at the last, and that the few seconds he had won her had made all the difference. I didn't want you dead, that's all. Even having you like that was better than having you dead. He leaned toward her. The blue held him back. Speak for yourself, she folded her arms, since you're the only one you seem to think about. He looked away at Palathion. If you want what I know about this, just ask. I'll tell you anything. Palathion nodded, and one of the other men swore under his breath. Tor realized that Oryazabel's life wouldn't be worth a drunkard's dam from now on, no matter where they sent him. And there would be no getting off this world for her now, no matter what she did. Oh, gods, why can't I ever do anything right? She hugged herself tightly, because there was no one else left to hold her, or to hold. She felt Palathion look at her, found an unexpected sympathy in the woman's eyes. Palathion's head moved imperceptibly until she was looking at Oryazabel, and past him. Tor stepped forward, still holding on to herself, protecting herself, as she closed with Oryazabel. She kissed him briefly on the mouth. She stepped back again, and they wouldn't let him follow. So long, Oyar. He didn't answer her. The blues led him out of the room. Tor moved back to stand beside Pollux. Why is it that you never want what you've got till you've thrown it away? Chapter 46. Jerusha leaned forward across the duty desk, craning her neck to follow the sight of Dr. Casson and his fellow would-be genocides being led away into the detention wing. Oh, sweet revenge! There was nothing sweet in her smile. She had broken Arian Road's plot at the last possible moment, and even though she couldn't touch Arian Road herself, she had set the Summers on her, and they would keep her safe until the day of her execution. Maybe there is some justice in the universe after all. Starhiker! Tor Starhiker glanced through the thinning screen of self-congratulatory blue uniforms. She sat drinking strong tea under the watchful gaze of Pollux. She got up from the bench, came striding through the patrolman toward the desk. Jerusha watched her come with bemused interest. Her clinging body wrap left considerably more of her chunky body uncovered than it covered. She walked like a dockhand, oblivious to the casual ogling of the men she passed. A plain, pragmatic face was emerging through the smeared makeup, and her lank, mouse-colored hair was chopped off bluntly at ear-length. Ye gods, there's a human being in there! Jerusha remembered abruptly that one of the men she had just sent away seemed to be in love with that human being. Damn it, why can't right be right and wrong be wrong? Why can't it be simple, just once? I'm sick of gray. She shook it off as the woman stood before her. How are you doing? Tor shrugged, lost a drape of cloth, and pulled it back onto her shoulder. All right, I guess. Considering... She looked away at the doorway to the detention block. Well enough for a monitored testimony? Sure. Tor sighed. I guess I don't get to appear at the trial, huh? She rested her hands on her hips. The trial would be held on some other world now. Jerusha smiled, understanding the irony. Consider yourself lucky. Dr. Casson has a lot of friends, and they're all out there. She gestured at the ceiling. Tor made a face. At least once we're gone from Tiamat, you'll be safe from them. Your statement will do all the damage that you could, as long as it's properly recorded, and I'll make damn sure it is, believe me. I just hope it'll be enough to drag in the source. If the... She broke off as a fresh clot of strangers entered the station. No, not strangers. She stood up, saw everyone else in the room turn to stare with her. What the... Aryan Road? Moon! She heard herself say it, heard Tor echo it, without taking time to wonder. She saw two sturdy Summers behind the girl, carrying Gundalinu's body. Shit! Moon hesitated as she saw Jerusha move out from behind the desk, but she stood her ground resolutely as the handful of patrolmen gathered around them. Who's that? Gundalinu! I thought he was... Is he dead? Jerusha caught Moon by the shoulder, all her perspective gone. No. Jerusha saw the anguish on the girl's face as she wrenched her around, and she let her go in surprise. He isn't dead, but he's sick. He needs a medic. Moon's hand reached out toward him, couldn't quite touch him. That didn't matter much to you 2 days ago, did it? Jerusha looked past her at Gundalinu's lolling head and closed eyes, his gaunt, sweating face. She gestured for 2 of her own men to take him away from the Summers. Get him over to the med center. Hurry! And carefully, damn it! He's worth more than diamonds to me. They carried him away, carefully. The 2 Summers nodded at Moon, almost making obeisances, and went back out into the alley. Moon didn't try to follow them, or Gundalinu, with more than her eyes. She'd gotten herself a long golden gown somewhere. Even with her hair straggling down around her face, her resemblance to Aryan Road was incredible. And you're under arrest, Dawn Treader, in case you'd forgotten. My God, this is too much for one day. She lifted her hand, summoning another officer. Moon grimaced. I haven't forgotten you, Commander. BZ, Inspector Gundalinu. I escaped. He found me again. He was bringing me in when he collapsed. She said it all unblinkingly. Sure he was. Jerusha unhooked the binders from her belt, said very softly, That's the biggest crock I ever heard. Fortunately, I choose to believe it, for Gundalinu's sake. She saw the girl's marked throat, remembering abruptly that she was a Sibyl. Jerusha lowered her hands with the binders toward her belt again, grudgingly. I suppose these aren't necessary, Sybil. But you didn't come here to tell me that. Why the hell did you come? Moon smiled briefly, ironically. The expression looked alien on her face. She stopped smiling. I came because the Queen wants to cause a plague to kill all the Summers in the city, and I know who's going to start it. You're too late. Jerusha grinned with self-satisfied triumph until she saw Moon's reaction. No, I mean we've already stopped it. We've got the guilty parties. They're our permanent guests right now. She gestured toward the lockup, mellowing in the warmth of Fortune's smile. Already? It's over? They didn't... Moon glanced over her shoulder at the station entrance. She looked back at Jerusha again, stricken, abruptly realizing that she had sacrificed her freedom for nothing. They didn't. The Summers are safe. Aryan Road has failed, and she's under house arrest. She won't get away from your lady. A passing patrolman called congratulations to her. She nodded. Moon's face twitched as though she didn't know what to feel, as though there were more layers to the knowledge than even she could penetrate. How did you find out? Wearily. By chance, with unintentional cooperation from... She turned to Tor Starhiker, eavesdropping behind her. Hey, kid! Tor raised a hand, and Moon blinked with recognition. Hey, Pollux, come here! Persephone? Moon half frowned at Tor's unglamorized face, still only half sure. She looked past her as the Polrob came toward them. What's she under arrest for? Tor jerked a thumb at Moon indignantly, a little too impressed with her own role as key witness. It's not against the law to impersonate the Queen, is it? Not your laws, anyhow. That depends on how well you do it, Jerusha said. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. You know each other? Since today. That seems like forever. Tor shook her head, strained for a smile. Look what she's done to your hairdo, Polly. So what happened, cousin? Did you find him? Did you get him out of the palace? Did you see the Queen? Did she see you? You were in the palace? Jerusha demanded. The clear wall of official accusation turned the girl into a prisoner again. To meet the Queen? Moon felt the change, and defiance beat back at her. To find my cousin! She glanced quickly at Tor, nodded, blushing. You know who I am, don't you, Commander? Jerusha nodded, keeping her distance mentally. I've known for a long time. Tor looked blank beside her. So is everyone, except me, Moon murmured bitterly. I was the last to know. I still don't know, Tor said. Did Gundalinu tell you? No, Aryan Road did. Moon twisted a strand of hair. Jerusha started. You saw her? Yes. Almost a whisper. She wanted me with her to share everything, even Sparks, coldly. Moon reddened again, angry, not ashamed. She wanted me to forget that I'm pledged to him, forget that I'm a Summer, forget that I'm a Sybil. And when I wouldn't forget, she tried to kill me. The bitterness increased to magnitude. Jerusha frowned as her own surprise deepened. Moon rubbed her eyes, swaying where she stood. Jerusha remembered all that she had been through, and how much of it had been for Gundalinu's sake. Sit down. Pollux, bring us some tea. Jerusha dismissed the waiting guard, touched Moon's elbow, turning her toward the seat along the wall. Moon looked surprise at her. Jerusha felt a twinge of surprise at herself. Pollux moved away obediently through the trajectories of official activity. Tor included herself in the rest of the invitation. Get me a refill, Polly. You said Aryan Road tried to kill you? Jerusha sat down. Moon dropped heavily onto the seat a little away from her. Tor stretched out fluidly at the bench's end. She told the nobles I was a Sybil, and they tried to throw me into the pit. Tor sat up straight, speechless for once. Her own clone. Jerusha felt her incredulity fade even as she said it. Yes, that's the Aryan Road I know. No competition. I'm not Aryan Road. Moon's voice shook with denial. I'm wearing her face, that's all. She pulled a hand down over her own, her fingers clawing, as though she wanted to strip it off. And she knows it. Pollux returned and passed around tea with the silent propriety of a butler. Jerusha took a sip from her bowl, letting the scalding heat rise inside her head. It could be a trick, another trick, her coming here. But for the life of her, she couldn't imagine what purpose could lie behind it. They tried to throw you in the pit? Tor prodded, staring at Moon's throat. What happened? It wasn't hungry. Moon drank her tea, a strange emotion moving across her face. Tor looked pained. VZ, Inspector Gundalinu came in with the Summers and made them let me go. You mean that fishing pole with you was a real blue? Tor asked. He was once. Jerusha rested her heavy helmeted head against the wall. I hope he will be again. He never stopped wanting to be anything else, Moon said quietly. Don't let him give it up and throw everything away. Don't let him blame himself for what happened. She gulped tea. I can't keep him from doing that. Jerusha shook her head. But I'll make sure no one else blames him for it. I can save his career, but I can't save him from himself. Or from you. Tell me. Her resentment crystallized into accusation. By all the gods, what do you see in Starbuck? That bloody genocide. Sparks isn't Starbuck. Not anymore. Moon set her empty cup down on the bench, rattling it as the genocide registered. And he never knew about the Murs. But you do. From you. Jerusha glanced away abruptly. Yes, Your friend Engennet told me the truth about them. My friend Engennet, who trusted you and trusted me to know about you. Engennet? Moon shook her own head, rubbed her face again. You must have known it before. Any Sybil knows the truth. You can't deny that. Including the whole of the hegemony in the accusation. You ought to punish Sparks for killing Murs on off-worlder land, for splattering blood on you while you stand and watch them die, with your hands out begging for the water of life. And you ought to punish me for knowing the truth, that you're punishing my world for your own guilt. Tor sat listening with wide ears, but Jerusha made no move to get rid of her. She made no move even to answer, cupping the hegemonic seal of her belt buckle with cold fingers. Moon watched her intently through the long moment. Jerusha frowned. I don't make the laws. I just enforce them. Wishing, as she said it, that she hadn't said that much. Disappointment showed in Moon's eyes, but she didn't press the argument. Sparks isn't Starbuck. He wasn't Starbuck in summer, and there won't be a Starbuck any more when winter's gone. Aryan Road did it to him, and he only let her do it because she was so like me. Moon glanced away. Jerusha felt a pang of sympathy at the girl's sudden shame and confusion. She stared at the trefoil tattoo. Sparks was the one who told me about the Queen's plot. He was coming here when she caught us. He didn't care what you did to him or me, as long as you kept our people from dying. She looked up. If he wants to make up for the last 5 years, it'll take more than that. It'll take him the rest of his life. Jerusha tasted venom. Do you hate him that much? Moon frowned. Why? What did he ever do to you? Listen, Moon, Tor said. Everybody in Carbuncle has a reason to hate either Sparks, Dawnshredder, or Starbuck, and that includes me. Then you gave him a reason to hate you. Jerusha looked away. He repaid us all 100 times over. Moon leaned forward. But at least you owe him a chance to prove he doesn't belong to the Queen now. He knows everything about the Source's plan. Couldn't he testify for you? He knows other things about the Source, things you could use. Like what? Interested in spite of herself. What happened to the former commander of police? He was poisoned, wasn't he? Jerusha felt her mouth fall open. The Source did it? For the Queen? Moon nodded. Gods! Oh, gods, I'd like to get that on tape. With a spare to play every night to sing me to sleep. Enough to drop the charges against us? Jerusha refocused on Moon, saw determination running swift and deep in her strange eyes, realized suddenly that she had been led blindfolded to this point, that the girl was still fighting for her lover's life and her own. You've learned the rules of civilization well, girl. Resentment struggled inside her, died stillborn. She looked at the trefoil tattoo again. Hell and devils, how long can I go on hating her face when there's no proof she ever deserved to be born with it? Will you let me go and bring him here? Moon half rose, anticipating a surrender. It may not be that easy. Moon sat down again, her body taut. Why not? I let it be known all up and down the street that Sparks was Starbuck when I learned about it. The Summers must already know who he is. And I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't know that I wanted it to happen that way. They won't let him leave the palace now. He was supposed to be all right. That's the only reason I left him there. Moon cried her betrayal to the air. Faces turned to stare at her across the room. Her eyes glazed suddenly, vacant windows. Jerusha edged away from her, away from contamination. No, no! Moon's hands clenched into fists. You can't use him and let him die. I did it all for him. You know that's why I came here. Not for you, not for the change. I don't care about the change if it means he has to die." It had the sound of a threat. "Sparks isn't going to die tomorrow." "Someone has to," Jerusha said uncomfortably, uncertainly, trying to pull her back into the real world. "I know he's your lover, Sybil, but the change is bigger than any one person's wants or needs. The change ritual is sacred. If the Sea Mother doesn't get her consort, there'll be hell to pay from the crowds that came to see it. Starbuck has to die." Starbuck has to die. Moon echoed it, getting slowly to her feet. I know he does." She put her hand to her head, her face drawing with pain, as though she struggled against some compulsion. "But Sparks doesn't." "Commander," she turned back, her face still strained, "will you help me find First Secretary Cyrus? He promised me," she smiled suddenly, sardonically, "that if there was anything he could do himself to help his son, he'd do it. And he will." "I can contact him," Jerusha nodded, "but I want to know why." "I have to see someone first." Moon's determination faltered. "Then I'll tell you, and you can tell him. Persephone, where's Hearn now?" Tor raised her eyebrows. "Back at the casino, I expect." "By all the gods," with a kind of wonder, "I think I finally understand something in this conversation." She grinned congenially at Jerusha. "Eat your heart out, Blue." Chapter 47. Jerusha lay sprawled on the low couch in the den of her townhouse, one foot hanging, tethering her to the floor. Or I might just float up to the ceiling. She smiled, watching the past day's events replay again on the inside of her eyelids, listening with half an ear to the noisy celebration out in the alley, and letting herself believe that it was all for her. Well, hell, at least half of it ought to be. She loosened the seal of her uniform tunic a little further. For once she had not taken it off immediately when she got home. For once it felt too good to be a Blue and the commander of police. She heard Moon Dawntreader moan and sigh in her sleep in one of the darkened spare rooms. Even as tired as the girl must be, she didn't rest well in this place either. Jerusha had not slept at all, and another day had begun already, somewhere beyond the time-stopping walls of the city. But it didn't matter. In another few days she'd be gone from this place forever. And for once she didn't mind reliving over and over the day just past, or anticipating the new one to come. There was a message on her recorder asking, not ordering, asking her to a meeting with the Chief Justice and members of the Assembly, after breaking up Aryan Road's plot and capturing Cassin, after making the Source too hot for any world. After all that, her black and blue career was alive and well again. And so was she. Then what was she doing with a criminal asleep in her guest room? She sighed. By the bastard boatman, the girl was no more a criminal than she was, and no more Aryan Road than she was. Who cared if Moon had seditious thoughts about the hegemony? Gundalina was right. What could she do about them once the off-worlders were gone? And although she wanted to deny it, even to herself, the memory of the Murs and what the girl had said about punishment and guilt still gnawed at her like an ulcer. Because it was true. It was, and she would never be able to deny that again, or deny the hypocrisy of the government she served. Well, damn it, what government was ever perfect? She had stopped Aryan Road, and she could tell herself that looking the other way about Moon was her payment of conscience to Tiamat's future. She could even let it go for Sparks. Let him be Moon's grief, if he delivered the testimony she wanted. And if she let him go, her conscience damn well ought to be clear forever. But she knew it wouldn't be. She had seen too many things she should never have seen here, and had too many people she had tried to categorize slip out of her psychological shackles and overcome her resistance. Some of my best friends are felons. She smiled painfully, pinched by sudden regret. Miraway. Goodbye, Miraway. She had not heard from him since that last death-cursed day they stood together on the bloody beach. But that's no goodbye, not remembering that scene. She sat up on the couch, shaking out cobwebs. No. I can tell him that I've found Moon, that she's all right, and that Aryan Road is going to pay. Yes, she should call him now, while she had the time, before they cut communications, before it was too late. Call him, Jerusha, and tell him goodbye. She got up, moved stiffly across the room to the phone, unexpected flutterings in the pit of her stomach, as though she had swallowed moths. She punched in the code, cursing the adolescent attack of nerves under her breath as she waited for the call to go through. Hello? Engennett Plantation here? The voice was absolutely clear, for the first time she could ever remember. It was a woman's voice. Jerusha felt the coldness come into her own. This is Commander Palathion calling. Let me speak to Engennett. I'm sorry, Commander, he's gone. Gone? Gone where? Damn it, he can't be smuggling now. He didn't say, Commander. The woman sounded more embarrassed than conspiratorial. He's had a lot on his mind lately. We've all been getting ready for the change here. He went on board his boat a few days ago and left. He didn't tell anyone why. I see. Jerusha exhaled gradually. Is there any message? Yes. 3 things. Moon is safe. Aryan Road will pay. And tell him I said goodbye. The woman repeated the message carefully. I'll tell him. A good voyage to you, Commander. Jerusha glanced down, glad that her face didn't show. Thank you, and good fortune to all of you. She switched off the speaker and turned away from it, seeing the shell on the shrine table by the door, still sitting where it always had, its broken spines a mute testimony to what had been and was not to be. It's better this way, better that he was gone. But her eyes were hot and brimming suddenly. She did not blink until the reservoir of tears subsided, so that none escaped her control. She turned back to the phone, changing the subject with an effort of will. Gundolinu. Should she call again about him? But she had already called the city medical center twice, and they had told her the same thing. He was delirious. She couldn't talk to him. They didn't know how he had managed to stay on his feet, the shape he was in, as sick as he was. But they didn't expect it would kill him. Reassuring. She grimaced, leaning against the wall. Well, maybe by the time she got back from the meeting with the Chief Justice. Yes, she'd have everything to tell him then. And in the meantime, she'd better wash up and get back to headquarters again, before it was time for her audience. She pulled a pack of Yestas out of her pocket, went into the bathroom to wash up and change. Moon slept on, restlessly, exhaustion setting her free from her fears about whether Cirrus would get her cousin out of the palace. Jerusha still could not really believe that the first secretary of the hegemonic assembly had ever agreed to attempt such a thing, even if Sparks Dawnfredder was his son, a son he had never seen, and could hardly be sure was even his. But he had come willingly to meet with Moon, and he had gone away willing to try. More inexplicable to her was how Moon had gotten the crippled Karamorgi bartender from Persiphone's to agree to take Sparks's place. Gods, the girl had barely been in the city 2 days. If she really believed Moon's personal magnetism was enough to make men willing to die for her, she'd lock that kid up so fast her head would spin. But there had been undercurrents in the conversation between the girl and the 2 men that told her there was more to Hearn's going than just the way he looked at Moon. And one glance at his legs gave her a good reason. In her own private judgment, Hearn looked like a man the hegemony would be better off without. And in any case she had asked no questions, for fear of getting an answer she couldn't ignore. Jerusha heard someone stirring in the next room, looked out the refinished doorway to see Moon stumble foggily into the hall. "You might as well go back to bed, Sybil. Time passes faster when you aren't watching it. For better or worse, Cirrus won't be back for a while yet." "I know." Moon rubbed her sleep-blurred face, shook her head. "But I have to get ready if I'm going to run in the race." Her head came up, and her eyes were not soft with sleep. Jerusha blinked. "The Summer Queen's race? You?" Moon nodded, daring her to try to stop it. "I have to. I came here to win the race." Jerusha felt someone step on her grave. "I thought you came for your cousin Sparks." "So did I." Moon looked down. "It lied to me. It never meant for me to save him. It only used him to make me follow its plan. But it can't keep me from trying to save him anyway. And I can't keep it from making me queen." Millennium come. Jerusha breathed unspoken relief, felt her pity stir. Gods, it's true. Sybils are a little crazy. No wonder Arian Road didn't want her after all. "I appreciate your being honest about it with me." She pulled a fresh tunic on over her damp skin and sealed it up the front. "I won't stop you if you want to try. But if you win, don't tell me. I don't want to know." Chapter 48. Moon would not have believed it was possible to clear a space as long as her arm and keep it clear for even a moment in the quicksand shifting of the festival mobs. But somehow order had been created out of chaos. Somewhere in the seemingly formless superentity that was the festival, an underlying structure existed. A course had been cleared along the street's upper reaches for a mile below the palace, and eager spectators lined the way like the elegant townhouse walls at their backs. Most who had a viewing place had been holding it for hours, and the Blues who patrolled casually up and down before them had little trouble keeping them there. They had come to watch the beginning of the end, the first of the ancient ceremonies of the change, the foot race that would thin the numbers of the women who had come to compete for the mask of the Summer Queen. Moon had come out into the street as soon as the nucleus of summer women began to form around an elder of the Goodventure family, who carried in her the blood of Tiamat's last line of summer queens. Members of that family were forbidden to become queen at this change, but instead bore the honored responsibility of seeing that its rituals were faithfully preserved and carried out. Moon had pulled a colored ribbon from one of their sacks to tie around her head, the ribbon that would give her a place at the front, middle, or back of the starting mass. The band she drew was green, the sea, the color that put her in the front, ahead of brown for the land, blue for the sky. She tied the ribbon across her forehead, her face palely expressionless against the triumph and the disappointment around her. Of course it had been green. How could it not be? But a tension born of certainty wrapped her, tightening like tentacles. She pushed toward the front of the forming field of runners to escape it. She looked around her as she struggled to hold a new equilibrium in the jostling mob of colored ribbons and eager summer faces. in this crowd of strangers. Most of the women who had come to the festival intending to run in the Summer Queen's choosing had brought with them traditional-style holiday garments, soft wool shirts and trousers dyed sea green, summer green, to please the lady. They were all elaborately sewn with designs made of shell and bead and traders' baubles, ribbons that dangled fetishes of their family totems. But she wore the nomad's tunic she had brought back with her from Persiphone's, the only clothing she owned, its gaudy color as alien as she suddenly felt herself among the people who should have been her own. She had covered her hair with a scarf to hide her resemblance to the queen. Some of the summers had challenged her right to run, because she wore no totem or proof that she was even a summer. But then she had shown them her throat, and they had backed away. She felt the irony of wearing a winter's clothes today, and not ones that were rightfully hers, and yet, somehow, it was appropriate. She had not seen anyone she knew, either among the runners or in the crowd of spectators beyond, even though she knew that she could hardly expect to find anyone from Neath or its few island neighbors in these hundreds, in the thousands that filled Carbuncle. Still she searched, and was disappointed. The sights and the sounds and the smells of her home surrounded her here. But her grandmother was far too old to make this voyage, and her mother— "Festivals are for the young," her mother had said to her once, with pride and longing, "who don't have ships to tend and mouths to feed. I had my festival, and I hold the precious memory of it close beside me every day." Her arm had gone around her daughter's shoulders, steadying her on the rolling deck. Moon whimpered, seeing the ugly truth hidden in her mother's merry-begotten memory. The woman next to her apologized and edged nervously away. Moon looked down at herself as the half-fearful Sybil space opened around her again. Suddenly glad that her mother had not come, would not watch her in the race today, whatever its outcome was. Her mother and Gran must think she was dead, and Sparks, too, by now. And maybe it was better that way. Their time of mourning must be long past. Was it better never to let them know the truth, or to always be afraid that once they had learned part of it, they would somehow learn the whole terrible truth about their children? She swallowed her grief, choking on it, turned her vision outward again. She was not her mother's child, and not Aryan Road's either. Then what am I doing here? She looked around her in sudden doubt. She was the only Sybil she had seen anywhere. Was she the only Sybil among all the summer people who wanted to compete? Was it really the queen's ambition running in her blood that made her want to be a queen herself? No, I didn't ask for this. There must be a change. I am only a vessel. Her hands tightened as she repeated the vow. If no other Sybil ran in this race, maybe it was only because none of them knew the truth. None of them know. She could read on the faces around her the spectrum of motives and gradations of desire that had brought the runners here, some of them hungry for the power, although the power of a summer queen had always been more ritual than secular, some for the honor, and some for the easy life of being worshipped as the Lady Incarnate, some simply for the sheer joy of competing, a part of their celebration, with no cares at all about winning or losing. And none of them knows why it really matters, except me. She kept her fists tight as tension wound its springs inside her, pushed forward again until she could just see the piece of weighted ribbon that marked the course's start. The Good Venture elder was shouting for quiet and announcing the rules. She did not have to be the first in this race. She only had to be among the sacred first 33. And the course wasn't long. It was meant to give some besides the strongest a chance. But there were 100 women behind her, 200 more. She couldn't even see them all from where she stood. The voice of the Good Venture elder called them all to the mark, and Moon felt her self-awareness slipping, caught in the swell of many moving forward as one. Through a gap between heads and arms, she watched the fragile bunting that held back their tide, saw it fall at a signal. The mass of runners surged, sending her forward, helpless to resist if she had wanted to, and the race of the Summer Queen began. She danced like a reef spotter through the first 100 yards, needing all her concentration just to keep on her feet in the crush before the knot of bodies began to loosen. As spaces opened, she broke between, not always easily, feeling elbows bruise her sides in retribution. She couldn't keep track of how many were ahead in the shifting field. She could only weave and sprint and try to put as many of them behind her as her feet could overtake. A mile was nothing. A mile was hardly enough to quicken her heartbeat when she and Sparks had raced along the endless gleaming beaches of Neath. But this mile ran uphill, on hard pavement, not yielding sand. Before she had reached halfway, her breath rasped in her throat, and her body protested with every jarring step. She tried to remember how long it had really been since she had run on that shining sand. Couldn't even remember how long it had been since she'd had enough food or sleep to satisfy the body of a bird. Damn carbuncle! There were only a dozen women ahead of her, but they were slowly gaining ground. New runners began to come up on her and pass her from behind. She saw with a kind of dread that one of them wore a brown ribbon, not green. The second group of runners was overtaking the first starters, and she stumbled as her mind left her straining legs unguided. 2/3 of a mile, 3/4, and there were more passing her all the time, easily 30 ahead of her now, and a cramp in her side that took her breath away. They're passing me, and they don't know. They don't even know what they're reaching for. Reaching after it with the last of her strength, she saw the final distance hurtle past, suspended all other awareness, until the white stone courtyard of the Winter Palace was under her feet, and the next to last winner's garland had fallen around her shoulders. Laughing, gasping, dazed, she was swallowed by the ecstasy of the waiting crowd, joyously praised with hand-clasps, kisses, and tears. She made her way through them, took her place in the circle of winners that was forming at the very center of the courtyard. Looking back, she heard and then saw the group of musicians dressed in white, draped in garlands like her own, and wearing black chimney hats with winter totem crests. Behind them came a small procession of summers, more Good Ventures, bearing a canopy of ornamental net woven with shells and sprays of greenery, held aloft on oars delicately carven with a fantasy of sea beasts. And beneath the canopy came the mask of the Summer Queen. She heard the sighs and cries of admiration like a wind through the crowd, felt her own wonder rise again at the sight of its beauty, and its power, the face of change. Her gaze moved to the one who carried it, and she jerked with recognition. Fate Ravenglass. The circle parted to let Fate through alone. The rest of the procession circled outside, mingling its music with the crowd's. The Good Venture elder bowed before her, or before the strength of her artistry. Winter crowns summer, and the change begins. May the lady help you to choose wisely, Winter woman, for your sake as well as for ours. She stood serene in her faith in the lady's judgment. I pray that I will. Fate bowed in turn, her white gown all but hidden by the mask's trailing sunbeams as it rested on her arms. The lady will choose. Why had Fate Ravenglass been picked as her representative, if not to choose in turn the one face, the one heart and mind behind it that knew the secrets she knew about this world? But she's almost blind. Could she even tell one face from the rest? How would she know? The Good Venture elder began to sway from foot to foot. The lacy drape of beaded network that covered her clothing clattered and chimed. She began to sing the ancient feast-day invocation, and the ring of women began to circle slowly, stepping foot across foot, drawing Moon along. The words of the litany and response came to her easily, almost hypnotically, rooted as deeply in her memory, wrapped as profoundly around its most primitive images as anything she still remembered. It had no true rhyme, like most of the holy songs, because the language it had once been shaped from had lost its own shape down the years. Its tune fell strangely on her ears. She sang with the rest, but a part of her mind held separate, watching the pageantry that the rest of her flowed into unquestioningly. The part of her that was no longer certain fate would choose her, blindly, unaided. Does the Sibyl mind really control what happens here? It twists me in its own directions, but can it reach beyond my hand? Can it really move anything that it doesn't hold on strings? Who suckles us upon her breast and makes herself our grave? The lady gives us all we need, we give her all we can. Moon watched Fate begin to drift out in a counter-circle, bearing the mask, her expression intent but formless. She won't recognize me. Who fills our nets and pools and bellies? Who fills our hearts with grief? The lady gives us all we need and asks for all we have. Moon bit her lip against panic, against more words, the urge to cry out, "Here! Here I am!" Wanting to believe that it was predestination, but no longer certain that anything was predestined. She couldn't leave it to chance, not after she had come this far and seen so much. She has to choose me. But how? Whose blessings cause the sky to weep? Whose curse melds sea with air? The lady gives us all we need and makes us what we are. Moon's memory leaped forward to the next verse, and the two levels of her consciousness fused. Input. Who knows the one that she will call, or what their fate will be? The refrain faded as she fell into transfer, came back with a sudden intensity that deafened her. She felt herself lurch with the shock, tried to open her eyes, but her eyes were open, and still the world she saw was barely brighter than moonlight, its edges blurred and indistinct. Her other senses fared her perception all out of proportion, because she was blind. In another second she had passed through terror to the understanding that she was Fate Ravenglass, and that somewhere in that dimly seen line of figures circling past her immobile body was one that must be caught at the other pole of this transfer. She watched the dim figures pass and pass, wondering what she would find, if she would even be able to tell what was taking shape. And then she made out the one figure that stumbled in line, supported, half carried, on the arms of the indistinguishable women at either side. Herself. She was seeing herself. And Fate Ravenglass looked back with her eyes, each of them seeing her own face, and knowing they did. Abruptly, Moon felt her borrowed body unlock and move forward freely toward her real one, the mask held out before her in her hands. As she closed with herself, she could see at last that the face was really her own. It stared at the mask, back at her, with wonder and wordless fascination. She lifted the mask with Fate's trembling hands, moved again by its beauty, as she set it firmly on her own shoulders. As the mask settled in place, she felt herself wrenched back across the transfer gap into her rightful mind, and heard her cry as she ended the trance. Looking out now through the eye-holes of the mask, she saw Fate standing dazed before her, felt her own arms still supported by the women beside her, heard the roar of the crowd's jubilation. But all that she remembered of the moment was fate touching the face that was her own again. My face! I saw my face! And the mask of the Summer Queen. The crowd began to close in around them, smashing the fragile circle of hands, sweeping away the also-rans. Moon's support broke away as she regained her equilibrium. She reached out and grasped Fate's hands, holding her steady, face to face. Fate! It's happened! I did it! I am the Summer Queen! Yes, I know. Fate shook her head, tears putting light in her darkened eyes. It was meant to be. It was. It must be the first time two Sibyls ever looked out of each other's eyes and saw themselves. She smoothed her collar of white feathers distractedly. You'll be everything as queen that I made your mask to be. Moon felt her heart squeezed by a sudden, heavy hand. But not alone. I'll need help. I'll need people my people can trust, and yours can. Will you help me? The feather collar rustled with Fate's nod. I'm in need of a new career. Whatever I can do to help, I'll do gladly. Moon, Your Majesty. The netted canopy shadowed them, and the Good Venture elder came up between them, gravely gay. Lady! The other Good Ventures bowed around her. Your duties today are 3. To go among the people and show them that the mask night has begun. To be carefree. To rejoice. And your duties tomorrow are 3. To go down to the docks when dawn comes beyond the walls. To deliver winter to the sea. To rule in her place as the lady wills. To deliver winter to the sea. Moon looked toward the palace. I understand. Then come with us, and let the people see you. Until tomorrow we are all between worlds, between winter and summer, between the past and the future, and you are the harbinger. The Good Venture woman gestured Moon under the waiting canopy. Fate, will you come with me? Oh, yes, I'll be along. Fate smiled. This may be the last time I have a chance to see my fellow human beings in all their glory, and I want to make the most of it. She touched her artificial eye with a loving fingertip, and sorrow. All my masks, a lifetime's work, will bloom and fade in this one night, and soon my sight will go into the sea with the rest of winter's bounty, good and bad together. No! Moon shook her head. I swear to you, Fate, this will be a real change. The crowd began to pry between them. Moon, what about Sparks? Fate called it across the widening gap. Moon stretched her hand fruitlessly, losing control, lost in the mob. I don't know! I don't know! Strong arms lifted her up onto the garlanded litter, and she was borne away beneath the canopy down the street, a leaf swirling on the stream. Everywhere, as she was carried along, she saw masks appearing as the revelers hid their faces, cast off their own identities, becoming their fantasies, as the Summer Queen had, as she had done. Tonight there would be no winter or summer, off-worlder or native, right or wrong. Everywhere costumes blossomed, music played, masked faces laughed and sang and shouted for the Queen. Everywhere people followed alongside her litter, offering her food and drink and gifts, trying simply to touch her for luck. It was her duty today, tonight, to be the merry mayfly, symbol of life's fleeting joy, because not until tomorrow would her rule and the world become genuine again. And she was grateful for the mask she wore, that was all those things to them, that let her hide the truth, that whenever she became a part of the moment, time leaped ahead again for her, and tomorrow took away her laughter. Because if her plan had failed, if Cirrus had failed her, tomorrow she would speak the words and give the sign as Summer Queen, and Sparks would drown Chapter 49. So she actually believes she's going to be chosen Summer Queen. She hears voices telling her she'll win. Jerusha paced slowly in the rattling emptiness of the Chief Justice's antechamber, too nervous to sit still on the forlorn assortment of abandoned furniture. Against odds of 100 to 1? No, Jerusha, the universe doesn't give a damn what she believes, or you do, or anybody else. It doesn't matter. There was nothing to distract her mind but the fuzzy negatives of places where things had been and no longer were, in this sad, anciently naked room. But a new set of things and people would be back in their place when the change came again to enduring carbuncle. Things change all the time, but how much of it is real? Does any choice any of us ever makes, no matter how important it seems, really cause a ripple in the greater scheme of things? Passing the window, she saw herself superimposed on the image of the metamorphosing city, studied the reflection silently. Commander Palathion, it was good of you to come. I know how busy you've been. Chief Justice Hovhaness stood in the doorway, held up a hand in courteous welcome, and she managed to forget that she had been kept pacing out here well past the appointed time of the invitation. She saluted. I'm never too busy to discuss the hegemony's welfare, Your Honor, or mine, or to watch a man eat his words. She touched his hand politely, and he gestured her ahead of him into the inner room. It was a meeting room, with a long table built out of smaller tables and cluttered with portable terminals. The usual assortment of local hedge bureaucrats she had come to know and loathe sat around it, intermittent with actual assemblymen, mostly strangers to her. They had, she supposed, been making the last of the obligatory reports on every imaginable aspect of their occupation of Tiamat. Even on a world as unpopulated and underdeveloped as this one, the process of departure was leviathan. The few Karamorgi faces she could see clearly looked exceedingly bored. Thank the gods I'm only a blue, and not a bureaucrat. She remembered that since she had become commander she had hardly been anything else. But yesterday I was a real officer again. She stood listening to the patter of their applause, of palms against the table surface, absorbing their reception while she compared it mentally to the one she had been anticipating until yesterday. Most of the civil officials assigned here on Tiamat were from the same part of New Haven, like most of the police. The hegemony felt that cultural homogeneity made for more efficiency. And today, at least, the fact that she was one of their own, being honored in the presence of Karamorgis, seemed to outweigh the fact that she was only a female. She bowed with dignity, acknowledging their tribute, and took a seat in the mismatched chair at the near end of the table. As I'm sure you have all heard by now, the Chief Justice stood at his own place, Commander Palathion uncovered and at virtually the last moment thwarted an attempt by Tiamat's Snow Queen to retain her power. Jerusha listened covetously to the report, savoring every flattering adjective like the scent of rare herbs. Gods, I could get used to this. Even though Hovhaness was a Karamorgi himself, he was aware that, as Chief Justice, he reflected her glory today, and he was laying it on thick. He sipped frequently from a translucent cup. She wondered whether it was really water, or something to numb the pain of paying her compliments. Even though, as most of us here are aware, there was a certain amount of controversy about appointing a woman commander of police, I think she has proved that she is capable of rising to a challenge. I doubt if our original choice for the post, Chief Inspector Mentagnes, could have handled the situation any better if their positions had been reversed. That's for damn sure. Jerusha glanced down in false modesty, hiding the glass fragments in her smile. I was just doing my job, Your Honor, as I've tried to do it all along. With no help from you, I could add. She bit her tongue. Nevertheless, Commander, one of the Assembly members stood up expansively, you'll finish your service here with a commendation on your record. You're a credit to your world and your gender. One or two New Havenese coughed at that. It just goes to show that no one world or race or sex has a complete monopoly on intelligence. All can and shall contribute to the greater good of the hegemony, if not equally, at least according to their individual abilities. Who writes the graffiti inside his brain case? The Director of Public Health muttered sourly. I don't know, behind her hand, but he's living proof that living for centuries doesn't have to teach you anything. She saw his mouth twitch and his eyes roll in a fleeting moment of comradely aggravation. Would you care to say a few words, Commander? Jerusha flinched, until she realized the Assemblyman hadn't even been aware of anyone speaking besides himself. Don't let me choke, gods. Thank you, sir. I didn't really come here planning to make a speech, and I really don't have the time. But wait a minute. But since I've got you all here listening to me, maybe there is a matter important enough to spend our time on. She stood up, leaning forward on the slightly uneven tabletop. A few weeks ago, I had a very disturbing question put to me. A question about the Mers, the Tiamattan creatures we get the water of life from, for the benefit of any Assemblyman who was, or pretended to be, ignorant of it. I was told that the old Empire created the Mers to be creatures with human-level intelligence. The man who told me this had the information directly from a Sybil transfer. She watched their reactions spread like ripple rings colliding on a water surface, tried to guess whether it was genuine, whether the Assembly knew, whether the civil officials did, whether she was the only human being in this room who had been blind to the truth. But if any of them were faking their amazement, they were good at it. The murmurs of protest rose along the table. Are you trying to tell us, Hovhaness said, that someone claims we've been exterminating an intelligent race? She nodded, her eyes downcast as she spoke, treading lightly. Not knowingly, of course. In her mind she saw the bodies on the beach, but killing them just the same. I'm sure no one in this room, no member of the hegemonic assembly, would let anything like that go on. She glanced deliberately at the oldest wearer of the badge among them, a man in his 60s, who just might be left over from long enough ago. But someone knew once, because we know about the water of life. If he did know, he wasn't letting her see it on his face. She wondered suddenly why she wanted to. So you are suggesting, one of the other Karamorgis demanded, that our ancestors consciously buried the truth in order to get the water of life for themselves? She heard the extra grimness that weighed down ancestors, and realized that she had made a misstep. Criticizing a Karamorgi's ancestors was like accusing one of her own people of incest. But she nodded, firmly, stubbornly. Someone's did. Yes, sir. Hovhaness took a sip from his glass, said heavily, Those are exceptionally ugly and unpleasant charges to bring up at a time like this, Commander Palathayov. She nodded again. I know, Your Honor, but I can't think of a more appropriate audience for them. If this is true, who made the accusation? What's his proof? An off-worlder named Engenet. He has a land-grant plantation here on Tiamat. Engenet! The Director of Communications touched his ear in derision. That renegade! He'd claim anything to make the hegemony look bad. Everyone in the government knows that. The only attention he deserves from you, Commander, is a jail cell. Jerusha smiled briefly. I once considered it. But he claims this information was given to him by a Sybil, It would be easy enough to corroborate by asking another one. "I wouldn't degrade the honor of my ancestors by such an insulting act," one of the assemblymen murmured. "It seems to me," Jerusha leaned forward again, "that the future of this world's people, human and non-human, ought to be a lot more important than the reputation of Karamorgis who were dust a millennium ago. If a wrong's being done, let's admit it and correct it. If we wink at mass murder here, we're as bad as the Snow Queen herself. Worse, splattered with the blood of innocent beings by the slaves and lackeys who only obey our demands, while we punish them for our guilt by keeping them in the Fire Age." Stunned by the words she heard come out of her own mouth, she remembered abruptly who had put them into her mind. The silence of the grave met her on every side, and bore her back down into her seat. She sat still, very aware of her own breathing, and of their goodwill draining away, emptying out of this husk of a room. "Sorry, gentlemen. I guess I spoke out of turn. I know this is a hard accusation to face. That's why I've had so damn much trouble knowing what to do about it myself, whether to file a report." "Don't file a report," Hovhaness said. She looked up at him, questioning, back along the table's length at the brittle anger of the Karamorgis and the resentful anger of the New Havenese. "You damn fool! What made you think they'd want to look truth straight in the face any more than you did?" "The Assembly will take up the matter after we leave Tiamat. When we've made our decision, the Hegemonic Coordinating Center on Karamoth will be notified of any policy change that needs to be made." "You will question a Sybil, at least?" She twisted her watchband below the table's edge, longing for a handful of fiestas. "We have one among us on the ships," not entirely answering the question. I'd pity the poor bleeder, with a clientele like that. She wondered in her heart whether this one question worth asking would ever be asked again. "In any case," Hovhaness frowned at her silence, "whatever is decided won't have to concern you, Jerusha. You'll spend the rest of your career and your life light years away from Tiamat, just like we all will. We appreciate your concern, your honesty in speaking your mind, but the question and Tiamat become purely academic for us from here on." "I suppose so, Your Honor." "And even the rain doesn't fall if it doesn't fall on you." She got to her feet again and saluted them all stiffly. "Thank you for your time and for asking me here, but I've got to be getting back to my duties before they become academic, too." She turned without waiting for a sign of dismissal and went quickly out of the room. She had gotten as far as the hallway before Hovhaness's voice called her to a stop. She turned back, half hot and half cold, saw him coming after her alone. She couldn't quite read his face. "You didn't give the Assembly the opportunity to give you your new assignments, Commander." His eyes castigated her for her tactlessness and ingratitude before the Assembly members, but he said nothing more. "Oh." She took the printout automatically from his hand, with fingers that felt nothing. "Oh, gods! What's my fortune to be?" "Aren't you going to look at it?" It was not a casual inquiry, or a friendly one, and she felt the numbness spread. She almost refused, but some perverse part of her would not ignore the challenge. "Of course." She unsealed the flimsy paper and let it fall open, her eyes striking the page randomly. The Tiamatan force was being split up, as she had expected, reassigned to several different worlds. Mantegnes had been given another chief inspectorship, and she... Her eyes found her own name at last, and she read, "There's been a mistake." She felt the perfect calm of perfect disbelief. She read it again. "A sector command almost the equal of her position here. But at Paradise Station, Silagong, on Big Blue, there's nothing there but a cinder desert, and the penal colony. Extensive mineral mining goes on there, Commander. It's of considerable importance to the hegemony. There are plans for starting an additional colony. That's why they're expanding the force there. Damn it, I'm a police officer. I don't want to run a prison camp. The paper sighed as her hands tightened. Why am I being given this? Is it what I just said in there? It isn't my fault if this was your original assignment, Commander. But because of your accomplishments, your rank has been raised to a sector command. He said the words deliberately, oozing the smugness of a man who lived by influence and prior knowledge. Rehabilitating offenders is just as important as apprehending them, after all. Someone has to do it, and you've proven you can handle a difficult position. A dead-end position. To argue was only to humiliate herself further, but she fought a losing battle with her temper. I'm the commander of police for this entire planet. I've just been given a commendation. I don't have to stand by and let my career die. Of course you don't, he patronized. You can take it up with the assembly members, although you probably won't earn much sympathy after the disgusting and outrageous charges you just made in there. His dark eyes grew darker. Let's be blunt about this, shall we, Commander? You and I both know you owe your place at the top to the Queen's interference. The only reason you were made an inspector in the first place was merely to humor her. This new position is more than you deserve. You know as well as I do that the men under your command here never accepted taking orders from a woman. But that was Aryan Road's doing, and it's changing now, changed already. Morale was terrible, as Chief Inspector Mantegna's frequently reported to me. You are neither needed nor wanted on the force. Whether you take this assignment or resign is up to you, but it's all the same to us. He locked his hands behind his back and stood before her, as immovable as a wall. She remembered the glowing platitudes he had mouthed about her so short a time ago. You set me up for this, you bastard. I saw it coming. I knew it was coming. But after yesterday I thought... I'll fight this, Hoverness. Her voice trembled with rage, half the rage turning back on herself for letting it happen. The Queen couldn't ruin me, and neither will you. But she has, Jerusha. She has. She turned and walked away from him again, and this time he did not call her back. Jerusha left the court building and started back down the uncongested blue alley toward police headquarters. Even in festival time, the carousers avoided this piece of the city. Her first and only thought was to go to her men, tell them her problem, see if she could get their support. It was true their feeling toward her was changing because of yesterday. She had seen it in almost every face. But had it changed enough? If she had the time now, she might be given a fair chance to prove that she could hold their respect as well as any man. But she didn't have that much time. Did she even have time to try to get them behind her now? And even if she did, was it worth it? She found herself standing alone in the alley before the station house, that ancient, hideous fossil which had grown so familiar. No other building, no other post would ever be quite so hated, or, she suddenly realized, quite so important in her life. But wherever she went, if she went in the uniform she wore now, she would always be an outsider, would always have to be fighting not simply to do a good job, but to prove that she even had the right to try. And there would always be another Hoverness, Another Mantegnes who would never accept her and try to drive her away. Gods! Did she really want to spend the rest of her life that way? No! Not if she could find something else to do with it that meant as much to her as this job. Something she believed in as much. But there was nothing else. Nothing. Beyond this job, she had no life, no goal, no future. She went on past the station house, on to the alley's end, and out into the river of celebration. Chapter 50. Sparks moved through the dimly lit rooms of Starbuck's suite like a stranger, sleepless, aimless, no longer a part of them, but no longer free to leave. Both the public and the private entrances to the suite were watched now, not by the Queen's guards, but by Summers, furious over her attempt to stop the change. They were guarding Aryan Road, too, and somehow her plot had been overthrown. But when he had tried to ask them about Moon and whether she had been the one who told them, they didn't know, or wouldn't tell him. And when he had tried to get them to let him out, or to convince them that he was only a Summer like they were, they had laughed at him and driven him back into the room with harpoons and knives. They knew who he was. Aryan Road had told them. And they would keep him here until the sacrifice. Aryan Road would not let him go. If her dreams were ruined, then his would be, too. He would die tomorrow if she died. She had bound him to her as inescapably as they would be bound together when they were thrown into the sea. She was the sea incarnate, and Starbuck was her consort, and they would be reborn on the new tide, but as new bodies, with fresh, untainted souls, Summer souls. That was the way it had been since the beginning of time, and even though the off-worlders had twisted it to suit their own purposes, it had endured, and always would. Who was he to change? Moon had tried to save him from it, but his fate had been stronger than them both. He tried not to think about what had happened between Aryan Road and Moon after he had been taken away, when Moon must have learned the truth about herself at last. Even if Moon had somehow escaped Aryan Road, there was no way she could come back to him now. He could only be grateful that he had been given one last hour with her, a condemned man's last comfort, and the final irony of a wasted life. He rummaged in a gilded chest, found the bundle of clothes he had worn when he first came to the palace, and brought them out. He spread them carefully on the soft surface of the carpet, finding at their core the beads he had bought himself on his second day in the city, and his flute. He laid the flute aside, took off the clothes he wore, and pulled on the loose, heavy pants and the rainbow shirt that belonged with the beads, dressing as though for a ritual. He took up his father's medal from the dresser top when he finished, hung it about his neck in completion. He picked the flute up gently and sat with it on the edge of the heavy-legged, reclining couch. Sparks raised the flute to his lips, lowered it again, his mouth suddenly dry, too dry for song. He swallowed, feeling the pulse in his temples slow. He raised the fragile, hollow shell again. Positioning his fingers over the openings, he breathed into the mouthpiece. A tremulous note filled the air around him, like a spirit amazed to find itself free from the silence it had thought would be eternal. The breath clogged in his throat, and he swallowed again. Melody after melody filled his head, trying to escape into the air. He began to play, haltingly, with wrong fingers responding to memory's patterns, shrill overtones stabbing his ears. But gradually his fingers loosened. The water of song poured sweet and pure from the depths of his being again, and carried him back to the world he had lost. Arian Road had tried to ruin his last meeting with Moon, to take away even that, as she had taken away his pleasure in any beauty or joy that was not of her. But she had failed. Moon's passion and belief were as pure as song, and the memory of her carried away all shame, healed all wounds, righted all wrongs. He looked up, the song and the spell broken, as the guarded door to the suite unlatched and opened unexpectedly before him. 2 figures, hooded and robed, entered. One moved slowly, grotesquely. The door closed again behind them. Sparks, Dawn-Treader, Summer. Sparks squinted, reaching up to brighten the suspended lamp. "What do you want? It isn't time." "It's time, after 20 odd years." The first man, the one who moved easily, came forward into the globe of light and pushed back his hood. "What?" Sparks saw the face of a man on the young end of middle age, an off-worlder, a Karamorgi, he thought at first, but with paler skin and a heavier frame, a rounder face. That face! Something about it he knew. "After 20 odd years, it's time that we met, Sparks. I only wish the setting were more appropriate to a joyful reunion." "Who are you?" Sparks rose from the couch. "I am your first ancestor." The words registered, without meaning. He shook his head. "Your father, Sparks." Something in the "your" was incomplete, as though the stranger could not express all that he really felt by it. Sparks sat down again, dizzy, as the blood fell away from his head. The stranger, his father, unfastened his cloak and shrugged it off onto a chair. Under it he wore a plain silver-gray jumpsuit and the ornamental badge and collar of a member of the hegemonic assembly. He made a small, formal bow, somehow awkward for all its grace, as though he were equally uncertain about how to begin. "First Secretary Temun Ashwini Sirus." The second man, a servant, turned and shuffled away, disappearing into the next room without comment, leaving them alone. Sparks laughed, to cover another sound. "What is this? Some kind of joke? Did Arian Road put you up to this?" He covered his off-worlder metal with his hand, wrapping his fingers around it, tightening his fist until it whitened, remembering how she had teased him and tormented him, telling him she knew who it belonged to, the name of his father, telling him lies. "No, I explained to the Summers that I had come to see my son, and they showed me where you were." Sparks jerked the metal off over his head. He threw it out to land at Sirrus's feet, his voice harsh with disbelief. "Then this must belong to you, hero. It sure as hell doesn't belong on Starbuck. It took a lot of guts to come here and stick a knife into me. Here's your reward. Take it and get out." He shut his eyes, trying not to look for resemblances. He heard Sirrus lean over and pick up the metal. "To our noble son, Temun." The resonant voice grew transparent. "How is your mother? I gave her this on the mask night. Your legacy." "She's dead, foreigner." He opened his eyes deliberately to watch Sirrus's face. "I killed her." He let the shock recoil. "She died the day I was born." The shock turned to grief, disbelief. She died in childbirth? As though he actually cared whether it had happened. Sparks nodded. "They don't have all the modern conveniences in summer. They won't have them here either, after the change." He ran his hands along the rough cloth of his pants. "But that won't matter to me, or you." Son, son. Sirrus turned the metal over and over between his fingers. "What can I say to you? The Prime Minister is my own father, your grandfather. When he came back to me, it was all so simple. His blood in my veins made me royal in the eyes of my league. It made me a leader, gave me a right to rule, nothing but success and happiness. When he returned again to Samar, he gave me this medal with his own hands, and took me into the assembly. He let the medal slip through his fingers. It circled on its chain, catching light like a fiery wheel. I gave this to your mother because she was so like my mother's people, with her eyes as blue as a woodland lake, and her hair like sunlight. She carried me back to my home world for a night when I was lonely, and it was far away. He looked up, offering the medal from his outstretched hand. This was hers, yours, and it always will be. Sparks felt his bones dissolve, and his body turn to smoke. You bastard! Why did you come here now? Where were you then, years ago, when I needed you? I waited for you to come back. I tried to do everything to be what I thought you'd be, so you'd want me when you saw me. He spread his hands, surrounded by the technological mysteries he had solved so painstakingly, so pointlessly. But now, when it's all gone and I've ruined my life, you come and see me like this. Sparks, your life isn't ruined. Your life isn't over. I've come to make amends. He hesitated. Sparks turned back to him slowly. Your cousin Moon told me about you. It was Moon who sent me here. Moon? Sparks swallowed his heart. Yes, son. Sirius's smile filled with encouragement and reassurance. Her mind is behind this reunion, and her heart, I think, is waiting for another one. Having met your cousin, I know that you come from a fine family line. Sparks glanced away, silent. And having collided with her belief in you, ruefully, I don't think there could be anything that would make me ashamed to have you for a son. Sirius gazed past him and around him at the instruments and machines, the silent testimony of their common blood, their shared heritage. Sparks got to his feet as his father came toward him. Sirius hung the medal around his neck again, looking at his face and deeply into his eyes. You favor your mother more, but I can see that you have a technician's need to know why. How I wish there were an answer for every question. He put his hand on Sparks's shoulder tentatively, as though he was not sure that it would be allowed to stay. But Sparks held his father's eyes, absorbing the moment and the touch, as the cold, empty cell where a part of his wholeness had been captive for years was thrown open at last, to let light and warmth pour in. You came for me, Father. He spoke the word he had never expected to hear from his own lips, put his hands over Sirius's hand on his shoulder, clinging to it like a child. Father! Very touching. The second man shuffled back into the room, breaking apart the moment. Now, if you don't mind, Your Holiness, I want to get this over with. Sparks released his father's hand, turned resentfully to see the other man unfasten his cloak and take it off. Hearn! What? Hearn grinned darkly. The child stealer sent me. I'm your changeling, Dawn Treader. His paralyzed legs were meshed in a clumsy exoskeleton. What's he talking about? Sparks looked back at his father. What's he doing here? Your cousin Moon brought him to me. She said he was willing to take your place at the sacrifice of the change. Take my place? Sparks shook his head. Him? You? Why, Hearn? Why would you do that for me? Not letting himself hope. Hearn laughed once. Not for you, Dawn Treader. For her. They're more alike than you know. More than you know. His eyes turned distant. Moon knew. She knew what I needed and wanted. Aryan Road, my self-respect, and an end to it. The last laugh. And she's given it all to me. God, I want to see Aryan Road's face when she learns she's been cheated in everything. I'll have her to myself forever, after all. That should be enough of hell and heaven for both of us. His vision telescoped back to their faces. Go to your flawed copy, Dawn Shredder, and I hope you're satisfied with her. You never were man enough for the real thing. He held out the cloak. Sparks took it from him, threw it around his own shoulders. That's one way of putting it, I suppose. He fastened the catch at his throat. His father held out a small jar of brownish paste. Stain your face and hands so that the guards will take you for a Karamorgi. One of the galaxy's chosen, Hearn smirked. Sparks went to the mirror, smeared the stain over his skin obediently, watching himself disappear. Behind his own reflection he saw Cirrus waiting, and Hearn searching the room with eager possessiveness. Saw Starbuck in his element, and a son with his father, and they were two different men who had been the same man, who had loved the same woman who was not the same woman, and loved her now for the ways in which she was different. One of them ready to return to life, and one of them ready to die. He finished coloring his skin and raised his hood, went back to Cirrus's side. I'm ready, smiling at last at his father's smile. Son of a first secretary, grandson of a prime minister, you suit the role admirably. His father nodded. Is there anything you want to take with you? Sparks remembered his flute lying on the couch, picked it up. This is all. He glanced at the clutter of hardware briefly, and away again. Hearn. Cirrus said something humbly in Karamorgi, and for Sparks repeated it. Thank you for giving me my son. Sparks took a deep breath. Thank you. Hearn folded his arms, enjoying something that Sparks did not fully understand. Any time, Sadhu. Just make sure you remember that you owe it all to me. Now get out of my chambers, you bastards. I want to start enjoying them, and I don't have much time left. Cirrus tapped on the door. It opened. Sparks looked back quickly at Hearn standing in his element, taking his own place. Goodbye, Aryan Road. Cirrus went out with his shuffling servant, leaving Starbuck alone. Chapter 51. Moon was swept on the crowded tide from one end of the street to the other, down to the creaking docks of Carbuncle's underworld, where the city waded in the sea. There the procession made offerings to the Sea Mother and set her free at last, after an eternity compressed into hours, to spend her own masked night however she chose until dawn. Until dawn. She made her way back up the street toward Jerusha Palathion's townhouse, fending off giddy worshippers and eager would-be lovers in the crush of costumed bodies, feeling all around her the quickening pulse, the rising passion of the night's promise. But the electric energy all around her only made her more sharply aware of her own solitary journey through it, and that she might spend the rest of her life alone, if she spent the rest of tonight that way. Night was bluing into black at the alley's end when she reached Palathion's townhouse at last and banged on the door. Palathion opened it, wearing a shapeless robe instead of her uniform, started at the face of the Summer Queen confronting her. Moon lifted the mask from her shoulders, held it in her arms, saying nothing. My gods! Palathion shook her head, as though this were only one more blow in a beating that had already left her dazed. She stood aside, letting Moon escape into sanctuary, out of the mauling mobs beyond her door. Moon went on through the atrium and into the living room, her heart in her throat, searching. No, nothing yet. Palathion followed her in. He hasn't come back. Oh, Moon forced out the word. There's still time. Moon nodded silently, laid the Summer Queen's mask across one end of the reclining couch. Is that too heavy for you already? Palathion's voice grew less kind. Moon glanced up, saw the weary disillusionment that turned the woman's eyes to dust. No. But tomorrow at dawn, if Sparks isn't... Looking down again. Did you win that mask honestly? Palathion asked bluntly, as though she actually expected an honest answer. Moon reddened, smoothing its ribbons. Did I? I had to win it. Palathion frowned. You're telling me that you really believe it was foreordained, Sybil? Yes, it was. I was meant to do this, if I could, and I did. The reason for it is more important than either one of us, Commander. I think you know what the reason is. Do you still want to stop me? She held the challenge out in her open hands, watching the unnameable uncertainty on Palathion's face. Palathion rubbed her arms inside the sleeves of her caftan. That depends on the answer you give me next. I have a question, Sybil. Moon covered her surprise, nodded. Ask, and I will answer. Input. Sybil, tell me the truth, the whole truth, about the Mers. Moon's surprise followed her down into the black void of the nothing place, as the computer's brain replaced her own to tell another off-worlder the truth. But behind the truth there lay a deeper truth, and as she floated formlessly in the darkness, the vision came to her and spoke to her alone. She saw the Mers not as they were, innocent, unknowing playthings of the sea, but as they had originally been created, pliant, intelligent beings that carried the germ of immortality, the first step toward immortality for all of humankind. And still more than that, they had been given immortality for a reason, intelligence for a reason. And the reason was one that she alone knew. The Sybil machine, the secret repository of all the Sybil's guidance that lay here on Tiamat, below Carbuncle, beneath its sea. She saw the Mers reigning peacefully over this water world, guardians of the Sybil mind, possessing the knowledge that would maintain it and allow it to function. The old Empire scientists whose plan this had been had hoped the Sybil network might even buy them time enough to perfect immortality for human beings, or that it would at least halt the spreading decay that ate away the Empire from within. But the decay had reached this world first, in the form of petty kingdoms broken loose from the atrophying higher order, whose short-sighted freebooters wanted imperfect immortality for themselves now, if perfect immortality wasn't available. The Empire's own subjects began a slaughter of the Mers that destroyed their ability to perform their duties, crippling the potential Sybil network before it had really taken hold. The old Empire fell completely, irrevocably, of its own weight. But the deadly open secret of the water of life hung on in informational stasis into the present, resurrected with the hegemony's rise, and the cycle of slaughter had begun again. But by this time the Mers had lost all understanding of their purpose here, and fallen back into primitive, unquestioning unity with the sea. The refugee human colonists, struggling to make a new home here, no more understood the secret beneath the sea than the Mers themselves did. But they paid its vestigial memory homage as the Sea Mother, and called its immortal children sacred. The Sybil network continued to function, dispensing its knowledge to the crippled cultures picking themselves up out of the old empire's ruins. But its answers had grown obscure and exasperating through lost potential. And Moon saw at last that it had lost an even more profound aspect of its power. The fumbling manipulations it had used to guide her in doing its will were not a fluke, were never meant to be a rare or erratic phenomenon. Sibyls had been designed as more than simply speakers of second-hand wisdom. They had been designed as agents of social change, to bring stability and humanity back to the cultures they were born a part of. And their function had almost been lost, along with much of the clarity of the original data files. But she, Moon, had become the Summer Queen, as the Sibyl mind had meant her to. And now that she was queen, she would begin the task of rebuilding all that had been destroyed. She was the last hope of the Sibyl mind. It had put all of its faltering resources into guiding her quest. Only if she could reverse its disintegration could it begin to function again fully, and only then could it help her put an end to the cycle of off-world exploitation forever. It would continue to guide her while it could, but she would carry the burden of making the ideal real. No further analysis? Moon swayed on her feet as the transfer set her free. Palathion supported her, let her down safely onto the couch. "Are you all right?" Palathion searched her face for a reassuring sign of comprehension. She shook her head, sagging forward under the weight of her final revelation. "Oh, lady!" A moan, as she realized at last to what she made her prayer. How can I change 1,000 years of wrong? I'm only one, only Moon." "You're the Summer Queen," Palathion said, "and a Sibyl. You have all the tools you need. It's just a question of time. Do you have enough of that before the hegemony comes back again?" Moon lifted her head slowly. "No," Palathion looked away. "I'm not going to stop you. How could I live with so much death, and live with myself? And for what?" Her hands tightened. It took Moon another moment before she understood that what Palathion had heard was only what Ingenit had heard, and not what had been whispered in her own mind, there in the secret darkness. What Palathion saw as the challenge was not the real challenge, not a match of sheer technological strength, but a challenge on a far different level, with far greater repercussions, a change that would ripple across a galaxy. But Palathion had understood that there was a challenge, and that its outcome could be measured in suffering and death, and that had been enough. Moon nodded. "This means more to more people than I can ever tell you." Palathion smiled tightly. "Well, that's some consolation." She moved away, across the room, to the shell sitting on a table by the doorway. She picked it up, held it for a long moment with her back to Moon. Moon stretched out on the couch, her body leaden, her mind numbed with overload, wondering how she would get past tomorrow dawn to face the long years of the future. "I have to be getting back to—" Palathion glanced up as another knock sounded at her door. Moon sat up, her hands twisting on her belt as Palathion disappeared into the atrium. She heard the sound of the door opening, of people entering the hall. "You!" A voice sick with betrayal. A voice she knew. Moon pushed herself up, started across the room. She saw 3 figures silhouetted in the light from the open door. Red hair, limned with gold. "Hold it! Don't be in such a hurry, Sparks." Palathion caught his arm in a steel grip as he tried to bolt back out into the alley. "If this was a trap, you'd be in my jail, not my parlor." I don't understand." Sparks eased under her hand, confusion showing. "I'm not sure I do, either." Palathion let him go. His father stood beside her, smiling reassurance. "Sparks!" His head came up. "Moon!" He started toward her. She put out her arms. He came into the room where she stood, waiting. The rest of the world ceased to exist beyond the meeting point of their hearts. "Oh, Moon, Moon!" Sparks breathed the words against her ear, stopped her own words with another kiss. "Sparky!" She tasted tears. "Sparks!" They looked up together at Cirrus's voice. "I must be leaving you now that you're in safe hands." He smiled his sorrow. Sparks nodded, separated himself from Moon slowly, and went back to his father's side. Moon watched them embrace for a last time, feeling her own heart torn, before his father went back out into the alley noise. Palathion closed the door, looked at Sparks expressionlessly. He forced himself to meet her eyes. "I'll tell you what I know about the source. That's what you want, isn't it? To let me go? That's all you want?" As if he didn't really believe it. She nodded, but her face was strained. "Look, Commander," he shut his eyes. "I don't know why you're doing this, except I know it's not done for me. But I want you to know I'm sorry." Hastily, "I know it doesn't do any good. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't even mean anything, but I'm sorry." He spread his hands. "It means something, Dawn Treader." Palathion looked as though she were surprised to realize that it actually did. "There's one thing I can do for you anyway." Abruptly, he strode to the far end of the room, pried the ugly geometric clock face out of the wall. Moon watched, incredulous, as he threw it to the floor and stepped on it. He smiled, rubbing his hands together. "If you've hated this place for no reason, that was the reason. A subsonic transmitter in the clock." He came back to Moon's side, hung onto her hand as though he were afraid she would disappear. "There might be others I don't know about." The awareness of years of needless agony, of questioning her own sanity, the awareness that it had finally come to an end, filled Palathion's face. "I always meant to make this museum into a real room again, but somehow I just never got around to it." Dreary disillusionment settled in again, as if it had never really left her. "Well, Moon, you got everything you came here to get. I'm glad, for somebody's sake. After Sparks gives his testimony, the two of you cease to exist, as far as I'm concerned. That'll be the end of the problems you've caused for me. I just hope you can solve your own now." She went past them and into the back rooms of the apartment. What did she mean? Sparks turned back. Moon shook her head, not meeting his eyes. "All that happened in the last year, I suppose." 5 years. "And all that's going to happen after the change." She looked away at the mask of the Summer Queen. "What's that?" He followed her glance. "The mask of the Summer Queen." She felt him stiffen and pull away. "Yours? You won it?" His voice thickened. "No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have won unless you cheated." Moon saw herself reflected, saw Aryan Road reflected in his eyes. "I won because I was meant to. I had to win, and not for myself." "I suppose you did it for Tiamat. That's what she always said, too." He stood away from her. "I'm a Sybil, Sparks, and that's why I won. And yes, I care about Tiamat. And Aryan Road does, too. She's seen more of what this world was and became and will stop being again than anyone else has. And she cared about you. You can't deny that." Sparks looked down abruptly. Moon felt different kinds of pain start in her chest. Palathion came back into the room wearing her uniform, went on past them and out, without saying anything more. The door opened and closed behind her, cutting them off again from the celebration of the world outside. Moon fingered the trailing streamers of the Summer Queen's mask. Her mask. My mask. Sparks, please, believe that it's right. My becoming queen is part of something much greater, much more important than either you or me. I can't explain it to you now. She knew with misery that he had never been meant to know, that he had always been the enemy to the shapeless sentience that guided her. But we have to stop the off-world exploitation of Tiamat. When I was off-world, I met a Sibyl on Karamoth. I learned that there are Sibyls on all the worlds of the old empire. The whole reason they exist is to help worlds rebuild and relearn. I can answer any question. She saw his eyes widen and change. And while I was on Karamoth, I began to see what you always saw, about progress, technology, the magic of what the off-worlders do, and how it isn't magic to them. They understand so much more. They don't have to be afraid of disease or broken bones or childbirth. Your mother wouldn't have died. We have a right to live that way, too, or there wouldn't be Sibyls on this world. She saw hunger in his eyes for what she had seen that he would never see. But he only said, "Our people are happy the way they are. If they start reaching for power, wanting what they don't have, they'll end up like the Winters. Like us." "What's wrong with us?" "Nothing." She shook her head. "We want knowledge. We're asking for our birthright. That's all. The off-worlders want us to think it's wrong to be dissatisfied with what we have. But it's no worse than being self-satisfied with it. Change isn't evil. Change is life. Nothing's all good or all bad. Not even carbuncle. It's like the sea. It has its tides. They ebb and flow. What you choose to do with your life doesn't matter unless you have the right to choose anything. We don't have any choice. And the Murs don't even have the right to live. And they have to live. They're the key to everything." Sparks grimaced. "All right, you made your point. Someone should try to change it. But why us?" His hand closed over his metal. "You know, my father said he could get us off Tiamat. He could arrange for us to go to Karamoth. It would be so easy. They don't need us on Karamoth. They need us here. Seeing Karamoth, the thieves' market, the night sky. It would be so easy. Even if we can plant the seeds here, we'll never see the final harvest. We'll never know whether we lost or won. And we owe something to both places that we can only pay back here." Her voice grew dark. "Some things can never be repaid." Sparks moved to the window. Moon saw someone outside wave in passing. "And having to stay here, in Carbuncle, in the palace." He broke off. "I don't know if I can stand it, Moon. I can't start over in the same place where I was." "Look at the people out there. This is the mask night, the night of transition. No one is what they were or will be. We're not anything. Our potential is infinite. And when the masks come off, they peel away the layers of our sins and leave us free to forget and start over. And to prove to the Sibyl mind that you are as I see you and not wearing a death mask." She went to stand beside him. "After tonight, nothing will be the same, not even Carbuncle. The summers are coming here, and the future is trying to. It will be a new world, not Aryan roads. But it will be hers, too. It always will be." Knowing it, she didn't say it. "And I promise you, I'll never set foot in the palace again. And I'll never tell anyone why." He looked over at her in surprise. When he believed what he saw, Relief freed his face. But still he sighed, and still she felt the space between them. It's not enough. I need time. Time to forget. Time to believe in myself again. And believe in us. One night isn't enough. Maybe a lifetime won't be enough. He turned to the window again. Moon looked with him, not able to keep looking at him, letting the crowd blur and swim out of focus, oily colors on a water surface. It never rains here. It ought to rain. There are never any rainbows. I'll wait, biting off the words to keep from choking on them. But it won't take that long. She found his hand on the windowsill, squeezed it. Tonight it's my duty to be happy. Her mouth quirked at the irony. This should have been our festival, to carry with us in our memories forever. It's the last festival, and we will remember it. Do you want to go out there and end our lives the way we were meant to? Maybe, if we tried, we could make tonight one we want to remember forever. He nodded. A smile teetered on his face. We could try. She looked back at the Summer Queen's mask, saw it overlain by faces, all the many lives that had sacrificed so much to make it hers. One face. But first, I have to tell someone goodbye. She bit her lip, a counterpane. Who? Sparks followed her eyes. An off-worlder. A police inspector. I escaped from the nomads with him. He's in the hospital now. A blue? He tried to take back the tone of his voice. Then he's more than just a blue. A friend. More than just a friend. Faintly. She faced him, waiting for him to understand. More than... He frowned suddenly, and she saw his face flush. How could you... His voice broke, like a stick snapping. How could you? How could I? We. Us. She looked down. I was lost in the storm, and he was my sea anchor, and I was his. When someone loves you more than you love yourself, you can't help... I know. He let his anger out in a sigh. But what about now, you and him, and me? She ran her fingers down the colored front of her nomad's tunic. He didn't ask me for forever, because he knew he couldn't. He always knew that no one would ever come before you, or come between you and me, or take your place for me. Even though he would have tried, wanted to try, did. She felt his face trying now to come between Sparks's pinched face and her own. No one, blinking hard. He helped me to find you. He gave up everything, gave me so much, and what did I give him? Nothing. Then he left me, asking nothing else. I have to know, to be sure he'll be all right when he leaves here. Sparks laughed. The sound was raw in his throat. What about us? Will we be all right when they're gone? When we're the ones who get stuck? When we have to live on with their memories looking over our shoulders, reminding us how we broke our pledge, our promise, and broke it, and broke it? We'll make another for our reborn souls tomorrow, after tonight. She picked up the Summer Queen's mask. After the dawn. But I think we never broke the old one, in our hearts. He kissed her once before she put the mask on again. What about a mask for you? No, he shook his head. I don't need one. I've already taken mine off. Chapter 52. Well, this sure as hell's not how I imagined spending mask night. Tor interrupted herself to fill her mouth with another sugary, alcohol-soaked, drunken cake from the sack in her hand, doing her best to deaden body and mind against the coming end of the world. She pulled her mask back into place, hanging on to Pollux' stalwart bulk, an island of comfort in the thinning festival crowd. Not with nothing but a hunk of cold metal to cozy up to, and a future of cleaning fish. Hell, I get seasick in the bathtub. And I hate fish, God damn it! Shouting it. You're not the only one, sister. A masked figure waved mutual disgust, disappearing after it's chosen through a battered warehouse door, searching for a little privacy. Tor looked after them enviously. Pollux stared noncommittally down the street. Nearly everyone who was going to had paired off for the night by now. I'm sorry things turned out badly for you, Tor, Pollux said unexpectedly. If you want to spend your time with a person, I do not mind. Tor glanced back at him with the slightly irrational conviction that he would mind very much. Nah, I can do that any night. And this is the last night I'll see you. He didn't answer. They had made a sentimental journey down to the docks and warehouses of the lower city, because she had decided that she would rather spend the last night of her world in the places of her childhood, her origins, remembering her youth, reliving the days when she had never even aspired to the things she had ultimately become, hoping that if she could remember when they didn't exist, they might not matter so much when they were gone. She wondered who was running the casino tonight, who's left, or whether anyone was. Even Hearn had disappeared, by Moon Dawntreader's strange magic. The hell with it. She had gone back just long enough to collect the few things she wanted to hold on to from her time as Persephone, and left them at her half-brother's. She hadn't seen her brother in a long time, and she hadn't seen him tonight either. He had already gone out on the town. But they'd never been exactly close, anyway. You're the closest thing to a friend I've got tonight, Polly, she sighed. Maybe you always were. She sat down on an abandoned crate in a pile of departure rubbish, comfortable in her old coveralls and her old surroundings. You never bitched, no matter how hard I worked you, or how much crap I gave you. Of course, I guess you can't complain anyhow, so what does that prove? She ate another cake. Pollux sat patiently on his tripod before her. She saw a red light begin to blink on his chest. The information short-circuited in her mind and went unacknowledged. Don't your feelings ever get hurt, really? Down inside someplace? Didn't I ever insult you or offend you or something? Ye gods, I hope I never offended you, when you've been nothing but good to me, she snuffled maudlinly. You could never offend me, Tor. She looked up at his inscrutable face, trying to interpret the meaning of the toneless words. You mean that? I mean, do you mean that? You mean you like me? I mean, I like you, Tor. Yes, I do. The faceless face looked at her. Well, what do you know? She smiled. I thought you weren't supposed to. I thought you couldn't. Feel anything, I mean. I always thought you were, well, dumb. No offense, hastily. I contain a sophisticated computer, Tor. I am programmed not to judge, except for legalities. But not to judge is hard at my level of complexity. I need constant readjustment. Oh, she nodded. I guess I always knew you were more than just a loading device. I mean, where would a loading device learn how to fix my hair? Or... She faded as she remembered. Or squeal to the blues about every wrong word somebody says on the street. She shrugged. Or save my life, huh, Polly? Reaching out to pat him on the chest. Oh, hell. We had some good times, didn't we? You remember when old Storm Prince assigned you to me? Gods, I was proud of myself. I thought being in charge of you was going to be the high point of my life, you know? Who'd have figured? But in a way, maybe it was. I didn't have any regrets then. I don't know. She ran a hand freely through her own limp hair. I think it's going to take me a long time to figure out what being Persephone was. She looked at her hands, which had not had a trace of callus for a long time now. What's that light flashing on you for? Did I forget to do something for you? She stood up unsteadily. No, Tor. That means my contract is expiring. Surprise smacked her. Oh, I know. I know it runs out tonight, but I just thought maybe nobody'd notice. She gulped down the last of the drunken cakes, crumpled the sack spitefully, and threw it away. The trash precipitate of the festival littered the street for as far as she could see. Do you want to go now? No, Tor. Pollux looked at her expressionlessly. But if I am not at police headquarters soon, I will stop functioning and be paralyzed. Oh, again. I didn't know that. Maybe we better get started then. She took his thick, angular arm as they moved back into the street, to keep their trajectories on the same course uphill. She looked back as they went, until it made her too dizzy, and she had to look ahead again. What's going to happen to you now, Polly? Where you going to go next? I do not know where I will be sent, Tor, but I will be reprogrammed first with new information. I will forget everything that happened here. What? She pulled him to a stop, digging in her heels. You mean you're going to forget all of that, carbuncle? All about me? Yes, Tor. Everything non-essential. Everything. Everything. He turned toward her. Do you like me, Tor? She blinked. Well, sure. How'd I ever have got along without you all these years? But it wasn't enough. And somehow she could see that as she looked at him, although there was nothing of his face to see. I really like you. Like a real friend. Like a real person. In fact, if you weren't just a machine, you know, maybe I could even have... She laughed self-consciously. You know. Thank you, Tor. He made a movement that was almost a nod, and they started on again. When they had nearly reached Blue Alley, they passed a small crowd of masked revelers going downhill as they climbed, trailing music and laughter. Look, Polly, there's the Summer Queen. There's the future passing us by. Among the menagerie of masks, she glimpsed one face that wasn't hidden, a strangely familiar face under a crown of fiery hair. Sparks Dawn-Treader? She tried for a clearer look at the face, but it was hidden again in the crowd going away. No. She shook her head, refusing to believe it. Couldn't be. Couldn't. Pollux slowed and turned them toward the entrance to Blue Alley. Chapter 53. Jerusha sighed, leaning back in her chair at the night duty desk, as her eyes wandered the nearly deserted room. Virtually all of the force were out patrolling the last night of the festival, their final, most enervating duty on this world. Having nothing she wanted to celebrate, she had no heart for watching the rest of the world celebrate without her, and so she had stayed at headquarters. There had been few major problems. She had been surprised at how excruciatingly long and empty the night had been. Empty. That's the word for it. She sighed again, turning the radio up a little louder to drown out the future. Gods, was it worse not knowing what was going to happen to me, or knowing it for certain? Tor Starhiker stirred and rubbed her eyes, on the lonely bench along the wall where she had fallen asleep a couple of hours ago. Passed out, more likely. Jerusha could smell her clear across the room when she had brought the Pollux unit in, or it had brought her in, reeking and full of slurred, sloppy sentiment. The Polrobs stood motionless at the end of the bench, looking for all the world as though it were watching over her. Jerusha found it hard to believe that anyone could feel that maudlin about a robot, drunk or not. But who knows? She's lost more than a robot in the past few days, I suppose. If she wanted to spend these last hours holding its mechanical hand, or drugged to oblivion, that was her business. Jerusha took out a pack of Iestas, the strongest thing she'd had the nerve to touch in 5 years. She was sending a message to Luskid's family back on New Haven, telling them what she'd learned at last. May it do them more good than it's done me. What? Tor started and sat up abruptly, yawning. Oh! Her hands pressed her head and her stomach indiscriminately. I may not even live till summer gets here. Jerusha smiled faintly, leaning across the computer console. If you're going to throw up, use the facilities. Don't do it out here. Sure. Tor propped her head on her hands. What time's it, anyway? Jerusha glanced at her watch. Nearly time for me to start down toward the docks. She typed a summons on the comm frequency to bring back a few more men to watch the station while she was gone, and to accompany her to her final duty on this world. You mean for the sacrifice? Tor looked up. Jerusha nodded. Well, you know, I just want to say thanks for letting me keep Polly here until the end of his contract. I mean, I know you knew I heard, you know. She shrugged. Don't remind me. Jerusha pushed herself to her feet, stretching. Lax, Palathion, you were lax, taking a spiteful pleasure in acknowledging it. Well, still, Polly and I... Tor broke off, turning toward Pollux as someone else entered the station. A tall man, an off-worlder. Jerusha caught at the corner of the duty desk. Miraway! He stopped across from Tor in the middle of the room. Jerusha. His voice sounded as stupefied as her own. I didn't think I'd find you here, but I didn't know where else to look. He looked as though he hadn't known what he would say to her when he did find her. He was dressed like any winter sailor, and showing a stubble of beard. Yes, still on the job, Miraway, until the new millennium. Bitterly inane. I was afraid I wasn't going to reach Carbuncle in time. The weather was bad down the coast. She realized that he looked very tired. One more day and I would have been too late. You'd all have been gone. She shook her head, keeping her face and her voice even. No, tomorrow we cease to exist here technically, but it takes a few days to make sure nothing critical gets left behind. What are you doing here, Miraway? Your people said... They said they didn't even know where you'd gone. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. His eyes searched the empty corners of the room. I didn't plan on making this trip. The gods know I couldn't afford the time. There's too much preparation left to do, showing my people how to do things in new ways, new, old ways. Jerusha had the feeling that she was hearing more than she understood, perhaps more than she wanted to know. You going off-world? Tor said with sudden interest. And Gennett glanced at her as though he had only just noticed there was someone else in the station. Looking for a wife, handsome? And Gennett looked only mildly incredulous. Maybe, but not one who wants to leave Tiamat. Because I'm not leaving Tiamat. He glanced at Jerusha again and came on across the room. Oh, the word was full of disbelief more than disappointment. Thanks for warning me. Who wants to marry a loony? Right, Pollux? She nudged him. Whatever you say, Tor. She laughed loudly, for no obvious reason. Jerusha leaned against the desk. So you're really staying here for the rest of your life, then? Forever? The disappointment was all hers, although it had no right to be. You didn't come here to be taken off. No. Tiamat is my home, Jerusha. Nothing has changed my feelings about that. And I don't expect anything has changed your feelings about leaving Tiamat either. As though it were a foregone conclusion. No, she heard the weakness, the moment of hesitation that should have been certainty. But he was expecting what he heard, and did not. He nodded, resigned, not taking it any further, simply accepting her decision without question, the way he had done before, at their last meeting, as though it didn't matter. "Then why did you come?" With a little too much force. "You said that you didn't want to see this festival." "I didn't." He matched her sharpness with his own. "I came to say goodbye to you. That was the only reason." The only reason? She felt her face turn hot with surprise and embarrassment. "Damn it, Engenit, I don't understand you at all." But she didn't question his failure to question, couldn't bring herself to ask if he would not. I'm glad that you came. I'm honored that you've come so far just to say goodbye." Glancing at Tor, she caught hold of the gap between them again and pulled it together. "Because this way I can tell you the news in person. Your young friend Moon is alive." "Moon?" He shook his head, pushed back his hair. "How? I can't believe." He laughed, and she saw something alive in him again that she thought had been torn out of him forever, that day on the beach. She was picked up by winter nomads, but she got away from them, along with one of my inspectors they'd been holding. "She's here in the city, then?" Jerusha saw him glance away suddenly toward the unseen interior of the station. "Where is she?" "Not in a cell, Miraway." Jerusha straightened away from the desk. "As far as I know, she's reigning over the festival, along with her cousin, Sparks. She's the Summer Queen." He looked astounded, and so did Tor, standing behind him. But his expression changed again to something more private and prescient. And a more perfect queen could not have been chosen. "Thank you, Jerusha." He nodded. "Me? I had nothing to do with it." "You had everything to do with it. You could have stopped it." She almost smiled. "No, I don't think anyone could have stopped it somehow." "Maybe not." He did smile. "And she found her cousin Sparks, then, after all this time, and yanked him out of the Snow Queen's boudoir. He was Starbuck." "Gods!" His face emptied. "Starbuck!" The word turned as ugly on his tongue as it had on hers. "And Moon?" She nodded, her mouth tight. "I know. Strange bedfellows. A Sybil and a monster. But I knew that boy before Aryan Road got her claws in him. And so did Moon. And that's still the boy she sees, even knowing the truth about him. Maybe she's right, maybe she's not. Who knows? That's not up to me to judge, thank the gods." "Then you've let him go? That doesn't erase what he's done. That doesn't change it." Revenge rose in his voice. "So even you would take revenge over justice if the wound went deep enough. Even you! And I thought you were a goddamn saint all these years." Not disappointed, but only relieved to understand finally that even he was human, with a right to human emotions, human failings. "I know, Miraway. And they'll know it too. The best day of their lives, it'll come between them like an open grave. It'll carry away their happiness like the smoke of a funeral pyre." She saw the knowledge of what Starbuck had done to the Murs struggle with his feelings for Moon. He looked down at last. His head jerked once, accepting it. "And Miraway, I've got the one who's really to blame. Aryan Road, that's who I'm talking about. She's the one who put him up to it. And she tried to take over the city by starting a plague among the Summers. But she didn't get away with it. And at dawn, this morning, her unnaturally prolonged reign comes to an unnatural end." And Gennett looked up again. She tried to do that? The Winter's Queen? I told you what she was, and I told you I'd see that the guilty party paid. So now I've kept all my promises here, except for the ones I made to myself. Then I owe you my thanks again for seeing that justice was done. Real justice, not blind justice. He smiled, barely. At our last meeting, as at our first. Where are you going next, Jerusha? Where's your new assignment? She pushed away from the desk abruptly. I'm being sent to Big Blue. She moved in a tight, restless circle, tugged at her jacket sleeves. And Gennett raised his eyebrows when she didn't say more. Whereabouts? Not the cinder camps, I hope. Reaching for a joke. Yes. She turned on him, stung. That is where I'm going. I'm in charge of the penal colonies there. What? He laughed uncomfortably, not able to believe it wasn't a joke in return. It's no joke, flatly. The laughter stopped. You? Running a place like that? He looked at the desk, as though he expected it to give him an explanation. Do they think so little of Tiamat that a penal colony is considered a step up? No, Miroe. They think so little of me. She covered the commander's insignia on her collar with the fingers of a hand. You could say it's a case of blind justice. Do you want the job? He stroked his mustache. No, she frowned. It's a dead end, an insult. She caught her breath. Didn't you complain then? After all, you're a commander of police, trying to comprehend the suddenly incomprehensible. It was her turn to laugh without meaning. I am a joke. That's what I am. She shook her head. I either go where I'm assigned, or I quit. Quit, then. Damn it, that's all I ever hear from a man. Give up. Give in. You can't handle it. Well, I can. I expected more from you, but I should have known better. Jerusha, shaking his head. For God's sakes, don't turn me into a thing. Then don't treat me like one. I don't want to see you turn yourself into one. And you will, running a place like that. When you treat another human being like something less than human, you make yourself less than human. Either it'll destroy your humanity, or it'll destroy your sanity. And I don't want to remember you going toward that, or imagine you. He moved his large hands futilely. Then what else am I supposed to do? All my life I wanted to do something with my life, something worthwhile, something important. And becoming a police officer gave me that. Maybe it hasn't exactly been everything I thought it would be, but whatever is, anyway. If only there was something. You consider what you'll be doing there worthwhile? Thick with sarcasm. He pushed his hands into his pockets. I already answered that. She turned away. In time, maybe I'll be able to get a transfer. And besides, what else can I do? There's nothing else. You could stay here. An uncertain invitation. She shook her head, not looking at him. And do what? I'm not cut out to be a fishwife, Miroe. Tell me there's something else. But if there was an answer, he was kept from making it by the arrival of two of the officers she had called in. They had festival confetti in their hair, and faintly martyred expressions on their faces, but they saluted her with reasonable deference. She returned the salute, tugged her uniform and her thoughts into order. Make yourselves official. You're going to the change ceremony with me as soon as Mantegnes gets here. They brightened some at the prospect of getting front-row seats for the human sacrifice, stole curious glances at Tor Starhiker as they moved away. Jerusha recalled her presence with belated chagrin, until she saw that Tor had fallen asleep again. Miroe stood broodingly beside her, his gaze on the floor. You're attending the sacrifice? He seemed to have a hard time getting the word out, just as Tor had. The Snow Queen's death? She nodded, feeling uncomfortable with the thought, despite having lived with the prospect of it for so long. The Snow Queen's death, a human sacrifice. My gods! And yet she wondered why the prospect of the clean public execution of a woman who richly deserved it should seem more terrible than the living death of punishment at the place she was going to. The gods knew a society that could undergo a total restructuring with only 2 executions as a result was better off than most. It's my last official act as a hegemonic representative. We turn over to the new queen the keys to her kingdom, so to speak, and watch Aryan Road drown in regret. She glanced down, faltering. Will you come, Miroway? I know it's not a thing you want to see, so I don't ask it lightly. He shifted his weight, shifting his emotions. Yes, I'll come. You're right, it's not a thing I ever thought I'd want to see. But knowing what I know of her now, they say it's supposed to be a catharsis, to watch the living symbol of the old order die. Something that everyone needs to clean the ugliness out of their souls. Well, I never thought I'd need it, but maybe I'm not so much better than anyone else after all. Welcome to the club. Not quite smiling. I'll be right back. She went to her office for her cloak and helmet. When she returned, she found Mantegnes waiting, with supercilious aloofness, in answer to her call. She returned his salute without expression and ordered him to take her place in the station. She stopped again on the way to the entrance and shook Tor awake. Wake up, Winter. It's nearly dawn. Tor sat up, rubbing bleary misery over her face. I'm going down to the change ceremony now, Jerusha gentled her voice. I didn't know whether you wanted to be there. If you do, you can come with us. Though I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to sleep through it. Tor shook her head, stretched out her arms. Her eyes cleared. Yeah, I guess I will, after all. I can't stay here forever, can I? Rhetorical. She stood up, turning to Pollux, who still stood in the same place beside her. I'd better go see the end of the world, Polly. There won't be another one. And if I don't see it, I might not believe it. Goodbye, Tor. The voice sounded thinner and even more dreary than Jerusha remembered. Goodbye. Goodbye, Polly. Her mouth worked. I won't forget you. Trust me. I trust you, Tor. The Polrob raised its hand, imitating a farewell. Good boy. She backed away slowly. Still watching, Jerusha saw Tor wipe briefly at her eyes as she followed them out of the station. Chapter 54. Aryan Road took her place on the thick pile of white furs that draped the ship-form ceremonial cart in the palace courtyard. She entered her role in the ritual calmly, with perfect control, with the royal presence of nearly 150 years. The cheers and the jeers of the gathered summers closed around her, as inescapable as death, and the wailing grief of the waiting winters. Their combined dirge was like the moaning hunger of the pit, where the sea lay waiting, as the sea lay waiting today. Her hunger would be satisfied, at last. Starbuck was already seated among the silver-tipped firs, sitting like a figure chipped from obsidian in his mask and black court garb. She was surprised to find him here before her. You were always so impatient, my love, but I didn't think you'd be impatient for this. She felt a cold weight drop inside of her. Because I'm not. Good morning, Starbuck. I hope you slept well. He turned his face away as she tried to look him in the eye, and said nothing. So you think you'll never forgive me? Forever is a long time, Sparks, and forever is how long we'll be together. She put an arm lovingly around his shoulders and felt him shudder or quiver. His shoulders, through the heaviness of cloth and leather, felt broader than she remembered. Only a boy with a man's strength and weakness. At least we'll spend it forever young, trying again to believe, as she had once believed, that she would sooner die than live in a world where she would have to be poor and sick and old. The escort of winter nobles gathered around the cart, all clad in formless white, amorphous in white-on-white masks that mimed their family totem creatures. Half a dozen of them picked up the traces to draw the cart forward, starting it down the hill. The rest, all bearing some precious off-worlder thing, formed a human curtain around it to shield her at least partly from the view, the insults, the occasional pieces of garbage flung by the Summers in the crowd along the way. Their positions, this menial labor, were both an honor and a kind of penance. She arranged the fall of her own ancient feather cloak, melting into the whiteness of the furs, the cloak she wore on all ceremonial occasions, the one she had worn at every challenge to Starbuck through a century and a half. Beneath it she wore only a simple white gown, white, the color of winter and of mourning. Her hair fell free down her back like a veil, woven with diamonds and sapphires. She wore no mask. She was the only one who wore no mask, so that all the world could be certain that she was really the Snow Queen. I am the Snow Queen. She watched the richly decorated townhouses of the nobility passing for the last time, imagining how they would look bare of their off-world elegance, remembering the loyal service she had been given by their many occupants who had been members of her court down through the years, and even today. She glanced from side to side at her retinue, listening to the defiantly off-world song they sang to honor her and to drown out the crowd. A handful of the masked honor guard were nearly as old as she, although none were quite as well preserved. They had proven their loyalty and their usefulness again and again, and they had always been rewarded, while the less useful and less pliant grew old and were banished to the countryside. They grieved sincerely today, she knew, like all the weeping, wailing winters, and like all the winters, grieved mainly for themselves. But that was only human. There was no one among them that she really regretted leaving behind. Many whom she had enjoyed and even respected, but none for whom she had ever felt any real personal warmth that hadn't paled again, like infatuation over the long reaches of time. There was only one whom she really loved, and she was not leaving him behind. She put a hand on Starbuck's cape-covered knee. He brushed it away before it could settle. But after a moment, as though in apology, his own hand slipped across her back beneath her cloak. His arm circled her waist. She smiled, until a fish head thumped into the furs behind her. They had come to the edge of the maze already. Is this city really so small? She glanced down the flotsam-full alleys, their throats choked with crowd, met the abandoned eyes of the empty storefronts directly, seeing it all for the last time, which shared something with the first time. Every image as perfect and fresh as a walk through new-fallen snow. The first and the last were the same, and had nothing in common with all of the countless passages in between. And they shared things in common in a literal sense. The festival crowds, the abandoned and half-empty buildings. But the first time she had seen Carbuncle, it had been at the end of summer's reign, when she had come here from her family's plantation to the first festival in 100 years, to see the return of the off-worlders, and to compete in the choosing of the new queen. Although she had come from a noble winter family, growing up at the end of summer had meant growing up barely more civilized than the Summers themselves were. All of the off-world artifacts that were so commonplace to her now had seemed as strange and marvelous to that naive country girl as they must seem to any summer. But she had learned quickly enough the usefulness of the gifts the off-worlders brought to this world, the strange magic of technology, strange customs, strange vices. And she had learned, too, what their patronizing lords wanted from her world in return, and from her as its inexperienced representative. Begun to learn, painfully, how to take without giving, how to give without surrendering, how to squeeze blood from a stone. She had taken her first Starbuck, a man whose alien features she couldn't remember, whose real name she had long since forgotten. Dozens more had followed, until she had found the one. And meanwhile she had watched Carbuncle transformed into a thriving starport. She had kept learning, year upon year, more about the usefulness of technology, more about the frailty of human nature, more about the universe in general, and herself in particular. 10 lifetimes would barely begin to teach her all that she could have learned, and she had barely been given 2. But she had realized at last that this world was an extension of herself, and immortal in a way that no human body could ever be. She had made plans to leave it a legacy when her own reign had to end, to set it free to go on learning and growing when she could not. But she had failed to hold on to the key to Tiamat's future, failed to carry out her altered plan of guiding Tiamat's future herself, failed again to keep her hold on Moon, when Moon would have been her last hope. And somehow, in the meantime, she had lost her perspective about her own future. She had lived the way the Summers lived once, but it had been far too long ago now. She could not even imagine going back, doing without, living like a barbarian again. And even if the Summers weren't allowed to destroy every bit of technology they found remaining in Carbuncle, the city and all of Tiamat would still cease to be even a blurred hologram of the thriving interplanetary stopover that it had been. She had believed once, secure in her faith that Moon, her clone, would reincarnate her, that she would go willingly to sacrifice. She would play out the traditional role to the end, and death would be one final new experience for a body that had experienced every other imaginable sensation. She would not regret leaving her life behind, because life as she knew it would have ceased to exist. But after she had lost Moon, and found Sparks instead, after she had begun to build new plans whose foundation lay in herself, she had lost sight of all that. She had forgotten that she and her lover would have to grow old and endure hardship to keep winter and its heritage alive. No, not forgotten. She had ignored it, because the greater goal and the greater chance for immortality had so outweighed it. But now she had failed, utterly, completely. She would end here in this dawn forever, become one more in an endless chain of forgotten queens who lived and died without meaning. And she wasn't ready to die that way. No, not without leaving her legacy to the future. Damn them! Damn the bastard off-worlders who had ruined her plans for the future to keep their own intact. Damn the miserable stupidity of the Summers, those jeering, stinking imbeciles who would cheerfully carry out their purge of knowledge. She looked from side to side, radiating her useless fury. "What's wrong, Aryan Road? Did you finally realize this is the end?" She froze, her gaze on Starbuck. "Who are you?" whispered. It was louder in her mind than all the shouting of the crowd. "Who are you? You aren't Starbuck!" She wrenched herself free from his encircling arm. "Sparks! Oh, gods, what have you done with him?" "I am Starbuck. Don't tell me you've forgotten me already, Aryan Road." He caught her hand in a vice grip. "It's only been 5 years." He turned his black-helmeted head until she could see his eyes, pitiless, earth-brown eyes with long, dark lashes. "Hearn!" shaking her head. "It can't be! Gods, you can't have done this to me! You cripple! You dead man! You can't be here! I won't permit it! Sparks! Damn you, where are you? I'll tell them you're the wrong man! They won't care." She felt his grin. "They just want an off-worlder body to pitch into the sea. They don't care whose it is. Why should you? Where is he? frantically. "Where is Sparks? What have you done to him? And why?" "So you really love him that much?" Hearn's voice rasped. "So much that you want him in your grave with you?" Black laughter. "But not enough to let him live on without you, or with your other self instead. Greedy to the end. I traded places with him, Arian Road, because he doesn't love you enough to die for you. And I do." He pressed the hand he held to his forehead. "Arian Road, you belong with me. We're two of a kind. Not with that weakling. He was never enough of a man to appreciate you." She buried her hands beneath her cloak as he let her go. "If I had a knife, Hearn, I'd kill you myself. I'd strangle you with my bare hands." "You see what I mean?" He laughed again. "Who else but me would want to spend forever like this? You tried to kill me once already, you bitch, and I wish you'd finished the job. But you didn't. And now I'm going to get my wish, and my revenge, too. I'll have you forever now, all to myself, and if you spend forever hating me for it, all the better. But like you said, love, forever is a long time." Arian Road wrapped herself in her cloak, shutting herself away, shutting her eyes against the sight of him. But the singing of the nobles was not enough to stop her ears against the wailing and taunting of the crowd. It seeped in through her pores and gave her despair a killing weight and substance. "Don't you want to know how I did it? Don't you want to know who put me up to it?" Hearn's mocking voice tangled in the voice of the crowd. She didn't answer him, knowing that he would tell her anyway. "It was Moon, your clone, Arian Road, your other self. She arranged it. She took him away from you after all. She's your clone, all right. No one else gets her way quite like you do." Moon. Arian Road clenched her jaw, keeping her eyes shut. For the first time in more years than she could remember, the fear of losing control in public came back to her. Nothing short of this could break her. Nothing short of losing everything that had any meaning at all. And to know that the last blow had been delivered by herself. No, damn it. That girl was never me. She's a stranger, a failure. But they had both loved him. Sparks, with his summer green eyes, with his hair and his soul like fire. And not only had that defective image of her own soul defied her will and escaped her curse, but she had stolen him back and replaced him with this. She glanced again at Hearn, her nails marking her arms. She caught a hint of sea tang in the air. They were in the lower city now. The end of her life's journey was almost in view. Please, please, don't let it end like this. Not knowing whom she asked it of. Not the hollow gods of the off-worlders. Not the summer's sea. Yes, maybe of the sea, who was about to take the offering of her life, whether she believed in the old religion or not. She had not put her faith in any power beyond her own since she had become queen. But now that that power had been taken from her, the awareness of her own complete helplessness closed over her, suffocating her, like the cold waters of the sea. The procession reached the final slope at the street's foot and started down the broad ramp to the harbor that lay below the city. The ubiquitous mass of humanity was even more tightly crowded here, a wall of solid flesh, a wall of grotesque beast faces. The cheering and the wailing rose from below to greet her as the cart rolled forward, echoing and re-echoing through the vast sea cave. The dank, chill air of the outer world flowed around her. Arian Road shuddered secretly, but pride masked her face. Ahead, below, she saw stands draped in red clustered at the far end of the pier. Tiers filled with off-worlder dignitaries and influential elders of summer families. On the best-placed viewing stands she saw the Prime Minister and the Assembly members, already unmasked, as if it were beneath their dignity to participate in this pagan ritual, gaping without seeming to, at her approach. Shimmering déjà vu overtook her at the sight of them. She had seen this tableau before, half a dozen times or more, but only once that was like this time. The first time, when she had been the new queen who stood below on the pier and watched the last of the summer queens pass this way, and sent her predecessor triumphantly into the icy water. All the rest, all the other festival pageants, had been only dress rehearsals for the next change, this change. They had chosen the queen for a day by the same ancient ritual rules to reign over the mask night and make this journey at dawn. But only a pair of effigies had been given to the sea at her command, and not human lives. And only she and the assembly members had remained unchanged, like the ritual itself, through all of those festivals, all the long years. But this final time would see the end of her, and all her efforts to break free of them, while they went on, and the system they symbolized went on forever. Her hands clenched on the soft cloth of her gown. If I could only take them all with me! But it was too late for anything at all. She saw the summer queen at last, standing on the pier in the open space between the red-robed stands, with the bitter-colored water lapping below her. Her mask was a thing of beauty that stirred unwilling admiration in Arian Rhodes' heart. But it was made by a winter. And who knew what homely, undeserving islander's face was hidden beneath it? What sturdy peasant body and dull-witted mind were wrapped in the glistening fishnet cocoon of silky green mesh? The prospect of that face, that mind, taking the place of her own, made her stomach twist. Hearn was silent beside her, as silent as she was. She wondered what his own thoughts were as he looked on the waiting elite of his home world, and the waiting sea. She could tell nothing about the expression beneath his mask. Damn him! She prayed that he was regretting his suicidal impulse now, that he felt even a fraction of the despair and regret that she knew, standing here in the ruins of her life's ambition. Let death be oblivion, then. If I have to spend it with this symbol of all my failures, knowing that I did would be worse than all the hells of the goddamning off-worlders combined. The cart had gone forward as far as it could into the open space along the pier's edge. The escort of her nobles slowed, stopped, let the traces settle. They circled slowly 3 times around her, casting their off-world offerings into the back of the cart as they sang their final song of farewell to winter. They bowed to her at last, and she could hear their individual weeping and lamentation above the crowd's cries as they began to file away from the cart. Some touched the hem of her cloak to their lips as they passed her for the last time. Some even dared to touch her hand. Some of the oldest, the faithful followers of a century and a half. And their grief touched her suddenly, unexpectedly, deeply. Their place was taken by a circle of summers, also masked, also singing, a paean to the coming golden days. She closed her mind and did not listen to it. They, too, circled her 3 times around, throwing their own offerings into the cart, clattering primitive necklaces of shell and stone, colored fishing floats, sprigs of wilted greenery. When they had finished their own song, a greater silence fell over the waiting crowd, until she could hear clearly the creakings and groans of shifting moorings, made aware of the greater alien crowd of ships that covered the water surface, a near-solid skin of wood and cloth and clanging metal. Carbuncle loomed above them like a gathering storm, but here at this edge of the city's understructure, she could see beyond its shadow, out across the gray-green open sea. Endless, eternal, is it any wonder that we worship you? Remembering that once in a faraway time, even she had believed in the sea. The mask of the Summer Queen came between her and her view of the sea, as the woman came up between the cart's traces to stand before her. "Your Majesty." The Summer Queen bowed to her, and Arianrhod remembered that she was still the queen until death. "You have come." The voice was strangely uncertain and strangely familiar. She nodded, regal and aloof, in control again of the one thing that was still within her power. "Yes," recalling the ritual response, "I have come to be changed. I am the sea incarnate. As the tide turns and the world has its seasons, so must I follow, to lead. Winter has had its season. The snow dissolves on the face of the sea, and from it soft rains are reborn." Her voice rang eerily through the underworld. The ritual was being recorded by hidden cameras, broadcast sight and sound over screens set up throughout the city. "Summer follows winter as night follows day. The sea joins the land. Together the halves become whole. Who can separate them? Who can deny them their place or their time when their time has come? They are born of a power greater than any here. Their truth is universal." The Summer Queen lifted her arms to the crowd. Arianrhod started slightly. She had never said that last line, never heard it before. The crowds murmured. A prickling unease crept in her. "Who comes with you to be changed?" "My beloved," keeping her voice even, "whose body is like the earth coupled with the sea. Together beneath the sky we can never be separated." The cold wind burned her eyes. Hearn said nothing, did nothing, waiting with appropriate stoicism. "Then so be it." The woman's voice actually broke. She held out her hands, and two of the attendant Summers placed a small bowl of dark liquid in each. The Summer Queen offered a bowl to Hearn. He took it willingly. She offered the other to Arianrhod. "Will you drink to the lady's mercy?" Arianrhod felt her mouth stiffen against the reply, said finally, "Yes." The bowl held a strong drug which would dull her fear and awareness of what was coming. Beside her, Hearn lifted his black mask and raised the bowl to his lips, grimaced. Arianrhod raised her own. She had always intended to refuse it, rejecting the idea of dimming her awareness of the moment when her triumph would have been clear. But now she wanted oblivion. "To the lady." She sniffed the pungent fragrance of the herbs, felt their numbing gall burn inside her mouth. She swallowed the liquid, deadening her throat. The second swallow and the third were as tasteless as water. As she finished it and returned the bowl, she saw Summers approaching, carrying the ropes that would bind them to the cart and to each other inescapably. Terror congealed in her chest. Panic darkened her sight. "Deaden me, for God's sakes!" Trying to feel the numbness spread. Hearn almost resisted as the Summers laid hands on him. She saw his muscles twist and harden, and his weakness gave her strength. She sat perfectly still and pliant as the Summers bound her hands, her feet, bound her body tightly against Hearn's, and fastened the ropes to the cart itself. Even though the cart had the form of a blunt-nosed boat, she knew that its bed gaped with holes beneath the heaps of furs and offerings, and that it would sink almost immediately. She couldn't keep her hands from straining at their bonds, or her body from trying to pull away from Hearn's. His masked face turned toward her, but she would not look at him. The Summer Queen was back in place before them, but turning to face the water as she recited the final invocation to the sea. As she finished, the silence that had fallen over the crowd continued, the silence of anticipation now. Now, at any moment, she would give the sign. Arianrhod felt a dreamlike lethargy creep along her limbs, along her spine. But her mind was still far too clear. Is it meant to work that way? At least now her body was becoming too leaden to betray her, granting her dignity in death, whether she wanted it or not. But instead of moving aside, the Summer Queen turned back to face her again. "Your Majesty." The urgency of the muffled voice caught at her. "Would you look on the face of Summer's Queen before you die?" Arianrode stared uncomprehendingly, felt Hearn stare, too. Tradition said that the new queen did not unmask, casting off her sins, until the old one had gone into the sea, giving the sign for the crowd to follow. But this woman had stumbled off the ritual path once already. Is she so stupid? Or was it something else? "I would see your face, yes," forcing the words out between numb lips. The Summer Queen moved closer to the cot, where the crowd could not see her clearly. Slowly she put her hands to the mask and lifted it off her head. A cascade of silvery hair tumbled out and down. Arianrode gaped at the face that the mask revealed. The ring of summers surrounding the cot gaped too. She heard their voices murmur as the wonder spread, as they all saw what she saw, face to face with her own face. Moon. Barely even a whisper to betray her. Her body sat perfectly still, as though it saw nothing unusual, nothing remarkable, incredible, impossible. Not in vain. It was not in vain. "Gods," Hearn mumbled thickly. How do you do it, Arianrode?" She only smiled. Moon shook out her hair, meeting the smile with forgiveness and defiance and compassion. "Change has come, because of you, in spite of you, Your Majesty." She lowered the mask over her head again. The summers around the cot drew away, looking from face to face, their own expressions caught between amazement and fear. "The Queen! They're both the Queen!" An augury, an omen. The Sibyl tattoo was clearly visible on Moon's throat. They pointed at it and murmured again. Hearn chuckled with difficulty. "The secret's out. It's out at last. She's been off-world. She knows what she is." "What? What, Hearn?" Trying to turn her head. "Sibyls are everywhere. You never knew that, did you? You never even suspected. And those stuffed dummies," glancing toward the off-worlders in the stands, "they don't suspect a thing." His mangled laughter left him gasping. "Sibyls are everywhere? Can they be real? No, it isn't fair. There's so much left to learn." Closing her eyes, unable to focus her inner sight. But it wasn't in vain. The chorus of wailing and execration began to press again, inexorable like the process of change, impatient for the sacrifice. All of the crowd's overflowing grief, all of its blame, all of its hostility and resentment and fear poured into this fragile boat, onto the helpless beings of herself and Hearn, to be taken down with them at the ritual's culmination. She no longer strained against the contact between her body and Hearn's, grateful at last for someone to share the trial and this last moment with her. The passing through into another plane. She had seen too many visions of heaven, too many hells, to choose among them. I hope we make our own. She turned her gaze outward a last time to see Moon standing aside from the cart's path. Her body was taut with strain, as though she were about to speak an unforgivable curse, one that she could never take back. Why should it hurt her? I would rejoice. Not able to remember why she would rejoice, or even whether it was true. She rallied her mind one last time before Moon could speak the fateful words, to speak her own last words. "My people!" half obliterated by their cries. "Winter is gone. Obey the new queen, as you would your own, for she is your own now." She dropped her head, catching only Moon's eyes. "Where is he?" Moon moved her head slightly, a twinge of jealousy in it, but granting her clone mother's last request. Arion Road followed her glance to find Sparks standing among the honored Summers by the empty place that was the Summer Queen's own in the stands. But he stood with his eyes closed against the parting moment, or against the chance that she might look up and see him one last time. He cares. He does care. She looked back again at Moon. They both do. In that moment, infinitely surprised, eternally confounded by life's imperviousness to reason or justice. Hearn's smoldering stare lay waiting for her when she turned her head back again, knowing to whom her thoughts belonged in this final moment. Forever. Hearn. He shook his head once. We're forever. This is. Death is. Life's what doesn't last. We live while someone remembers us, and they'll never forget me now. Because her reincarnation already stood in her place. She had no will left to let her look back at Moon once more, or at Sparks. Never look back. Moon raised her hands to the sea, crying like a gull into the storm of the crowd's anticipation. Lady Sea, mother of us all, accept our gifts and return them ninefold. Accept our sins and bring us renewal. Accept the soul of winter, and let it be reborn. She faltered imperceptibly. Let spring come to summer. Arion Road felt the cart lurch as the Summers pushed it forward, watched the oily water surface draw near. The tide was at full, and it lay below the pier's edge like a distorted mirror. Let it happen. It was not in vain. The howls and moans of the crowd were a hymn to the future, praising her memory. The cart began to tilt under her. She leaned forward, looking for her reflection as it slipped. Chapter 55. Moon saw the cart strike the water, plunge, and re-emerge, heard it, felt its impact vibrate in her bones. The crowd's roaring went on, hideously. The boat form drifted away from the dock, lowering in the water, swinging slowly, until she could see Starbuck's hidden face, and the face of the Snow Queen, Arion Road, herself, serene with drug stupor, bound to her impotent lover in a grotesque parody of an embrace. The boat began to spiral more rapidly as it filled with water. Moon tried to shut her eyes, but they would not close against the hypnotic final movement of the death dance on the water. She remembered her own ordeal by sea, remembered all that had brought her to this place. Again, sacrifice upon sacrifice. And still she could not look away. The boat lurched suddenly, as the faces revolved again toward the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Moon blinked again and again, but it did not reappear. The sea surface lay in unperturbed undulation, with only a telltale litter of boughs to mark her acceptance of her people's offering. The crowd's roaring was like a storm, and the underworld trembled. Moon watched the lazy motion of the swells, standing as fluid and unresponsive as the sea herself. One of the Summers came forward at last, touched her arm hesitantly. Moon shuddered under the touch, and breathed again. Lady? He bowed as Moon turned at last. The Summers acknowledged their queen's role as the Sea Mother incarnate, and did not use the artificial off-world form of royal address. The unmasking. I know. She nodded, looking back over her shoulder at the sea even as she spoke. Fair voyage, safe haven. She moved away from the edge of the dock, into the crowd's eye once more. Lady. I am the queen. The queen! The queen! The queen is dead! Long live the queen! The shouts of the summers echoed inside her, a mockery. She placed her hands on her mask, hands that felt damp and chill like the wind through the underworld. My people! She felt her body resist the motion of exposing her face again. Suddenly, disconcertingly aware of the danger she had only glimpsed in the eyes of the Summers who stood here on the pier around her. Now her resemblance to Aryan Road would be obvious to everyone, and especially to the off-worlders. If they even suspected the truth. She shook her head, shaking the rest of the words loose that she must say to the waiting crowd. Winter is past. Summer has come at last. The lady has taken our offering and will return it ninefold. The life that was is dead. Let it be cast away, like a battered mask, an outgrown shell. Rejoice now, and make a new beginning. She lifted the mask from her head. All of the crowd together, Winters, Summers, even off-worlders, became one in this one moment. Their shouts of joy and the rustle of countless masks being torn from countless heads crescendoed, bearing faces freed for that moment from all past sorrows, sins, and fears. Their celebration and adulation lifted her up onto its shoulders, swept into her heart. This world will be free. But as she spoke the words, holding her mask high, the crowd's voice changed. The cavernous underworld reverberated with the cries of a people who saw a thing beyond their understanding and could not deny it. Aryan Road! Aryan Road! Moon felt the Summer's superstition curdle, felt the disbelief spreading like paranoia through the crowd, imagined it echoing through the entire city, knowing that she must stop it now. Stop it before she lost everything without ever having had it. How do I stop them? Like a prayer, pressing her hand to the sign at her throat. The Sybil sign. People of Tiamat! Children of the sea! She reached up, pulling at the neck of her clothing, to bear the trefoil tattoo. I am a Sybil! See my sign! I serve the lady faithfully and truthfully. My name is Moon Dawn-Treader Summer, and I will do the same as your queen. The keeper of all wisdom speaks through me, but only to you. Ask, and I shall answer, and I will never speak falsely. A hush fell, went on falling, as the echoes died. All eyes throughout the city were on her throat, or on its image on some screen. The Winters were speechless with uncertainty. The Summers were speechless with reverence, at the undeniable proof of their queen's transmutation, the symbol of her rebirth and holy status. And from the corner of her eye, Moon saw the strange look that passed over the faces of the off-worlder officials in the viewing stands, to see that sign below that face. As she went on watching, her breath aching in her chest, she saw the look separating again into a natural spectrum of expressions: horrified amusement, fascination, disgust at the spectacle they had all just witnessed, but still a lingering unease and uncertainty. Nowhere among them did she see any guilt, any respect, any real understanding of what they had seen. Next time, whoever stands here will see those things. Letting her gaze go on, she followed it, walking back toward her own place in the stands among the Summer elders. Sparks stood waiting in the place reserved for her consort. His flaming hair was a beacon to sign her place. His face was tight, like a drawn bow. She took her place silently beside him. looked away from the crowd again to the spot where branches drifted on the sea. The crowd still waited, murmuring and uncertain. "They expect a few words from you, lady." One of the good benches, who had been her ceremonial guides, leaned toward her. She sensed a fog of unease among the Summers, too. She nodded, wondering again, as she had wondered all through the mind-numbing song and celebration of the mask night, what the words would be that could make her people listen. How could one transform so many and still keep their trust? But somehow, somewhere, there had to be the words. The words came to her suddenly, not from the strange guardian of her mind, but from the strength of her own feeling. "People of Tiamat, the lady has blessed me once by giving me someone to share my life with me." She looked at Sparks beside her. Her hand touched his, hanging cold and strengthless at his side. "She has blessed me twice by making me a Sibyl, and 3 times by making me a queen. Since yesterday, I have thought a great deal about my destiny and this world's, which all of us will share. I've prayed that she will show me the way to do her will and be her living symbol. And she has answered me in a way that I never dreamed she could." Moon glanced toward the sea and the secret that lay beneath the dark waters. "I know there is a reason why she has shown herself to you as a Sibyl through me. I don't know yet the full pattern of the future, but I know that to create it fully, I must have help. Help from all of you, and especially from other Sibyls. Summer has come to Carbuncle, and this city is no longer closed to Sibyls. More than anyone can know, Sibyls belong here. Islanders, when you go back to your homes, ask your Sibyls to make the journey here if they can, not to stay, but to come to me and learn their part in the future's design." She paused, hearing the crowd's voice whisper, trying to judge whether it was accepting her words and her. She stole glances at the Summers in the stand around her, relieved to find a benign surprise looking back at her. The Winters would resent it, she knew instinctively, remembering their fear and scorn firsthand. She had to give them something of their own, a part in the future. She glanced again at the waiting off-worlders, knowing the risk she took in this offering, the delicate balance she had to maintain while they still walked this world. If I seem to stray out of tradition's shallows as Summer's queen and into uncharted depths, have faith in me. Try to remember that I am the lady's chosen, and that I only follow her will, secure in the knowledge that she told the truth. She is my navigator, and she charts my course by strange stars, stranger stars than the ones that lie above us. She glanced at the off-worlders again. My first command, as your new queen, the potential of power sang in her head, potential energy, is that all the off-world possessions of the Winters will not be thrown into the sea. Hear me! Before the crowd could drown her out. Things made by the off-worlders offend the waters. They choke the sea with filth. 3 things from each Winter are all she demands, and the Winters will choose what offerings they make. Time will take care of the rest. She braced herself against the rise of summer outrage. But there was only a rippling water of dismay, here and there a shining drop of laughter or applause from an astonished Winter. Moon took a deep breath, hardly daring to believe. They trust me. They listen. They'll do whatever I say. Realizing at last what Aryan Road had known, and how easily power, like fire, could break its bonds and destroy what it had been guardian to. Her hands tightened over the rail. "Thank you, my people." She bowed her head to them. The Summers in the stands shifted into deferential resignation around her. But Sparks watched her like a cat, with suspicion and unease, as he sensed her sense of power. She looked away quickly, struggling to keep her expression even as she saw the Prime Minister himself begin to descend opposite them, to start the final official acknowledgment of her rule, to pay the hypocritical homage of one figurehead ruler to another. Watching him descend, she saw First Secretary Cyrus among the Assembly members, caught his own eyes on her with a dubious foreboding. She nudged Sparks, led his gaze to his father's, saw him struggle to meet his father's sudden smile. Sparks looked down again silently at his grandfather as the Prime Minister began his salutation. The speeches of the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of Tiamat, half a dozen other dignitaries whose functions she had never even heard of, were brief and patronizing. She stood patiently through them all, shielded from their arrogance by her secret knowledge, but seeing in each face suspicion and mistrust stirred by her own speech to her people. The Chief Justice looked at her too long and too piercingly, but he only mouthed congratulations, like the rest, praised the traditional and ritual, her people's smooth backsliding into ignorance. He urged her not to stray from tradition's path too strongly, to beware the consequences. She smiled at him. As he left his place before her, the last of her tribute-bringers approached, and she saw that it was the commander of police. As Palathion passed the Chief Justice, she glimpsed a silent exchange between them, saw the dullness of Palathion's eyes as she came on. "Your Majesty," Palathion saluted with formal precision, and the dullness sharpened and brightened as she took in Moon's actual presence above her at the red-draped rail. "I congratulate you." Incongruity pricked every word. Moon let her smile widen. "Thank you, Commander. I think I'm as surprised to find myself here as you are." She felt suddenly awkward, as though she was speaking through someone else's mouth. "I doubt that very much, Your Majesty. But who knows?" Palathion shrugged imperceptibly. She raised her voice. "The recognition of your position as the Summer Queen ends my duties here, Your Majesty, and all police responsibility for what happens on Tiamat, and all official rule by the hegemony for 100 years, until we return again at the next change. Keeping order will be your responsibility from now on." Moon nodded. "I know, Commander. Thank you for your service to my people, and especially to Summer, for saving us from the plague. I owe you a debt that I can't repay." "Two debts." Leaning forward against the rail, Palathion glanced down, up again. "I was only doing my duty, Your Majesty." But a surprising gratitude showed on her face. "Tiamat regrets losing a true friend like you, and so do I. We don't have many true friends in this galaxy. We need them all." Palathion smiled thinly. "Friends turn up in the most unexpected places, Your Majesty. But sometimes you only know it when it's too late. The same goes for enemies." She lowered her voice. "Walk softly, Moon, until the last ship is gone from the starport. Don't try to make the future happen yesterday. More than just your own people are wondering what you really are. You'd be in a cell right now if the Chief Justice didn't know it would cause a riot. The only reason you'll get away with changing the ritual is because it won't make any difference." Moon blinked, her hands white against the red cloth. "What do you mean?" "The hedge has its way of dealing with tech hoarders when it goes. Never underestimate them, not for a second. That's the best advice a friend can give you now. Thank you, Commander. Moon straightened her shoulders, trying to hide her dismay. But even that won't stop me. Because the Murs are the real key. Palathion started to turn away, looked on across the pier toward her own people. She hesitated. Your Majesty. She stood close in front of Moon again, speaking softly, almost inaudibly. I believe in what you want to do. I believe it's just. I don't want anything to stop it. She seemed to reach out, without moving. In fact, I want to help you make it happen. In a frightened rush, I'm offering you my services, my knowledge, my experience, the rest of my life, if you'll take them. If you'll let me use them for something I can believe in. Moon felt Palathion's urgency reaching higher, further, deeper, beyond the thing she asked. You mean you want to stay? On Tiamat? Her whisper sounded stupid and unqueenly. Sparks glared his disbelief. But Palathion, lost in her own inner vision, didn't hear or see. Not on the Tiamat that was, but on the one that could be. Her dark, upslanting eyes asked and demanded a promise. You're the commander of police, the hegemony's fist. Why? Moon shook her head, certain that Palathion was sincere, trying to reform the slipping sands of reality. This is the time of change, Palathion said simply. That's not enough. Sparks leaned forward over the rail. Not if you want to spend the rest of your life interfering in ours. Palathion rubbed her face. How much is enough? How much proof did I ask of you, Dawn Treader? He looked away and didn't answer. To tell you what caused the change in me would take me a lifetime. But believe me, I have reasons. She turned back to Moon. And you'll have to spend the lifetime here, regretting it, if you change your mind. Are you sure? No. Palathion glanced again at the off-worlders waiting in the stands, light years distant from the world she stood reaching out to. Yes. What the hell have I got to lose? Yes. She smiled, finally. Then stay. Moon smiled, too. If this world changed you, then it can change itself. We can change it. I can. Everything you want to give, I'll need, Commander. Jerusha. Jerusha. Moon stretched out her hand. Palathion gripped her wrist, the handshake of a native. I won't be free of this, gesturing at her uniform, till the last ship is gone from here. But neither will any of you. After that, I'll be finished with the hegemony, and ready to belong wholeheartedly to the future. Moon nodded. And now, with your permission, I'll leave you, Your Majesty. While I have the guts to change my old mistakes for new ones, I'm going to say some things that need to be said to a man who can't speak for himself. Moon nodded, blankly, and watched her lonely journey back across the open space to the ranks of the off-worlders. Moon raised her voice again as Jerusha disappeared among the stands, to pronounce the end of the ceremonies, of the festival, of winter, but only the beginning of the change. Cold twilight moved on wind wings through the oozing underworld of docks and moorages, where cold dawn had seen the change come to Carbuncle. Moon walked with Sparks, trailed by a discreet retinue, among the creakings and sighings of the restless ships, the dim, echoing voices of their weary crews. The jam of winter and summer craft that had clogged every open patch of water surface had thinned by half already, as summers and winters alike began their post-festival exodus from the city. The summers would be returning before long. The change was the sign for them to begin their northward exodus, leaving the equatorial ranges of the sea to fill the interstices of the winter's range. As Tiamat approached the Black Gate, and the twins' solar activity intensified, the lower latitudes would become uninhabitable. The sea would turn against them, its indigenous life retreating to the depths or the higher latitudes, forcing them to do the same. The winters would have to share with them the scattering of islands and the vast reaches of ocean that had been theirs alone, and share as well a new hand-to-mouth existence without off-world sustenance. The nobility now would be going out of the city to relearn the task of making their plantations, which had been little more than boundaries for the hunt, into a base that could support the precarious balance of life the off-worlders had left them to. And in the middle of this cyclical chaos, somehow she, Moon, had to begin a new order. I thought that once I got to Carbuncle, all my problems would be over. But they're just beginning, her plaintive breath frosted. Even here, while they walked together, soothed by the presence of the sea, she felt the burden of the future bear down on her like the weight of the city overhead. She leaned on a time-grayed railing, looking down at the mottled, green-black water. Sparks leaned beside her, silent as he had been all day, trying to make the best of what he could not change, to accept that change happened indiscriminately and made its favorites and its victims one. You've got supporters now, and you'll get more. You won't have to carry it all alone. You'll always have them around you. A sullen note crept into his voice, and he moved slightly away from her. She knew that all of the people that she would be depending on knew what he had been, and even if they didn't still hate him for it, they would always remind him of it, and let him go on hating himself. No one rules all alone, not even Aryan Road. I'm not Aryan Road! She stopped, realizing that he didn't mean it that way, but too late. I thought you... I didn't. I know. But knowing that a part of him would always see Aryan Road when he looked at her, because Aryan Road would always be there for him to see, always there, making them afraid to meet each other's eyes. She wiped the twilight dampness from her face. Beyond the city's looming edge, she could see the band of sunset in the west, a dying rainbow. When will we ever see another rainbow now? Will we have to live all our lives without one? Something broke the water surface below them, a soft intrusion on the words. Looking down, Moon saw a sleek, brindled head rising sinuously to meet her gaze. She felt her own breath catch, heard Sparks's involuntary protest. No! Sparks! She caught his arm as he would have pulled away from the railing. Wait. Don't. She held him. Moon, what are you trying to do to me? But she didn't answer, crouching down, drawing him with her, the beadwork of her gossamer green shawl rattling on the wooden pier. She put out her arm, reached until the Mer's dark silhouette met her outstretched hand, becoming real under her touch. What are you doing here? The lone Mer looked at her with ebony, expressionless eyes, as though it didn't have the answer even in its own mind. But it made no move to leave them, its flippers stirring the flotsam-littered water at the dock's edge rhythmically in place. It began to croon forlornly, a single voice from a lost chorus of patterned song. The songs. Why do you sing? Are they more than songs? Could they tell you your purpose, your duty, your reason for existence, if you only understood? Excitement tingled in her. Engennet could help her learn. And if she was right, learn to teach them. She had seen him in the crowds today, seen the pride and hope on his face, but hadn't been able to reach him. And she had also seen the unforgiving memory as his eyes found Sparks beside her. She kept Sparks's hand locked in her own, holding on against his trembling resistance, forced it out over the water. He groaned, as though she were holding his hand over a fire. The myrrh looked cryptically from her face to his, and sank slowly back into the dark water without touching him. Moon let his hand go, watched it stay outstretched above the water of its own accord. Slowly Sparks drew his hand back to himself, crouched, staring at it, bracing against the rail. Behind them, Moon heard the incredulous mutterings of her summer retinue, the omnipresent Goodventures who had seemed to follow while trying to lead her all through the day. She had antagonized them by her willful disobedience of their ritual expectations, and she knew that because of their royal background, they could be dangerous enemies to the future. She resented them even more now, when she needed this moment alone with Sparks, in the intimacy of his grief. She understood at last that becoming queen did not mean absolute freedom, but the end of it. The sea never forgets, but she forgives Sparky. Moon reached to touch his hair, cupped his chill, tear-wet face between her chill, wet hands, feeling his shame like one more icy splinter of doubt. It just takes time. A lifetime will never be enough. A dagger, driven by his own hand. He would never belong here, anywhere, until he found peace within himself. Oh, Sparks, let the sea witness that you hold my willing heart, you alone, now and forever. She spoke the pledge words defiantly, the only words that filled her need to fill the need in him. Let the sea witness. He repeated the words, softening as he spoke. His strength, his resistance, melted away. Sparks, the day's finished out there, even if it never ends in carbuncle. Let's find our place for tonight, where you can forget I'm a queen, and I can forget it. She glanced over her shoulder at the Goodventures. But what about tomorrow? Tomorrow, everything will start to fit into place. Tomorrow, we'll be free of today, and then, on the day after... She brushed her hair back from her eyes, looking out across the darkening waters again, where no trace lay at all of the sacrifice they had given to the sea this dawn. The sea rested, sublime in her indifference, an imperturbable mirror for the face of universal truth. Today never ends in carbuncle. Will tomorrow really ever come? She saw the future that lay dying beneath the dark waters, the future that would never come if she failed, if she stumbled, if she weakened for a moment. She whispered fiercely, close by his ear, "Sparky, I'm afraid." He held her tightly and did not answer. Chapter 56. Jerusha stood in the fiery hell-glow of the red-lit docking bay, beneath the vast umbrella of the suspended coin ship, the final ship, taking on the last of her police officers, the last off-worlders to depart from Tiamat. In the frantic finality of the past few days, the ships of the Assembly had already lifted into planetary orbit, into the company of the other coin ships already there to take on shuttle loads of die-hard merchants and exhausted festival refugees. She endured the inventories patiently, checked and rechecked the data from reports and records, trying to be certain that no one was left, nothing vital left undone, unsalvaged, unsealed. It was her responsibility to make certain that the job was thorough and complete. She had done the job to the best of her ability, making certain that her men left no power pack in place, no system unstripped, no outlet accessible. And all the while she had known, with a strange double vision, that tomorrow she would be trying to undo again everything that she had just undone today. But by the gods, I won't make it easy on myself. Knowing that if she finished the career that had meant so much to her once with an act of betrayal, she would never be able to build a new life on its foundation that would have any meaning. Nothing worth having is easy to get. She looked away from the loading of miscellaneous supplies, away from the cluster of blue uniforms and containers by the coin ship's suspended loading foot. The ship, the docking bay, beyond it the spaceport's throbbing complexity that was almost like a living organism. All that they symbolized, she was giving up. Not in a year, or a week, or even a day. In less than an hour, all that would be behind her, would be leaving her behind. She was giving it all up for Carbuncle. And before the last starship left Tiamat space, it would send down the high-frequency signal that would demolish the fragile microprocessors that made virtually every piece of technology left on the planet function. The tech hoarders would hoard in vain, and Tiamat would be returned to technical ground zero. She remembered with sudden incongruity the sight of a windmill on a lonely hilltop on Engenet Miraway's plantation. Not quite ground zero. Remembering that she had had no idea of what use he could possibly have for a thing like that. There are none so blind as those who will not see. She smiled, as suddenly. Commander? She pulled her eyes back to the space around her, expecting one more request or verification. Yes, I'm... Gondolinu! He saluted. His grin highlighted the spectral gauntness of his face. His uniform hung on him like something borrowed from a stranger. What the hell are you doing out here? You shouldn't be... I came to say goodbye, Commander. She broke off, set down the computer remote on the makeshift desk of empty shipping containers. Oh. Kurlatinde told me that you were resigning, that you're going to stay on Tiamat? He sounded bewildered, as though he expected her to deny it. It's true, she nodded. I'm staying here. Why? Your reassignment? I heard about that, too. His voice turned flat with anger. Nobody likes it, Commander. I can think of one or two who were overjoyed. Only partly because of that. She frowned through him at the idea of the force chewing gossip about her resignation like old men in the town square. Having decided that it would be useless to complain, she had kept her anger in. But there was no way she could keep the fact of her humiliation from the others. And she had refused to discuss her decision or her resignation with anyone, whether out of fear that they would try to change her mind, or fear that they wouldn't. She wasn't sure. Why didn't you tell me? Her frown faded. Ye gods, BZ, you've had trouble enough without me giving you another load. Only half the trouble I'd have had if you hadn't covered for me, Commander. The point of his jaw sharpened with feeling. I know if it weren't for you, I wouldn't still have the right to wear this uniform. I know how much it's always meant to you. A lot more than it ever meant to me. Until now. Because I never had to fight for it. And now you're giving it up. He looked down. If I could, I'd do my damnedest to help you get this assignment changed. But He was looking at his hands. I'm not my father's son anymore. Inspector Gondolinu is all I have left. I'm 10 times as grateful to you that I still have that much. He looked up at her again. But all I can do in return is ask you, why here? Why Tiamat? I don't blame you for resigning, but hell, any world in the hegemony is better than this one. if you want to make a new life for yourself. At least if you don't like it, you can leave it." She shook her head with a small, resolute smile. "I'm not a quitter, Beezy. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have something better I was going to. And I think I've found it here, unlikely as that sounds." She glanced up and away, toward the line of high windows overlooking the field, the empty hall where Engenet Miraway kept unseen watch on the hegemony's departure, waiting for the moment when she would become wholly and irrevocably a part of this world at last. Gundalinu followed the line of her glance, puzzled. "You always hated this world, even more than I did. What in the name of 10,000 gods could you have found? I'll be swearing by just one now." She shook her head. "And working for her, too, I suppose." He looked blank. Comprehension came back into his eyes. "You mean the Summer Queen? You mean Moon? You and Moon?" "That's right." She nodded. "How did you know, Beezy, that she had won?" "She came to me in the hospital. She told me." The color faded from his voice. "I saw the mask of the Summer Queen. It was like a dream." His hands moved in the air, touching something out of memory. His eyes closed. "She had sparks with her. Beezy, are you going to be all right?" "She asked me that, too." He opened his eyes. "A man without armor is a defenseless man, Commander." He smiled, bravely, barely. "But maybe he's a freer man for it. This world would have broken me. But Moon showed me that even I could bend. There's more to me, more to the universe than I suspected. Room for all the dreams I ever had, and all the nightmares. Heroes in the gutters and in the mirror. Saints in the frozen wasteland. Fools and liars on the throne of wisdom, and hands reaching out in hunger that will never be filled. Anything becomes possible after you find the courage to admit that nothing is certain." His smile twitched self-consciously. Jerusha listened in silent disbelief. "Life used to look like cut crystal to me, Commander. Sharp and clear and perfect. My fantasies stayed in my pockets where they belonged. But now," he shrugged, "those clean, hard edges break up the light into rainbows, and everything gets soft and hazy. I don't know if I'll ever see straight again." A forlorn note crept back into his voice. "But you'll be a better blue for it." Jerusha saw his eyes search the vastness of the sunken field, settle on the nearest exit, as though he expected that somehow his new vision would grant him one last glimpse of Moon. "No, Beezy, she isn't here. The starport is forbidden ground to her." His gaze sharpened and cleared abruptly. "Yes, ma'am, I know the law." But it told her he understood now that even the laws of nature were imperfect, that the laws of men were no less flawed than the men who made them, that even he could realize what Moon was and what she, Jerusha, intended to help her do, and look the other way. Maybe it's for the best, not even believing that. "I'll do my best to take care of her for you, Beezy." He laughed shyly, the echo of a caress. "I know, Commander, but what force in the galaxy is stronger than she is?" "Indifference." Jerusha surprised herself with the answer. "Indifference, Gundalinu, is the strongest force in the universe. It makes everything it touches meaningless. Love and hate don't stand a chance against it. It lets neglect and decay and monstrous injustice go unchecked. It doesn't act. It allows. and that's what gives it so much power. He nodded slowly. And maybe that's why people want to trust Moon, because things matter to her, and they do. And when she touches them, they know they matter to themselves. He held his hands up in front of him, stared at the scars still waiting to be erased. She made my scars invisible. You could stay, busy. He shook his head, let his hands drop. There was a time, but not now. It wasn't just my life that was changed. I don't belong here now. No, he sighed. There are 2 worlds I don't ever expect to see again, barring the millennium. This one and my own. Karamov? He sat down unsteadily on the stack of crates. My own people will see my scars forever, even when they're gone. But what the hell? That still leaves 6 to choose from. And who knows what I'll find where I'm going. But his gaze returned to the empty exit, searching for the thing he would never find again. A distinguished career. She flicked a switch at her throat as her communicator began to buzz again. Gundalinu sat on the crates, patiently watching while the final cargo was loaded, the final report given to her, the confirmation relayed to the heart of the looming ship. They stood together as the last of her men saluted her for the last time, and self-consciously wished her well before heading back to the cargo lift. Gundalinu nodded after them. Aren't you coming aboard to give your final report? She shook her head, feeling her heart suddenly squeezed by a relentless hand. The moment of schism. No, I can't face that. If I set foot on that ship now, I don't think I'd be able to leave it again, no matter how sure I was that this is right. She handed him the computer remote. You can give them the all-clear for me, Inspector Gundalinu. And take these. She reached up to her collar again, unfastened her commander's insignia. She handed them to him. Don't lose them. You'll need them someday. Thank you, Commander. His freckles crimsoned, making her smile. His good hand closed over the pieces of metal like rare treasure. I hope I wear them with as much honor as you did. He held up his twisted hand in an instinctive Karamorgi gesture. She pressed her own against it in farewell. Goodbye, BZ. The gods smile on you wherever you go. And on you, Commander. May your many times great-grandchildren venerate your memory. She glanced toward the distant, darkened windows where Engenet waited, smiled privately. She wondered what those many times great-grandchildren might say to his on the day of their return. Gundalinu drew his healing body up with an effort and made a perfect salute. She returned it, the final salute of her career, the farewell to a life and a galaxy. Don't forget to turn out the lights. He started away to where the other patrolmen waited, already in the lift and holding it for him. She turned her back on the sight of them, of the lift like an open mouth calling her insane. She went as quickly as she could without running to the nearest exit from the field. She found Engenet watching the doorway for her as she entered the deserted auditorium. She joined him at the wall of shielded glass, looking down across the field at the inert mass of the solitary coin ship, alone in the vast ruddy pit, as they were alone. Miroway spoke quietly, complimenting her competence, asking innocuous questions. His voice was hushed, as though he were experiencing a religious event. She answered him distractedly, barely hearing what either of them said. The ship lay in its berth for a long time, made longer by her straining anticipation, and she let him listen over her headset to the last drawing in of cranes and equipment, the ship's officers going through their final checks and tallies. "Are you clear, Citizen Palathion?" Jerusha started as the captain's voice addressed her directly. Yes, I'm clear. Citizen. An irrational disappointment stirred in her. All clear, Captain. You're sure you want to stay behind here? Miraway looked up at her, waiting. She took a deep breath, nodded, said as an afterthought, Yes, I'm sure, Captain. But thanks for asking. Life and noise continued at the other end of the gap for a few seconds longer, and then her communicator went dead. She stood very still for a long moment, as though she had heard herself die, before she pulled off the delicate spider's web of the headset. Below them she saw the hologramic lights of the ignition sequence play across the ship's hull and fade, mute warning. She stared until her eyes ached, searching for motion. Look, they're lifting. Now she saw the motion, too, saw the ship's structure tremble as the grids of the starport repellers engaged and it began to rise, and the faint distortion of the air. It drifted up and up toward the portion of the starport's protective dome opening like a flower on the deeper, ruddy field of the star-choked night. It passed through into the outer darkness, where, somewhere far above, it would join itself to a convoy of a dozen others in a fleet of dozens and dozens more. And from there their fusion drives would carry them on to the Black Gate, and they would pass through. And never in her lifetime would they come back to this world again. The dome resealed far overhead, blotting out the stars. Jerusha looked down, across the glowing gridwork of the field, down at herself standing in this dark, empty hall, alone, like a cast-off stick of furniture. Oh, my gods! She covered her face with a hand, swaying. Jerusha? Miraway steadied her, hesitantly. I promise you, you won't regret it. She nodded, pressing her lips together. I'm all right, or I will be, when I catch my breath. She lowered her hand, tracing the seal of her jacket down. Like any other newborn. She smiled at him, uncertainly. He fed her smile with his own until it grew strong. You belong here, on Tiamat. I knew it from the first time I met you. But I had to wait until you knew it, too. I thought you'd never see. He was suddenly embarrassed. Why didn't you say something, anything, to help me understand? Almost exasperation. I tried. Gods, how I tried. He shook his head. But I was afraid to hear you tell me no. And I was afraid I might say yes. She looked out the window again. But I've belonged to this starport, too. And so have you. She sighed, looking back. Neither of us belongs here now, Miraway. We'd better get out of here before they seal it up like a tomb. He grinned, easing. That's a step in the right direction. We'll take the rest as it comes, step by step. He turned solemn again. Whenever you're ready. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Miraway. For whatever comes. She felt her excitement and her courage coming back to her. It's going to be interesting. She felt her face warm as he touched her. You know, Miraway, she laughed suddenly, among my people, may you live in interesting times is not exactly a benediction. He smiled, and then he began to laugh, and together they started back through the abandoned halls, returning to Carbuncle, going home.
End of The Snow Queen by Joan D. Vinge. Read by Sally Darling in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, January 1984. Published by Dell Publishing Company, Incorporated, 1 Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza, New York, New York, 10017. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.